Upon seeing Li Moying's side view of his handsome but cold face, Li Shuer only felt her entire body turning cold as she started to tremble uncontrollably. Why would Li Moying suddenly appeared here? When did he arrive? Why did it have to be at that precise moment, when she was just exaggerating about their sibling relationship, that he had to show up? How was she going to cover up this lie now? Senior Brotherly actually showed up. Too good looking. This is the first time I'm looking at Senior Brotherly from such a close distance. He already looks very handsome from afar, and now from close up, he's even more. I'm going to faint. You're the most love-struck idiot. Why don't you even think that Senior Brotherly's fiancé is just standing by the side? I'm just looking at him only. But now that Senior Brotherly's fiancé and his biological sister are fighting, how is he going to handle this? He would definitely stand on his sister's side. After all, blood is thicker than water. That might not necessarily be true. Senior Brotherly and Bairuoli's relationship is said to be very good, so maybe he might listen to Junior's sister Bai? The bystanders' whispered discussions had echoed into Li Shuer's ears, and this made her even more embarrassed, her forehead drenched in sweat. What's that about blood thicker than water, or standing on the sister's side? Only Li Shuer herself knew that this was absolutely not possible. Earlier she had even provoked Huang Yueli so much. Based on how much Li Moying pampered this wretched lass, if he didn't tore her into pieces, it would probably be because of their sibling relationship. Li Moying stared at her icily. Why are you not talking? Are you dumb? Earlier. Weren't you happily exaggerating? Li Shuer kept absolutely silent, so silent that even the surrounding students couldn't bear it any further. Most of them were still standing on Li Shuer's side. After all, they had spent several days trying to win Li Shuer over, and within their inner hearts, they didn't hope that their efforts were wasted, fawning on the wrong party. Junior Sisterly, now that Senior Brotherly is here, quickly tell him what happened earlier? That's right. Bairuoli actually started beating you up the minute things didn't fall through. Isn't she such a bully? She even dared to sow discord between your sibling relationship. That's right. She dared to create the rumor that your second brother didn't like you. And even gave you a beating. That's just too much. As Li Moying heard their comments, the cold glint beneath his eyes grew stronger as his gaze swept past all those chatterboxes, making them all shiver and shutting their mouths up effectively. Li Shuer braced herself as she greeted, say. Second brother. Li Moying hump-fed, what second brother? I'm not worthy of your greeting, second brother. Your mother is my enemy who murdered my mother, and your brother even nearly killed me by dumping me into the icy cold snow. If it wasn't because of the instruction which my mother told me before she died, I would have sought your lives long ago. And now you're not tucking your tail behind your back. Do you think I've treated you way too well? No, second brother. When Li Moying blurted these out, those who heard it all bore a shocked expression. No one could have imagined that Li Moying and Li Shuer were not born from the same mother, and from the sound of it, it seemed that their enmity were rather deep. Those present were mostly descendants from Sky Cloud City's large families, and they were often exposed to these sort of aristocratic family feuds, so in their brains, many scenarios were fed into it and they instantly understood what had happened. But following that, they wouldn't help but wished that they could bang their heads onto the walls to kill themselves. They were really too silly. Facing Li Moying's enemy and fawning on her for so many days, thinking that she was some leg which they could hope to hug upon. Now that things have come to this, this was considered as fawning onto the horse's hooves? At that moment, everyone felt that they were swindled, and the gazes they threw towards Li Shuer were extremely unfriendly. Li Shuer turned anxious as she felt their gazes turned onto her. She hastily called out, second brother, this has nothing to do with me. When mother and eldest brother did that, I was only 4 years old and I knew nothing at all, nothing at all. How can you put the sins that they had committed sins onto me? I will draw a clear line with them in future and will not keep in contact with mother and eldest brother. Second brother, I've always been standing on your side. When she said this kind of shameless thing, before Li Moying could say a word, Huang Yueli couldn't take it and wanted to throw up. Li Shuer, I'm almost going to vomit. I've never seen such a shameless person like you before. Have you forgotten the time when you, your mother and eldest brother, tried to harm me and Moying? You've tried several times to kill me, so don't tell me I'm sleepwalking. You've always been on your second brother's side. Obviously it's because you realized that your second brother is powerful enough and your eldest brother has no more use to you, so you casted Ma Juan aside, not admitting him now? Do you really think we're all idiots? Li Shuer stared at her furiously as she retorted, it's all your fault. You've always been sowing discord in front of second brother. In actual fact, I've always been helping second brother. I've long despised the way mother and eldest brother does things, but after all, they are my biological relatives, so I cannot bear to hurt them. Huang Yueli had hit her right on the spot, and she was having a guilty conscience, so she could only use her voice to explain loudly, attempting to confuse the thinking of the bystanders. To tell the truth, Huang Yueli really didn't say anything wrong. She indeed felt that Li Majuan could not render her any help anymore. When Li Majuan wasn't injured then, he was already one of the lowest-ranked students among the core disciples, so it was a hopeless case if he wanted to join Celestial Light sect. But Li Shuer was alone in Sky Cloud City, and without anyone's assistance, she could only follow Li Majuan as an ally. Now that Li Moying had suddenly appeared, Li Shuer realized that the Crown Prince as compared to her second brother was not even worth mentioning as a drag. Thinking that she could be as glamorous as she could get, it was all because of her capable brother who was ranked number 1. This kind of glory, she only needed to taste it once and would never want to lose it. So Li Shuer had already planned right from the start that as long as she had a chance, she would grab tightly onto Li Moying, and as for that worthless Li Majuan, he would become her stepping stone. As long as she was able to get Li Moying to acknowledge her as his seventh sister, she would not hesitate discrediting Li Majuan at all. The ridicule on Huang Yueli's mouth grew even more obvious. Looks like shamelessness is indeed hereditary. I thought your mother and Li Majuan were shameless enough, but I had not expected you to surpass them. As compared to you, they really are a role model for morality. You. Second sister-in-law, you've really misunderstood me. Why won't you listen to my explanation? Second brother, you will listen to my explanation, right? Li Shuer turned teary eyes as she tried to act pitiful, to gain Li Moying's sympathy. Huang Yueli's eyebrows rose as she used her elbow to jab the man standing behind her. Hey, second brother, your little sister is asking you a question. Do you believe her? Li Moying didn't even cast a glance onto Li Shuer as he stretched out his hand and held onto Huang Yueli's waist, bringing her into his embrace. The other hand pinched little cheek. What question are you asking? I'm no idiot, all right. Besides that, I don't have any little sister, I only have a little fiancé. Li Shuer's face turned ghostly white when she heard that. Looks of sympathy, ridicule, and despise shot from all around, which made her so embarrassed that she had no place to hide. She had not expected Li Moying to not have any sentimental feelings, and threw her reputation and face entirely onto the ground to step upon. She had originally thought that no matter what, she was Li Moying's biological sister, and as she had not directly harmed Li Moying, he would take into account their sibling relation, but she had not expected. Li Moying lowered his head as he blew a breath onto Huang Yueli's ear. Huang Yueli's ear was extremely sensitive and it instantly flushed red. She indignantly rolled her eyes at him and shoved him. Stop fooling around, there are so many people watching. Quickly settle your excellent sister. Li Moying was extremely unhappy about being shoved aside by his little fox as his face sunk and his icy cold gaze turned towards Li Shuer. Li Shuer, this is the last time I'm warning you. Although my mother had made me vow not to hurt anyone in the Li family that year, but Lear is my bottom line. If I see you saw or do any disrespectful things to Lear, I will absolutely throw that vow aside any time. By then, don't blame me for not reminding you on this. Li Shuer trembled from shock. In front of an overbearing 7th stage realm practitioner's oppression, both her legs turned to jelly as she could not even breathe. She knew that Li Moying was different from Huang Yueli. Li Moying's blood was cold, and he was even more overbearing, even more emotionless and aloof. Furthermore, he absolutely did what he said. So his words were not only empty threats. What smell is that? It's so stinky. It's from Li Shuer? The smell came from her. Everyone held their noses as they threw a look of despise towards her. Li Shuer lowered her head blankly and suddenly realized a warm sensation in between her legs. Under Li Moying's overbearing oppression, she had unknowingly wet her pants. She shrieked out as she quickly used both hands to cover her face. To wet her pants in public and being found out by everyone, this wasn't just any ordinary way of losing face. She was still a lady. Li Shuer wished she could dig a hole and hide herself into it, never coming out to see anyone. She suddenly sprung right up, turned around and fled. As she fled, she didn't forget to cover her face up, worried that someone would recognize her in the middle of her escape. Huang Yueli didn't expect her to really wet her pants as she too went into a blank. It was until Li Shuer had fled before she regained her senses and shook her head as she laughed, gasp. This is really called to piss in one's pants in terror. The chilly frost in Li Moying's charming cherry blossom eyes slowly melted away and in replacement was filled with gentleness. Happy now? Lear? Huang Yueli pouted her lips pamperedly, still all right. The main character had been scared off and those remaining bystander students didn't dare to stay around. Hadn't they seen for themselves how viciously he had treated his own sister? If they were to pull his whiskers, wouldn't they die even more horribly? Everyone's thinking were in sync as they slowly nudged away, not wanting to alarm Li Moying and Huang Yueli, and quietly slipped away. Huang Yueli saw this from the corner of her eyes, and suddenly called out aloud, "Wait a minute, don't run away. I'm talking about you, the one in blue on the left." The young lady dressed in blue had already ran quite a distance away, thinking of leaving this unsafe place. In the end, she was pointed out by Huang Yueli. The young lady in blue trembled with fear as she stopped in her tracks. "Junior. Sister Bai, what instructions do you have for me?" Huang Yueli laughed, "You don't need to be so anxious. I only wanted to ask this, earlier. I heard what all of you were talking about and you mentioned that 3 days later would be the Armament Guild certification assessment. Is there such a matter?" Blue dress lady heaved a sigh of relief as she replied, "This is indeed true. Junior Sister Bai, you've just joined Celestial Light Academy, so you probably aren't sure. In Celestial Light Academy, there are quite a number of students who learn armament refining, and every year, the Armament Guild will conduct a standalone certification assessment for Celestial Light Academy, which only those students or teachers in the academy will be allowed to attend. If they pass the assessment and officially become an armament master, then their treatment will directly be upgraded the same as martial arts stage top 10 ranking, and besides that they would be able to gain honorary points as a form of reward." She had assumed that Huang Yueli wanted to settle the old debt with her, but in the end, it was just to ask her some matters. Blue dress lady actively explained everything that she knew to her. "So it's like this," Huang Yueli muttered irresolutely, "no wonder Li Shuer is acting so complacently today. Isn't that so? Senior Sister Li holds the most hope to become an armament master in this round of certification assessment. Other students could only take part in the armament apprentice assessment only. Senior Sister Li is not yet 18, but her innate talent in armament refining is rather good. Oops." Blue dress lady was happily talking as she said out everything she had in her heart when she suddenly recalled that Huang Yueli and Li Shuer were enemies, so she hurriedly shut her mouth up. She took a quick glance at Huang Yueli nervously, worried that she would be lashed out at. However, Huang Yueli only waved her hand as she said, "I understand now. Thank you, senior sister, go ahead and be busy with your own stuff." As though being given amnesty, the blue dress lady turned around and ran away in lightning fast speed. This scenario made Huang Yueli slightly confused. What's the situation? Am I that scary? This is because they have a guilty conscience. Li Moying laughed in a low voice as she heard his voice from the side of her ear. Huang Yueli then recalled that this man was still standing beside her. She raised her head up to meet with that pair of extremely seductive cherry blossom eyes as she went into a daze, losing her senses, attracted by the pampered gaze deep within his eyes. "Lear, you're drooling." "Ah?" Huang Yueli recalled her senses and raised her hand to wipe the corner of her lips when she heard what he said, but... "You liar. There wasn't anything at all, so where did the drool come from?" Li Moying laughed heartily. "I'm just reminding you in advance. Otherwise, when your drool really drips out, it'd be too late by then." Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him. Who wants to listen to the rubbish you're sprouting? Thinking back to how she was oddly attracted by Li Moying, she pursed her lips as she suddenly felt annoyed. She must really had been bewitched. She was just thinking that she could not continue being ambiguous with this man, but in the end, the minute she met with that pair of eyes, she immediately forgot all her determination. It's all Li Moying's fault for having a pair of eyes which looked exactly like Mu Qingying's. Too demonic and too seductive. She must hold on to herself tightly and not be bewitched easily again. Huang Yueli vowed to herself, but she really didn't have much confidence. Li Moying saw her suddenly acting melancholic and suddenly becoming angry. Her expressions were ever-changing as he curiously asked, "Lear, what are you thinking of?" Huang Yueli paused. "Right, I was just thinking that I can join in the Armament Guild certification assessment that would be held 3 days later." "You want to take part in it as well?" Li Moying's brows rose. "Based on your armament refining standard, you still need to be certified by the Armament Guild? Those teachers in Celestial Light Academy don't even have 10% of your ability. You don't need the Armament Guild certification to raise your social value." Huang Yueli answered, "You can't put things in this way. The Armament Guild certification has its own advantages. Didn't you see it for yourself? Li Shuer is merely a high-leveled armament apprentice, and she's already so popular. The Armament Master medal is a symbol of status in Soaring Heaven's continent. Furthermore, the Armament Guild has many high-leveled materials, and only those armament masters whom they have certified are able to exchange for it, and those are very useful to me." Li Moying put his hand on the top of her head as he patted her affectionately. "All right then, since you've already decided, then go ahead and enroll for it. No matter what you want to do, I'll always be by your side." Huang Yueli nodded, and under the man's gentle gaze, she felt relaxed and peaceful. Armament Guild is one of the strongest powerhouses in Soaring Heaven's continent, and almost all armament masters had registered themselves with the guild to attain certification. Just one armament master who stood out alone, were already much sought after and well respected, causing many practitioners compete with one another to get into their good books. It was imaginable how strong the influence would be when so many armament masters united together. Not only did the Armament Guild held various high-leveled materials places of production, in Soaring Heaven's continent's auctions, one would be able to sell their own refined profound armament at a higher price in Soaring Heaven's continent's auctions, profound armament traders or materials shops, as long as they were certified armament masters in the Armament Guild. Huang Yueli would never go against money, and in order to earn even more, obtaining a medal that represented a certified armament master was absolutely necessary. When they were in South Yu Kingdom, she didn't attend any armament master certification assessment because her cultivation level was still very low, and without any backing, if her identity as an armament master was exposed, it would easily draw various people's greed and being plotted against. But now it was different. Her own ability was rather strong, and furthermore, she had the huge backing of Celestial Light sect. After Huang Yueli made up her mind, so she proceeded to the Profound Weapon Chambers 3 days later and enrolled herself for the certification assessment. On the day of the assessment, Huang Yueli was delayed as she was held up making preparation work. Li Moying had left his residence earlier, and without any hesitation, he headed straight to the Profound Weapon Chambers. The entrance of the Profound Weapon Chambers was already filled with people. The Armament Master Certification Assessment, which was held once a year, was a very important event in Celestial Light Academy. On this day, Sky Cloud City's Armament Guild Vice President would personally make a visit to Celestial Light Academy, and they were all truly 6th-tier Armament Masters, their social status extremely invaluable. Because of this, Celestial Light Academy's principals came out to welcome them personally. With so many VIPs around, the whole place was bustling with excitement. Furthermore, the refining process of Armament Masters was an absolute secret, and there weren't many chances to see it normally. It was only during the certification assessment day when those Armament Masters would publicly refine the profound armament under the watchful eyes of everyone there, so this was the only chance for ordinary practitioners to be able to see the entire refining process. Students who had a bit of curiosity in them had all woken up early and rushed over to the Profound Weapon Chambers, hoping to get a chance to view the Academy's major event. Early this morning, Tang Jinhua along with Jiang Tuxin and Ling Wenbin stood at the entrance of the Profound Weapon Chambers as they waited to welcome the VIPs from the Armament Guild. Besides that, what was different from last year was beside Tang Jinhua was Li Shui, who was dressed in the Armament Apprentice's robe. Li Shui raised her chin up high with a dignified and solemn expression. If one were to take a careful look at her, one would be able to see the unconcealable delightfulness and arrogance deep within her eyes. This was not an ordinary occasion. At such an important event, for her to be selected as the student's representative, following beside the principals in the academy to welcome the Armament Guild's VIPs, this was a huge glory. This was also an enormous recognition towards her armament refining standard. Thinking that after today, she would become a true blue armament master, and by then she would attain the Academy's true special privilege level, Li Shui couldn't help but revealed a smile. In reality, it was exactly so. Those students passing by were firstly shocked, followed by envy and jealousy when they saw Li Shui standing right next to the principal as they started to discuss about her. Look, isn't that Li Shui? How is it possible that she's standing right next to the principal? That's right. Just 2 days ago, I heard that Li Shui and senior brother Li's relationship isn't good at all and had even been slapped by junior sister Bai. Why is she still enjoying such privileges in the academy? As the saying went, good news don't leave the house, but bad news traveled 1,000 miles. Many others were not accustomed to Li Shui's usual arrogant and despotic ways, and after being taught a lesson by Huang Yueli and Li Moying that day exposing her swindling tricks, news of it was spread throughout the entire academy, and very quickly, everyone found out about it. It was rumored that she had not left her room for 3 days, because she felt ashamed and resentful. In the end, the minute she left her room, she became so glamorous, so how would it not make others feel jealousy and hatred? Shoo, lower your voice. Someone who knew what was going on cut off their discussions. Have you all forgotten that Li Shui is a high-leveled armament apprentice? I heard that among the students taking part in the Armament Master certification today, she is the youngest, and moreover, there is 90% and above chance that she would be able to pass it. Do you know what this means? What? How can that be possible? Li Shui is not yet 18, right? An entry-level armament master is the toughest among all the different occupations. For her to become an official armament master at such a tender age, her future is boundless. AI, no wonder she's so complacent today. As long as she becomes an armament master, she will no longer be on the same level as us. Isn't that so? So that's why I'm asking you all to lower your volume. If she hears you and uses her status as an armament master to exact revenge on you in the future, then what should you do? Really envy Li Shuer. Even though Senior brotherly refused to be her backing, but she's still so powerful. This time, no one else dared to say a single word. Li Shuer stood at an eye-grabbing position at the entrance, and although she could not hear what the spectators were saying, but she had roughly guessed the contents which they were discussing about. She puffed out her chest and tidied her robe, trying her utmost best to make her deportment stand out even more perfectly. This was a day which she was destined to become famous, and everyone could only throw those envious gazes onto her. So what if Bairuoli was complacent? After today, she would be even more glamorous than that wretched lass. Perhaps even Li Moying would regret his actions and come begging her to admit their sibling relationship. Just then, an uproar was heard from the main entrance. The vice president of the Armament Guild had arrived. Jiang Tuxin and the rest hurriedly went up to welcome them. Tang Jinhua pulled Li Shuer over and whispered, "Shuer, I will now introduce you the two presidents, so you must perform well." Li Shuer perked herself up as she nodded, "Yes. Master, please rest assured." Although Tang Jinhua was just a fourth-tier armament master, but he was just barely 40 years old, and among armament masters, he was one of the younger ones, and had many chances to advance further in future. He was considered as one of the outstanding younger generation, so in the Armament Guild, his status was not low at all. After the two presidents had met with Jiang Tuxin, they turned their gazes towards Tang Jinhua. "Jinhua, I heard that you had improved tremendously these days. Not only have you started to refine fifth-tier profound armaments, furthermore, you also nurtured an outstanding disciple. I think the most highly of you among the younger generations. You have a bright future ahead." Tang Jinhua hurriedly smiled. "President Hu, President Gong, thank you for your praises. It's all thanks to Celestial Light Academy and Armament Guild's help that I have today's achievements." President Hu smiled. "It's not easy these days to see someone so talented to be so modest and prudent. I really didn't think wrongly of you. This young lady beside you is." The two presidents looked towards Li Shuer, and she immediately puffed out her chest as she raised her head to reveal a smile. Tang Jinhua introduced, "This is Li Shuer, the female disciple who I had mentioned the other time. Today she will also be taking part in the Armament Master Certification Assessment." "Oh? I heard she's only 18? Before Tang Jinhua had opened his mouth, Li Shuer already started to speak out. "President Hu, I will be turning 18 at the end of this year." "Then how much confidence do you have to pass today's assessment?" "This." Li Shuer's smile was gentle and elegant, but her tone was filled with self-confidence. "The first-tier profound armament percentage of success that I'm currently refining is now 90% and above. I think in this way, passing the first-tier armament master certification shouldn't be a problem at all." The two presidents revealed a shocked and joyous expression. "That's great. Jinhua, where did you manage to find this armament refining talent?" She's not 18 yet, but already had a 90% certainty of refining first-tier profound armament. Most experienced first-tier armament masters only have a success rate of 50 to 60%. Miss Li's future endeavors is limitless. Li Shuer hastily shook her hands. "I do not deserve your praise, you flatter me." Although she was saying this, but inside her heart she was overly complacent. To be praised in such a way by Sky Cloud City's Armament Guild presidents was such an honorable matter. Only an armament refining talent like her deserved such special treatment. Li Shuer was indeed way too glamorous. Seeing how she conversed with President Hu and President Gong, numerous spectators on the spectators' seats shot jealous gazes towards her. But no matter how envious they were, they had nothing to say. An armament refining talent like Li Shuer was indeed rarely seen, and even though many of them were not convinced, they could do nothing about it. After the two presidents were escorted to their seats, President Jiang proceeded on the judging panel's seat. Li Shuer bowed in respect as she stepped backwards, thinking of doing some preparations on the contestants' seats. But at this time another bustle came from the entrance of the profound weapon chambers. Furthermore, it was even more lively than when the two presidents appeared. President Hu asked, curiously, "What's going on?" President Jiang, "Who else have you invited to be on the judging panel?" "Don't tell me, it's those old monsters from Sky Emperor City?" Jiang Tuxin went into a blank. "There's no one else. The judging panel whom I had invited have already arrived." He raised his head and looked towards the entrance when he suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Oh, it's actually him." A tall figure appeared in front of the profound weapon chambers. That person was Li Moying. He was dressed in a dark-colored robe with gold trimming on the side, and his demeanor was cold but noble. His facial features were perfectly sculpted without any flaws at all. His expression was chilly, and as his lips curled upwards slightly, his gaze swept past the entire profound weapon chambers, and the expression became even colder. His little fox had not arrived yet. So boring. Jiang Tuxin didn't guess what Li Moying was thinking about, and upon seeing his unpleasant expression, he thought it was because of his thoughtlessness as he anxiously stood up. "Principal Jiang, what's wrong with you?" President Hu saw his behavior and became even more surprised as he questioned. Jiang Tuxin didn't reply him, instead he took quick steps and appeared right before Li Moying. Ling Wenbin and Tang Jinhua also hurried over to welcome him. Mr. Li, what brings you here today, to the profound weapon chambers? Are you here to see the certification assessment as well?" Li Moying undeniably nodded. Jiang Tuxin whined silently. He had never expected young sect master to be interested in the armament master's certification. To ordinary people, watching the armament masters publicly refining weapons was rather refreshing, but for a peerless talent with such status like Li Moying, he had met with even higher-leveled armament masters. The performance by these armament apprentices would probably not be of any interest to him, so who would have expected him to take interest in this? Just at this moment, Jiang Tuxin shifted his gaze and saw Li Shui, who was just standing by the side with a shocked but delighted expression. A thought flashed past his head as he thought he understood what happened. Right, Li Shui, who was taking part in the assessment this year, was rumored to be the young sect master's biological sister. No wonder young sect master had personally appeared to witness the certification assessment. Although it was said that the siblings, Li Shui and Li Moying, were not on good terms, but it was still a glorious matter to have a sister who was an armament master. Perhaps young sect master had seen the outstanding armament refining talent in her, and decided to forgive her for all the wrongdoings that she had done in the past. After all, they are truly siblings, and this was not impossible. Jiang Tuxin quickly said, "Mr. Li, please follow me, and take a seat here. The seat here has the best view." With him leading the way, he led Li Moying to the VIP seat on the tall stage and even requested him to take the main seat. Li Moying saw the shocked expressions on the faces of the students below the stage and rejected Jiang Tuxin's kind offer. "How can I take over Principal Zhang's seat? I'll just sit here." Saying that, he sat down on the seat next to Ling Wenbin's seat. When Jiang Tuxin and Ling Wenbin saw that, they didn't dare to sit at all. Sitting above the young sect master, just thinking about it was already very offending. But right after Li Moying's chilly gaze swept past them once, both of them sat down with fear and trepidation. At this moment, it turned tumultuous on both the spectators and contestants' seating area. Even Jiang Tuxin had thought Li Moying was here because of Li Shui. What more about Li Shui herself as well as the other students? Senior brother Li actually came. He actually came to see Li Shui take part in the competition. Isn't their relationship on bad terms? Isn't it said that senior brother Li especially hated Li Shui? So what about that? Li Shui's armament refining talent is there, so even senior brother Li cannot ignore it. It looks like he's here to initiate his goodwill, preparing to patch up their relationship. Oh no. I thought that senior brother Li really hated Li Shui and even went to laugh at her. Will she exact revenge on me in the future? A smug smile hung on Li Shui's face, showing just how happy she was. Even Li Moying also came. The humiliation which she suffered from Huang Yueli a few days ago had finally been swept clean. On the VIP seating area, President Hu took a look at Li Moying's icy cold face after trying to suppress his curiosity for quite some time. He secretly got closer to Jiang Tuxin and whispered, "Principal Jiang, why didn't you introduce him to us? Just who is this young mister? Why is it that even with your status, you still had to treat him with such respect?" When Jiang Tuxin heard that, he turned to look at Li Moying anxiously, worried that he would be angry over their private discussion. Li Moying, however, only used his hand to support his chin as he glanced impatiently towards the direction of the main entrance. Jiang Tuxin was then assured as he whispered back, "President Hu, this is Celestial Light Sect's young sect master Li Moying. I think you should have heard of him before, right?" Eh? President Hu cried out in alarm, causing the surrounding few people to look towards them as he hurriedly covered his mouth. He lowered his tone even more and asked, unbelievably, "You're saying this person is young sect master Li himself?" Jiang Tuxin nodded, "That's right." President Hu asked flabbergasted, "Heavens, it's really him. Li Moying is Sky Cloud City's most famous genius. A lot of people are saying that young sect master Li had the highest hope to surpass Mu Qingqing and become the top exponent in Soaring Heaven's continent. I wonder if that's true." Jiang Tuxin smiled. "I'd never expected President Hu to know so much about Celestial Light Sect. Young sect master's innate talent and ability is without a doubt the best, but we don't dare to say stuff like he will surpass Mu Qingqing, but among the younger generation of practitioners, he definitely is unsurpassed. But why would he be here at Celestial Light Academy? Moreover, this is the Armament Master Certification Assessment and it's merely a competition among armament apprentices, so what could possibly attract young sect master Li's interest?" Jiang Tuxin lowered his voice, "Among the contenders today, young sect master's sister is here, and you've already met her earlier." President Hu wasn't listening carefully, because just looking at Li Moying already caused him to exclaim in admiration. Li Moying's name, among Sky Cloud City's higher-ups, was a well-known existence. When he was very young, he already stood out as conspicuously brilliant, sweeping all his peers aside, and his cultivation clambered up steadily, exceeding everyone's imagination. He was unbelievably strong. Everyone knew that in just a few more years, Li Moying would definitely become one of the strongest top exponents in Soaring Heaven's continent. So even President Hu was Sky Cloud City's Armament Guild's president, had utmost respect for Li Moying because there were just too many legends about him. Only those who had seen it with their own eyes understood what his kind of innate talent meant. Furthermore, President Hu discovered from the first meeting today, Li Moying was not only younger than he had thought, but his cultivation and imposing manner exceeded by several times his age. At this moment, a phrase arose in President Hu's mind, a fully justified reputation. As though sensing President Hu's sight, Li Moying turned his head slightly and nodded towards him. "President Hu, my little thing will be in your care in the future." "Oh? Yes, of course, of course." President Hu hurriedly nodded, and at the same time he recalled what Jiang Tuxin said. He had met the armament apprentice? Surely it cannot be Li Shui. Right, both their surnames are Li, so looks like he can't be wrong. Senior sister Li, you're really so fortunate, even senior brother Li is here to cheer for you. You're the most glamorous person today. You're really worthy of being the student who had the most innate talent in our profound weapon chambers. Li Shui was surrounded by the crowd as she delightfully accepted various praises from all around. Today was her lucky day. Not only was she the limelight among the ordinary students and armament masters, even her second brother, whose sight was very high, dropped by. A pity that wretched lass by Ruoli didn't come over, otherwise she could slap her on the face here. That would really be wonderful. AI, that's weird, her second brother was here, but why didn't that wretched lass join in? Could it be that she had been ditched by her second brother? If that was the truth, then it would make her overjoyed. Just as Li Shuer was daydreaming, she suddenly heard someone beside her exclaimed loudly, "Ah! Junior sister Bai." She actually came too. Li Shuer hurriedly turned around and saw a young lady dressed in white gracefully standing at the entrance of the profound weapon chambers. After looking around for a moment, she slowly walked in. Her footsteps were light and dressing was considered simple as she walked in taciturnly. But at that instant, when she walked into the entrance, everyone's eyes were on Jia. "It's junior sister Bai. Haha, she's so beautiful. Why is it that every time I see junior sister Bai, I feel that she looked even more beautiful than the last time? Which lady doesn't have this white-colored flowing dress? But why is it only her who can make it look so elegant and magical? Because she has the ability and style. How can you compare ordinary people against her? Junior sister Bai should be here to accompany senior brother Li to view the assessment. I really envy them, their relationship is so sweet, they'd accompany each other wherever they go. Every time I see them appearing together, I feel like I'm starting to believe in love." Those students who were fawning around Li Shuer had cast her aside the minute they saw Huang Yueli appeared, and everyone went to crowd around Huang Yueli instead. This made Li Shuer so upset that she stomped her feet. This wretched lass really deserved to die. What did she have that could attract everyone's attention? This was not the martial arts stage, this was the profound weapon chambers. Today was a day which belonged to armament masters. What sort of thing was that wretched lass to even dare to come and snatch her limelight? On the VIP seats, Jiang Tuxin turned to look at Li Moying when he saw Huang Yueli stepping in. "Young sect master, Miss Bai is here. Do you want to let her come to the VIP seating as well? The view here is much better than the spectators' seating." The minute Li Moying saw Huang Yueli, his eyes smiled, and at that moment, his expression turned much gentler as he shook his head slightly. "No need." Jiang Tuxin was stunned by his answer. Hadn't young sect master pampered this little fiancée of his the most? Both of them were here to look at the assessment, but they were not going to sit together? What was this kind of situation? Had they quarreled? But it didn't look like so. Just as he was in a blank, Huang Yueli had walked directly to the contenders' seating area. The managing teacher who was in charge of the assessment grading level raised his head and spoke politely, "Miss Bai, you've gone to the wrong area. The spectators' seating is over there from the left staircase, this is the contenders' seating." Huang Yueli smiled, "I didn't walk wrongly. I'm here to enroll to take part in the Armament Master Certification Assessment." "Ah?" The managing teacher went into a blank. You want to enroll for the assessment?" Huang Yueli nodded, "That's right, I'd like to trouble teacher, to please help me register for it." The managing teacher's eyes turned wide as though he had been struck by lightning. "This? Miss Bai, you're not joking, right? Or have you walked to the wrong place? This is the profound weapon chambers. We're holding the Armament Master Certification Assessment right now. This is not the martial arts stage battle or the year-end academy meet. You want to enroll for this? Are you sure?" Huang Yueli blinked, "Teacher, I didn't get it wrong. I'm indeed here to take part in the Armament Master Certification Assessment. I'm very sure. The assessment is going to start soon, right? Stop wasting time and quickly help me to enroll." She pushed. But managing teacher stared at her, not moving at all. This. Miss Bai, I know you have outstanding talent in cultivation and your potential is very strong. But, this is armament refining. Armament refining. It's totally different from cultivation. No matter how good your innate talent in cultivation is, it doesn't represent that you can casually become an armament master. Huang Yueli replied, "Whether I can become an armament master or not, it's not up to you, it's after taking part in the assessment, right? I already heard about the requirements for the certification assessment. As long as we are Celestial Light Academy students with dual metal and dire attributes, innate talent, and have enough understanding and recognition towards armaments, then we're allowed to take part in the assessment, no? What you are saying is right. But then stop hemming and hawing, hurry up. The managing teacher didn't know how to reject her, and his expression had turned slightly green, thinking to himself, why was there such a self-approbation person? Did she really think she had great innate talent in cultivation, so she'd be invincible? Did she knew how rare armament masters were and how difficult it was to become one? Furthermore, even if she had an innate talent to refine armaments, not everyone could become armament masters. Most people, for their entire lives, were only armament apprentices and were able to help fix profound armaments, but if they wanted to refine successfully, it was a huge difference. As for a 14-year-old lass like her, no one had heard that she knew the art of refining armaments. She wanted to become an armament master? Did I hear wrongly? Isn't this our super genius, martial arts, ranked third miss? What did I hear just now? You want to take part in the Armament Master Certification Assessment? A piercing voice rang as Li Shuer walked over from the back of the managing teacher with a gloating smile on her face. Huang Yueli replied icily, what does it have to do with you? Just manage yourself properly. Not only did Li Shuer not retreat, she got even closer to her and said, why doesn't it concern me? After today, I am the Armament Guild's official member. I must protect Armament Master's pride. If every stray dogs and cats were to come over to disturb the Armament Master's place, it would affect our certification assessment. How can I possibly not be concerned about this? Huang Yueli's gaze turned frosty. You also know after today? You're not even a first-tier armament master yet, so don't be too full of yourself, otherwise, if you aren't able to pass the assessment, then it'd be a huge joke. How is that possible? Do you think I'm you? This is the funniest joke that I've heard this year. An idiot who doesn't understand anything dares to take part in the Armament Master assessment. It's so funny. If you can become an Armament Master, then I'll strip off everything and run one round in Sky Cloud City naked. You really know how to joke. Li Shuer laughed out loudly without any fear at all. She hadn't even considered the possibility that Huang Yueli could become an armament master. Huang Yueli smiled as she continued, is it really that funny? Since you have already set your mind that it's not possible for me to pass the examination, then shall we make a bet? Bet? What do you want to bet on? Li Shuer threw a heavily guarded look at her. Although she firmly believed that Huang Yueli didn't know the art of refining armaments, but Li Shuer's alert was still on high. Because Huang Yueli was just too abnormal, every single battle she had in Celestial Light Academy earned her bowls full of money, and as for those who went against her, all of them had lost everything they had to the last bit, including their underpants. When Li Shuer recalled these precedents, she started to feel afraid. Huang Yueli replied, didn't you say it out yourself earlier? As long as I can pass the Armament Master certification, then you will strip off everything and run around Sky Cloud City naked. Why? Don't tell me you were only just saying? Li Shuer heaved a sigh of relief, you're talking about this. Don't tell me that you really think that you can pass the certification? Anyway I don't believe it, so I'll make a bet with you. What if you didn't pass it? Huang Yueli took a look at her and replied indifferently, then I'll be at your disposal. Oh? Really? Li Shuer's eyeballs turned around as a spell of ecstasy filled her mind. She never thought that Huang Yueli would be so dumb until she will be at her disposal. Furthermore, she was obviously going to lose. As long as she fell into her hands, In Li Shuer's mind, hundreds of torturous ideas flashed past her mind, and the more she thought the more excited she got. She was 100% sure that after today, Huang Yueli would be reduced from a talented young lady to the academy or even the entire city's laughingstock. Perhaps she might even be so ashamed that she would throw herself at the wall and kill herself. Alright, I'll bet. Hope? You won't regret. Li Shuer couldn't wait any further and agreed on it. She felt that her success rate was 100%. Because Huang Yueli's cultivational talent was already very high. In normal terms, a person's energy was limited and she had spent so much time on the art of cultivation, so even if she had the potential to become an armament master, she probably wouldn't have enough time to learn armament refining. Li Shuer's thinking wasn't wrong at all, as all the others who saw this scenario also thought the same way. On the VIP seating, several VIPs looked this way and noted down Huang Yueli and Li Shuer's confrontation. Even though they couldn't hear their conversation clearly, but from the way they stared at each other, they knew both of them were in an argument. Jiang Tuxin took a careful glance at Li Moying, saw his icy cold look and couldn't help but shuddered. Young sect master, this. Miss by this. Is she really going to take part in the armament master assessment? Li Moying gave an apathetic expression. Why? Can't she? Don't tell me she doesn't have the qualification to take part in the assessment? This. She has, of course she has. But. Li Moying's eyebrows rose as an icy cold vision swept past Jiang Tuxin's face. Jiang Tuxin hurriedly replied, no buts. Since Miss Bai has interest in armament refining, it's the Academy's armament master's glory. Whatever assessment Miss Bai will like to take part, then she can do so. Li Moying's expression turned slightly better after that as he nodded. Jiang Tuxin turned towards Tang Jinhua hastily and instructed, Master Tang, why did they start quarreling? Can I trouble you to take a look at the situation? Tang Jinhua immediately arose and ran over. However, it was already too late when he reached, as Huang Yueli and Li Shuer had already agreed on the bet. The managing teacher looked at the two young ladies in front of him and was still hesitating, thinking of ideas on how he could reject Huang Yueli. He was doing it out of kind-heartedness, because he had heard their conversation and believing that Huang Yueli would definitely lose, so he refused to register for her. Teacher, just let her register. Anyway, there are always people who think too highly of themselves and by the time they threw their face away, it was also her own fault for bringing trouble to herself, so it had nothing to do with you. Li Shuer sneered as she continued talking. Both of you ladies, please stop arguing. Tang Jinhua walked over and interrupted them. It's all right, since Miss Bai wants to take part in the assessment, then do the registration for her. But, Master Tang. Li Shuer cried out in joy, Master. You're the most reasonable person, Bai Ruoli, aren't you going to register? Surely you're not going to regret, right? You're thinking too much. Huang Yueli shot her a glance and signed her name on the registration form. She speedily completed filling in the form and passed it over to Tang Jinhua. Tang Jinhua's face was all smiles. Miss Bai, previously I wanted to take you in as my disciple and you mentioned that you're not interested in armament refining, so I'd not expected you to change your mind so quickly. After today's assessment, feel free to come and look for me. Don't worry, as long as you learn from me properly, at most 2 years, you'd definitely become a true blue armament master. Don't be too anxious today, just familiarize yourself with the scenario. Huang Yueli gave a non-committal smile, not saying a word. Li Shuer, on the other hand, clenched her teeth silently. Why hadn't Master still given up on the idea of taking in this wretched lass as his disciple? What's so good about this wretched lass that made her master kept pestering her, but in the end she couldn't care less about it. But no matter, as long as that wretched lass made a fool out of herself today, then, in the future, she would not have any more interest in armament refining. Managing teacher tried several times to talk, but he wasn't able to tell Tang Jinhua anything at all and was extremely frustrated. Finished, it's finished. Master Tang didn't know what these two lasses bet on. And he didn't know the severity of this matter. This time round, the Academy's most reputed cultivational talent was going to have her reputation swept away. But saying anything now was all too late. They had already dragged on for some time, so the minute the registration was completed, all the contenders started to go to their seating. Tang Jinhua also took quick steps back onto the stage, and acting as the MC, he officially announced the start of this year's assessment. Right after President Hu and Jiang Tuxin's speeches, Tang Jinhua announced the rules and regulations for the assessment. As always, first-tier Armament Master Certification Assessment is split up into two sections, theory and practical assessment. We will first proceed with the theory assessment and will give out the examination paper to everyone. The duration of this assessment will last 2 hours, and there is an hourglass in front to count the time. Saying that, he specially reminded, everyone must take note. Number 1, the assessment timing is very short and there are a lot of questions. So everyone must grab hold of the time properly and pick those questions which you know how to do first. Don't waste too much time on the minute details and end up having not enough time to finish up. Number 2, theory assessment is equally important, as those who are able to obtain the minimum of 60 points will be able to enter the next round of assessment, otherwise you will be disqualified. So everyone please place your utmost emphasis on this. Now, the assessment will start. Managing teacher handed the examination paper to every single person, and Tang Jinhua personally turned the huge hourglass around to start the countdown. The Armament Master Certification Assessment officially started. Huang Yueli received the examination paper and enthusiastically flipped through the paper, feeling novelty. It was hard for her to imagine that the first-tier Armament Master Certification included the theory section, as she did not expect it. Armament refining was a form of workmanship which required a lot of practice. No matter how strong one's theory was, even if one put it into hundreds and thousands of words, but ultimately, the profound armament must be refined out, then would it be considered successful. So she wasn't really used to this kind of assessment method. In her past life, when she was learning how to refine armaments in Mythical Flame Palace, she had never took part in the so-called certification assessment. When she was in her teens, she could already refine profound weapons, which were 5th tier and above. During the first time she exhibited her profound armament in Soaring Heavens Continent auction, it had shocked all the armament masters in the Armament Guild headquarters. Subsequently, she was conferred the 5th tier Armament Master's badge, directly. After that, she became the Armament Guild's most protected person, and every single breakthrough of hers was known to everyone, and the badge would be presented by the president automatically. So from the start till the end, she had never taken part in such an official assessment. Huang Yueli dwelled on her past memories and didn't started answering the examination paper. Li Shuer was just sitting beside Huang Yueli, and she took a bit of time to steal a glance at her, only to discover that Huang Yueli's examination paper was totally blank without a single word, so she couldn't stop herself from revealing a snigger. As expected, this wretched lass didn't know anything at all. Such simple questions, and she couldn't reply even a single one, so how could she even have the face to take part in the certification assessment? Originally she had thought that this wretched lass had dared to bet with her. She would at least have looked through several theory books and could answer at least 70 or 80% of the examination paper's questions. But she had not expected that she couldn't even make it in the theory section. Looks like she didn't even need to wait for the second round, and Huang Yueli would already been disqualified. Wasn't this an easy win? Li Shuer was extremely complacent as the pen in her hand started to dance around while she answered all the questions. Perhaps it was because she felt that she was going to win immediately, and today, she especially had the inspiration, so she was even faster than usual while answering the questions. Upon seeing that there were only 45 minutes left for the countdown, her examination paper was already more than 90% completed. Li Shuer increased her writing speed, thinking to become the first person to hand in the examination paper. To be able to be the first to hand in the paper was a representation of ability. The Armament Master Theory assessment was extremely difficult and there were a lot of questions. Most people would only be able to complete 60 to 70% of the questions within 2 hours, and it was very impressive that one could answer 90% of it. Generally speaking, only those people who had a strong base in theory standard could answer all the questions correctly. As for submitting the paper earlier, even those who had already been certified as a true blue first-tier armament master might not be able to do it. Li Shuer wrote faster and faster. She was just 2 questions away from answering all the questions. Just at this moment, she suddenly heard a voice of someone who stood up from the neighboring seat. Li Shuer turned back and saw Huang Yueli standing up from her seat as she put down the pen in her hands, and was just holding up her examination paper, preparing to submit it. She instantly was stunned. What situation was this? How is it possible that that wretched lass who didn't know anything be faster than her? And she was the first one to submit the examination paper? Surely it can't be true. However, it was indeed the truth as Huang Yueli took big strides and walked upwards, passing the examination paper in her hands to Tang Jinhua. Li Shuer stared at the examination paper in her hands and suddenly thought that earlier, Huang Yueli's paper was still blank, so how could she answer all the questions so quickly? Thinking in this direction, Li Shuer assumed that she had already discovered the truth. That's right, that wretched lass couldn't even answer one single question earlier, but now she suddenly answered everything? Who was she trying to bluff? Obviously she did that so that she could snatch being the first to submit the paper and just scribbled a load of rubbish before submitting the paper. Li Shuer found it funny as she didn't expect that wretched lass to be so dumb. Did she thought that being the first to submit the paper would gain her additional marks and allowed her to get priority in getting through the first round? How could that be possible? In the end, it was still going to follow according to number of questions that they answered correctly to ascertain the marks. What use was there to write quickly? Not only Li Shuer, the others also felt that Huang Yueli had casually answered the questions. Look, Bai Ruoli had submitted her paper. She actually submitted it so quickly. What's there to be surprised about? Anyway, even if she used up the entire 2 hours, she wouldn't be able to answer those questions correctly, so she might as well submit the paper earlier. That's right, if it was me, I probably would submit earlier as well. After all, if I couldn't come out with any other answers, the pressure from just sitting there is just too tremendous. Looks like she couldn't even pass through the first round of theory section. Really don't know what she's thinking about. Why did she come and take part in the Armament Master Certification assessment for? She's just here to disgrace herself. Her legendary reputation is going to be destroyed here. Tang Jinhua received the paper from Huang Yueli but just smiled. It's been hard on you. The next round of assessment will commence after 1 hour, so Miss Bai, you can go ahead and rest a bit. His attitude was amiable, but he didn't think that Huang Yueli would be able to pass the assessment. On the contrary, Tang Jinhua had already decided that Huang Yueli could not answer many questions, so her assessment results was a definite failure. But as she had the qualities of a rough diamond, even if she didn't pass this time's assessment, she didn't need to worry too much about it. Huang Yueli saw his expression and immediately knew what he was thinking about, but merely smiled, not bothering to explain at all. After a while, Li Shuer also completed her examination paper and submitted it up. This round, Tang Jinhua was truly glad. Shuer, you're actually able to submit the paper earlier. Looks like you're fully prepared for this certification assessment. Not bad at all. Li Shuer replied, Master, thank you for your praises. She sounded humble, but when she turned towards Huang Yueli, she raised her chin arrogantly with a satisfactory look. When the two of them left the examination premises, Li Shuer intentionally lowered her voice. You're too much of a joke, aren't you? Knowing that you can't answer the questions, you actually still submitted your paper earlier? Did you think that it would change anything? I'm telling you, the result will be the same. I didn't expect you to fail the first round of assessment and that I'm going to gain victory immediately. Such an easy win simply made me feel a little embarrassed. Huang Yueli's eyebrows rose up. Why? You feel that you've definitely won? Li Shuer smiled, naturally. Don't tell me that you think using that little bit of time to scribble some gibberish, you'd be able to answer at least 60% of the questions correctly? This is the Armament Master assessment. The examination questions have the most difficulty. Stop daydreaming and be prepared. Earlier we had agreed on this. If you lose, you'd be at my dispose. Lear. When Huang Yueli was submitting the examination paper, Li Moying had already stood up and walked towards the exit. Li Shuer heard his voice and jumped, not expected Li Moying to be standing right beside them. The things that she had said earlier had probably reached his ears. Li Shuer's neck shrank back as she started to feel afraid. But Li Moying only shot a cold glance at her and turned directly towards Huang Yueli, speaking in a deep voice with gentleness in his eyes. Lear, are you tired? Quickly, come over this side and take a rest. I brought you some water, so come drink a little. He passed Huang Yueli a glass of water. Huang Yueli received the glass and drank one mouthful only to discover that this was tea made out of amethyst green leaves. The effect of this tea was to refresh and clear the mind. Her eyes immediately lit up and her lips curled up into a sweet smile. You're really considerate, thank you. Li Moying smiled as he smoothed her slightly frizzled hair. No need for thanks, quickly come over and take a seat. The two of them sat down in one corner of the spectators' seating area. Even though their seats were really very, very far off in an isolated corner, so generally speaking, most people would not have noticed what was happening in the corner. But as both of them were too eye-catching, numerous glances fell onto them. Wow, so sweet. Senior brother Li is really nice to Bairuoli, and so considerate. I really envy her. That's right, if Senior Brotherly uses that pair of peach blossom eyes, and gives me just one look, I will immediately faint on the spot. Boo-hoo, why is Bairuoli's life so good? To let Senior Brotherly keep looking at her. Oh? In this case, Senior Brotherly came today, is to watch Bairuoli's assessment. Earlier, I thought he was here to watch out for Li Shuer. I'm so dumb. Why didn't you use your brain and think properly? How can that be possible? Senior Brotherly had never liked Li Shuer. That's what I thought. Just a few days ago, Senior Brotherly just taught Li Shuer a lesson, so how was it possible that they would make up so quickly? Just look at Li Shuer's complacent look. You'd think how incredible a first-tier armament master was to be able to make a male god like Senior Brotherly to bend his pride and please her? Isn't she a little too narcissistic? Li Shuer was totally ignored by Li Moying and she was already feeling stuffed, but when she heard the crowd's whisperings, she felt as though she had been slapped on the face as it flushed red, feeling extremely embarrassed. She silently gritted her teeth as hatred filled her heart. Forget it, just let that wretched lass be complacent for a little while more. Anyway, after the assessment results had been announced, Bairuoli will be out of the game. By then, she will absolutely let this wretched lass see some colors. Jiang Tuxin and the rest were watching from afar from the VIP seating area. President Hu looked how intimately the both of them behaved as he curiously asked, Principal Jiang, that young lady is. Jiang Tuxin introduced, this Miss Bai is one of Celestial Light Academy's students, and she had an exceptionally high innate talent in the art of cultivation. Merely 14 and she's already a third-stage realm 9th-level practitioner. In the future, she will definitely become one of Sky Cloud City's powerful top exponents. That's incredible. No wonder your academy is Sky Cloud City's #1 military institution, it's just full of talented miners. Then, she and young Sect Master Li. Young Sect Master and Miss Bai are fiancé and fiancée, and I heard that had been arranged since they were babies. Jiang Tuxin was all smiles as he explained. Both President Hu and President Gong were stunned. The reason was because they had heard rumors regarding Li Moying and Murong Fei's marriage and they totally could not understand where this misbuy appeared from. However, they were all intelligent people and didn't ask any further. This misbuy is really not simple. Not only does she have outstanding innate talent in martial cultivation, she also had extraordinary talent in armament refining, to be able to hand in the paper much earlier. Looks like it won't only be Li Shui who will be able to pass today's certification assessment. The minute President Hu said that, Jiang Tuxin started to appear slightly embarrassed. Regarding this is the first time I've heard too, that Miss Bai has interest in armament refining. Probably she's just here for fun only. Just as they were conversing, suddenly they heard an uproar. Tang Jinhua appeared on the stage once again. Everyone, the 1 hour's rest time is up and the Armament Guild and Celestial Light Academy's Profound Weapon Chambers teachers have gone through the examination papers and had already marked every student's papers. Now I shall announce the examination results. Fang Jihua, 53 points, Zhu Ziang, 61 points, Zhao Haiqing, 45 points. As the various results were reported out by Tang Jinhua, the students who heard the results had mixed reactions. Some were happy beyond words, whereas some were dejected. Everyone's marks were not considered very high, and the number of people who had passed this round merely obtained 60 to 70 points only. But this was after all a theory examination, and if one had seriously prepared would still be able to get slightly higher marks, so around half of the students had obtained the passing mark of 60 points. Li Shui, 85 points. The minute this result was announced, it immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. That's just too incredible, 85 points. How did she even do that? I heard that around 30% of the answers to the questions aren't found directly in the armament refining ancient records and must make use of one's understanding to complete it. So to be able to obtain 80 points was already a very difficult score to obtain, and Li Shui actually managed to get 85 points. Heavens, no wonder everyone said she was an armament refining genius. She indeed is outstanding. Even though those who usually dislike Li Shui also couldn't help but admit that Li Shui's score was indeed ridiculously high. Similarly, it also meant that she had the potential to crush the other examinees. Even President Hu and President Gong silently nodded their heads when they heard this score. Tang Jinhua smiled as he said, "All right, the above are the results for this round's assessment. Congratulations to those who had passed the first round of the assessment. Everyone, let's show our congratulations to them." The spectators started to clap. Li Shui's face had a slight smile hanging on her face, enjoying everyone's envious glares. But among the disorderly clapping, Huang Yueli's eyes widened in surprise. Because she didn't actually heard her examination results. What kind of situation was this? Had her score been left out accidentally? Huang Yueli hurriedly walked upwards and inquired, "Master Tang, what's going on? Why wasn't my results announced?" Tang Jinhua stood stunned as he hemmed and hawed. "Ah? Really? Your results wasn't announced? How is that possible? Could you have missed it?" As he was saying that, he kept winking at Huang Yueli, hinting her not to question any further. Huang Yueli had understood his underlying hint but still continued to ask, "I really didn't hear it. Will Master Tang please tell me again? At least let me know if I had passed the first round of assessment?" Tang Jinhua's expression turned embarrassed as he didn't know what to say at this moment. Because he had intentionally not revealed Huang Yueli's results out, as that result was really. Li Shui saw his awkward expression and her eyes lit up as she immediately understood what had happened. Tang Jinhua was not willing to say it out, so what other reason could it have been due to? It must be because this wretched lass's marks was simply too low and totally unpresentable. She immediately called out loudly, "That's right, Master, I didn't hear it earlier too?" It seemed to really have been left out. Such an important assessment, it's much fairer for everyone to know what her marks are. We cannot bully junior sister by. Hearing Li Shuer's words, everyone present started to parrot whatever she said. That's right, I didn't hear it either. It seemed that Bairuoli's score is left out. Master Tang, please announce it one more time. We also like to know what score did Bairuoli get. The Armament Master Certification Assessment was well known to be impartial and fair, so now that one person's results was short, everyone could not accept it at all. Tang Jinhua glanced helplessly at Huang Yueli and slowly said, "Could it really be that I had made a mistake? Let me check once again." Under the scrutiny of numerous pairs of eyes, he could only announce, Bairuoli's theory assessment results is 30 points. 30 points. Oh, junior sister Bai's score is indeed very low, and is the lowest among all those who took part in the assessment. Earlier she looked so confident when she went up to register. I had thought that she really knew how to refine armaments. So she was only putting up a show. How could you say that she didn't understand? Junior sister Bai had at least scored 30 points. Why don't you go and try taking the assessment? For someone like her, who had not learned systemically about armament refining, could attain this score is already not bad at all. But as compared to real armament masters, the disparity is just too huge. Li Shuer had scored 85 points, close to 3 times of her score. The crowd were speculating and discussing on their own views. Huang Yueli's eyes grew wide, simply unable to believe her own ears. Master Tang, what did you say? How many points did I score? Tang Jinhua couldn't help but sigh. Miss Bai, I know you are not willing to accept this truth, but you indeed had only scored 30 points, and you have not passed the first round of assessment. But don't be too discouraged. You had already scored much better than what I had expected, so next year, you will definitely be able to pass the theory assessment. Tang Jinhua looked at her shocked expression and shook his head sympathetically. Huang Yueli's score was indeed too low. Generally speaking, for those armament apprentices who had the guts to register for the certification assessment, were normally the cream of the crop among the same age, and scoring 40 points and above was absolutely no problem at all. 30 points. This was the lowest score which had not been seen for several years. Tang Jinhua was worried that once the score was announced, it would affect Bairuoli's reputation and had intentionally not announced it earlier. Wasn't this also for the fact that she was young sect master's fiancée? Towards normal people, he wouldn't even bother to help them hide their score. Whoever knew that not only did this young lass not appreciate his goodwill, she even hounded him for her score. Now that things had come to this, there was no way to hide it any further. Huang Yueli asked unbelievably, wait a minute. Master Tang, why is it that I don't understand what you're saying? I only scored 30 points? How is that possible? You must have gotten something wrong somewhere? Could it be that my paper was mixed up with someone else's? What kind of joke was that? Just a simple theory paper which didn't require any technological content. She actually scored 30 points? Honestly speaking, when she was writing the paper, she indeed hadn't been too serious and could not guarantee that she did everything correctly, so scoring full marks was not possible. But just this kind of difficulty, scoring 95 points, was an easy feat for her, so how was it possible that she only scored 30 points? If this news reached Soaring Heavens Continent's Armament Guild headquarters, probably everyone would laugh their teeth off. A 9th-tier armament master like her actually failed at a 1st-tier armament master certification assessment paper. Tang Jinhua hadn't got the time to say anything when Li Shuer already couldn't help herself from sneering. Bairuoli, aren't you just too funny? 30 points is 30 points, your standard is just that much and everyone knows about it, so what excuses are you going to find for yourself? The Armament Guild is absolutely fair. Do you think everyone is that free to intentionally go around framing you? For that instant, Huang Yueli had thought that Li Shuer had done something to her paper. But when she looked at Li Shuer's shocked and joyful expression, it seemed like it wasn't really like that. Moreover, the Armament Guild's influence was very great, and just basing on Li Shuer's status and ability, she indeed did not have the means to bribe everyone in the Armament Guild. Huang Yueli didn't bother about Li Shuer but emphasized once again towards Tang Jinhua, "Master Tang, I wish to apply for a recheck on my paper to see what went wrong with my paper. I am certain that my score wouldn't just be 30 marks that low. There must be some accidental incident happening." Tang Jinhua was put in a difficult position. Miss Bai, our Armament Guild certification assessment, had never made the exception to recheck anyone's paper. Moreover, every single paper had not been marked only by one armament master, but had been accessed by 3 different powers armament masters to examine before deriving at the final score. This is an absolutely fair system, and there will not be any mistakes occurring. When Huang Yueli heard what he said, she started to frown. According to Tang Jinhua's explanation, the system of marking the papers had indeed been thoroughly thought through, and theoretically speaking, there shouldn't be any mistakes at all. But her assessment results was simply too ridiculous. "Master Tang, I'm not sure what happened exactly, but I can guarantee that my score in this round of theory assessment could not possibly be that low. There must have been a problem when the paper was marked. If you don't believe what I said, then take my paper out to take a look and you will know." "This? I say, by Ruoli, how could you even have the nerve to suggest this? I have really never seen someone so shameless like you. You couldn't get any good scoring and is not able to pass the assessment, then just admit that your own standard is too low. Why must you insist that the teachers who mark the paper have a problem? Hee, I'm telling you, the Armament Guild have never made any mistakes before, so the person who is in the wrong is definitely you." Li Shuer looked at her in high spirits, and her tone was filled with ridicule and taunting. "Oh, I know. Is it because you'd made a bet with me and not happy that you lost, worried that you'd be at my disposal and be in deep shit, so that's why you're hanging on like that, refusing to admit your defeat? But no matter what reason you find, a loss is a loss. Do you think that dragging on a bit more time could change anything? In the end, won't you still have to kneel down beside me and listen to my orders?" The more Li Shuer said, the happier she got, and if it wasn't for so many people present, she would not be able to stop herself from dancing. Usually, she had been pinned down by Huang Yueli, as every single challenge she threw out had been thrown back right at her fiercely. It was finally now that she felt exuberant. To be able to see Huang Yueli's reputation reached an all-time low and be viciously fixed by her, she really could laugh even in her dreams. Huang Yueli turned her head around and threw her an icy cold glance. Li Shuer shuddered uncontrollably when she saw her substantial glance fixed onto herself. Huang Yueli's gaze was simply too cold, too icy, and even held some traces of a superior's pressure, making Li Shuer's legs turned into jelly. What are you thinking of doing? I'm warning you, you agree to bet, you accept to lose. Earlier you had agreed personally on this bet, so are you trying to disavow now?" Huang Yueli replied, "The things that I had agreed on, I will never disavow on it. But now the results are not out yet. On the contrary, senior sister Li, remember what you said earlier. If you lose, don't eat your own words." Li Shuer sneered, "Why are you still trying to pretend? You're definitely going to lose, and still, deliberately mystifying the whole matter?" Huang Yueli didn't bother about her as she turned towards Tang Jinhua and raised out her request again. Tang Jinhua was still hesitating but suddenly felt an icy cold feeling coming from his back. He subconsciously turned around only to discover that Li Moying was seated on the VIP seating, using his pair of icy and stern peach blossom eyes staring intently over this side. His cold thin lips were slightly pursed and his face had been tainted with a tinge of fury. Jiang Tuxin saw him, turned his head back and hurriedly made a hand gesture at him. In Principal Zhang's heart, he was already scolding him upside down. What situation was it now? This Tang Jinhua still didn't know how to behave like a person. Armament masters are indeed all bookworms and not reliable at all. Couldn't he see that young sect master had already gone on a rage? Why didn't he understood what Miss Bai said and let her recheck her paper? Just how much trouble was that? As for whether it was fair or not, could it even be compared to young sect master's rage? Tang Jinhua sighed again as he indeed had other considerations in his mind, because this wasn't Celestial Light Academy's own assessment, but had involved the Armament Guild as well. President who chose to open his mouth at the right moment. This is the first time I've met anyone who feels that the Armament Guild is unfair. Generally speaking, the certification assessment indeed does not allow a recheck of papers, but on account of Celestial Light Sect, we will allow Miss Bai a chance to recheck her paper. But I have to put the ugly words first. If the result of the recheck shows that there isn't any problem with the marking, then Miss Bai will have to accept the result of being eliminated. We cannot lower the standard of our certification assessment. President whose words were meant for Li Moying's ears. To give Celestial Light Sect's young sect master's fiancée face to recheck her paper wasn't that much of a big deal. President who wasn't that rigid, and moreover he was certain that the Armament Guild would not possibly make any mistakes, so this was just a passing scenario, and it would also make Li Moying owe them a favor, so why not? He was worried that Li Moying would make use of Celestial Light Sect's power and request him to certify Huang Yueli as an exception. In this way, it would indeed damage the Armament Guild's reputation. Li Moying nodded his head. This will do, thank you President Hu for being accommodative. President Hu heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that although this young sect master looked overbearing and stern, but he was still rather reasonable. How on earth would he even guessed that it was because Li Moying had already affirmed that his little fox's exceptional ability in armament refining and was able to use her own capability to resolve this matter, which led him to say these. If that wasn't the case, what other things would Li Moying not do to win his fiancée's heart? Tang Jinhua obtained the president's approval, and without further consideration, he immediately said, right, since Miss Bai had requested once again, then we shall make an exception and allow you to do a recheck. Will the three masters who marked Bairuoli's examination script please bring out her paper? Finding the paper required a bit of time, so Huang Yueli and the rest of them stood on the stage waiting. The students at the spectators' seating were already bustling, guessing what was the result of this recheck. Most of them thought that Huang Yueli's recheck was a complete waste of time. She originally wasn't an armament apprentice, so scoring 30 marks was very normal. Her own standard was too low, so how could she even blame the Armament Guild for that? After the recheck was done, there would definitely not be any mistakes in the score, whereas she would be slapped on the face. Just thinking about it made one ashamed and unable to show their face. Only Su Qingyue, Yu Xinyang and some others were confident in Huang Yueli and were defending her among the crowd. What makes you think that junior sister Bai would be slapped on the face? Perhaps there really are errors in the paper. That's right, I believe junior sister Bai will not do things which she isn't confident about. Since she already said that, then she must have absolute confidence in her own ability, knowing that her scoring shouldn't be that low. Unfortunately, these words only led to a gust of ridicule. Enough of that. We all know you're on Bairuoli's side, but how could you speak blindly? That's right, just based on the fact that Bairuoli isn't even an armament apprentice, she couldn't possibly obtain any high score. Li Shuer was following closely beside Huang Yueli as she smiled and said, Junior sister Bai, now you have attained your wish and Master Tang has allowed you to recheck your paper. When the paper is shown to everyone, that score is akin to nailing it onto the board. By then, you'd have no way of denying further. That's right, by then, there is no way of denying, so senior sisterly better start thinking about your route to run around naked. Huang Yueli replied immodestly. You. Li Shuer had wanted to say more things, but stopped on seeing a middle-aged armament master dressed in the armament master's long robe with a second-tier armament master badge pinned onto his chest, walking up the stage with quick steps. Master Tang, by Ruoli's paper have been found. Master Yu, thank you for your trouble. Tang Jinhua nodded his head in reply. Master Yu slapped the paper onto the table with a loud bam as his expression wasn't too good. It's not too much trouble. But this is an insult to us armament masters. She actually don't believe the scoring which the three of us came out with. Alright, then see for yourself and let the others here take a look as well. Who is right and who is wrong? Earlier I had also reassessed the paper with the other two masters, 30 points. Is absolutely correct. Armament masters had always been held in high regard by others and their original selves were rather proud. Moreover, Huang Yueli had questioned their professionalism, so it's no wonder that Master Yu was so angry. Tang Jinhua hurriedly placated him. Men, quickly serve Master Yu tea. Master Yu, please stay calm. Miss Bai has just started learning the art of armament refining and is still a beginner. So she might not know how things work around here. If there's anything that she had done to offend you, please don't take it up with this young lady. Master Yu humped heavily, apparently not appeased at all. Tang Jinhua retrieved the paper but didn't immediately announce the results. Instead, he looked speedily at the answers inside. The more he saw, the more discouraged he felt. Because after looking at the answers which Huang Yueli wrote, he discovered that what Master Yu and the others said were all correct. This paper's score was indeed only worth 30 points. How was he going to deal with this? He had thought that this young lass had insisted on checking the paper again because she had some other basis. Even if she could not obtain the passing mark of 60 points, at least it should raise the score by at least 8 or 10 points, right? Whoever knew that she really only had the standard of 30 points, no more or no less. If he were to announce this to all the students present, it was imaginable that Huang Yueli would entirely become a laughingstock today. This young lass's reputation wasn't much to speak about, but if young sect master were to take out his anger on him, what should he do? Tang Jinhua shook as he held the paper in his hands as sweat started to appear profusely on his forehead. Li Shuer noticed that there was no activity from him and she urged, Master, what are the contents written on the paper? Announce it out and let everyone judge it together? Tang Jinhua stared at this disciple of his, feeling that she really had no vision at all. Hadn't she noticed that he didn't want to announce it at all? And yet she actually jumped out to undermine him. However, what made Tang Jinhua even more speechless was that Huang Yueli herself actually jumped out too. Master Tang, what on earth is going on? Let me take a look at the paper. Tang Jinhua was left helpless as he could only pass the paper over to Huang Yueli, not forgetting to console her at the same time. Miss Bai, there really isn't any notable errors in the marking of the script, so you need not feel too discouraged. In the past, you aren't even an armament apprentice, so obtaining this score is already. That's what I was saying, there must be some errors in the marking here. Moreover, this is ridiculously wrong. I say, who was the one who marked this paper? How can they anyhow mark it? Isn't there any justice at all? Moreover, the standard is simply too low. Before Tang Jinhua had completed his sentence, Huang Yueli had already scanned through her entire paper and started to furiously accuse the markers. Oh? Really? Tang Jinhua was stunned and thought that he had seen wrongly as he hurriedly withdrew the paper back and took another look at it. But, there still wasn't any wrong. This paper was at most only worth 30 points. He used his 4th-tier armament master badge to swear that he absolutely had not seen anything wrong with the paper. Master Yu, who had marked the paper, also closed in, and upon taking one look at the paper, he was so angry that he almost jumped up as his entire face flushed red with anger. Why, you? By Ruoli. Are you blind? Where is the error on this paper? We had looked at every single answer carefully, and right is right, whereas wrong is wrong. All the answers can be found on the foundation of the armament refining ancient records. Really? But the marks awarded here is obviously incorrect. Although I had indeed not put in too much effort while doing this paper. For example, this last question here. I was too lazy to write too much and skipped some steps instead, and you've deducted 5 points from here. This I can still accept. But how about the earlier ones here? Are these answers not correct? What right do you have to deduct my points? And moreover, you've deducted so much. Huang Yueli stretched out her delicate finger and pointed through those questions one after another. Master Yu followed the direction which she pointed at and was so angry that he stared daggers at her and blasted his beard. How is it correct? You dare to claim that you're correct? It's obviously all wrong. And it's all ridiculously wrong, yet you still dare to twist your words and force logic on it? Did you think I'm suffering from amnesia? I'm telling you, your petty tricks has no effect on me. I've become an armament master for 20 years already, so do you think I'd get such basic logic wrong? The two of them were locked in a heated argument as Li Shuer walked over and took a look at the paper. Just looking at the first few questions, she already couldn't help but starting bursting out in laughter. I say. By Ruoli, you really are. Really too shameless. These are obviously all wrong, and yet you still dare to accuse the marker? Who gave you the guts and confidence to do so? I know you're afraid of being eliminated and worried that you'd lose the bet you have with me, but pestering in this manner is useless, and will only reduce you to become Celestial Light Academy's laughingstock. The spectators below the stage were also bursting out. What's the situations now? Is Bairuoli's score correct or wrong? Is there a need to ask? The truth is right before us. Haven't you seen Master Tang, Master Yu, and Li Shuer all said the same thing? Bairuoli had answered all the questions wrongly, and the score on that paper is absolutely correct. Since the armament masters have already said so, what is Bairuoli still arguing about? Does she feel that she has not been embarrassed enough? If I were her, I'd already have dug a hole in the ground and hidden it. That's right. How does she even have the courage of her convictions to stand on the stage? Surely senior brother Li's face have all been thrown away with such a fiancé? Li Shuer laughed so much until she almost couldn't stand up straight when she heard what the others were discussing below the stage. She had never expected that wretched lass to be so dumb. At this point in time, she was still making herself hang on tight in spite of adversity, and this only made her even more embarrassed. Huang Yueli frowned slightly, not understanding what the situation was becoming. She had answered the questions herself and had an amount of certainty in her mind, so naturally, there wouldn't be any mistakes. But since so many armament masters said that she was wrong, Huang Yueli suddenly thought of something as she pointed her finger on the first fill-in-the-blank question. You say I answered wrongly, then let me ask you. This question regarding the steps on refining the impurities in the Scarlet Thunder Steel, how many steps were there altogether? I wrote 3 steps, so in what way am I wrong? In what way are you wrong? 3 steps? Are you making a mistake somewhere? Scarlet Thunder Steel is a second-tier armament refining material, and moreover, it had always been associated with the other metal attributes, so there are many different varieties of impurities in it. Using 3 steps alone, and you want to refine all of the impurities? Are you thinking too much? You'd need at least 5 steps. Li Shuer laughed exaggeratedly. Master Yu also cried out, the correct answer to this question is 5 steps. It's been recorded in so many basic armament refining ancient records. It's a well-known standard method. The corners of Huang Yueli's mouth twitched slightly, and without saying anything else, she pointed to the next question. How about this? In order to fuse 2 different metal attributes together, how many types of hand gestures are required? I wrote 11 types, so why is this wrong? Li Shuer snatched to answer again. 11 types? What kind of joke is that? There is a total of 7 types only. Do you treat hand gestures as buying vegetables in the market? You want how many and you'd get how many? There's just merely 7 types, and these total were accumulated since several hundred years ago from all the senior armament masters. 11 types. What are those extra 4 types? Why don't you do it and show us? When Master Yu heard her reply, he unexpectedly revealed a satisfied expression. Not bad, Miss Li is really an experienced armament apprentice, your basic knowledge is very sound. Miss Bai, I've heard that you're one of Celestial Light Academy's cultivation talents, and your power is very strong, but this does not mean that you can insult us armament masters. Now that the truth has been revealed and had proven that you've answered wrongly while the fault does not lie with us Armament Guild, what else do you have to say? Master Yu stood up in a towering figure and looked down towards Huang Yueli, his tone tinged with contempt. To actually humiliate the valuable armament master, this matter was not going to pass by easily. When Tang Jinhua saw this, he hurried over and persuaded, all right, Master Yu, I've already told you that this young lass is still young and ignorant, so don't hold it against her. Let's just let today's matter pass and treat that I owe you a favor. Alright, now that the first round of assessment has ended, those who had passed hurry over and prepare for the next round of assessment. As Tang Jinhua was saying this, he was expressing Huang Yueli to get off the stage quickly, attempting to turn big problems into small ones, and small ones into no problems at all. But not only did Huang Yueli refuse to step down, instead she took a step forward and cried out loudly, wait a minute, this matter had not ended. I finally know why my assessment score is so low. So it's because you're all low-leveled armament masters and have not seen much of the world. Hearing Li Shui and Master Yu's explanation, Huang Yueli finally understood what had happened. When Huang Yueli was answering the questions, she had written the answers which she thought was correct, as these were all knowledge which she had acquired from her previous life's master, whereas some were derived during the process based on her hands-on practice. Before this, she had never doubted the problems which these answers would give or how different it would be from the standard answer. Thinking back now, the knowledge she acquired against the few people from the Armament Guild seemed to have a hell of a difference. For example, the question regarding the hand gestures to fuse the metal attributes. 30 years ago, there indeed was only 7 types, but later on in her previous life while she was in Mythical Flame Palace, she had researched another 2 additional hand gestures, and when she became a 9th-tier armament master, she created yet another 2 other hand gestures. Because of that, there was a total of 11 types. The only thing was that these 4 new hand gestures were extremely demanding on the armament master's mental power, so generally speaking, it was impossible for armament masters of 6th tier and below to be able to accomplish it, so there weren't many people who knew about this. From the looks of it, the Armament Guild's basic foundation in the ancient records only recorded those 7 basic types of methods. Huang Yueli felt extremely vexed. She was simply too indifferent to this assessment, thinking that based on her own ability, a mere first-tier armament master assessment should be chicken feet to her. Why would she need to even prepare for it? So she had never even once took a look at the low-tiered armament refining ancient records, hence she had not even considered that this sort of problem would even occur. But now thinking back to this, wasn't it obvious that these low-leveled armament masters' insight and knowledge were different from her, a previous 9th-tier armament master? She should have thought of it long ago. If she had bothered to take a look at one of the ancient records earlier, then this mistake wouldn't have occurred. Unfortunately, it's now all too late for these. She could only use the truth to speak. Huang Yueli immodestly referred the armament masters present as low-leveled armament masters and even said that they have not seen the world. Master Yu and the others had always seen themselves as a proud individual, so since when had they even heard such direct and penetrative reprimand? At that moment, each and every one of their faces turned green with anger. Master Yu had originally despised Huang Yueli, and at this moment, he pounded on the table in fury. You lass, is that how you talk? I am indeed not some high-leveled armament master, but no matter how less of the world I had seen, I also know the basic foundations of armament refining. What are you? How dare you slander me like that? When Li Shuer heard what Huang Yueli said, initially she was rendered dumbstruck as well, but very quickly, she started sniggering silently. This wretched lass really knows how to invite death to herself recklessly. She herself insisted on checking the paper, and after being slapped on the face, not only did she refuse to admit her loss, she actually dared to accuse the armament master who marked the paper. Did she really feel that her death wasn't quick enough? Li Shuer kept adding oil to the fire as she said, "Isn't that right, junior sister Bai? How can you behave in this way? The result of the recheck had proven that you're not correct. There is irrefutable evidence, and you're still trying to deny? What is that for? They are valuable armament masters, and had already wasted their cultivation and armament refining time to help you recheck your paper. Not only are you not grateful to them, you're actually trying to splash dirty water on them. If everyone misunderstood that you're acting against the Armament Guild, then that wouldn't be good for you." Although the word she used was misunderstood, but she actually meant something else. She was actually hinting that Huang Yueli was intentionally going against the Armament Guild, and was trying to challenge the Armament Guild's authority. She wanted Huang Yueli to offend the Armament Guild completely. To offend a huge powerhouse which had a large influence on the entire Soaring Heavens continent. Even Li Moying would not be able to protect her by then. Those armament masters present immediately got riled up the minute they heard what Li Shuer said, as everyone were infuriated beyond words. That's right, who does this young lass think she is? She's not even an armament apprentice, and she dares to say we have not seen the world. Whoever gave her the courage and whoever gave her the qualification to even dare to let out a spate of nonsense about the Armament Guild? Does she not want to live anymore? Isn't her skin a little too thick? She could not even answer a first-tier armament master paper, yet blame us for being low-leveled? Isn't she just too shameless for saying such things? Even Tang Jinhua's expression didn't look too well. Although he had always been standing on Huang Yueli's side, but what was she saying? She had scolded all the armament masters present. Huang Yueli on the other hand remained as per normal, as she said indifferently, "My apologies, and it's not that I look down on the Armament Guild, but I'm just merely looking down on those armament masters who have no common sense. Whoever wants to fit into that description, please feel free to do so." Master Yu was so angry that he almost went crazy because her had really never suffered such injustice before. You dare to say that I have no common sense? It's obviously yourself who had answered wrongly. All the questions here are from the same source and are all recorded in the ancient records left behind by various reputable armament masters. Is that so? Then what era are these armament masters from? Some have already passed on for several hundreds of years already, isn't it? You all actually treat the art of refining armament left behind hundreds of years ago as the truth, and not knowing how to learn new methods to create new ways to refine armaments, so it's no wonder that you'd always remain as low-leveled armament masters. What do you know? Master Yu blew his beard as his eyes turned wide, furiously staring at her and shouting, "Armament refining skill is originally an ancient and invaluable art, so naturally it will require several thousand years of armament masters to continue this tradition. Our forefathers had left behind these ancient records, and these are all priceless treasures. What new skills, new methods? Who do you think you are? The 11 types of hand gestures fusion or 3 steps to get rid of impurities, I've never heard of it before." Master Yu's figure was tall, and after he got agitated, not only did his face flushed red, he even started shouting and yelling, which became a huge difference against the petite young lady in front of him. This made Huang Yueli appear even more delicate. But an indifferent expression still hung on her face. "It's actually very easy to prove if I'm just talking blindly or if you have no common sense." Prove? You're obviously wrong, so how are you trying to prove yourself? Master Yu sneered coldly. Why not we do it this way? I can refine armament on the spot and display those few hand gestures which I had written on my paper, to prove that my answer is right. What did you say? Master Yu had thought he had heard her wrongly and paused for a moment before his eyes widened in disbelief. You say, you're going to publicly display your method of refining armaments here? Huang Yueli nodded. That's right, this is the simplest and fastest way, isn't it? Otherwise, you will claim you're right and I insist that I'm right, so if this carries on, when will we ever reach a conclusion? What kind of joke are you saying? Refine armament on the spot. Do you even know how to refine armament? And you even want to display your method publicly? Master Yu didn't know if he should laugh or cry. This young lass in front of her had only scored 30 marks for the theory paper, and with this standard, it was obvious that she knew nothing about armament refining, and she even wanted to refine armaments publicly? He was worried that the minute she started, she would directly blow the furnace up into pieces. Li Shuer was even more direct as she couldn't stop sniggering even when she covered her own mouth as she continued, Junior sister Bai, you really know how to refine armaments? How do you think about it, or can you demonstrate to us on the spot on how to fuse those hand gestures? 11 types? Sorry for my bluntness, but not to mention 11 types of hand gestures. If you're able to even do one, then I'll kneel down in front of you. Did you think it's so easy to become an armament master? Every single hand gesture requires several months of practice, otherwise it's just impossible to master it. How many days have you just started learning to refine armaments? Huang Yueli shot her glance towards her. If I'm able to display one type of hand gesture, then will you really kneel down in front of me? Li Shuer's face turned back, intuition telling her that something was wrong with this question. This wretched lass had always been abnormal. She naturally would not believe in 11 hand gestures, but mastering just 1 or 2 types, she probably was able to. She hurriedly changed the topic. Don't be mistaken, I'm doing this for your own good, which is why I'm persuading you now. You've not even touched an armament furnace before, so you probably can't even start the fire, right? Moreover, the 11 hand gestures which you talked about are non-existent, so stop insisting on saying that. It'd only make the others laugh at you. Huang Yueli could tell that she was scared stiff and sneered. How do you know that I've never touched an armament furnace before? I've not even started to demonstrate, so how do you know that 11 types of hand gestures are non-existent? This is originally the truth, so how would I not know? Who's right and who's wrong? Let's let the truth speak for itself. Now that things had gotten to this step, Tang Jinhua felt that he had no way to settle it, so he ran over to the VIP seating and asked for advice from them. Jiang Tuxin and the rest felt that Huang Yueli was reluctant to admit her mistake. The paper had already been rechecked and so many armament masters had already deemed that she was wrong, whereas she was the only one who insisted she was correct. No normal person would believe her, right? He really didn't know what happened to her, as she was usually a smart young lass, but why did she choose to be abnormal today? Just that he couldn't say out these words, because Li Moying was just seated beside him. This young sect master, perhaps, can you persuade Miss Bai instead? Jiang Tuxin hesitated for a moment, before he opened his mouth. Li Moying kept a cold and indifferent expression while looking towards the stage, and when he heard Jiang Tuxin's words, his eyebrows rose. Persuade her? Why should I persuade her? Jiang Tuxin saw his nonchalant look and grew even more anxious. Young sect master, this cannot continue like this. Although Miss Bai didn't do well this time, but based on her innate talent, if she wanted to learn how to refine armaments, there are plenty of other chances. Why must she persist on that her way is right? Li Moying swept him an icy cold glance as his tone was equally cold. Principal Jiang, I might not understand it well, but from what you mean, you feel that my leer is wrong? This? Jiang Tuxin choked. He naturally thought that Huang Yueli was wrong in his heart, but since Li Moying had already said that, even if he grew 10 more guts, he wouldn't dare to speak his mind. After a while, he finally stifled out a sentence, this. Since Miss Bai said that, she must have her own logic, but in order to debate who is right and who is wrong, it's not realistic. Why is it not realistic? Li Moying asked. Hasn't Lear already said? She can start her furnace and refine armaments on the spot to demonstrate those armament refining hand gestures. Then let her use the truth to speak. But. Jiang Tuxin's forehead started to form cold sweat as it started to drip down. Miss Bai's brain wasn't functioning well, but why did young sect master also not get what was happening? Jiang Tuxin wanted to persuade further when President Hu was sitting by the side, suddenly butted into the conversation. Principal Jiang, since Miss Bai has enough confidence and wanted to display her methods on the spot, now that young sect master Li has also consented, then you should stop objecting further. That's right, the so-called 11 types of hand gestures which are used to fuse metal attributes, we had indeed heard of it but had never seen it personally before. If Miss Bai is able to display it out then towards the armaments masters in Sky Cloud City's branch armament guild is a huge opportunity. President Gong supported his idea. Huh? Jiang Tuxin was completely stunned. He had thought that President Hu and President Gong would be the angriest duo around here and had not expected the both of them to say such things. Furthermore, from their expressions, they had totally no trace of fury at all. On the contrary, their expressions seemed to seep out some traces of excitement. Tang Jinhua also noticed that something was wrong as he looked at the two presidents in shock. President Hu, President Gong, you. President Hu smiled. Jinhua, come along and take a careful look. These armament refining methods, even though I had not seen it before and if it wasn't for this occasion, I'm afraid that Miss Bai wouldn't even be willing to publicly display it for everyone to see. Tang Jinhua said. President Hu, you're meaning, don't tell me that you feel that Bai Ruoli's answer is right? President Hu played around with his grayish-white beard and replied seemingly in thought, the 11 hand gestures which Miss Bai talked about, I have heard it from someone before, but as I had not witnessed it previously, I had always thought it was more likely a rumor and the confirmed hand gestures are only 7 types. But she actually said that she could display it publicly. Could it be that the rumor is not fake? President Gong also responded, earlier President Hu and I had been discussing for quite a bit and we both feel that since Miss Bai had such confidence, then she shouldn't be telling lies. Perhaps she had some extremely incredible master and could understand all these. If she really could display all the 11 hand gestures, then that would prove that her master is an armament grandmaster who is much stronger than all of us. Perhaps he is some VIP in the Soaring Heavens Continent's headquarters. President Hu nodded his head. That's right, if she had an incredible master, then she should be 90% sure that she could do it. But the only thing is she is still so young, so even if she knew all 11 hand gestures, she would probably not be able to master all. But just seeing the few types of hand gestures, which had not been seen before, would already be our utmost glory. The both of them were after all 6th-tier armament masters, and their distance, from an armament grandmaster, just one step away. Their insight and knowledge were ahead by everyone else's by a huge chunk. They could already tell how extraordinary Huan Yueli was. So although they didn't stop Huan Yueli from displaying publicly, it was not because they wanted her to make a fool of herself, but actually wanted to secretly learn her skills. Tang Jinhua became dumbstruck, not expected that the 2 armament masters whom he had admired the most actually felt that Huan Yueli was right. And moreover, they even gave her such a high valuation. This young lass's master was an even more incredible armament master than President Hu. How was that possible? Hadn't she came from a small country like South Hu Kingdom? President Hu urged, why are you still standing around here for? Quickly invite Miss Bai to display her hand gestures? He really couldn't wait to learn from her. Oh, right. Tang Jinhua speedily ran back to the stage. After the verification from President Hu and President Gong from the Armament Guild, they have agreed to Miss Bai's request to display publicly, and now, we'd like to invite Miss Bai up on stage. Li Shuer sniggered secretly as she called out, Junior Sister Bai, my master had already agreed to let you display publicly, so what are you waiting for? This is your own request, so don't regret it. Huang Yueli gave a cold harumph and, not saying anything further, she walked up directly beside Tang Jinhua. When the armament master saw her on stage, they started to ridicule her. She actually dared to go up. Simply don't know what's good for her. Hee, I must see for myself. How is she going to come out with 11 hand gestures? Let's see how she's prepared to finish up. Tang Jinhua went up beside Huang Yueli and lowered his voice, Miss Bai, we have a collection of different armament furnaces here in Celestial Light Academy's profound weapon chambers, so if you have any special requests, let me know, and I'll get them to get it out from the storage. Li Shuer had not expected Tang Jinhua to speak so politely and even with a feeling of respect as her eyes opened wide in surprise. What was the situation? Could Master be ridiculing this wretched lass? Could it be that she had heard him wrongly? And he even allowed her to choose any armament furnace. The storage's collections were all quality goods. Previously she had wanted to choose one, but was rejected by Tang Jinhua, saying that only after she had become a first-tier armament master, then would she be able to apply for one. Why is it that this wretched lass could casually choose one? However, what made her even more surprised was Huang Yueli actually didn't accept his offer, but shook her head and said, no need, I have prepared my own armament furnace. Saying that, she waved her hand and took out a broken armament furnace from the Sky Phoenix ring. Li Shuer took a close look at it and almost laughed out, I say, Junior Sister Bai, this armament furnace of yours, isn't it just a little too broken? So many areas on the exterior of the furnace had already rusted and the patterns are already so blurred. I wonder if it's still usable? Tang Jinhua also frowned, Miss Bai, this armament furnace of yours is indeed a little too old, and I'm afraid it wouldn't be too easy to use, so why not just change one? Huang Yueli shook her head, no need, I've been using this for a very long time, and if it was other armament furnaces, it might not be as handy as this. Tang Jinhua saw that he wasn't able to persuade her, so he could only retreat to one side. When Li Moying saw the armament furnace, which Huang Yueli took out, he couldn't help but smile. On that handsome and icy cold face, it revealed some tinges of gentleness. He recalled that this armament furnace was the one which he and Huang Yueli had obtained in Dark Moon Forest, and at that time, this furnace had sealed a half-god relic, the amethyst light sword. Huang Yueli had used quite an amount of effort to retrieve the half-god relic, but in the end the amethyst light sword's spirit artifact, Little Lilac, only recognized him as her master, which made his little fox throw a huge tantrum. Recalling that now, he distinctly remembered the way his little thing threw her temper, that cute look. An armament furnace, which was able to seal a half-god relic, it was definitely not something ordinary. President Hu was one who knew how to recognize valuable items, and knew that since Huang Yueli brought out this armament furnace at this occasion, it was certainly not as broken as it appeared to be. But after looking at it for some time, he could not tell what material was this armament furnace made out of, nor tell what the uses of the patterns which were inscribed on could do. Because of that, Huang Yueli became even more mysterious in his eyes. Huang Yueli set up the armament furnace and rubbed away the dust on it. Following that, she pointed with her finger and a small amethyst ray flame shot out from her fingertip and flew into the bottom part of the armament furnace's fire entrance. A loud boom reverberated. A small ball of flame, upon entering the fire entrance, instantly grew and became a raging ball of fire, wrapping the entire armament furnace in its flames. Furthermore, among the flames, a purplish bolt, which could be seen flashing, giving off a chafing sound. The might of that flame was astonishing. Huang Yueli controlled the intensity of the fire with a point of her finger. Under her control, the monstrous deviant flame was tamed and became obedient as it started to form into a dark purplish-colored flame, entering the fire entrance. All the spectators were stunned upon seeing this. Especially among those armament masters who were still jeering at Huang Yueli for bringing out such a rundown armament furnace. Before their laughter had actually stopped, suddenly, they saw the shocking scene. Their jaws almost dropped down onto the ground in shock. Look, that ball of purplish flame, how could the intensity of the fire be so strong? Surely it can't be a deviant flame? It's not possible, right? I've never seen a deviant flame before. Even our president himself doesn't have any deviant flame sparks, isn't it? She's merely a young lass who's not even an armament apprentice. How could she possibly have one? But, the flame that she has is very familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. I have the same impression too. In the deviant flame pictorial, there indeed has a kind of purplish thunder attributed deviant flame. I think it's called amethyst thunder flame? That really looks like it. But, sure not right? How could it be possible? On the VIP seating, President Hu and President Gong were so excited that they almost jumped out of their seats. It's the amethyst thunder flame, it really is. Heavens, this Miss Bai's background is not as simple as we think. She actually has a deviant flame. How on earth did she get it? Just how strong is the existence of the influence behind her? Li Moying's lips curled upwards complacently as his gaze was affixed on Huang Yueli, who was on stage. Whenever his little fox started to refine armaments, she would be exceptionally absorbed into it, but he especially liked watching her attentive look. Every time this happened, Li Moying would have an illusion as though he had always been watching Huang Yueli refine armaments, and moreover he had already watched her for a long, long time. No matter how many times he watched, he would not get sick of it. Huang Yueli controlled the amethyst thunder flame and heated up the armament furnace. Just as the body of the furnace started to appear a dark red glow, with a lift of her hand, she struck out a stream of methodical gesture as the furnace lid gradually flew upwards and landed on the side. A large piece of scarlet thunder steel and another large piece of white moon iron were placed beside her. These two were the most commonly seen materials among the low-tiered materials, and Tang Jinhua got his staff to bring it out. Firstly, she placed the scarlet thunder steel into the armament furnace, and following that, she controlled the deviant flame and started refining. The armament masters looked at her well-trained skill and started to realize that she was truly a top expert. But following her continuous refining, some of them started to mumble. What's going on? Why didn't she put the lid on? That's right, leaving the lid open will cause a drop in the temperature within the armament furnace, so how could she even refine the impurities? Isn't she just unruly? Does she even know how to refine armaments? I don't even understand what she's doing. Just as everyone were in a daze, Huang Yueli suddenly spoke. All right everyone, look carefully now. I'm going to start refining the impurities. Earlier Master Yu said a second-tier material like the Scarlet Thunder Steel had many impurities and will need 5 steps to refine all the impurities. But in actual fact, only 3 steps will do. But you must first control the flame's intensity and temperature precisely. As Huang Yueli explained, she started to operate. First step. Second step. Third step. Following the various hand gestures which kept flying out from her fingers, the Scarlet Thunder Steel had been ablated under the deviant flame's high temperature into a liquid form and the impurities within it were removed. The Scarlet Thunder Steel's color also became deeper and deeper, and finally it turned into a vermilion cinnabar-like color. Those armament masters present were all stunned, not daring to believe in what they had just seen. Heavens, it's really possible, it really only needed 3 steps. How is that possible? How did she do it? This new method is simply unheard of. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never believe it at all. 3 steps, it really only needed 3 steps. So what Bairuoli said was really true, the people who were wrong are us. This. What should we do now? I really have no face to see anyone. The armament masters looked at each other with their red faces, feeling extremely ashamed. This was simply a hard slap across their faces. Earlier those armament masters who claimed that Huang Yueli's answer was absolutely wrong could not accept this result. Even when Huang Yueli suggested that she could refine on the spot to verify her answer was correct, they had deemed her as an abnormality, ridiculing her with various words. But how about now? The truth had proved itself that what Huang Yueli said was absolutely correct. When she said these armament masters had not seen the worth, it was absolutely correct. Everyone was embarrassed, but couldn't bear to move their gazes away as all of them opened their eyes wide, staring at Huang Yueli without blinking, worried that they would miss a single action that she made. This new method which they had never seen before was definitely high-leveled, and looking at the speed which Huang Yueli moved to remove the impurities, the effect was much higher than how they usually did by several times. This unique method would not be shared by most people usually, but now in order to prove herself, Huang Yueli actually displayed her skills on the spot. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity made everyone held their breaths as they wanted to master this unique skill. Even if they didn't manage to learn it on the spot, at least they should gain some knowledge out of this, right? However, the truth made them hugely disappointed. A bunch of armament masters opened their eyes so wide that it was almost popping out, but only managed to see the vague traces of Huang Yueli's fingers moving in midair. What situation is this? Why am I unable to see clearly? I didn't manage to see clearly too. The speed of her hands are simply too fast. I'm totally unable to differentiate which hand gestures she used. That's right, it's simply too fast. How could she possibly be so fast? I've already tried my hardest, usually, but the speed of my hand gestures could only hit less than 1/3 of her speed. Moreover, she's so precise, and yet she's not even making a single mistake. Armament masters, in the process of displaying their hand gestures continually, must not make any mistake at all, because in the hundreds of hand gestures, as long as one hand gesture was wrong, the entire refining process would be halted in the process. To the numerous profound weapons, as long as the refining process was halted, the final product would have an obvious blemish, and it might even lead to exploding on the spot. But now, within the armament furnace, the impurities in that large piece of scarlet thunder steel were being removed at a speed which the naked eye could see, without any signs of slowing down. This also meant that there wasn't a single mistake in Huang Yueli's hand gestures. Under such a fast-paced display, there was no mistake at all. Just based on the skill and control alone, it was something which the armament masters there could not hope to achieve. It was barely time for a pot of tea to brew before the scarlet thunder steel's impurities were all drawn out, leaving purely a vermilion cinnabar-colored liquid in the armament furnace. Furthermore, it was indeed only 3 steps. The speed of this was much faster by several times than the usual 5 steps to remove impurities. Even though this was mainly due to Huang Yueli's experienced operation, but it was undeniable that this method of removing impurities had an absolute advantage itself. But what was disappointing was none of the armament masters present were unable to see her method clearly. The crowd started to inquire around mutually. Did you see clearly the method which Miss Bai displayed earlier? I didn't. How about you? I didn't too. Don't lie to me. You really didn't see it clearly? This is not a time to be selfish. As long as you have seen one hand gesture clearly, just share with everyone. If we all shared what we saw, then perhaps we might even made up an entire set of method. At least we can ascertain it mutually. Do you think I'm silly? Think I don't understand this logic? But she's simply too fast, and I really didn't see it clearly. Don't tell me you've at least seen one hand gesture? I also. The armament masters looked at one another in dismay, and at one point of time, they started to suspect if there was something wrong with their intellect, to think. None of them was able to see through Huang Yueli's method at all? Huang Yueli raised both her hands and said, I've already displayed the 3 steps to remove the impurities in the Scarlet Thunder steel. Next I shall now demonstrate the next question. Wait a minute, Miss Bai, no Master Bai. The 3 steps which you had demonstrated earlier, we didn't manage to see it clearly, so could you please demonstrate it once again? Please, please. Your method is simply too outstanding, but it's simply too fast. Please can you demonstrate just one more time? One of the armament master was simply too anxious as he couldn't help but cried out loudly. The crowd turned around and took a look and immediately recognized who it was. This armament master had a 3rd-tier badge pinned on his chest and he looked very young, at most only 20+ years old. It's Master Lin Yin, the youngest and most talented 3rd-tier armament master in our Skycloud City. His future is said to be boundless. Whatever most talented and youngest armament master, can you even compare them with Miss Bai? Miss Bai is only 14 this year. Of course you can't compare with Miss Bai. But this Miss Bai is simply too abnormal, completely defying logic. Lin Yan is at least a normal talent. That's true, I've long heard that Lin Yan's character is rash and unable to hold his footing, and seeing this today, it seems to be true. He actually jumped right out and asked Miss Bai to redemonstrate one more time. What's wrong with him? This kind of exclusive method of refining armaments, who would even reveal it easily? If it wasn't for today's special occasion, she probably won't even demonstrate publicly. The crowd was totally speechless, feeling that Lin Yan was going to get into big trouble. At least he would be shamed by Huang Yueli, losing all his face. Those armament masters there, who wouldn't want to take another look? But everyone knew the rules of the society and could tell that she wasn't willing, so who would be so moronic to go up and look for a scolding? Huang Yueli's hand movements halted for a moment as she raised her head up. You want me to redemonstrate one more time? Her tone was peaceful, not showing any emotions. But the crowd had already injected their own guesses and were sweating for Lin Yan. Unfortunately, Lin Yan himself didn't notice anything amiss and couldn't stop himself from continuing. That's right, Master Bai. Your method is something which I had never seen in my entire life. Even President who in our armament guild don't have such outstanding methods like yours. I beg you to teach me, please. No matter what conditions you ask for, I agree to it all. Cold sweat kept forming on the armament masters' foreheads, who crowded around. This Lin Yan was really a blockhead. President who was seated up in the VIP seating. How dare he actually say President whose methods weren't good enough? Had he even realized that he had unknowingly offended someone? When Huang Yueli heard what he said, she however expressed slight interest as her gaze shifted from his youthful face to the badge pinned in front of his chest. So young, and he's already a 3rd-tier armament master. His innate talent was really not bad. Huang Yueli instantly made up some plans as she smiled. This master here, you seem to have some interest in my method, and I'm very glad to have some interaction with everyone here, so there's no need to ask for it. In fact, since I've already started up my furnace for refining, it is because I want to show everyone the way I refine armaments and have no intention of keeping it to myself. Moreover, I've already slowed down the variations of my hand gestures, so are you telling me that you have not seen it clearly? Ah? What? Am I hearing things wrongly? How can there be such a thing? That's weird. Earlier I had thought it was very strange. What kind of route is she taking when she's opening the lid to refine profound armaments? It would result in an obvious drop in the temperature, lowering the overall success rate. I had thought it was some exclusive method, so. She only wanted to show us the actual situation that was happening in the furnace? But, this isn't logical at all, is it? Earlier her speed was so fast. Could she have even slowed down? Then if she resumes her normal speed, what kind of speed will that be? Could she be exaggerating? Exaggerating? Is there a need for her to exaggerate? No matter what, her method of refining armaments is shocking. Bursts of shocking peals could be heard from the armament master's seating area, as everyone could not believe their ears. Huang Yueli's previous performance had exceeded everyone's imagination, and in the end, she actually claimed that for the sake of demonstrating clearly, she had already slowed down her pace. Furthermore, Lin Yan had made such a disgraceful request for her to re-demonstrate her method once again, and she wasn't angry at all? Lin Yan could tell that she was friendly, and spoke without any qualms. Master Bai, have you really slowed down your pace earlier? But from how I see it, the speed of your hands is still very fast. We weren't able to see clearly what you did when you were refining, nor how you were able to not make any mistake at all while displaying it out one by one. Huang Yueli replied, since you have not seen clearly, how about this, I shall re-demonstrate again the process on how I draw out the impurities, and this time, I will slow down my pace even more. Saying this, she seemed to recall something as she turned back and took a look before correcting herself. Ops, no, I totally forgot, we are now at the Armament Master Certification Assessment. Not the Armament Master's Interaction Meet. If we were to discuss these now, it would seriously affect the progress of the certification assessment. There are still so many armament apprentices waiting for the practical assessment. Forget about it, let's wait for another day and end here first to stop wasting everyone's time. Saying that, she started to keep her armament furnace. The minute those armament masters heard that she was going to re-demonstrate once again and even slow down her pace, they were filled with anticipation as they opened their eyes wide, prepared to take a careful look this time round. In the end, they had just gotten excited when Huang Yueli actually said to change to another day. The armament masters were extremely disappointed. Under Huang Yueli's virtuosic performance, everyone's attention were all gathered on her method of refining profound armaments. Everyone had long forgotten the reason why they were here today. If it wasn't for Huang Yueli's reminder, no one would have recalled why they were here for, or that today was the day of the Armament Master Certification Assessment. This originally was one of the more important activities for the Armament Guild, otherwise both the president and vice president would not attend at the same time. But because of Huang Yueli's interference, everyone had totally forgotten about what they were supposed to do. Although now the Armament Masters came to realize this, but none of them cared about the Armament Master's assessment. What's the point in looking at these immature and inexperienced armament apprentices? Was it even comparable to Huang Yueli displaying her exclusive method? Such a rare opportunity, when would be the next time they were able to experience it? The certification assessment was a yearly affair, so surely there was nothing wrong with deferring it slightly. It wasn't just one or two who had this sort of thinking. With Lin Dan as a head start, everyone could tell that Huang Yueli was rather easygoing and started to make their earnest requests. Master Bai, please ignore that certification assessment. Based on your ability, surely you don't need to worry that you will not be able to obtain the Armament Master's badge? Isn't that so? We should directly credit Master Bai with a 4th tier, no, 5th tier badge. Master Bai, please do us some good and re-demonstrate your method again. That doesn't need too much time anyway. As for the certification assessment, we can talk about that later on. If not, we can always delay till tomorrow to continue with the assessment. That's right, I support that with both my hands and feet raised up. Tomorrow we can continue with the assessment, no big deal about it. Huang Yueli looked like she was put in a difficult position. Everyone please don't be so anxious. It's not like I'd renege on it. Next time I'll definitely find an opportunity to demonstrate for everyone. But today is indeed very important. The Armament Guild's president and our academy's principal are all present, so I cannot just make the decision on my own. Miss Bai, please don't have so much misgivings. Since everyone would like to see the method of your demonstration, then please do so once again. In fact, even I was not able to see your method clearly earlier, as your speed is really exceptionally extraordinary. I would also like to see it once again. President, who was laughing out loud as he got down from the VIP seating area and came all the way to Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli actually had some impression of President Hu. He had assumed responsibility as president of the Armament Guild's branch in Sky Cloud City for 20 over years, and Huang Yueli had once met him in her previous life. Her impression of him wasn't too bad at all. Although this old man's technique was not worth mentioning as compared to Huang Yueli, but his character was magnanimous and was never jealous of those who were better than him, and he also protected the capable ones, and under his care, he had nurtured several young and talented armament masters, sending them to Soaring Heaven's Continent's Armament Guild headquarters. He was one of the ministers who had contributed outstanding service to the Armament Guild. On seeing that he came over personally, Huang Yueli smiled as she replied, "Since President Hu has agreed, then I shall not reject any further." President Hu had seen her from afar at the VIP seating and already felt that she was exceptionally beautiful and had outstanding etiquette. Although her features looked young and inexperienced, but she was already displaying a graceful demeanor. Now that he observed her from up close, he felt more so that she had an indescribable presence. Just standing there alone made her shone, as all the others had all turned dull in the background. President Hu fiddled with his heart as he gave a knowing smile. As though he suddenly understood something, like why that aloof and remote, yet exceptionally outstanding and talented young sect masterly of Celestial Light sect would pamper this young lady with so much love, even abandoning the sect master's daughter, insisting on getting engaged with her. With this outstanding lady in front of him, no matter how many rich young misses with good backgrounds appeared, they probably had all turned into commonplace women. Furthermore, she had such shocking talent in armament refining, and was said to have equally outstanding talent in cultivation. President Hu set his mind to cajole Huang Yueli, because this kind of talent wasn't simply found anywhere. He smiled as he said, "Miss Bike, please be assured that I am not one who uses my authority to oppress others. If you really don't want to reveal your exclusive method and not willing to demonstrate here, then you can absolutely reject this. After all, the exchange of the art of armament refining must come from a willing party." Huang Yueli smiled slightly as she said, "President Hu, don't worry. I wasn't prepared to hide my skills, and since everyone had so much interest, it is also my honor, so might as well allow me to impart my method to everyone." What she said wasn't a lie. In actual fact, before she even started to demonstrate publicly, she had already made preparations that her skills would be secretly learned by some, so she intentionally opened the furnace lid and slowed down her pace with the intention of demonstrating once clearly. In this way, not only could it cajole the armament masters present, it would also win her some reputation in the Armament Guild. Anyway, no matter if it was the skill of removing the impurities in the Scarlet Thunder steel or the elven hand gestures of fusing the metal attributes, this was merely a commonly used low-leveled skill often used by first or second-tier armament masters. To her, it was just an extremely low-end technique only, and there wasn't any need to hide this from everyone. Giving up a small price like this could win the entire Sky Cloud City's Armament Guild's favor was a worthwhile deal. In future, she would definitely have more needs, which required the aid of the Armament Guild. In President Hu's ears, this news made him feel both delighted and excited, as the evaluation he gave towards Huang Yueli had increased by a huge notch. Many armament masters valued their own methods of refining armaments, as everyone valued the broom as their own. Even among masters, sometimes they might not even give up everything they know to their disciples. After all, everyone depended on their own skill for a living. The sort of matter whereby the master had learnt the skill, the disciple would probably had starved to death, happened frequently. But now, a talented armament master like Huang Yueli actually appeared. Not only was her talent shocking and her age young, she was even so generous and selfless. This character was simply nothing to pick on. How in heavens could there be such a perfect young girl? He had really picked up a treasure this round. President Hu was so happy that he could not stop smiling ear to ear. Good, then we'll have to trouble Miss Bai. Rest assured that I won't let you waste your effort. According to the Armament Guild's regulations, those who leave behind an exclusive profound armament method or prescription will be able to obtain 10,000 of contribution points as a reward. I have recorded this down under your name. Wah, 10,000 contribution points. I'm a second-tier armament master now and have been around in the guild for many years, but have not been able to gain 10,000 contribution points yet. Isn't that so? Ruoli have not even gotten the armament master's badge and had already gained so much contribution points. I feel that it's too little. Master Bai is so selfless and so generous, so giving 20,000 contribution points is just about right. The armament masters were exclaiming out one by one, but no one raised any objections. Even though some were mentally imbalanced, but did not dare to voice out. Everyone else were waiting for Huanyueli to redemonstrate, so if they were to voice their objections, wouldn't that cause public outrage? President Hu sent people to get another large piece of Scarlet Thunder steel from the storage and passed it over to Huanyueli. Huanyueli's fingers moved and lit up her deviant flame once again. Whoever knew that her finger had just moved slightly when she heard a bustle of movement. Those armament masters seated in the far end had all stood up and ran over, surrounding the stage. At this moment, they had all forgotten their valuable identity which they were so proud of, only thinking of watching closely, not omitting a single step. Who stepped on me earlier? Don't you understand the meaning of first come first serve? How dare you play low? Give way, why is your head so big? My vision have all been blocked by you. Those in the first row, squat down, I say. Don't affect others from viewing Master Bai's demonstration. The crowd were all fighting to get the position for the best view, and a few of them almost started to quarrel. Later on, under the guidance of Master Hu, they all managed to find a position as all of them kept their eyes peeled and affixed on Huanyueli in anticipation to see her moves. Huanyueli suddenly coughed slightly as she said, "This time, I will slow down my pace to the minimum, and if you still can't see clearly, I can't do anything about it. Because if I slow down any further, the materials in the armament furnace would have overstayed its duration and the quality would have a serious impact. So in future, if you really want to learn this 3-steps method of removing impurities, then the speed of your hand gestures would have to be equally this fast." Saying that, the amethyst thunder flame flew out from her fingertips. Huanyueli kept to the routine of lighting up the deviant flame, and after the furnace was heated up, she put in the Scarlet Thunder steel into the furnace. This round, her speed had decreased once again, and moreover, her explanation was much more detailed. Will everyone look carefully now? When you are placing the Scarlet Thunder steel, you must take note of the furnace's temperature. As I used a deviant flame to heat up the furnace, so even if I opened the lid, it would still maintain an amount of temperature, but if you're refining it on your own and if you were using an ordinary flame, then you must remember to never open the lid. As Huanyueli was explaining, she proficiently displayed her hand gestures. Even though she had intentionally slowed down, but there were not many who could keep up with her pace. There were even some who took out their note scrolls and writing brushes as they speedily recorded down the information. Li Moying was seated in the VIP seat and his gaze was totally affixed onto Huanyueli. Her slender fingers waved around in midair, perfecting drawing out graceful angles as though she was dancing. Li Moying used his hand to prop up his chin as his lips curled upwards and thought in his heart that his little fox was simply too beautiful. Especially when she was revealing her overbearing look now, there was an indescribable charm which made people fell for her uncontrollably. Seeing so many armament masters crowding around her holding her as though she was a star, Li Moying felt honored, but at the same time, he felt that it was something natural. He always knew that his little fox was incredible. No one was comparable to her. Whereas he had absolute confidence in her always. Among the armament masters who crowded around, President Hu was seated nearest to Huanyueli. His insight exceeded others by several times, and during Huanyueli's previous demonstration, he had already understood most of the hand gestures and developed his own understanding towards this set of method. So this time his concentration wasn't on the method of armament refining. More than that, it was to observe Huang Yueli. The more President Hu observed, the more he felt that this elegant and pure young lass was simply unfathomable. Under the situation where there were so many armament masters looking at her, she wasn't affected one bit. Most armament masters all liked to hide alone in the armament refining room. By doing that, they would not reveal the exclusive method which they used to refine armaments. Another reason was because the process of refining was easily disturbed by outsiders, as it only needs a little movement to distract the armament master's attention, thereby causing the armament refining to fail. But now, Huang Yueli was surrounded by many armament masters while refining the profound armament, and furthermore, each pair of eyes were fixated on her every single move. Not forgetting there were so many other ordinary students around who opened their eyes wide, hoping to catch a glimpse of what made her so extraordinary. It was thinkable how tremendous the pressure was standing on Huang Yueli's position, who was now the focus of attention. Even President Hu himself didn't dare to guarantee that under the same circumstances, he would be able to maintain his usual steady and collected self. But Huang Yueli just stood there, totally calm from the start. Every single hand gesture she made was precise, and her speed wasn't too fast nor too slow. It allowed everyone to see it clearly, but yet not affecting the entire refining process. Not only that, during her demonstration, she multitasked and patiently explained each step without a single bit of frenetic. Some of the armament masters who crowded around couldn't hold themselves back and raised some questions, and yet she was able to answer it one by one. Moreover, no matter what questions they raised, she had never been stuck in a scenario whereby she answered incorrectly or was stumped by any question. Thinking about this again, many low-tiered armament masters, when they were refining armament, if there were any slight noises nearby, it would lead to an immediate explosion. Just comparing this alone meant that not only did Huang Yueli had exceptional skills, it also showed that her psychological state of heart was also top-rated. Just how old was this young lass, to be able to hold such a fort? How would President Hu ever know that this situation, to Huang Yueli, was really chicken feet only? In her previous life, she was often invited by Soaring Heaven's Continent's Armament Guild headquarters to conduct lectures for the other armament masters. At that time, the audience she dealt with were mostly 7th or 8th tiered armament grandmasters. In front of them, she was able to remain calm and composed while conducting her lecture, so towards those armament masters who were 3rd tier and below was no pressure to her at all. Not long after, Huang Yueli had once again completed the process of drawing out the impurities. Alright, now the impurities in the Scarlet Thunder Steel have all been completely drawn out, so this part of demonstration is not completed. Master Tang, don't forget to add in my marks for me. She was grinning as she said that. Tang Jinhua had already gone into a daze and didn't expect Huang Yueli to suddenly talk to him, as he suddenly went into a blank. Huh? Add marks? What marks? It's my theory assessment paper. Now I've already proven that my own answer is correct, right? Right, the theory paper. Tang Jinhua wiped the sweat off his forehead as he finally recalled what happened and hurriedly cried out, Master Bai, your standard doesn't need us to say anything more. Earlier, the few of us had shallow knowledge and experience and had made a wrong judgment, so please don't take it to heart. He finally could tell that Huang Yueli was still so young but yet had outstanding armament refining methods. Just from looking her calm and leisure way while refining armaments, don't say just 1st tier armament master, she probably had the standard of 2nd or even 3rd tier standard. And the master who taught her the skills of armament refining was definitely an armament grandmaster who was much stronger than President Hu and probably was someone of status from Soaring Heaven's Continents. Huang Yueli's background was so strong and he couldn't afford to offend her. Actually, Tang Jinhua self-professed that his attitude towards Huang Yueli wasn't that bad at all. But previously, when Huang Yueli was at the profound weapon chambers to choose her profound armaments, Tang Jinhua had saw the outstanding innate talent in refining armaments in her and had suggested to take her in as his disciple. Huang Yueli was not willing, and he repeatedly advised her, wanting to be her master. Recalling that now simply made Tang Jinhua ashamed and unable to show his face. Just based on Huang Yueli's current expert skills that she had showed, did she even need him to teach her? What could he teach her? No wonder Huang Yueli had refused to accept him as her master previously. She already had an incomparably strong master, whereas he was just a fourth-tier armament master, totally not on the same level. Just thinking about that was enough to make Tang Jinhua felt that he had totally lost face. He was also terrified that Huang Yueli would be laughing at him behind his back, that he had overestimated himself. But his worries were unnecessary. Huang Yueli didn't think too much and just laughed instead. Master Tang, you're too modest. I have yet to even obtain a first-tier armament master's badge, so how could I be called a master? Since the misunderstanding had been cleared up, just make up for my points will do. Saying that, Huang Yueli adjusted the flame a little higher and said, following this, let's move on to the next question. Wait a minute, Master Bai, can you please redemonstrate once more? Right, I haven't been able to copy everything down earlier and was just focused on watching your demonstration. Your hand gestures are simply too accurate. Just how much time did you spend on mastering it? I didn't manage to see the third last hand gesture clearly. The minute they heard that she was going to jump to the next question, the armament masters below the stage started bellowing, as though not resigned to fate that this demonstration had just ended like that. Seeing Huang Yueli refine armaments was simply a kind of enjoyment. When others refined profound armaments, they sweated profusely and looked battered and exhausted. But she seemed to be painting, sketching in light shades unhurriedly, causing those present to go into a daze, which also made them lose focus on those important parts. When President Hu saw the current situation, he coughed lightly. All right, she had already demonstrated twice. How many more times are you all expecting? Surely you cannot expect her to demonstrate 8 or 10 times, right? It's obviously your own fault for not paying attention. All right, we shall stop this here right now. Noticing that some of them were still unresigned, Huang Yueli laughed as she said, the next demonstration is something that you have never seen before. That is the 11 types of hand gestures for fusion of metals. Following this, I will also add in the white moon iron into the armament furnace, and simultaneously complete both drawing out the impurities and fusion process, so everyone please look carefully. If you didn't see it clearly the first time, I will not redemonstrate a second time. So I hope when everyone is watching, please remain completely silent. This was something which was of interest to the armament masters too. Hearing that, the armament masters stopped protesting and flew around Huang Yueli's side as they crowded around her, every single one of them showing their nimbleness. What kind of joke was that? Earlier they already didn't see clearly, so if they were not able to see clearly once again, then they would have made a huge loss. Huang Yueli's right hand wove and threw a large piece of white moon iron into the armament furnace. Following that, the furnace chamber kept sprouting white smoke and her gestures changed, starting to demonstrate. Armament masters were all concentrated as complete silence filled the entire place. President Hu saw this and couldn't help but sigh with emotion within his heart. All of these armament masters were usually proud and arrogant, and sometimes even his words weren't all that useful. In the end, just one sentence from Huang Yueli made everyone shut their mouths right up, not even daring to breathe loudly. 989 Li Shui, who's filled with hatred and envy. 1. This probably was the Strong's exclusive power to rally supporters. After Huang Yueli had demonstrated all the 11 hand gestures, she didn't forget to remind them. After everyone goes back, you can try to familiarize yourself through practice. But I must remind you all that these 4 new types of fusion hand gestures will require the minimum intensity of a 6th-tier armament master's mental power before you can use it. Otherwise it might result in dire consequences. Light consequence would result in the explosion of the armament furnace, and if the armament master's tier is too low, it might result in backlash causing internal injury. When she said this, many armament masters' faces revealed a look of disapproval. Because the words that Huang Yueli had said was simply too outrageous. She herself was only 14 years old, and hadn't she just used these few hand gestures? They hadn't seen her feeling uncomfortable or any inadaptability? She'd probably exaggerated just a little too much. No one believed that Huang Yueli had the mental power of a 6th-tier armament master. When Huang Yueli saw their disapproving looks, she didn't make any further explanations. She had already reminded them to her extreme benevolence and utmost duty, so if anyone didn't believe her words and insisted on stepping up the path to doom, then she couldn't stop them at all. She kept her amethyst thunder flame, patted the dust off her hands, and turned to look at President Hu. President Hu, I've already demonstrated these 2 questions, and for the next few questions, if you have any objections, do you still need me to demonstrate? President Hu hurriedly replied, none at all. Miss Bai, your foresight is indeed extraordinary, and I admit that we cannot match up, so this theory test will pass you with full marks. Huang Yueli blinked, is that all right? I had skipped out on several steps in my last question. I should only get as 95 points. How would that do? 100 points, it must be 100 points. Master Bai has such high standard in armament refining, she should directly pass the certification assessment. That's right, full marks is well awarded, and all of us pass this unanimously. These arrogant armament masters had completely become Huang Yueli's fanboys, and this was the first time the Armament Guild's inner department had agreed unanimously on the same thing. Actually, there were several few people who wanted Huang Yueli to continue demonstrating some other armament refining skills, but President Hu thought that the day was no longer young, so he stood out to stop this. Alright, the interaction of armament refining skills can wait till some time later. Today is the day of Armament Master certification, and let's not delay the actual thing any further. Now, will all those apprentices who had passed the first round of assessment please get up on stage, as we will immediately proceed with the second round of practical assessment. Will Master Tang please continue to preside over the assessment and announce the method of the assessment? President Hu returned to the VIP seating area and gave up the space to Master Tang. Huang Yueli kept her armament furnace and stood on one side. The other armament masters realized that she really wasn't planning on continuing with the demonstration, and each and every one of them returned dejectedly back to their own seats. But their attention was still fixed on Huang Yueli. Because in the next round of practical assessment, Huang Yueli was still going to continue to take part in it. During the assessment, she would refine a complete piece of profound armament on the spot. Everyone had a feeling that this should be something worth seeing. The students who had passed the theory assessment all proceeded up on stage and lined up into one straight line according to the marks which they had attained. Huang Yueli, of course, stood at the front of the line. Following right behind her was a pale-faced Li Shui. Li Shui was originally standing beside Tang Jinhua waiting to see Huang Yueli being chased out of the main door of the profound weapon chambers. In the end, the scenario which she had imagined did not happen at all. Not only had Huang Yueli not been embarrassed, she really used only 3 steps to remove all the impurities from the Scarlet Thunder steel, and her speed was much faster than any ordinary armament master's by several times. For a moment there, Li Shui had thought that her brain wasn't functioning too well and had developed hallucination. How could that wretched lass possibly refine armaments? How could such a ridiculous thing happen? She had never once heard that Huang Yueli had formally become an apprentice to a master to learn armament refining skills. Moreover, not only was she able to refine armaments, those with eyes could tell that Huang Yueli's armament refining standard had clearly surpassed ordinary first and second tier armament masters. Just as Li Shui was in a daze, a shocking matter occurred. Those armament masters, who usually held their noses up high in the air, actually surrounded the stage, just to see Huang Yueli's demonstrations. Everyone's overly agitated and overly imperative, while Li Shuer was still in a daze, so she was pushed to one side by those people and fell heavily onto the ground, even twisting her ankle. Li Shuer was in so much pain that her face contorted, but at this moment, no one noticed her at all. Even Tang Jinhua, who treated her the best, usually had not given her one lu, or even realized that his own disciple was missing. All he thought of was to learn those new skills from Huang Yueli's demonstrations. Li Shuer was both in pain and infuriated that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This originally was her most glamorous and conspicuous day, and everyone should pamper her Li Shuer. But now, all her glamour had been snatched by Huang Yueli. Whereas she became an invisible person whom no one gave a damn about. What made her filled with both hatred and envy was that Huang Yueli actually had such a strong standard of armament refining. Not only had she subdued those low-leveled armament masters, even her own master Tang Jinhua treated Huang Yueli with respect and courtesy, even greeting her as Master Bai. That wretched lass was actually a master? What master? She obviously wasn't even a first-tier armament master. However, no matter how jealous Li Shuer was, it did not affect Huang Yueli one bit. Everyone surrounded her, and even President Hu came over personally to encourage her. These scenes played on in front of Li Shuer, and she clenched her fists hard, her nails pressing into her palms, but yet she could not suppress the jealousy and hatred within her heart. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Shuer had still remembered that today was the Armament Master's certification assessment, she probably could not take this pressure any further and would have left the profound weapon chambers in fury. With great difficulty after a long time, Huang Yueli's demonstration had finally all came to an end. Tang Jinhua finally announced the start of the Armament Master certification assessment. Li Shuer used all her might to calm herself down, to remain stable. The Armament Master certification was only held once a year, and if she had ran off, because of the anger that Huang Yueli caused, or if she didn't manage herself well, then it would be her loss. So she had to endure. But the minute she walked to the contenders' seating area, and saw Huang Yueli seated on the seat above her, jealousy once again filled her heart as it started to soar. By Ruoli, you've really hidden yourself well. How come I don't know about you learning armament refining at all? Usually you acted so well was just to trick me intentionally. She is simply a scheming wretched lass. Huang Yueli heard what she said and turned around, throwing her an indifferent glance. Li Shuer, your jealous look really looked terrible. Whether I have hidden myself well or not, it seems to have nothing to do with you at all, so just be concerned about yourself. Li Shuer sneered, I'm worried? What do I have to worry about? I've been learning armament refining for the past 5 to 6 years, and the success rate of refining a first-tier profound armament is already at 90% and above. Passing the Armament Master certification is a definite thing. Unlike you, using dishonest practices to gain victory. Huang Yueli's lips curled upward slightly. Dishonest practices? Unfortunately, even your master is very interested in my dishonest practice. Her understated tone and expression completely angered Li Shuer. Li Shuer couldn't accept how she couldn't matched up to Huang Yueli in every aspect and even being beaten up several times by her. But using her status as an armament master, she felt that she was on higher grounds when facing Huang Yueli. After all, she would become a valuable and honorable armament master in future, whereas Huang Yueli was merely a practitioner with a higher cultivation. But now, Huang Yueli actually knew how to refine armaments. Li Shuer gritted her teeth, you. Don't be too complacent. You were able to display so many armament refining skills earlier just because you have a deviant flame in your possession and a high-leveled armament furnace. To be fair for all students, in this next round of assessment, all examinees would need to use the furnaces given out by the Armament Guild to use for refining, and can only use the ordinary flame, so you will have no way of cheating. By then, if Master Bai, who is highly thought of by others, is not able to pass the practical assessment, then you will become a laughingstock. Huang Yueli couldn't help but laugh out. Can you even believe yourself when you hear your own words? I am unable to pass the practical assessment? Li Shuer indeed was not able to believe in her own words as well, so saying these were just to build up some courage for herself. Why would I not believe in it? Huang Yueli immodestly broke through her weak psychological defense. I say, Li Shuer, you'd better start making preparations. Today I will definitely pass through the Armament Master certification successfully. Do you still remember what you said before the start of the assessment? If I am able to become a first-tier Armament Master, you will run around naked in Sky Cloud City. Do you still remember that? Li Shuer turned white as sheet instantly. You. What do you mean? Huang Yueli laughed. I don't mean anything else. I'm only reminding you about the bet that we had made earlier. If I were to lose, I will promise you one request, isn't it? Don't worry, if I really am not able to pass the certification assessment, I will definitely keep my promise and be at your beck and call. How about you? How about you? A simple question, in Li Shuer's ears felt like a thunderstorm. Huang Yueli had already expressed that she would definitely keep her end of the bet, so how could she Li Shuer renege on hers? Other people had already shown her stance, but if she were to renege on hers, and if news of this spread out, what would become of her reputation? But now, the situation clearly showed that Huang Yueli had a 99% chance of passing the Armament Master certification. If she were to promise to keep her end of the bet, wouldn't that represent that she would need to run around naked on the streets later? This was something more embarrassing than reneging on a debt. With this dark history of running around naked, her hopes of marrying into Sky Cloud City's large family to become the young mistress were completely dashed. Li Shuer's expression turned green as her teeth couldn't stop chattering, but yet she was not able to say a single word. Huang Yueli laughed lightly. Why are you not replying? Senior Sister Li, surely you are not afraid, right? Regretting it now? Why don't you just kneel down here right now and apologize to me? Maybe I might be lenient and give up the bet with you. But of course, that is just a maybe. Sweat kept dripping down from Li Shuer's forehead as she couldn't stop the internal fighting within her head. Huang Yueli didn't urge her as though she was waiting for Li Shuer's final answer. Li Shuer's thoughts quickly flew past. Suddenly she seemed to have thought of something as her eyes lit up, and following that, a sinister smile sprouted from the corners of her lips. Who says I'm afraid, and who said I'm starting to regret? Since I've already agreed on the bet, then I will stand by my decision if I were to lose. I'll run around naked if I lose. What's so great about that? Moreover, are you sure you will definitely win? This round of assessment hasn't started yet, and you already declared that you will win. Aren't you being too self-approbated? Li Shuer raised her chin arrogantly, displaying a look as though her character had been insulted, raising the volume of her voice. Originally they two of them had been talking softly in one corner, and now that Li Shuer argued noisily and loudly, quite a number of people nearby heard what they talked about. What's going on? Li Shuer and Bai Ruoli are quarreling? What's so strange about that? Aren't they always at loggerheads with each other? Bai Ruoli even stole the limelight from Li Shuer, so it would be a wonder if both of them could coexist peacefully. But what can Li Shuer do about it? Bai Ruoli's armament refining talent is simply terrifying. She will definitely become an armament grandmaster in future. No matter what, Li Shuer cannot be compared to her, right? That's right. How in heavens could such an abnormal person like Bai Ruoli even exist? Not only does she have outstanding talent in cultivation, she even knows how to refine armaments, and even holds skills which even the Armament Guild do not know about. That's right, she also has senior brother Li, a heaven-defying and handsome fiancé. Heavens, if I were Li Shuer, I might as well throw myself against the wall and die. Where would I even find the face to argue with her? Everyone were discussing one after another, and the topic totally could not leave Huang Yueli at all. Moreover, everyone were only envious rather than jealous. Because jealousy would only occur when both parties' potential was around the same range. Now that Huang Yueli had totally crushed every student in all aspects, such a person who was set up on high ground already made everyone lost their courage to even feel jealous. But didn't they just mention something about a bet? Right, I heard that too. Did the two of them just made a bet? Who knows what they bet on? The crowd started to ask around, and very quickly, the contents of the bet during the registration had spread around the entire profound weapon chamber. Li Shuer must be mad. She actually said she will keep her side of the bet. Junior sister Bai will definitely be able to pass the armament master certification, so isn't she going to run around naked? This time round, I really see Li Shuer in new light. Under such a situation, she is still able to keep her promise, so she is really a young lady with integrity and responsibility. What? I feel that Li Shuer must know about some inside story and probably has come confidence, so she insisted on keeping her side of her bet. Not only were the crowd feeling weird, even Huang Yueli also felt exceptionally surprised as she raised her eyebrows in shock. Li Shuer, are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Now. Don't tell me you're afraid? Li Shuer sneered. Huang Yueli's forehead creased. Wasn't Li Shuer still showing a terrified expression, obviously afraid of having to run around naked? But in just a short time, she actually changed her mind? Looking at her expression, it didn't seem like she was resigned to fate, but rather she was up to something no good. Li Shuer. What on earth was she thinking about? Before Huang Yueli could think things through, Tang Jinhua was already announcing the official start of the second round of assessment. Before the both of them could not even speak another sentence, and they each moved to their own respective positions, and started the assessment. The second round was a practical assessment, so the difficulty was much higher than the first round of theory assessment. The assessment was split into two sections. The first section was a fixed topic, and all they needed to do was to follow the Armament Guild's request to refine the designated first-tier profound armament. This year's examination question was to refine a set of first-tier wrist guards. Besides amplifying the intensity of the defensive power, their speed of completion was also amplified. The second section was a free topic, as it had always been every other year. All the examinees could choose to refine a profound armament, which they specialized at, but the materials they used must be within the Armament Guild's supplied materials. For the profound armament which they refine, the greater the power and the higher its efficiency, the higher the marks would be. For the ordinary armament apprentices, this year's selected topic had some difficulty to it. The requirement was a dual attributed profound armament, and refining it was much more difficult than coming out with a single attribute armament, so there were many examinees who revealed a difficult expression as they couldn't help but sigh in despair. But to Li Shuer, this question was simply too simple, not to mention it wasn't even worth mentioning in Huang Yueli's eyes. So while the others were still hesitating, the both of them had already started putting their hands to it. The both of them lit up the flame at the same time and heated up the armament furnace. Huang Yueli's movements were elegant and soothing as her slender fingers drew across the sky as though moving clouds and flowing water, causing gasps of surprises from below the stage. Li Shuer had a bitter taste when she heard that. Although she tried very hard to remind herself that this round of assessment was very important and she must gather all her concentration and not be distracted, but her gaze could not be controlled as it kept turning towards Huang Yueli, stealing a peek at her time and again. Huang Yueli's movements were swift, and it was merely a quarter of an hour when she had already removed all the impurities in all of the materials and had successfully fused it together. She was already adjusting the intensity of the flames and preparing to enter the last stage of formation. Wow, did you see that? How fast Bairuoli's speed was. That pair of hands movements. Simply as though it was lightning, I could only see the fragments of her movements. No wonder she kept saying earlier that she had already reduced her speed to the slowest, so it's really true. Her normal speed is actually so terrifying. Too fast, it's just too fast. Just a quarter of an hour, and she's about to refine. Heavens! It's not about to, she has already finished refining. Her wrist guards have already taken shape. In between the gasping sounds, Huang Yueli opened the armament furnace's lid and took out a pair of wrist guards from within. This pair of wrist guards emitted a faint golden glow and was dainty and delicate. Decorated on the side were white-colored flower patterns, and from the exterior, it was suitable for young ladies. So fast, how could she be so fast? Even if it was me, to refine a piece of first-tier profound armament, although it's not too taxing, I will need at least 1 hour. Vice President Gong, who was seated on the VIP seating, was astonished by this sight as he started to speak to President Hu, who was seated next to him. President Hu's face was filled with fascination as well. Not only is her speed the fastest, this set of wrist guards are also done beautifully, so it shows that she still had remaining energy left after refining. To her, a first-tier profound armament like this is just too simple. Normal armament masters who were more practical would place more emphasis on the practicability of the profound armament and would not bother too much about the exterior. It took a lot of effort to do up a profound armament beautifully, and moreover, it didn't have much use in raising the performance. It was a trick used mostly by auction houses to cheat amateurs into coming out with a higher pricing, so they specially got armament masters to put in some effort into decorating the exterior. But they could tell from Huang Yueli's earlier demonstration that she apparently was not one who just placed emphasis on the exterior and not on the practicability. It could only be said that this piece of profound armament didn't take too much of her effort, so since she had nothing to do, she might as well have made it prettier. Huang Yueli passed the wrist guards over to Tang Jinhua, and following that, she immediately started refining the next profound armament. The free topic had much more leeway to express her ideas, and Huang Yueli was preparing to refine an entire set of profound artifact with a total of 3 pieces, which includes earrings, a necklace, and a ring. This set of profound artifact was mainly used to increase the speed of regeneration of profound energy, and was extremely practical during a battle. Her speed was very fast, and it took just another quarter of an hour before the materials in the armament furnace had all been fused successfully as she proceeded into the formation stage again. Li Shui was feeling extremely anxious when she saw this. How could this wretched lass possibly be so fast? Even a 4th-tier armament master like her master wasn't that fast. Could it be that she had skills which were even better than 4th-tiered armament masters? How was that possible? If she was able to refine the free topic profound armament successfully, then she would immediately pass the armament master certification assessment. Li Shui was so anxious that her forehead was filled with sweat, because didn't that mean that she had to run around naked? A future armament master like her couldn't possibly do such a thing at all. She wiped the sweat off her forehead as she clenched her teeth. Right now, there wasn't any other choice, and she could only do that. This was all that wretched lass's own doing. Li Shui's right hand waved and struck out a hand gesture. But not knowing if her range of movement was a little too huge or if she was too careless, when she waved her hand, it coincidentally struck the armament furnace, and moreover, Ti was dealt with a heavy strike. "Io, so painful." Li Shui hugged her right hand as she cried out loud. Her armament furnace suddenly fell sideways towards the right side, and it happened to fell right onto Huang Yueli's table leg as the materials which were already fused fell right out of the armament furnace, and quite a number of it happened to slashed onto the walls of Huang Yueli's armament furnace. Huang Yueli's movements halted for a moment as she frowned and looked at her. Li Shui gave an apologetic look and hurriedly cried out, "Oh. I'm sorry, so sorry. I'm really too careless. I actually toppled the armament furnace, I'm just too anxious." "Junior sister Bai, were you slashed by accident?" Oh no, your table's so dirty, and it's all my fault. I'm really so sorry for that, let me help you clean it up. As Li Shuer said that, she took a piece of cloth and started cleaning. Huang Yueli frowned, no need, I accept your apology so you don't need to clean the table. Quickly return to refine your profound armament. How will that do? I made a mistake so I must make up for it. I'm not those kind who will not admit my own wrongdoing. Junior sister Bai, don't worry, I'll definitely clean it all up properly. Luckily, it's only my own armament furnace which was spilled and hadn't knocked into yours, otherwise I really cannot forgive myself. Li Shuer was gabbling non-stop, and in the midst of her body movements, she blocked Huang Yueli's sight and at the same time, took out a small black, shining stone from her realm ring. While Huang Yueli was not paying attention, she threw it into her armament furnace. This piece of black stone was only the size of a fingernail and looked totally unremarkable, so Li Shuer only needed to lift up a little of Huang Yueli's armament furnace's lid, and she would be able to stuff it in. The black-colored stone dropped into the materials, which Huang Yueli had already smelted, and with a plop, it fused together with the other materials, without even giving out a bubble. Li Shuer saw everything with the corner of her eye, and her heart danced wildly with joy, almost unable to hide the sneer from the corner of her lips. Wretched lass, who asked you to be arrogant and wild? Now that she had fallen into her trap, no matter how high her armament refining skills were, she would not be able to hope to attain the armament master's badge. On seeing that her scheme had worked, she didn't stay any longer in case it arose other people's suspicions. She used the cleaning cloth and wiped swiftly around all the surroundings and said, all done, it's all clean now. Junior sister Bai, I'm really sorry. Quickly continue with your refining. Saying that, she returned to her own position and thought that no one had noticed what she did. When armament apprentices were in the middle of the certification assessment, they would usually be overly anxious, and toppling over their armament furnaces was a common sight. So Tang Jinhua didn't think too much of it, as he thought it was merely an accident, and hurriedly brought over a new set of armament furnace and materials so that Li Shuer could restart her refining. He didn't forget to remind Li Shuer, I know you're under tremendous pressure, but when you're refining profound armaments, the most important thing is to keep your mentality relaxed and remain composed. The more anxious you are, the easier it is to make a mistake. I believe in you, and I know you will be able to pass the certification assessment, so work hard. Yes, Master, please be assured that this round there will be no problem at all. Li Shuer smiled as she said that. Tang Jinhua saw her calm and collected smile and couldn't help but be assured. Li Shuer lit up the fire once again and stole glances to check on Huang Yueli's situation. Seeing that Huang Yueli had once again readjusted the flame's intensity, preparing to continue with the forming stage, her heart pounded wildly. Huang Yueli's eyelids hung downwards, masking the chilly intent hidden in her eyes. Earlier, she had seen Li Shuer throwing something into her armament furnace. She had been waiting for Li Shuer to leave before she lifted up the lid to take a look, and immediately she detected that something was amiss. Li Shuer had actually thrown a piece of mirage cloudy rock into her armament furnace. The mirage cloudy rock was a type of 5th-tier material, and the cost of it was considerably high. It had a special type of effect which could aid the profound armament in forming its shape and greatly increasing the success rate of the final profound armament by several notches. Don't think that it was an easy feat for Huang Yueli when she was refining armaments. In actual fact, right after the armament refining materials had been successfully fused together, the final forming stage was the easiest stage to fail. At least 90% and above of the armament masters were able to do well at removing impurities and fusing the materials, but when it came to molding it into shape, usually it was because of the depletion of profound energy or lack of control of the temperature which led to a complete failure. There were numerous times when the last step led to the explosion of the armament furnace. However, adding in the Mirage Cloudy Rock when the profound armament was about to be shaped would greatly increase the success rate, and it only required a certain amount of armament refining basics to be able to mold it into shape successfully. But adding in the Mirage Cloudy Rock while refining profound armaments had a huge side effect. As the temperature had not reached the required intensity, and it was forced into taking shape, the effect and durability of the profound armament would decrease greatly and would not be able to give out the effect which it should have. If an ordinary third-tier profound armament were to be refined using the Mirage Cloudy Rock, although it was still a third-tier profound armament on the surface, in reality the effect could not even match up against a second-tier profound armament. But now they were refining a first-tier profound armament, so it was imaginable that after adding in the Mirage Cloudy Rock, the final product would probably not be stronger than a weapon which ordinary people used. Huang Yueli immediately understood what Li Shuer was scheming. In order to prevent cheap quality counterfeits from wandering into the market and spoiling Armament Master's reputation and ethos, the Mirage Cloudy Rock was a prohibited material which the Armament Guild had banned from using. Once the Armament Guild found any Armament Masters using the Mirage Cloudy Rock, then that Armament Master would immediately be stripped of his identity badge, and moreover, that person would never be able to gain the Armament Master certification for his entire lifetime. For an Armament Master who had never been certified, no matter how outstanding his works were, it was extremely difficult to get the recognition of most people, and all the large auction houses under Soaring Heaven's Continent's Chamber of Commerce clearly rejected profound armaments which these tainted Armament Masters refined. Huang Yueli was just put into the limelight, and what if she was found using the Mirage Cloudy Rock during the Armament Master certification immediately? Then her reputation would drop from the peak into the bottoms of the valley. Such a drastic difference would definitely condemn her into damnation. Moreover, at such a public occasion with several thousand students as spectators, if Huang Yueli were to get involved in such a scandal, even if the Armament Guild had wanted to suppress this, they would definitely be able to settle it on the spot. Huang Yueli would absolutely be shut out completely. The worst of it all was that the Mirage Cloudy Rock was a material which easily melted under high temperature. As long as it was placed into materials which were about to take shape, it would completely melt in an instant. This scheme of Li Shuer's was simply too brilliant. If she were to meet ordinary Armament Masters, they probably wouldn't have discovered her little scheme and had no way of remedial. Because it only required one breath's time and the Mirage Cloudy Rock would have fused together with the other materials, totally unable to split it up. But unfortunately, the person she met with was Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli swept a glance at Li Shuer and did not show any emotions on her face, as though she hadn't discovered anything at all. She readjusted the temperature of the fire, and using her right hand to draw a circle, she struck out a hand gesture, starting the final molding step. Li Shuer didn't dare to look at her openly, and could only pay attention to her own armament furnace while stealing glances at Huang Yueli's movements. Huang Yueli's movements were extremely swift as her fingers were flying, striking out hand gestures one after another, and not long after, the materials in the armament furnace gradually took shape. Whoa, this is first tier upper grade profound artifact? I think that's right. But, this is a necklace? No, earring? And a ring? Heavens, this is a set. An entire set of first tier upper grade profound artifact. What? An entire set? Junior Sister Bai actually refined 3 pieces of profound artifact? It was widely known that among the profound armaments, the easiest to refine was profound weapon, followed by the profound armor, and the highest difficulty was profound artifact. In order to make sure that they were able to pass the certification assessment successfully, most armament masters would refine the profound weapon, which had the highest success rate. To refine profound artifact at this kind of scenario was never heard of in the past. All the armament masters were shocked beyond words. President Gong played with his beard as he said in utter shock, I'm not seeing things right? These 3 pieces of profound artifact are all refined at one go, so it should be a set, right? But a first-tier profound armament can also become a set? Aren't only 5th grade and above high-leveled profound armaments refined as a set? Furthermore, in the process of refining, various precious materials are usually required. This young lass used those common materials and managed to refine it? President who had gained slightly more knowledge than him said, actually low-leveled profound armament set, although rare, but were still able to be refined by some. Saying this, he paused. President Gong's curiosity was aroused as he kept asking, really? Which Grandmaster in Soaring Heaven's continent had actually managed to research the method to refine a set of low-leveled profound armament? Quick, tell me, perhaps this Ruoli is that master's disciple. President Hu heaved a sigh as he continued, this person exists as a goddess in every armament master's heart and a god of armament refining, forever unable to be surpassed. Unfortunately, she had passed away many years already. President Hu's words were put in an obscured way, but there was only one person who was as what he described. All the armament masters who heard his words immediately reflected the well-known name. Huang Yueli. You're talking about the 9th-tiered armament Grandmaster Master Huang. President Gong's eyes grew wide. Isn't that so? President Hu sighed with emotion. I'd been over to Soaring Heaven's continent more than a decade ago and had heard that Master Huang had researched a way to refine a set of low-leveled profound armament. So it was Master Huang's works, no wonder. But Master Huang had passed on for so many years now, so Ruoli's armament refining skills obviously couldn't have been taught by her. Can she be a genius who is comparable to Master Huang? President Hu shook his head, this shouldn't be. Master Huang had previously conducted lectures in Soaring Heaven's continent, so I believe quite a number of high-leveled armament masters had learnt from her. It's not just a legend, the current Armament Guild headquarters president is her disciple, isn't it? Ruoli's master should be some reputable master in Soaring Heaven's continent who taught her these. This was the most logical reasoning, and President Gong nodded in acknowledgement. The two of them were not too far away, and originally Li Moying was concentrated on watching his little fox's performance, but when he heard the 3 words, Huang Yueli, he subconsciously turned around to look at them. Not knowing why, this name gave him a strange feeling. Of course, Soaring Heaven's continent's former #1 armament master Huang Yueli, this renowned peerless talent, it was definitely not his first time hearing her name. But this time what made him especially uncomfortable was similar to his brain being smashed by someone, feeling a strange swelling kind of pain. Some images seemed to flash by his eyes, but suddenly seemed like nothing at all. In his mind, confused and messy. Amidst everyone's discussion and gasps of admiration, Huang Yueli had already completed both sections of the assessment. Tang Jinhua received a set of 3 profound artifacts from her hands and used his palm to hold it up. Such exquisite products was something that he had never heard of. To be able to see this personally with his own eyes, he hurriedly treated it as a treasure, protecting it, worried that just a little knock would damage it. Huang Yueli, on the other hand, didn't mind so much. Master Tang, don't be so anxious. It's just merely a first-tier profound armament and not worth anything much. Li Shuer hump-fed as she glanced sideways at Huang Yueli, sneering in her heart. She was after all only an armament apprentice, and hadn't seen much of the world, so she had not realized that the profound armament set which Huang Yueli had refined was so rare and so precious. At this moment, Li Shuer only had one thought in mind, and that was Huang Yueli's profound armament had successfully formed its shape and taken out of the furnace. This meant that the scheme she came out with to deal with Huang Yueli had already succeeded. She will let this wretched lass remain complacent for a little while more. After a little while, when the assessment ended and when the results were announced, she would spill the beans that this wretched lass was cheating by using the Mirage Cloudy Rock. By then, her reputation would be completely swept away. Li Shuer was full of evil thoughts and wasn't paying much attention to her own armament furnace's condition. Suddenly a boom sound was heard as the flames below Li Shuer's armament furnace suddenly rose sharply. The flames engulfed the entire furnace. Oh no! The armament furnace is going to explode. Li Shuer's heart skilled as the expression on the color on her face changed. The materials in her furnace had all melted and was about to enter the final molding stage. If the furnace were to explode at this point of time, then wouldn't all her efforts be wasted? And what was worse was that this wasn't the first time she had failed during the assessment. Earlier, in order to scheme Huang Yueli, she intentionally toppled her armament furnace, and those materials which had already been half refined had all spilled out, and that was something which she planned to fail in. Of course, in order to derive at her ultimate aim, that was all worth it. But if her armament furnace were to explode this time round, then it would be considered as her second failure. In the Armament Master Certification Assessment, one person had at most 3 chances at refining, and if she were to fail this time, that would mean that this was her last chance, and moreover she was still at the fixed topic stage. Later on, there would still be the free topic section. If this went on, she would have failed miserably in a very easy task, so even she herself would not be able to pass the certification assessment? Li Shuer was scared stiff, but just at this moment, she heard a light shout from her right side, "Settle!" The raging flames, which were running amok on the armament furnace, seemed to be casted with a settlement spell as it suddenly stopped, and following that a burst of powerful profound energy suppressed it as it slowly turned weak and slowly grew smaller before finally returning back to the position of the fire entrance. The situation immediately stabilized. "Oh, that's great, thank why," Li Shuer was pleasantly surprised as she started to thank the person who helped her. But upon lifting up her head, she stopped in her tracks. Because standing before her was Huang Yueli. The person who had helped to stabilize the flames was actually her. This time round, Li Shuer seemed as though she had swallowed a fly, as the word of thanks was stuck at the back of her throat, totally unable to speak. Huang Yueli wasn't angry at all, and only stretched out her hand and patted Li Shuer's furnace lid with smile, yet not a smile, as she said, "I say, Senior Sister Li, you'd better be more careful. I know that you're almost going to run around naked, so you don't feel so happy. But now you're still in the middle of the assessment, and if you don't pass this assessment, that would really be giving away your bride and losing your army on top of it. Who needs you to tell me that? Humph, I'm telling you, you've only won, temporarily. Don't be too complacent so quickly." Li Shuer was so angry that the top of her head was fuming. Huang Yueli smiled lightly and slowly walked away. Li Shuer looked at her graceful back as she cursed her silently in her mind. "Laugh, laugh all you want. In a little while more, you'll have no chance to laugh at all. Let's see between the both of us, who will have the final laugh." She only cared about cursing her in her mind and totally had not noticed that when Huang Yueli patted her furnace lid earlier, she had secretly lifted it a little, and following her style, she dropped a piece of little black stone in. That piece of stone was actually the mirage cloudy rock which Li Shuer had thrown into Huang Yueli's armament furnace earlier. The mirage cloudy rock melted under high temperature and indeed was very difficult to remove, but that was only for ordinary armament masters, and not for Huang Yueli. Earlier, when the profound armament was about to take shape, Huang Yueli had extracted the mirage cloudy rock out without any traces. Later on, she intentionally used her profound energy, causing Li Shuer's flames to run amok, thereby creating an opportunity to throw the mirage cloudy rock back into Li Shuer's armament furnace. To be able to complete the extraction of impurities and molding process at the same time, this was something unimaginable for ordinary armament masters, so Li Shuer had not even considered that such a thing could even happen under the skies. So naturally, it was not possible for her to detect that Huang Yueli actually used her own methods to obtain retribution from her. Huang Yueli was brought away by Li Moying to the VIP seating after she had completed her refining and was surrounded by President Hu and Principal Jiang with all sorts of questions. Li Shuer saw that and was feeling infuriated. If it hadn't been for the fact that she knew that she would be able to bring Huang Yueli down later, she probably wouldn't have been able to continue. Due to the earlier explosion, the temperature of Li Shuer's armament furnace had been slightly high and she was worried that the materials would be affected, causing the final formation stage to have an accident. But out of her expectations, the forming stage was extremely smooth, not wasting any extra effort, and she obtained a pair of wrist guards. From the exterior, the shape was extremely perfect, even much better than her usual standards. Looks like her luck today wasn't bad at all. Li Shuer was overjoyed, feeling that Lady Luck was on her side today. Thinking about that, the movements on her hands turned faster, and the second free topic section had been successful as well, so not much time later, it was also completed. The second person to complete this assessment is Li Shuer. Tang Jinhua praised Li Shuer when she handed in her profound armament. Shuer, the product which you have submitted is not bad, this set of wrist guards. Looks like it's already a first-tier middle-grade, profound armament, not bad at all. Looks like you should have no problem passing the Armament Master Certification assessment today, congratulations. The corners of Li Shuer's lips curled, but she felt that she really didn't feel like smiling at all. The reason was because besides Tang Jinhua, no one else cared if she had already completed the assessment. No matter if she had surpassed her usual standard and refined a first-tier middle-grade profound armament, but not one student expressed shock or gasp in admiration over this. With Huang Yueli's exceptional shocking performance right before her, this little bit of capability really couldn't cause any waves. Li Shuer had specially stood on top of the stage for a little moment, more hoping that someone could have noticed her. In the end, all she heard were praises about Huang Yueli and how popular she was, causing her to turn green, stomping her feet as she rushed angrily back to the contenders' seating area. The practical assessment was a total of 4 hours. When the assessment ended, if any examinees were not able to complete both sections of the assessment or refine the required profound armaments, then they would not be able to continue on. In reality, when time was up, there were only 4 people who managed to successfully refine 2 pieces of profound armament, so the remaining examinees were eliminated on the spot. As for those 4 who had successfully completed the assessment, the profound armaments that they had refined were all placed on stage, exhibiting it to all the students present. Tang Jinhua walked up with all smiled as he announced, "Students, this round's Armament Master Certification assessment has ended successfully. Following this is what everyone is most concerned about, the announcement of the final results of the assessment. According to tradition, we will now publicly test the performance of each profound armament and award the final marks." The students below the stage all started to get excited. Today they had been watching for the longest time ever, and they were actually a little tired. The most important moment had finally arrived. Everyone wanted to know how the armament apprentices fared in their standard. Especially Huang Yueli, with such exceptional armament refining skills, what kind of fine quality, profound armament had she refined? Tang Jinhua didn't disappoint as he first held up Huang Yueli's works. "I believe that everyone wanted to see the formidable power of the profound armament that Miss Bai had refined, so we shall first start testing the 2 profound armaments which she had refined." "That's great. I've long wanted to know how powerful that pair of wrist guards as well as those 3 accessories, since it's been so beautifully done it. I think you'd better not get your hopes too high up. Generally speaking, when the exterior of the profound armament is too pretty, the power will normally not match up. Very few armament masters are able to balance both sides. But Bai Ruoli is so awesome, maybe she might be able to do it." Amidst the discussions, Tang Jinhua held up that pair of wrist guards as he buckled it onto his hand. Suddenly he gave an embarrassed look. This wrist guard is slightly smaller and made for ladies, so I can't put it on. Is there any other armament master out here who is willing to help me test this?" He had just ended his sentence when several armament masters immediately stood up. "I'll do it." In the end, a petite female armament master managed to snag to the front of the stage as she received the wrist guards. Tang Jinhua took a look at her. She was a first-tier armament master, rather young, and she used to be a student of Celestial Light Academy. She had just passed through the certification assessment last year, and at that time, she had just turned 18 years old, so she was also one of the armament refining talents whom the Armament Guild placed emphasis on nurturing. Miss Ning Xiao, it's you. You're so fast. Ning Xiao nodded as she laughed, everyone's snatching, so if I'm not quick enough, how would that do? Saying that, she received the wrist guards and put it onto her arms. Ning Xiao's wrists were slender and the size was just right. Moreover, this set of wrist guards were exceptionally exquisite, which brought out her fair yet flexible wrists. The patterns on the exterior of the wrist guards brought out a kind of mysterious charm and looked exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Wow, this is just too beautiful. Even if it's not a profound armament and just a pair of bracelet accessory, I'm sure many young ladies will like it. As Ning Xiao was talking, under Tang Jinhua's guidance, her right hand struck out towards a piece of strength testing stone. Very quickly, the strength testing stone reflected the wrist guard's test results. Tang Jinhua took a look at it and his hand trembled. Defense and speed are all 15% and above. Each attribute in a dual attributed profound armament range upgrade would normally be lower than single attributed armaments, but in Miss Bai's set of wrist guards, the dual attributes had exceeded close to double than each single attribute. This has already reached a second-tier profound armament standard. What? Second-tier profound armament? How is that possible? Even if Bairuoli has the ability to refine a second-tier profound armament, but the materials supplied in the assessment are all first-tier materials, so how could she possibly refine a second-tier profound armament? That's right, this is just too ridiculous. However, the truth was displayed right in front of their eyes, and the Armament Guild was the most professional, so there shouldn't be any mistake in their strength testing stone. Tang Jinhua spent some time to compose himself and quivered as he put the wrist guards back into the box, before holding up the other set of profound armament, the set of 3 pieces of profound artifact, which Huang Yueli had refined. This time round, even before Tang Jinhua could open his mouth, Ning Xiao had already snatched it over. I'll do it, let me be the one to do the testing. This set are all ladies' accessories, so Master Tang, you'd definitely be too shy to put it on. Tang Jinhua had not even had the time to stop her when Ning Xiao had already made a grab at it and put it on. She finally came to understand that this Miss Bai was a real armament refining genius, and in front of her, she who was also called a talent was just not enough to match up. To be able to help such an armament master, who had long surpassed her to test her products, was a kind of glory among the armament masters. As reciprocation, the party whom was being tested would normally give some guidance to the party who had helped to test. This was exactly the reason why when Tang Jinhua asked for testers, a huge crowd of people rushed up to grab this opportunity. Ning Xiao had grabbed the first time and wasn't willing to give up the second chance. To be able to gain some pointers from a genius like Huang Yueli, this opportunity didn't come by too often, so of course she would need to monopolize it. Ning Xiao put on that set of profound artifact and unsurprisingly, she received a pile of praises. These accessories were refined even more exquisitely than that pair of wrist guards, and even Sky Cloud City's best jadeware stores were not able to come out with this kind of design. Ning Xiao exercised her wrists and was just about to strike. Wait a minute, Master Ning. Li Shuer chose the exact moment as she clenched her teeth and stood up from her seat, shouting out, stopping the testing. What? Everyone were surprised and Tang Jinhua frowned. Initially Li Shuer was rather nervous, but since she had already opened her mouth, she might as well set her heart straight and rushed to the front of the stage with quick steps as she shouted loudly, Master, I want to make a report. Report? Yes, I want to make a report. Earlier, Bairuoli had cheated in the second round of assessment. Cheated? Tang Jinhua's eyes widened, totally unable to believe what she said. You. Shuer, you said Miss Bai cheated? Could you have mistaken? Why would she cheat? It wasn't just Tang Jinhua, everyone present had blown up because of that one sentence, which Li Shuer said. Everyone expressed that they didn't believe what she said, because Huang Yueli's ability was placed right in front of their eyes. Just based on the skills which she had displayed earlier, would she not be able to refine a first-tier profound armament? Moreover, the assessment was held publicly in front of everyone, so who had the ability to cheat under so many people's eyes? Furthermore, Huang Yueli's reputation was like the sun at midday. Just how much had she to fret before she even wanted to use the Mirage Cloudy Rock? If it was found out, wouldn't her reputation go down the drain and lose more than she could gain? Li Shuer said, Master, this isn't a misunderstanding. I've seen it with my own eyes. Earlier when Bairuoli was refining the second profound armament, she obviously didn't have enough profound energy and almost failed at the forming stage. After that, I saw that she threw a piece of Mirage Cloudy Rock into the armament furnace before she finally succeeded at refining. What? Such a thing happened? Tang Jinhua cried out in surprise, it's not possible. You must have seen wrongly, right? Master Bai would never do such a thing. Master, you're saying that I'm accusing Bairuoli? Tang Jinhua said, Shuer, it's not that I don't trust you. But why would Master Bai do such a thing? You must have seen it wrongly. Li Shuer continued, I have evidence. This matter is actually very simple. As long as you seriously test this set of profound artifact which she had refined, we'd be able to find out the might of it so the truth will be revealed. If she really added in the Mirage Cloudy Rock, then testing it a few more times would give the game away. This. Tang Jinhua went into a blank and he started hesitating at this point in time. Although he felt that this matter couldn't possibly happen, but Li Shuer actually said it so solemnly, why did she seem like she had absolute certainty over it? Could it be really that something fishy was going on? It wasn't just one or two people who thought in that way, and everyone threw their gazes towards Huang Yueli, who was seated at the VIP seating area. Huang Yueli was just talking to President Hu and President Gong as the trio were discussing on armament refining skills and were talking the same language. Especially when Huang Yueli offered various opinions which the two presidents had never heard of. Just listening to the rough outline which she was describing, and it was as though the grass that clogged the way was suddenly gone. This made the two presidents give her an even higher evaluation, as the way they looked at her seemed to resemble looking at a piece of rare treasure. Both of them were glad that Huang Yueli had chosen Sky Cloud City's Armament Guild to be the place of her certification because this really gained much face for Sky Cloud City. But unfortunately, Huang Yueli was extremely tight-lipped. The both of them had scouted several times, but were not able to find out anything about her apprenticeship. Li Moying had been sitting quietly beside Huang Yueli's side and had not interrupted into her conversation. But those seating around the surrounding could tell that even though young sect master held an aloof expression, not much different from usual, but every single time he looked at Huang Yueli, the gentleness beneath his eyes were enough to make any young lady enraptured. At such an ambient moment, Li Shuer suddenly jumped out to slander Huang Yueli, and it was such a serious accusation. Li Moying's eyebrows creased together as the expression on his face turned extremely ugly. He was just about to fly into a rage when he felt a soft little hand pressing against the back of his hand, followed by a sweet young voice echoing into his ear, "All right, don't be angry. Let me settle this myself." Li Moying turned around and in an unfriendly tone, he said, "Li Shuer had time and again slandered you. Even if you can tolerate it, I cannot take it any further." Huang Yueli smiled, "I'm not tolerating anything at all. Don't you know me well enough? How will I remain indifferent after being splashed by dirty water?" Li Moying pursed his thin lips as he stared at her with a "I'm very unhappy" look, but he didn't insist on getting his way. He hadn't discovered that he was bearing a classic henpecked male expression. Principal Jiang and the rest who were by the side had all become dumbstruck from this, as they had never thought that the overbearing young sect master Li had no definite opinions in front of his fiancée at all. Huang Yueli saw his expression, and her lips curled upwards as she reassuringly patted his shoulders and turned to walk towards the stage. Li Shuer, are you sure that it's not because you're afraid of having to run around naked, so you've came out with this cheap trick to slander me? She turned towards Li Shuer as her voice remained peaceful. Li Shuer sneered, slander? I'm telling the absolute truth. Go ahead and deny as you wish. When the testing results are out later, I'll see what you have to say then. Anyway, she had witnessed it with her own eyes when the Mirage Cloudy Rock dropped into that wretched lass's furnace, and just based on this, even if she had 100 mouths, she would not be able to clear her own name. Huang Yueli glanced sideways at her as she laughed. All right, since you are so certain. Then let's start with the testing. Tang Jinhua could only reply, all right, since you all have no objections, then let's start. Those vulgar quality profound armaments which had the Mirage Cloudy Rock added to it would normally not be able to be used for more than 10 times before it starts to break down. So in order to ascertain Li Shuer's words, let's test it continuously for 20 times. If it had been tested 20 times and the profound armament appears to be damaged, then it would mean that Miss Bai's profound armament really has a problem. Now, will Miss Ning please start? Ning Xiao had already put on the profound artifact and was just waiting for Tang Jinhua's notification. Upon hearing his command, she turned around and took a look at Li Shuer as she scornfully humped at her. Anyone with eyes were able to tell that Li Shuer's fabrication of accusation was purely out of her own jealousy. Wasn't she just jealous of Huang Yueli's shocking armament refining talent, snatching away the limelight which originally belonged to her? Such a narrow-minded and sinister woman actually could become an armament master? Ning Xiao said, I will do my best, so everyone please look carefully. Don't say I'm not doing my best if the profound armament wasn't damaged later. I don't have a master like Master Tang and will not be able to take to being slandered by anyone. Saying that, she didn't even bother to look at Li Shuer's steely green face as she turned towards the strength testing stone and immediately stuck out. Ning Zhao's move was especially simple and was the introductory move which every fire-attributed practitioners had to learn, fireball technique. Because this type of profound skill was most commonly known and was one of the basics, so it became the standard strike to use when testing profound armaments. She had just struck when the movements of her hands stopped as she gave out a surprised and joyous expression. Besides raising the attack power, this set of profound artifact also increased the speed of profound energy regeneration. It's too mystical. The profound energy which I had used wasn't even as much as what was regenerated. My profound energy has remained being charged to the maximum. Ning Zhao's speed at striking was pretty fast, and it was just a jaw stick time before she had continuously struck out 10 over moves. Furthermore, she apparently seemed to have a lot of experience in testing profound armaments, because each profound energy's intensity was almost the same. Initially, Li Shuer crossed both her arms around her chest and a cold sneer hung around her lips, looking at Ning Zhao's testing confidently. But as Ning Zhao's moves increased, from once to twice, all the way till it had broken through 10 times, the expression on her face gradually turned ugly. Very quickly, the number of tests had reached 15 times. By now, Li Shuer was so anxious that she couldn't remain seated properly as she stood up from her seat with both hands clenched into fists, her eyes staring intently on the strength testing stone. She kept repeating in her mind, why hadn't this profound armament broke down? Quickly break down now. However, even after all 20 times of testing had been completed, the 3 pieces of profound artifact remained intact, as though it had not been used at all. Ning Xiao removed the profound armament and placed it beside Tang Jinhua, calling out loud, Master Tang, I've already finished my testing and this set of profound artifacts effect is indeed outstanding. Not only is it durable, it had already reached the standard of a second-tier profound armament. Tang Jinhua hurriedly replied, "Thank you for your trouble, Miss Ning. Master Bai's ability is indeed outstanding. Just using first-tier materials, she actually refines a set of second-tier profound artifact. This assessment has been completed in such an outstanding way. I hereby announce that Bai Ruoli has passed this assessment with full marks, and she will gain." Impossible, it's just impossible. Li Shuer was so infuriated that she was about to go mad, and she couldn't suppress the rage and shock in her heart as she rushed upwards without a care for anything else. This profound armament couldn't possibly not be damaged. I've seen it with my own eyes, that the Mirage Cloudy Rock had dropped into her armament furnace, so how could it possibly not be broken? Something fishy is definitely happening here. Ning Xiao, have you colluded together with Bai Ruoli? Ning Xiao sneered, haven't I already showed you carefully earlier? I definitely have not gone easy. Impossible, you must have gone easy on her. Otherwise, how is it possible that this profound armament is not damaged at all? It didn't break down. Because Master Bai's skill is superb and had not used any prohibited materials, so of course it wouldn't break down. What Ning Xiao said was the truth, but the infuriated Li Shuer apparently didn't believe her words. With a lightning move of her hand, she went up ahead and snatched the item. Impossible, Bai Ruoli used the Mirage Cloudy Rock, that's absolutely right. You all must have went easy on her. I'll test it personally myself, I'll test it 100 times. It will definitely break down. Enough. Tang Jinhua couldn't take it any further and sternly cried out to stop her. Shuer, what's come over you today? Do you know how terrible you look right now? I have already tested the armament continuously for 20 times according to your request, and it was proven that Master Bai's profound armament indeed had no problem at all. You're the one speaking at will and spoiling Master Bai's reputation. Not only did you not apologize to Master Bai, you even continued to splash dirty water on her? Which ordinary profound armament would not break down after being tested continuously for 100 times? What can that prove? To think that you even came out with this idea. Tang Jinhua was mild-tempered and very seldom did he put on such a stern attitude. If it was usual times, Li Shuer would definitely not have insisted on her way after hearing what he said. But today, Li Shuer only had one thought left, and that was if she could not pull Huang Yueli down, then she would have to run around naked. Furthermore, with Huang Yueli's innate talent, once she entered the armament guild, would she Li Shuer even had any standing left? No way, this profound armament definitely had a problem. I will definitely prove that it had a problem. Li Shuer stretched out her hand and grabbed the necklace. Huang Yueli stretched out one hand and held on to her wrist. Senior Sister Li, why are you so agitated? The profound armament which I had refined is very valuable, and if you were to spoil it, can you even afford to pay for it? Let me go. Li Shuer wanted to shake her hand off, but realized that Huang Yueli's strength was extremely big and she had no way of resisting it at all. Huang Yueli's fingers held on to her wrists gently, as though she didn't use too much strength. She laughed lightly. Senior Sister Li, why do you keep insisting that I had used the Mirage Cloudy Rock? Could it be that you have done something wrong and feeling guilty over it? WH. What? How could I possibly feel guilty, OB? Obviously, it's you who had cheated. Why would I need to cheat? Earlier, President Hu had already told me that even if I didn't refine any profound armament today, he will still give me a badge, and my passing of the certification is a sure thing, so why should I take the risk? What? What did you say? Li Shuer's face turned pale white, unable to believe what she heard. President Hu had already promised to certify this wretched lass? Then what was she still scheming against? Wasn't it just a waste of her effort? Huang Yueli continued again, on the contrary, Senior Sister Li, why do you keep insisting that I used the Mirage Cloudy Rock? Most armament masters would not even think that there would be anyone who would use this to cheat, right? Your casual guess went straight to this answer, so could it be because You yourself had used the Mirage Cloudy Rock to cheat, so everyone seemed to be cheating as well? What do you mean? Li Shuer's eyes grew wide. Tang Jinhua heard the meaning within her words and asked, Master Bai, what do you mean? Huang Yueli continued, I also want to make a report. Actually, while I was in the middle of the assessment, I saw something very interesting. Earlier when Li Shuer couldn't control the flames and almost caused an explosion, but later on in order to prevent the refining to fail, she added a piece of Mirage Cloudy Rock inside. I didn't want to expose her initially, but I had not expected her to splash the dirty water onto me instead, so I can only tell the truth. You're sprouting rubbish. How could I possibly use the Mirage Cloudy Rock? You're slandering me. You're obviously trying to exact revenge on me, so that's why you're slandering me now. Li Shuer had not expected her to say that and went into a blank for a moment, but following that her anger flared up. She clearly knew in her heart on how serious such an accusation was, so when Huang Yueli said that about her, she couldn't take it at all. Huang Yueli took a glance at her and replied indifferently, like what senior sister Li said earlier, whether it is slandering or just blank talk, we need to see the evidence. I also request to proceed with multiple testing on the profound armament which senior sister Li had refined. But I'm not as mean as senior sister Li. Just test it continuously, for 10 times will do. Li Shuer heard her words and calmed down. She didn't know that her own armament furnace had something extra added to it and felt that she was innocent. So since she hadn't committed any wrong, then testing it shouldn't be an issue. In fact, it could also give Huang Yueli a tight slap on her face. She clenched her teeth and said, all right. Test it then. Normal multiple testing are mostly 20 times, so you don't need to pretend to be magnanimous and say testing 10 times will do, or whatever. Huang Yueli blinked and smiled, Senior Sister Li, I'm helping you. If we were to really test it for 20 times. I suspect that the profound armament which Senior Sister Li had refined, even without adding in any prohibited items, might break down after 20 times. So wouldn't that be framing an innocent person? The word she said wasn't just blind talk. All those newly ascended armament masters who had reached the first tier standard existed such a problem, and that was the durability of the profound armament which they refined were usually weaker than others. Sometimes even without any intentionally fraud, due to the difference in standard, it would also break down easily. But these words, to Li Shuer's ears was skin, to a tight slap, given onto her face. This was simply looking down on her. Earlier, Huang Yueli's profound armament had gone through a total of 20 testing, and yet it still appeared as though it was new. The result was hers could only stand the standard of testing it 10 times? But if it really were to be tested 20 times continuously, Li Shuer didn't dare to guarantee that her profound armament would be good as new. Luckily, Tang Jinhua stepped in at a suitable moment. What Master Bai said is reasonable. Although I don't think Shuer would use any prohibited materials, but since Master Bai has such a query, then it's better that we test it out so that everyone could rest assured. For the sake of fairness, I as Li Shuer's master should stay out of this. May I invite any armament master who is willing to step out to test it? This time, no armament master responded at all. Everyone seemed as though this matter was of no concern to them and looked on from a detached point of view. As compared to Huang Yueli's armament, that type of flocking attitude became an obvious difference. What kind of level did Li Shuer have? Helping her test would not gain them any benefits, and in fact, it would lower their standard. Tang Jinhua was helpless and could only pick someone personally. Miss Mu Limo, Miss Mu, can I trouble you to come up the stage please? Mu Limo was also a first-tier armament master who was newly promoted last year, and upon hearing her name being called, she unwillingly stepped upwards. She didn't say anything much and received the wrist guards from Tang Jinhua, which Li Shuer had refined, and clasped it onto her wrists. A light "ta" sound was heard, and just hearing that gave a feeling which didn't seem like it was secured. She frowned. The quality of this wrist guards really isn't great. Could Mirage Cloudy Rock really have been added to it? What? Tang Jinhua's forehead creased as the spectators looked on with interest and started whispering to one another. Li Shuer bit her lips as sweat formed profusely on her forehead. Although she had self-confidence that she had not added any prohibited materials, but to be told off by a senior in front of everyone that the quality of her profound armament was very bad was still an embarrassing thing. Mu Limo prepared herself as she walked to the strength testing stone and using all her force, she stuck out. An extremely bright pong sound was heard from the impact of her profound energy. One could tell that Mu Limo had expended quite an amount of energy. But after she stopped, everyone took a careful look at the digits on the strength testing stone and all of them expressed a dazed look. That's weird, how could the digits be so bad? Right, just slightly over 1,000 over kilos, even any worse-off second-stage realm practitioner would have this amount of strength, right? Although an armament master's martial cultivation isn't as great, but isn't she still wearing the wrist guards on her arms? Mu Limo herself also frowned. Master Tang, there seems to be a huge problem with this wrist guards. Even without wearing any profound armament usually, my results on the strength testing stone would be around 1,000 over kilos. This pair of wrist guards seemed to add any amplification at all. How could that be possible? Tang Jinhua replied objectively. Naturally, he would not believe that his own disciple would cheat. Miss Mu, could it be that your condition today isn't too well so your strength is slightly low? Maybe it had nothing to do with the wrist guards. Li Shuer cried out, not resigned to that fact. There couldn't be anything wrong with my wrist guards. It must be because of your condition. Mu Limo saw that not only did she not admit to it, she even claimed that she had a problem, so her expression was rather unhappy as she said, since you don't believe me, how about this? I'll remove the wrist guards and let you see how much strength is my original power. That would naturally be the best way. Li Shuer was confident that the problem must be with Mu Limo. Mu Limo just barely touched the wrist guards and was prepared to remove it, but whoever knew that her fingers had just lightly touched it when she heard a clanging sound. That pair of wrist guards suddenly snapped into several pieces, and the shattered pieces fell onto the ground. Even Mu Limo was stunned. She indeed felt that there was something wrong with Li Shuer's wrist guards, and was sure that it could not stand more than 10 testing rounds, but just testing it once had completely caused the profound armament to shatter to pieces. This was her first time seeing such a thing happen. Silence filled the profound weapon chambers as everyone stared intently on the stage, unable to believe that such a ridiculous thing had just happened. However, after a moment of silence was a bustle of exclamations. Heavens, am I seeing things? The wrist guards, which Li Shuer refined actually shattered just like that? What kind of lousy item was that? If whoever bought the profound armament which she refined, just using once only and it was spoilt, then wouldn't that person lose out big time? You don't understand. I've heard that no matter how bad the quality of most profound weapons are, there isn't any case where it would be damaged just after one time. At least it should be able to be used for 20 times. The durability of her wrist guards are so inferior, it must be exactly as what Bairuoli said earlier, she had used the prohibited materials. How could this be? I thought Li Shuer's armament refining talent is very high. So she had always been using prohibited materials to cheat us. That's right, Li Shuer is a shameless liar. The last time she had even charged me so much for a piece of profound armament. She's a fraud. Luckily Bairuoli's discerning eyes saw through her, otherwise God knows how many more people would be cheated by her. Earth-shattering curses could be heard. Li Shuer couldn't believe that such a thing happened and was both shocked and indignant as her entire body shook. She pounced over and with her trembling hands, she picked up the shattered pieces of the wrist guards to take a look at it. She had refined such type of wrist guards several times before and every single time, she was able to refine it successfully. Moreover, the durability and strength were rather good. So when this topic was chosen, she was, in fact, extremely happy and had the confidence that she could complete it properly. But why did the quality this time had such a huge difference? She clearly used her effort to refine it. For a situation whereby the durability to be so inferior, generally speaking there would only one reason, and that was the Mirage Cloudy Rock was added, but she clearly had not. Wait a minute. Li Shuer suddenly thought of something and swiftly turned her head around, looking at a figure right behind her. At this moment, Huang Yueli happened to be looking at her as well, and both their sights matched right together. You. It must be you, right? It's definitely you. Li Shuer's eyes were bloodshot as she stared daggers at Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli put on an innocent face. Senior Sister Li, what are you talking about? What does the problem with your profound armament have to do with me? You're still pretending. Li Shuer got up from the ground and agitatedly rushed over with the intention to hit her. It must be you. If it hadn't been for the fact that you had done something when I was refining armament, how would you possibly know that my profound armament has a problem, and even said I used the Mirage Cloudy Rock? You even suggested to do the testing continuously. Huang Yueli's feet moved aside and evaded her attack as she displayed an aggrieved expression which had been maligned by someone. This. Senior Sister Li, you can eat indiscriminately, but you cannot talk like that. I know that you used the Mirage Cloudy Rock and suggested to do the testing, and now you said I'm the one who tampered with it? Then Senior Sister Li, earlier you were obviously the first person who said I used the Mirage Cloudy Rock and also the first to suggested to do continuous testing on the profound armament which I had refined. Does that mean that you also tampered my armament furnace? How could I possibly do such a thing? This are two totally different matters. Li Shuer was shot back and almost coughed up blood. This wretched lass actually used the exact same method and words to annoy her. Li Shuer was now 100% sure that Huang Yueli had definitely discovered what she had done, so using the same method which she came out with, she had done the exact same thing and thrown the Mirage Cloudy Rock back into her armament furnace. She just didn't know how on earth did Huang Yueli realized it and how she managed to do it. She clearly saw the Mirage Cloudy Rock melt in Huang Yueli's armament furnace, but Huang Yueli's profound armament was totally fine. But at the same time, her own furnace armament had unknowingly been added with something, but she turned out that she knew nothing about it. Li Shuer had never expected herself to be maligned and furthermore being charged with such a serious accusation. If she had been ascertained to have used the Mirage Cloudy Rock to pass off a fake product as a genuine one, then she would definitely be shut out by the Armament Guild. The consequence was not something which she could bear. She wanted to defend herself, to say that she was innocent and it was Huang Yueli who had framed her. But she had no evidence at all. What made her even unable to speak was she had just used the same method to frame Huang Yueli. If she said Huang Yueli's accusation was premeditated, then Huang Yueli could say the same thing, that Li Shuer's earlier accusation was also her scheme to frame her. To use such a method to frame others at the Armament Master Certification Assessment was a horrible and lowly thing to do, and it would also result in being shut off by the guild. In this way, Li Shuer didn't know how to explain so that other people would believe her. Li Shuer, you really made me so disappointed. Tang Jinhua's voice rang. Li Shuer raised her head up frenetically and saw Tang Jinhua's congealed expression and was frightened out of her wits. She hurriedly threw herself right before Tang Jinhua's feet and started crying out loud, "Master, I really didn't use the Mirage Cloudy Rock. Really? Please believe me. You know best on my armament refining standard. How could I possible such a thing? Master, please believe me." Li Shuer was very sure that the only person who could save her now was Tang Jinhua. Tang Jinhua saw her weeping so sadly, and sympathy filled his heart. After all, she was his disciple whom he had taught for several years and had some feelings. But Tang Jinhua was an exceptional armament master with principles and was a just person, so the one thing he scorned the most was this kind of shifty behavior. If he wasn't such a person, President Hu would never had entrusted him to preside over the armament master certification assessment. Shui, you indeed have some innate talent, but you're too eager for success and profit. Don't think I don't know that you've been boasting to everyone that you're going to become an armament master very soon. And you even said a lot of things which look down on other armament masters. If you are not able to pass this round's certification assessment, you'd definitely feel very embarrassed, right? But even so, you cannot use this kind of method to derive at your aim. Tang Jinhua's heart simply ached. In actual fact, after he had taken in Li Shui as his disciple, he had always heard quite a number of students gossiping about her behind her back. Li Shui's character was arrogant, and using her identity as Tang Jinhua's disciple, she had done her fair share of bullying the other students, but as Tang Jinhua felt that this disciple had some innate talent, and most armament masters' characters were mostly arrogant and aloof, which was a common sight, so he just bore with it. However, this time round, she actually resorted to deception and even cheated during the certification assessment. This had already stepped on Tang Jinhua's bottom line. Master, please believe me, I really didn't. It's all by Ruoli's fault. Enough, the results of the testing is already clear to all, and you're still trying to deny. With a character like that, how can you even become an armament master? The more Tang Jinhua heard, the angrier he became. If Li Shui were to admit her mistake and begged for mercy, he might have become soft-hearted and be lenient, but not only had she not admitted her mistake, she even splashed dirty water onto Huang Yueli. Tang Jinhua was extremely disappointed. Li Shui, you used the prohibited Mirage Cloudy Rock to counterfeit, and according to the Armament Guild's affiliated regulations, we shall now cancel your results for this round's certification assessment. At the same time, your status as a high-leveled armament apprentice has also been stripped, and you will never be able to register with the Armament Guild for the rest of your life. Now please leave the profound weapon chambers. Li Shui's mouth opened wide with shock as she kept shaking her head furiously. No, master, you cannot do this to me, master. Tang Jinhua replied coldly, don't call me master, I don't have a disciple like you. Li Shui really became panic-stricken this time. She could not explain the usage of the Mirage Cloudy Rock, and this time, her results would be cancelled, and she would be driven out of the profound weapon chambers where all irreversible matters. But as long as she was still Tang Jinhua's disciple, given Tang Jinhua's special status in the Armament Guild, she would still have hopes of clearing her name in future. But if even Tang Jinhua were to drive her out, then she would never had any chance of changing her fortune. Master, no, please listen to my explanation, listen to me. Li Shui cried and threw a tantrum and was just short of rolling around and kicking up a fuss on the floor. She didn't look one bit like an armament master in this way. Instead, she looked no different from those food market aunties who were shouting abuses in the streets. Her entire body was filled with soot when she had refined the armaments earlier, and her hair was messy, with her head and face covered in grime. Heavens, Li Shui looks really scary like that. I had never expected her to be such a person. After doing such an embarrassing thing, she even dared to deny. That's right, earlier she had even maligned Junior Sister Bai of cheating, and in the end? Junior Sister Bai's profound armament was just so useful. True gold fears no fire. Whereas her own was refined using the prohibited material, and the profound armament, which she had refined, could not be used after one round of testing. Really, to be in the same academy as her, I also feel very embarrassed. Hearing the words of despise from the surroundings, Li Shui couldn't help but feel that she wanted to kill herself. She would not even be able to wash herself clean even if she jumped into the Yellow River. However, the matter wasn't resolved yet. A shuffle of footsteps was heard coming from her back, and following that, Huang Yueli's voice hovered over her head. Li Shui, you seem to have forgotten one thing. What else do you want? Haven't I been harmed into such a terrible state by you? Li Shuer instantly raised her head with a face of fury, as though her eyes were about to shoot fire out. Huang Yueli's lips rose upward slightly as she took her own sweet time to talk. Senior Sister Li, I don't understand what you mean. I harmed you. Your cultivation and ability is so different from mine, so why would I even waste my time to harm you? I can only say, the evil that you brought about yourself are the hardest to bear. If you do something bad, there will be retribution. You don't think you've won already. I won't let you off. I've heard you said that umpteen times until my ears are growing callous. If you have what it takes to win me, I welcome your challenge anytime. But now, isn't it time to fulfill the bet between us? Bet? Li Shuer blankly repeated and couldn't recall what she was saying. Huang Yueli kind-heartedly reminded her, this morning when I was registering, we made a bet that if I could obtain the Armament Master certification, you would run around naked in Sky Cloud City's streets. Senior Sister Li, surely you're not intending to renege on your debt, so you're pretending to forget about it, right? Li Shuer suddenly recalled this as her eyes saw black and almost fainted on the spot. She wanted to renege on it, but earlier she had really forgotten cleanly about it because all she had on her mind was that she was shut off by the Armament Guild and also driven out by her master. Now, before things had even been resolved, another heavy blow came striking on her. Huang Yueli continued, before the second round of assessment started, I still reminded you about it and so many people heard about it, isn't it? I gave you a chance to take it back, but you yourself said that you will definitely keep your word. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Li Shuer's entire body was soaked in cold sweat and she couldn't stop trembling. She had now become a rat whom everyone wanted to beat, and if she were to go run around naked, then she would really have no face to live anymore, and for this entire lifetime, she would be too embarrassed to take another step in Sky Cloud City. What are you saying? Junior Sister Bai, how could you be so heartless? At least I'm your fiancé's sister, and your future sister-in-law. Huang Yueli sneered, so what about it? You were able to deal with your sister-in-law with such a heavy hand and asked me to run around naked? Where on earth would there be such a heartless and sinister woman like you? Li Shuer started shouting out loud. She couldn't be bothered about anything else now. Anyway, she had already been embarrassed enough. So she would also admit to being shameless. She only knew one thing, she absolutely could not run around naked. Otherwise, the entire Sky Cloud City would treat her as a laughingstock, and in future, even if she was able to turn around, this would also become the biggest stain for her entire lifetime. Furthermore, there wouldn't be any one reputable man who dared to take her as his wife. Li Shuer wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf, and that egged Tang Jinhua's sympathy. Thinking that they were once master and disciple, he couldn't bear to see her end being so miserable. He opened his mouth. Master Bai, Li Shuer had already gotten her just desserts, so is it possible that you can give me some face? Huang Yueli's eyebrows rose. Master Tang, you're so defensive of Li Shuer, so aren't you afraid that other people would be mistaken that you're the same like her, and actually a scum who secretly used the Mirage Cloudy Rock to cheat others? Tang Jinhua choked instantly, because what Huang Yueli said was the truth. Initially, their master-disciple relationship would have caused other people's suspicions, so it would be safer to avoid doing anything which might arouse suspicions. But that wouldn't be able to purge the suspicions, and if he were to continue helping Li Shuer. Huang Yueli turned towards Li Shuer. You're going on your own to run around naked, or do you want me to get someone to remove all your clothing and throw you out? Li Shuer knew that she was capable of doing what she said, and was scared out of her wits as she started screaming, Second brother, I'm your biological sister. Bai Ruoli wants to throw me out to run around naked, you dare to do such outrageous act? She wanted to make use of kinship to suppress them, thinking that if Li Moying needed his reputation, then no matter how he hated her, he would still have to save her today. Alas, her thinking was wrong. How would a matchless expert like Li Moying be scared stiff by a few words from her? Moreover, he only had Huang Yueli in his eyes. As long as his little fox was happy, he didn't mind going against everyone in the entire world. Moreover, it was to deal with a disgusting person. Li Moying stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. In a flash, Moe appeared in front of him and bowed. "Master, your instructions please." Li Moying said, "Go help third miss out." Seeing her being so long-winded, and yet she wasn't able to even fix up that dumb thing. Moe responded, "Yes," then turned around and left. Principal Jiang and the rest were just watching on the sidelines, and without any exception, their faces were filled with terror. On one hand was because Moe had always been hiding nearby, and none of them noticed it, so it showed how powerful the invisibility skill the shadow guards had. On the other hand was because of how much Li Moying had doted on Huang Yueli, to go to such an extent. Even though Li Moying's words sounded like he despised her, but who would have recognized it as his way of pampering her? No matter what, Li Shuer was indeed his sister, and even if they had long heard about their enmity, but most people, for the sake of their own reputation, they would have let Li Shuer off. No one had expected that Li Moying would be so resolute, and couldn't bear for Huang Yueli to suffer even a bit of injustice. Moe just stepped up on stage and didn't even bother to say anything superfluous, so he directly tapped her mute acupoint. Following that, he stripped her naked and threw her totally nude outside the profound weapon chamber's main entrance. Li Shuer had never thought that dragging Li Moying down the water would not save her life. On the contrary, it sped up the process of her end. She fell heavily onto the ground, feeling all kinds of weird gazes on her and different voices with words of ridicule, so she finally could not help but rolled her eyes and fainted. Young sect master Li was not like his wife. Huang Yueli liked to beat the person up until they were convinced and ready to concede, but Li Moying didn't care if that person was convinced or not. Anyway, if they were not convinced, then it's just a matter of time when that person would be dead. The students who were around saw this scene and did not feel that Li Moying was too harsh or heartless on the way he handled things. This type of scum who resorted to trickery was one whom Celestial Light Academy students despised the most. So this time round, Li Shuer had really become a scurrying mouse. Moe was stunned that Li Shuer had fainted so quickly, and not knowing what step he should take next, he looked at Huang Yueli for further instructions. Huang Yueli had not expected Li Moying to get Moe to make a move, and she was dumbstruck for a moment. After a short moment, she simply smiled and shook her head. Li Shuer really knew how to invite death by her own recklessness. She actually dared to splash dirty water onto Li Moying without even considering the fact that this second brother of hers was no soft-hearted person. Huang Yueli smiled, and in a low voice, she said, "Brother Moe, since she has already fainted, she's also quite pitiful, so don't force her to walk on her own. Rent her a carriage and I'll come out with the money. So that others don't say that young sect master Li is torturing his own sister." Moe was speechless. This pair of fiancé and fiancée were more black-bellied than the other. Really admired Li Shuer to have the guts to anger them. Did she felt that her end wasn't miserable enough? The minute Moe received the command, he proceeded to drag the person out and disappeared from the crowd's view. But those present all understood that Li Shuer was about to tour Sky Cloud City's streets, and momentarily, they were slightly indecisive. Running around naked wasn't a common sight and worth watching, but the Armament Master Certification Assessment was about to proceed into the final stage, and if they were to leave now, it would be a waste. Which side should they stay with? Some people slipped out from the profound weapon chamber's back door and attracted a burst of chaos. Tang Jinhua spent quite an amount of effort before he finally managed to control the entire situation. In the end, he finished the testing on the profound armaments, which were refined by the other two examinees, and gave them marks. In the end, only one examinee's works had passed the testing and was recognized as a first-tier lower-grade profound armament, which met the passing mark and passed the certification. When the examinee heard the result, he was so happy that he cried tears of joy. Including Huang Yueli, there were a total of 2 examinees who had attained the certification to become a first-tier armament master. When the results were announced, the entire profound weapon chambers was filled with thunderous applause, and there were numerous words of praises filled with envy. Before today, no one had imagined that there would be a genius like Huang Yueli. Not only did she have outstanding talent in cultivation, furthermore, she had shocking innate talent and ability in armament refining. This had simply broke through their imagination. Li Moying stood up and gradually walked towards Huang Yueli. His pressing grandeur, robust stature, and peerlessly handsome face had revealed a rare gentle expression. Wherever that aristocratic figure went, everyone would automatically split out a pathway for him so that he could directly reach Huang Yueli's side. Huang Yueli raised her head and saw his figure against the light, and she too became stunned for a moment. Although she had already seen this face numerous times, but sometimes she felt that she couldn't help but be attracted by his suave and respectable grandeur, sometimes even forgetting where she was. Li Moying lowered his head and saw her somewhat misty expression as the corners of his lips raised slightly. He lowered his body and got up close to her as his warm breath blew right on her ear. "Congratulations, Lier, for successfully passing through the assessment." Th. Thank you." That pair of peach blossom eyes was so near and that gaze was so bright and tempting till Huang Yueli felt her face slightly hot and her tongue didn't seem so sharp after all. Li Moying smiled lightly and lowered his tone, bearing a charm filled with sexiness as he stretched out his hand towards her. Huang Yueli subconsciously closed her eyes and her eyelashes kept fluttering. She could feel Li Moying closing into her, very near. Furthermore, nearer and nearer. Did he wanted to kiss her? Suddenly she felt a slightly warm sensation on her forehead followed by the man's willful laughter. Huang Yueli hurriedly opened her eyes only to discover that Li Moying had stretched out his hand to wipe away the soot which was smeared on her face when she was refining armaments, and at the same time, gathered the hair strands stuck on her forehead to the back of her ear. He hadn't done any off-the-scale action and simply stood up. The expression on her face turned stiff. This was a misunderstanding? Li Moying saw through her embarrassed look and purposely stared at her in a teasing manner as he licked the corners of his lips and said, "Lier, what unhealthy things are you thinking of? Are you thinking of doing something bad to me? But we're now in the profound weapon chambers, and there are so many people looking on. I cannot comply with you, because I'd feel embarrassed. You get further away." Huang Yueli finally understood that this stinky man had done that on purpose. She was so angry that she pushed him away and jumped to one side. But at this moment, no matter how she tried to avoid arousing suspicions, it was useless because their actions had already aroused waves of whistling in the entire profound weapon chambers. So sweet, senior brother Li and junior sister Bai are so compatible. Isn't that so? One's ability is exceptionally outstanding and the other has such exceptional innate talent and moreover, she was an armament master so they simply cannot be more compatible. I envy them so much. When will I be able to find someone as great as that as my other half? If in the past, someone felt that Huang Yueli's innate talent and status did not match up to Li Moying's, then after today, no one would even dare to gossip about this. To be able to balance both cultivation and armament refining, there weren't many of such geniuses in the entire Soaring Heavens continent. Anyone who saw them both together really made others lose their courage to even feel jealous and could only admit the existence of such a perfect combination. But very quickly, a set of different voices rang. "Senior brother Li, kiss her." "That's right, quickly kiss her. Can't you tell that junior sister Bai is looking forward to it?" Huang Yueli's face flushed even redder. Damn, it was all Li Moying, that scoundrel's fault. He actually actually gave her that kind of hint. After that her head seemed to have water seeping in. Why had she lost her senses, just after looking at that pair of eyes? Huang Yueli turned around fiercely, thinking to find the one who took the lead in heckling, but as there was simply too many people in the profound weapon chambers, she had no hope of finding the culprit. As for Li Moying, he displayed a natural and unrestrained manner and even nodded towards the crowd as he made a gesture for them to keep silent. All right, please don't anyway talk, Lier is very shy. In addition, this is the Armament Master Certification Assessment, so please don't let the minor details obscure the main point and affect Master Tang from presiding over the assessment. On seeing Li Moying's rare gentle smile, instead of the screaming dying down, it became even more intense. Many female students even clutched their chests, bearing a fainting look as they mumbled. Senior Brotherly actually smiled. Oh no, I'm going to faint. Huang Yueli's lips kept twitching and she finally could not take it any further as she secretly kicked Li Moying and said furiously, have you had enough? Do you still know that Master Tang is still presiding? Why did you get up here for? Go to one corner right now. Li Moying unwillingly stepped down. Tang Jinhua gave a cough and his face displayed an ambiguous smile, but he tried hard to curb it. Cough. Following this, we shall not invite President Hu from the Armament Guild to award the badge for these two newly promoted armament masters. President Hu walked onto the stage and his face hung an amiable smile, but in Huang Yueli's eyes, it seemed like a grandfather teasing her. After President Hu awarded the first-tier armament master badge for them, he smiled at Huang Yueli. Miss Bai, I know that your strength had gone beyond the first tier, but this certification only awards first-tier badge. If you require a higher-leveled badge, please do find some time to visit the Armament Guild personally. I will help you do the certification alone. But Sky Cloud City's branch can only award badges which are 4th tier and below, so if you require even higher certification, you will need to visit Soaring Heavens Continent's headquarters. Huang Yueli smiles, thank you President Hu for the pointers. Some days later, I will definitely need to drop by and trouble you. President Hu nodded. Tang Jinhua was shocked to hear that. He also knew that Huang Yueli's strength in armament refining was extraordinary, and definitely not merely at first tier but from how he saw it, to be able to be at second tier was already terrifying. Third tier definitely was the limit. But from President Hu's tone, could it be that Huang Yueli's armament refining standard had already reached 4th tier? This wasn't possible, right? He himself was only merely at 4th tier and moreover, he was already 30+ years old. In the end, even Jiang Tuxin also went on stage and made the final concluding speech, announcing the award of the honorary points to this round's newly promoted armament masters. According to tradition, those who had obtained a first-tier armament master badge would be able to gain 1 honorary point. But Jiang Tuxin had given Huang Yueli 3 this time. Normally this kind of reward which broke the rule would easily cause other students displeasure, but this time round, no one raised any exceptions. Because Huang Yueli's outstanding performance had already deeply convinced everyone. Huang Yueli's face also revealed a sweet smile. This time, other than obtaining the Armament Master certification, to her, the biggest reap was to obtain the honorary points. With honorary points, she would be able to enter the 4th level of the scripture depository and take a look at what Bai Lu Feng had left for her. The next day, Huang Yueli left for the scripture depository early in the morning. Waiting for her was the same managing teacher as last time. But as compared to the previous time, the reverent attitude which the managing teacher had towards her had increased by several notches. Previously, Huang Yueli was only the new top student, and even if she had acquired the top 10 ranking in the martial arts stage, it would only meant that her future was boundless, but now, her status had jumped by 3 tiers. Defeating Li Ziju, a renowned top genius in Celestial Light Academy, and now even becoming a true blue first-tier armament master. This kind of status and strength, even if it was Principal Jiang, he had to treat her with respect. The managing teacher didn't dare to slight her and personally welcomed her at the entrance, bringing her in. The minute they entered the scripture depository, Huang Yueli went straight to the point and asked, "Teacher, my purpose in this visit is to enter the 4th level of the scripture depository. This time I've managed to obtain the honorary points, so I should be able to go in and take a look, right?" The managing teacher hesitated for a moment. "This. Master Bai, I've already guessed your intention in this visit. But I wonder if you can still remember that according to the Academy's regulations, each person can only exchange for 2 sets of profound skills. Have you mastered the 2 manuscripts that you borrowed from the scripture depository the last round?" Although he asked that question, but he had already decided in his heart that Huang Yueli absolutely had not mastered it at all. Although she was an all-in genius, but the 2 manuscripts that she borrowed previously were not reasonable at all. One was the remnants of a heaven-level cultivation method, and the preface didn't match the ending, whereas the other was an earth-attributed profound skill. Who within the Academy didn't know that she was a metal and fire dual-attributed practitioner? These 2 books. Neither of it suited her at all. The managing teacher shook his head silently, thinking that he had already reminded this young lass previously that she must choose a manuscript which she could master. Otherwise, the next time, even if she had honorary points, she would not be able to enter the scripture depository. Who knew that Huang Yueli smiled instead? "Of course I remember. I have already mastered one of the cultivation methods, so teacher, please allow me to demonstrate." Saying that, with a move from her right hand, a strong earth-attributed profound energy gathered beside her and very quickly, an earth wall formed right in front of her. Following the fluctuations from her surrounding profound energy, it continued to undulate variations. Managing teacher was so shocked that his mouth opened agape. This is the earth-attributed profound skill, Earth Crevasse Barrier. You managed to master it?" Huang Yueli nodded. "That's right, this is the manuscript which I had exchanged previously, and now that I've mastered it, may I choose another manuscript?" Managing teacher was still in a daze, and hadn't regained his senses. But, don't you have metal and fire dual attributes? Don't tell me. You also have an innate talent for earth attribute? Won't that mean you're triple attributed? How is that possible? Huang Yueli replied, "My earth attribute innate talent isn't very good, it's just a little bit." "Alright, managing teacher, can I go in or not?" "Oh, yes. Master Bai, please enter. Your scope of jurisdiction now allows you to enter any level of the scripture depository, so please take your time to pick." Managing teacher nodded his head repeatedly as he sent her away. By the time he returned to his seat and thought back carefully, sweat started to form on his forehead. Earlier, Huang Yueli said her earth attribute innate talent isn't good. But if her innate talent wasn't good, how could she possibly master an earth-grade, profound skill in such a short amount of time? Even practitioners with outstanding innate talents could not do it. If she referred this to her innate talent no good, then just how heaven-defying were her good innate talents? Was she telling the truth or just bluffing her way? Managing teacher was in the middle of a daze when suddenly a black figure flashed past him. "Who's there?" He stood up immediately and shot towards the scripture depository's entrance. But he couldn't see anyone after taking a careful check. Managing teacher thought it was strange and walked to and fro several rounds, checking everywhere, but still didn't manage to see any signs of someone's appearance. That's strange? Earlier that figure. There was obvious signs of someone entering the scripture depository secretly? Could it be that I saw wrongly? Managing teacher scratched his head and returned to his position. Anyway, there were many top experts sent over from Celestial Light Sect, watching over the scripture depository, and if the others didn't discover any problems, then it should meant that there wasn't any issues, right? Probably. He was overly suspicious. But at this moment, a black figure had silently entered the inner zone of the scripture depository and following right behind Huang Yueli from a safe distance. Huang Yueli walked in the secluded and uninhabited corridor and she seemed to have sensed something as she turned around to take a look, but did not see anything at all. Today, the number of people in the scripture depository is really very little, she sighed and silently continued on her way inside. The last time she came, she had already understood the layout of the scripture depository, so this time round, without any hesitation, she walked straight towards the 4th level. Third earthly branch yin. Third day. Wu, seems to be this. She turned right and walked into the designated room, searching everywhere for the bookcase number, which was inscribed onto the identity token, which Bai Lu Feng had left for her. The number of students on the 4th level of the scripture depository was even lesser and the entire room had only 3 to 4 people present and without any exception, all of them were the top 10 ranking students in the martial arts stage or students who had made exceptional contributions to the academy, all of whom were legendary figures. Upon seeing Huang Yueli entering the room, some of them even stood up simultaneously and nodded to her. Huang Yueli casually nodded back but didn't engage in small talk. She had a very important matter to do right now, and if she were to get entangled with them, it would affect her proper business. Following that. Left 11. Is it referring to the 11th row of shelving? What about upper 29? This shelving doesn't have 29 levels. Huang Yueli frowned as she looked left and right and finally found some clues. The 11th shelving on the left was a bookcase which was towards the end of the west and was just resting against the wall on the west side. As for the wall, it was decorated with beige tiles. Huang Yueli counted every single tile from top to bottom and on the boundary of the 29th tile, she discovered something unusual. These tiles looked like it was very tidy and concentrated and ordinary people would not be able to tell any difference. But to an armament master like Huang Yueli, the inside seemed to have something hidden within and most likely, it was a mechanism. She turned around and looked around. This corner was very obscure and no one would even notice this place. She took a set of silk-threaded gloves from her space realm and put it on. Following that she placed her slender fingers on the wall and carefully controlled her strength, searching the wall one by one. This entire duration lasted for 1 hour and Huang Yueli had been very patiently moving her fingers slowly, using her sense of touch to feel the vibrations from the wall, and at the same time calculating in her mind. After some time, she frowned. How is that possible? I'm not able to find the mechanism to activate it? But very quickly, she recalled the scenario of the first time when she opened the mechanism when she was still in Southview Kingdom. At that time, Bai Lu Feng had left behind a silk cage, which rendered her helpless, but Little Phoenix told her the special way to activate the mechanism was to use her blood, which was left behind from the God realm. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli removed her gloves, and using her teeth to bite her finger, she dripped her blood onto the surroundings of the tiles. Brrrr. A slight rubbing sound was heard. The 29th piece of tile flipped open from the outside and revealed a small hidden compartment within. Huang Yueli delightfully rushed over. That's great, it's finally open. However, after she took a careful look, she was stunned and revealed a disappointed expression. What's going on? The inside of this is actually empty? What kind of riddle is father playing? Huang Yueli frowned as she squatted down slightly and inclining her head, she checked carefully and even used her fingers to touch the surrounds of the secret compartment, trying to find out if there were any other mechanisms which she had not discovered yet. But no matter how she looked, the secret compartment was as empty as it was. Furthermore, she discovered someone unusual. The surroundings of this secret compartment has obvious white scratches, and the chinks of the tiles are not that concentrated. This secret compartment seemed to have been opened before and furthermore, the person who opened this definitely doesn't father's blood so that person could only resort to activate this mechanism forcefully. The more Huang Yueli checked, the more serious her expression turned. Under normal circumstances, Bai Lufeng's clue would definitely be given to his daughter only, and this mechanism could not be opened by any others. Since it had been opened and in such a forceful way, there was only one possibility, and that was someone found out that the location where Bai Lufeng had hidden the treasure and found a chance to forcefully activate the hidden mechanism, then took away the item inside. No matter what Bai Lufeng left behind, it had already been hijacked by someone. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli was extremely disappointed. She finally found her way here and thought of so many ways, conquering the difficulties just so that she could find out more about her identity and clues on her father and mother. But in the end it just ended here? Furthermore, the more important issue was that she didn't know who it was or how that person who took away the thing that Bai Lufeng left behind. How did he find out about this clue? Huang Yue did a final check on the mechanism and verified that there were no other clues, so she could only close up the secret compartment. Looked like this time she could only return empty-handed. Anyway, she still had 2 honorary points, which had not been utilized, so if there was a need, she could still enter another day. The most pressing matter on hand now was to find a way to understand clearly where Bai Lufeng's item had gone to and in whose hands was it in now. Huang Yueli was not in the mood to stay any longer in the scripture depository and prepared to leave directly. When she passed by the entrance, the managing teacher saw her empty hands, and his 2 eyes almost popped out. "I say, Ma. Master Bai, you're leaving just like that? You didn't choose any manuscript at all. I've got to remind you that each time you enter the scripture depository, even if you didn't choose any cultivation method, 1 honorary point will still be deducted." "Why? You want to leave just like that? You're really not going to select any manuscript?" Huang Yueli shook her head. "Forget about it." It's not that she wanted to waste, but she really had no mood on this aspect, and on the other hand, according to the regulations of the scripture depository, she must master 1 cultivation method before choosing another one. If she managed to find another clue tomorrow, but had not mastered that cultivation method, then wouldn't she be caught unprepared? Those cultivation methods, which entered her eyes, were not that easy to master. Managing teacher was dumbstruck as he watched her leaving, feeling that he had developed some form of hallucination. How could there be anyone who would waste 1 chance to enter the scripture depository, but didn't even select any manuscript? When Huang Yueli walked out of the scripture depository, she suddenly felt that someone was watching her. She turned around and took a look, but only saw the managing teacher looking at her blankly and couldn't help but frown. Could it be yet another misperception? Although Huang Yueli felt that something was not right, but there wasn't anything suspicious around, so she could only conclude that she was overly suspicious and left the scripture depository. By now, it was already midnight and the academy was extremely quiet. The pathway towards the scripture depository had always been serene. Tall palm trees lined up on both sides of the path, forming a forest, and in addition to the fact that the number of students who came by to exchange for manuscripts were originally very few, so this road had always been rather isolated. Huang Yueli walked alone on the pathway as her mind kept replaying the scenario which she had seen in the scripture depository earlier. Bai Lufeng had already been extremely cautious when he hid the item in the 4th level of the scripture depository. The number of people who could enter that place were already not many. Furthermore, most students who entered would have their attention focused on selecting the manuscripts, so it was not possible for them to discover a hidden mechanism. So the person who took the item away should have gone prepared, aiming the item in the hidden compartment. The scripture depository's security was tight and only those with honorary points were allowed to enter, so suspects who fell into that category were in fact very little. Huang Yueli seemed to have thought of something as she frowned slightly. But just at this moment, she suddenly felt a cold intent coming from her back. Huang Yueli's reaction was swift as she immediately turned aside and shot towards one corner. At this moment, a long sword had silently landed on the position which she was standing at earlier, and a sliver ray flashed, quick as lightning. A black-robed man stuck out his sword, but had landed onto empty space as he couldn't help but made a sound. But his reaction was quick as he hurriedly chased after the direction which Huang Yueli had ran in, striking out move after move. After Huang Yueli had avoided the first move, she didn't even have time to turn around and look. Instead, she immediately rolled on the ground and rolled right into the forest. Her reaction was extremely swift, and when she was rolling into the grass, she had already seen clearly the surrounding topography, throwing out concealed weapons to disrupt the sense of hearing as she rolled towards the back of a huge tree. The night had gradually turned dark, and in the depths of the forest, it seemed even more serene and dusky. The black-robed man was not prepared and had been hit directly by an incoming thunder flame ball. His herd had instantly caught fire. Following that, there were attacks from concealed weapons continuously. He was caught unawares and were struck by various types of profound armaments. Damn it, this wretched lass. Why does she have so many profound armaments? The black-robed man was so angry that he went into a stomping fit as he was in a flurry to pat off the flames on his beard and clothes. Even though there was a moment of confusion, but his ability was absolutely outstanding, so the fifth-tiered profound armaments which Huang Yueli had weren't able to cause him any fatal weaknesses. The black-robed man quickly put out the flames, but he had lost all traces of Huang Yueli's whereabouts. A large grass patch in the forest were fuming with black smoke, and in combination to the dusky light ray, it made it impossible to see the situation in the forest. Black-robed man struck out several times towards the direction of the rising black smoke, but none of it had managed to hit his target. After the black smoke had dispersed, the forest regained its usual quietness, not giving out any single sound. The expression on the black-robed man's face changed as he had not expected that at such a close distance, Huang Yueli was still able to react and in the nick of time, managed to evade and avoid his ultimate move. Furthermore, she was able to remain composed and used all her ways to disrupt his judgment to escape in time. At this moment, Huang Yueli, who had escaped this calamity, was leaning against the back of a huge tree as her heart was pounding wildly. She really had not expected that there would be anyone who dared to kill in Celestial Light Academy. Furthermore, the assassinator's strength was extremely strong, and his cultivation had far surpassed hers, at least practitioner who was a 7th stage realm or above. This was not an opponent whom she could possibly win. Luckily, she had faintly sensed that something was not right when she was leaving the scripture depository, and had kept an eye on the surroundings, enabling her to sense the opponent's movements. The assassin had not expected her to have such senses, and had momentarily underestimated her, thus giving her the chance to escape. 7th stage realm. With this kind of cultivation, even if it were in Sky Cloud City, which was full of strong practitioners, he was considered as an outstanding top exponent. Such a top exponent actually wanted to kill a 3rd stage realm lass like her? Moreover, taking the risk to strike in Celestial Light Academy. Why on earth was this so? Huang Yueli had a faint guess in her mind. This definitely had something to do with the item which Bai Lu Feng left behind for her. Otherwise, it was not possible for her to be targeted the minute she left the scripture depository. As for that person who attempted to assassinate her, there was a possibility that he was the one who took away Bai Lu Feng's remnant. Who was this person? Huang Yueli wanted very much to sneak a peek at this person, to see what he looked like, but she managed to hold it in. A top 7th stage realm expert, she couldn't even take one full-bloomed blow. Even if she used up all the profound armaments on her, she would not be able to deal with any fatal damage to this 7th stage realm practitioner. If she were to expose her whereabouts, then she would definitely be awaiting death. Now the priority was to retain her life, and as for the truth, it could be investigated later on. Black-robed man could not find Huang Yueli, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he held his long sword and walked to and fro around the surroundings of the forest, searching for Huang Yueli's whereabouts. By Ruoli, come out now. Do you think that by hiding in the forest, I'd not be able to find you? I advise you to show yourself. I have a few questions to ask you, and if you answer me honestly, I will not make things difficult for you. Otherwise. The black-robed man's sinister and hoarse voice reverberated through the forest. Huang Yueli was stunned, feeling that this voice sounded familiar as though she had heard it somewhere before, but she couldn't figure out who it was. At such a tense situation, she was in no state of mind to think carefully on where she heard this voice before. All right, it seems that you'd not shed tears until you see the coffin, just you wait. The black-robed man sneered, not making another sound. Momentarily, only the rustling sound made by the black-robed man walking within the forest could be heard in the quiet and serene forest. Huang Yueli quickly held her breath and controlling the profound energy within her, she tried her best to lower her existence. With her strong primordial spirit, her senses on the surroundings were stronger by 3 times more than ordinary third-stage realm practitioners. The black-robed man did not conceal his own whereabouts, so she could still feel it distinctly that the black-robed man was walking around nearby. Furthermore, this black-robed man apparently had rich experience in searching. The method he used was a carpet search, carefully searching every single area, bit by bit, not giving any chance to leave out any suspicious hiding spots. Huang Yueli heard the surrounding movements, and her forehead creased immediately. The distance between the black-robed man and her was getting closer and closer, and if this continued, according to his concentrated search, it would not be any longer before she was found. If there wasn't any huge disparity in their cultivation levels, then she could still use the advantage she had in her body motions to move away quietly. But now that the black-robed man's cultivation was so much higher than hers, no matter how good her body movements were, it was impossible to move without leaving any flaws. The black-robed man's footsteps were getting nearer and nearer, and he had already walked to the back of the tall tree which Huang Yueli was hiding, on seeing that he was about to turn around. Huang Yueli had no other choice as her right hand suddenly waved. The black-robed man was originally looking around, searching thoroughly, and he had already searched a huge portion of the forest. He was just left with a little part before he could complete his search, and there weren't many hiding places which Huang Yueli could hide any further. A victorious smile had formed on the black-robed man's lips, just waiting to catch this sly lass alive. That wretched lass dared to burn his beard, which he had been proudly taking care of, and even tricked him. So when she finally fell into his hands, he would absolutely not let her off easily. Just as the black-robed man was thinking of ways to torture Huang Yueli, suddenly he felt something fly past his head. Following that, a few dollops of semi-wet things fell on top of his head, and there was even some liquid which flowed downwards from his hair all the way dripping onto his face. What is this? The black-robed man subconsciously stretched out his hand to touch, and on taking a close look, he went into a blank, but following that, he suddenly changed color, showing displeasure. The sticky, murky, brown-colored dollop on his hand gave out a strange stinky smell. Wasn't that bird shit? The black-robed man was so disgusted that he almost threw up. As the gastric juices continued to rise, he couldn't help but vomit. He had finally managed to suppress the disgusting feeling as he raised his head to take a look and saw a golden red-colored bird speedily flying away towards the eastern direction. The black-robed man immediately reacted, "Damn you, it's this bird which actually dared to shit on the top of my head. I'll put your feathers out one by one to make it into a shuttlecock." He stretched out his hand and a burst of profound energy shot out. That little bird nimbly avoided it and even made a chirping cry. "How dare you ridicule me? Stupid bird, wait till you fall into my hands, I will roast you." The black-robed man finally couldn't tolerate it any further as he chased after it. The golden red-colored little bird was little Wang Kai. Earlier, Huang Yueli knew that she had nowhere else to hide and could only release him out. Little Phoenix had grown a little larger recently, and the intensity of his flame had grown stronger than before, but it was still not possible to go against a 7th stage realm practitioner. So under dire circumstances, Huang Yueli thought of a move to deal him with tremendous damage, and that was for little Wang Kai to shit on that black-robed man's head. Little Wang Kai had originally heard that there was a 7th stage realm top exponent and was a little apprehensive, not daring to come out, but upon hearing that he could shit on his head, he was so excited that he couldn't wait but flew out almost immediately. He flew over the black-robed man's head and spread his legs and accurately released his ammunition. Moreover, as he was picky about his food, he had loose stools recently, so it wasn't just disgustingly wet, the smell was also horrible. Seeing the black-robed man's face turned from red to black, then from black to white and finally from white to green, Little Phoenix was extremely delighted. He almost couldn't help but chirped. Seeing his accurately pile of shit without a single inch of deviation, it was indeed the work of an extraordinary phoenix which could do that. However, before he had finished being complacent with himself, the black-robed man regained his senses, and the burst of profound energy had narrowly brushed past its tail feathers. Little Phoenix went into a state of panic as it hurriedly flapped its wings and used all its might to escape. It was a natural spiritual beast and its speed was naturally very fast, but a 7th stage realm practitioner's speed wasn't something to dismiss as well. Following closely right behind it, Little Phoenix not only didn't manage to shake the black-robed man off, in fact the distance between the both of them were decreasing. Little Phoenix used all its might to flap its wings, increasing its speed, and further increasing it. But there was a limit to its physical strength as it started to feel tired slowly. At this point of time, it started to feel a bit remorseful. Why did it have to eat so many chicken drumsticks usually? This fat tummy of its was really heavy and had seriously affected its flying speed. Don't run, you lousy bird, still dare to escape? Still dare to ridicule me? Little Phoenix was full of tears. Its chirping was not ridiculing the black-robed man, but was moaning. Flying was very tiring, and it was going to tire the bird out. Humph, I shall see where can you escape to. The distance between the man and Phoenix were closing in, and it was barely just half a meter's distance as the black-robed man stretched out his hand, trying to strangulate Wang Kai directly. But at this moment, Little Phoenix's tummy suddenly had a feeling as it couldn't help but tremble. Caught you. Damn it, what is this? The black-robed man stretched out his hand and grabbed fiercely, but he wasn't able to catch any feathers, but instead, he grabbed hold of a pile of soft, warm. Disgusting. He had been struck once again and finally could not hold it in any further as he squatted on the ground and started throwing up. This time round, Little Phoenix had learned its lesson and did not stay behind to admire his work. It flapped its wings and hurriedly flew away to escape. Just as the black-robed man and little Wang Kai were in the middle of tussling, Huang Yueli tried her utmost best to lighten her footsteps and moved secretly towards the boundary of the forest. She didn't choose to head back towards her own courtyard but moved towards the direction of the scripture depository. As there were few people here, if she were to leave the forest rashly, under the situation where she had no protection, she would have revealed her whereabouts entirely to the black-robed man's vision and on the contrary had given the black-robed man a chance to make a move on her. So her only choice was to get closer to the scripture depository because there were quite a number of top exponents from Celestial Light Sect who were stationed at the scripture depository. Perhaps the black-robed man would be deterred by this and gave up the idea to pursue her. By now, Huang Yueli had confidence about this, because if the black-robed man dared to kill her under the eyes of those top exponents stationed there, then he couldn't have followed her secretly till she left the scripture depository before making a move. Although her plan wasn't too bad, but unfortunately her luck wasn't that good. Just as she had already reached the boundary of the forest, the black-robed man suddenly regained his senses. Damn it, I almost forgot about the official matters, because of that damn bird's interruption. He had pursued after Huang Kai for some time, but was unable to catch hold of it, so he could only swallow this down and turned around to continue searching for Huang Yueli. Huang Kai saw that he stopped his pursuit and intentionally lured him, hoping the black-robed man would continue to chase after it. But he waited for quite some time and there didn't seem to have any movements from his tummy, so lacking the valuable golden thing, the black-robed man wasn't hooked and that made little Phoenix at its wit's end. Huang Yueli silently thought it was such a pity, but as there wasn't any other thing which they could do, she could only remain composed and once again concealed herself while waiting for the next opportunity. Black-robed man searched an entire round and realized that Huang Yueli had already shifted as he cursed out. By Ruoli, aren't you being arrogant and wild just because Li Moying stood out for you? How is it that you only know how to hide now? Do you think that hiding would be of any use? If you have the capability, then don't come out forever. Otherwise, I will eventually catch you. The sky was turning darker and Huang Yueli maintained her cool, directing the Colonian breathing skill, which allowed her breathing and fluctuations of her profound energy to be lowered to the minimum. So unless he saw her hiding her with his own eyes, otherwise just based on his senses and feeling, it was practically impossible to discover that a living human was right here. The black-robed man surveyed the forest several rounds, but returned without any achievements. The forest was once again restored to its dead-like quietness. Even though there wasn't any sound, but Huang Yueli was pretty sure that the black-robed man had not given up and he was still in the forest, changing his stance from proactive to passive while waiting for the prey to appear by itself. She must find an opportunity to leave this place. Right now, she was merely waiting for the night to dim so that she could avoid the black-robed man's search. By the time dawn broke, there would be no way for her to hide. Just as Huang Yueli was racking her brains, suddenly some voices were heard from not too far away. Earlier I was too engrossed in the manual which I was reading in the scripture depository and had forgotten the time. The sky is not young anymore. Oh dear, now we have to walk the night street. Everyone be careful, this forest is full of little birds, and if you're not attentive enough, your head will be filled with bird shit. Haha, junior brother, have you forgotten? I belong to fire attribute. I only need a small fireball technique to light up the pathway, so there's no need to worry. Huang Yueli suddenly realized that the situation was disadvantageous for her. But before she could make any moves, the passing students had already used their fireball technique to light up their torches and instantly, the forest surroundings were lit up brightly. Huang Yueli was just hiding in this portion of the forest, because she had used the moment where little Phoenix had messed up the momentum to move herself to the boundary of the forest. So the light cast from the torches had revealed her whereabouts, leaving her with no place to hide. Besides that, some students cried out in surprise. Hey, look over there quickly, is there someone in the forest? Why hide in the forest in the middle of the night? Before the student could complete their words, Huang Yueli had already felt a burst of murderous intent approaching her fast. She tipped her toes and flew swiftly into the forest. But it was all too late. The black-robed man had already locked in her position and aimed his attack towards her precisely. Huang Yueli threw out various profound armaments, hoping to use this as a cover-up to get away. But the black-robed man had prepared himself this round and avoided most of the profound armaments, going after her in hot pursuit. Heavens, what's going on? Someone is making a move in the academy? Doesn't that figure who is escaping looks familiar? Could it be someone we know? Shall we go up and lend a hand? The few students had the heart to help, but as Huang Yueli and the black-robed man's speed was simply too fast, adding on to the fact that they were only ordinary second and third stage realm practitioners, so they couldn't keep up at all. At this moment, at the main entrance of Celestial Light Academy. Young Sect Master, young Sect Master. You're finally back, I've been looking for you for the entire day. Moe and the rest mentioned that you are busy and refused to bring me to go look for you, sigh. Jiang Tuxin followed behind Li Moying, shouting anxiously. Li Moying had been busy with his matters for an entire day, and the minute he returned to Celestial Light Academy, his only wish was to hurry back to his little fox's residence and have dinner with her, followed by cultivating and sleeping together. Although they only chatted under the same blanket and not do any bad things, but there were still chances where he could steal a kiss or something like that. Li Moying was filled with beautiful thoughts in his mind but had been stopped by Jiang Tuxin, and it was imaginable on why his mood suddenly worsened. He wanted to pretend that he didn't see Jiang Tuxin, but Jiang Tuxin kept chasing after him reluctantly, so he could only stop in his footsteps. You had better really have something urgent. Otherwise. Li Moying's brows raised slightly as his expression was grave and stern, but his tone was extremely sinister. Jiang Yusin gave a cold shiver, but had no choice but to open his mouth. Young sect master, that sect master sent someone here. Li Moying's expression became even more impatient when he heard that. Just this little thing? What matter is it of mine whether sect master has many people or not? My purpose in this trip is to loan an accommodation temporarily based on my personal status. Sect master's men, you can handle them yourself and need not ask me. Saying that, he turned around and walked away. Jiang Tuxin had already delayed him for so long for such a small matter when this time could originally be spent with Lear intimately. Young sect master, wait a minute. Jiang Tuxin chased up to him in haste. Young sect master, if other people were to come to Celestial Light Academy, I would definitely not dare to disturb you, but this person insists on meeting you. Furthermore, insist on meeting me, then I must meet that person? Li Moying replied icily. No. Jiang Tuxin had not yet completed his words when a gentle voice butted into his conversation. Eldest senior brother, you don't even want to meet me? A purple-robed young lady walked over elegantly, her long dress hem swayed along with her graceful steps, rippling like flowing clouds. Accompanied with her almond eyes and peach cheeks, cloud-like black hair, she looked as though she had walked out from a painting. Any man who saw this peerless beauty would be uncontrollably attracted. However, Li Moying only cast at her a cold glance, and not only did he not reveal any smile, he became even distant. Why are you here for? Morong Fei showed a hurt expression as she spoke in an aggrieved tone. Eldest senior brother, it had been close to 1 month since you left the sect for Skycloud City. Celestial Light Academy's cultivation conditions totally cannot be compared to the sect, and furthermore, there's no one to take care of your daily lifestyle. I'm worried, so I've came specially to look for you. Li Moying replied icily, what concern is it of yours on where or how I cultivate? This isn't a place where you should come, so go back to the sect right now. Morong Fei had not expected that she came over specially to look for her, but not only did Li Moying appeared unhappy to see her, on the contrary, he even set down a direct order to send her back. Furthermore, his words were said right in front of Jiang Tuxin, totally not giving her any face in front of outsiders. Even if Li Moying and her weren't linked romantically, but just based on the fact that she was the sect master's daughter, Li Moying shouldn't treat her in this manner, right? They were childhood friends. The more Morong Fei thought, the angrier she got, and she couldn't help but recall the rumor which she heard about previously. That little slut who had seduced eldest senior brother in Southview Kingdom was also at Celestial Light Academy. Furthermore, she had already fooled around with eldest senior brother, even claiming that she's Li Moying's fiancé. Looked like the rumor wasn't false, that little slut had even hooked eldest senior brother's soul away. This was why eldest senior brother treated her so coldly. Morong Fei couldn't wait to chop Huang Yueli up into thousands of pieces to let her know what the consequences of fighting for a man with her were. But now in front of Li Moying, she had to bear with this, pretending to have an able and virtuous look. Eldest senior brother, don't chase me away. I can take good care of you while I'm here. I brought you many pills and medicinal herbs this round, and I can personally prepare medicinal cuisine for you. I'm saying this for the last time, go back to the sect immediately. Don't stay here and be an eyesore. Otherwise I'd personally get someone to tie you up and send you back. Li Moying had already lost his patience, and after saying that, he turned around and left. Eldest senior brother, where are you going? Morongfei wanted to chase up to him, but Li Moying's speed was extremely fast, and with a flash, he couldn't be seen anymore. Morongfei looked at Li Moying's departing figure as she stomped her feet hard, biting her lips. Jiang Tuxin wiped the sweat on his forehead as he said in a low voice, "Eldest young miss, the day is no longer young and I've arranged your accommodation. Although it cannot be compared with the sect, but that location is filled with the most abundant spiritual qi. Do you want to take a look at it? Additionally, I've also arranged a welcoming dinner at our academy's assembly hall for you." "You're so irritating. Our sect gives you so much money, is it for you to arrange banquets? You can't even settle a small matter properly." Morongfei replied him with an angry stare. Jiang Tuxin lowered his head speechless as he felt extremely melancholic inside his heart. Young sect master's luck with the ladies was a little too prosperous. Moreover, this attitude was just too severe. Morongfei was, after all, the sect master's eldest daughter, an 8th-grade talented lady. So many large sect successors chased after her, but she had to take interest only in young sect master, even coming personally to Celestial Light Academy so that she could stay by the young sect master's side. The result was young sect master didn't even bother to look her straight in the eye. He even left her here alone, so no wonder Morongfei was so angry to the point of going mad. It's just too bad for those subordinates who were stuck in between. Morongfei suddenly turned her head around and said, "Principal Jiang, I recall that I had warned you previously to expel by Ruoli that wretched slut, and to be clear on whom you should serve your loyalty to. In the end, you made me very disappointed." Jiang Tuxin lowered his head, avoiding her stern gaze. "Eldest young miss, you should also understand my situation. Miss Bai and young sect master are always seen together, so where would I find the guts to go against young sect master's commands? Moreover, I had already explained previously that Miss Bai's innate talent is outstanding and is a rare find, which you probably don't know about it, right? Miss Bai had just successfully obtained the qualifications for a first-tier armament master in the Armament Master Certification Assessment yesterday." "What did you say?" Morongfei's face changed color as her mouth opened wide in shock. Hearing that Jiang Tuxin said Bai Ruoli and Li Moying were inseparable, she subconsciously clenched her hands into a fist, so jealous that she could go mad. The position beside eldest senior brother. That belonged to her. What rights did that little slut had to dare to hang on to eldest senior brother? But following that, she heard the atomic bomb which Jiang Tuxin threw out. That wretched lass had actually became an armament master? Where in heavens would there be such a ridiculous thing? She had long heard about others talking about Huang Yueli's innate talent and knew that she was the most outstanding student whom Celestial Light Academy had recruited in the past few decades. But Morongfei self-admitted that her innate talent was also extremely outstanding, so naturally, she wouldn't bother about a countryside lass, and she didn't think that she could surpass her. But now, she actually became an armament master? A 14-year-old armament master, no matter if it was in the continent's center soaring heavens continent, she would be a genius whom various major powerhouses wanted to recruit. Moreover, her innate talent in cultivation wasn't bad at all. This wretched lass. On what basis did she have? Why had she taken all the advantages? Morongfei stared fiercely at Jiang Tuxin. "Are you telling the truth? Bai Ruoli really knows how to refine armaments? Or did she make stuff up? That's not possible. She's from the countryside South Yu Kingdom, so how could she possibly refine armaments? Who did she learn it from?" Jiang Tuxin looked at her sinister expression as he sighed secretly in his heart. No matter how talented and good-looking a lady was, the minute she was entangled by affairs of the heart, her appearance would become malevolent. Even Morong Fei, this kind of talented lady who had outstanding innate talent and looks, were not spared. Unfortunately, no matter how she insisted, or how she schemed, it probably wasn't of much use at all. Anyone who had seen how the both of them got along with each other would know how clear Li Moying's feelings towards Huang Yueli was, and there wasn't any space for Morong Fei to even put a foot into. Jiang Tuxin felt sympathetic for her, so when he spoke, his tone brought about slight remonstrance. "Eldest young miss, what kind of place is the Armament Guild?" President who had personally presided over the certification assessment, so what tricks could Bairuoli possibly play? Her armament refining innate talent is extremely shocking, and there were so many students who had witnessed it personally, so she had no way to play any tricks. Furthermore, it was rumored that Bairuoli has an exceptionally powerful master, and seemed to be some big shot in the Armament Guild headquarters. "Eldest young miss, why not just get over it? After all, there's so many young talents under the skies." "Shut up." Morong Fei stopped him sternly. "I don't need you to bother about my affairs." "So what if she's an armament master? What is her background? A countryside bumpkin, and even dare to claim connections with eldest senior brother, this kind of large sex successor? Why doesn't she just weigh her own self? It's so laughable." Jiang Tuxin pursed his lips, not knowing how to continue from her words. Based on Huang Yueli's innate talent, it was an easy feat for any large sect to take her in as a direct disciple. As soon as her news got out, the entire South Sky region's large sects would probably come snatching for her when they heard the news. In soaring heaven's continents, as long as you have the ability, one's status could be raised easily. It was obvious that she and Li Moying were very compatible, but only Morong Fei twisted words and forced logic on others to belittle her. But Morong Fei wasn't waiting for him to reconcile with her, as she immediately added on, "Where is that little slut staying right now? Tell me and I'll go look for her. I want to see for myself what she is capable of, and how does she even have the guts to seduce eldest senior brother?" Jiang Tuxin was even more embarrassed as sweat kept forming on his forehead. How would he dare to betray Huang Yueli? If this was spread to Li Moying's ears, he probably wouldn't be able to see the next day's sun. But this eldest young Miss Morong was rather hard to handle. Morong Fei continued to pressurize him. "Why? You dare to ignore my orders? Quickly talk." "Eldest young miss, this. It's not that I don't want to tell you. But Miss Bai is just staying next to young sect master. If you just ran over like this and anger young sect master, then the one to get into trouble would be you." He found an excuse to dismiss her. Morong Fei was fuming when she heard that. What? They are staying next to each other? Good, very good. Bairuoli, just you wait and see. Morong Fei gritted her teeth and finally left in anger. Jiang Tuxin, however, was feeling apprehensive. From her demeanor, Morong Fei would definitely find trouble with Miss Bai, so the academy would probably be in a state of unrest recently. After Li Moying got rid of Morong Fei, he hurriedly returned to the courtyard which Huang Yueli was staying in. He did not expect the courtyard to be so dark, without a lighted lamp at all. "Lear, I'm back, what are you doing?" Li Moying pushed open her courtyard door and walked in to discover that the room was empty, with no one inside. He couldn't help but frown. Huang Yueli didn't like to have any social interactions with people she didn't know well, so every day she would leave to settle her own matters. By noontime, she would normally have returned to her courtyard to cultivate or refine armaments, and never took part in the various gatherings that Celestial Light Academy conducted. So every time Li Moying returned at night, he would be able to see Huang Yueli. This was the first time that he didn't see her. Furthermore, Li Moying had returned rather late today. Usually by this time, they would already have dinner. Where did this young lass go to? Why wasn't she back at such a late timing? Not knowing why, an ominous feeling arose in Li Moying's heart. Although he was very clear that Huang Yueli's innate talent was outstanding, adding on to the fact that she was also black-bellied yet smart, and had a character which didn't allow her to be taken advantage of. Every time she went out, it would be good if she didn't bully others. When would there be a time when others dared to bully her? But his concern was thrown into disorder. After all, she was his little fiancée, and since she went missing, it made him extremely frustrated. Worst of all was usually he would let Moe follow Huang Yueli, but today Moe was sent to handle an important errand, and it was just for a day and Huang Yueli had disappeared. He simply couldn't stop himself from thinking too much. Just as he was feeling restless and prepared to leave to find her, he suddenly heard footsteps at her doorstep. Li Moying revealed a pleasantly surprised expression, and not waiting for the party to knock, he had already rushed to the door to open it. "Lear, you're finally back. Where did you? Who are you?" His words abruptly stopped because the one standing at the door wasn't Huang Yueli. "Li? Senior brother Li?" The young lady at the door spoke in a tongue-tied manner as he looked at the man who had appeared in the room. This. Li Moying looked frustratedly at the love-struck idiot standing in front of her. Since he was young, he simply had to face too many women who drooled at him. He frowned in disapproval. "Why are you in a blank? Who are you? Here to look for Lear?" The young lady was scared stiff by his cold and discerning sight when she got back to her senses. I'm called Shui Qingqing. I'm here to look for junior sister Bai. I made some tri-colored crystal dumplings, and this is one of the specialty snacks from the south border, so I was thinking that junior sister Bai might miss our hometown taste, so I brought some for her. Shui Qingqing was originally stuttering, but towards the end, she got a lot smoother in her speech. Standing in front of Li Moying was simply too pressurizing. Although this was a rare chance to be able to look at senior brother Li's handsome as celestial being's face, but senior brother Li's power field was too overbearing, which made her not even daring to lift up her head, not to mention looking at him in close-up view. Li Moying heard what she said and lowered his head to discover that Shui Qingqing was really holding on to a plate of tricolored crystal dumplings. It was exquisitely made, and it was tantalizing. His expression warmed up slightly as he received the plate and left it on the table. "I thank you on behalf of Lear. She's not back yet. Do you have any idea where she went to?" Shui Qingqing was stunned. "Ah? Hasn't she gone to the scripture depository to exchange for manuscript? How could she possibly not be back after such a long time? Could it be that she is too engrossed in selecting a manuscript? She's gone to the scripture depository?" Li Moying's eyebrows rose. "I met junior sister Bai this morning, and that's what she told me. I even invited her over to my place for dinner tonight, and she accepted but didn't turn up, so I came over to send her these crystal dumplings. It's so late already, the scripture depository should be closed by now, isn't it? She's still not back yet." Li Moying listened with a cold face, and immediately, his forehead creased into a knot. "Thank you for telling me these." The uneasy feeling in his heart grew even more obvious, feeling that something major was about to happen. Li Moying anxiously left a word and immediately flashed swiftly towards the direction of the scripture depository. In the forest, Huang Yueli rose the profound energy within her body to the maximum and ran for her life. At the same time, she threw out various profound weapons, which she had refined, and all sorts of explosive sounds could be heard continuously, stopping the black-robed man in his footsteps. But the black-robed man's cultivation was that high, so even if he had been struck by quite a number of concealed weapons, but his speed was still astonishing, and the distance between the both of them shortened, and very soon, it was merely a few meters difference. "By Ruoli, you still want to hide? I'll see where you can escape to." The black-robed man sneered. Huang Yueli replied, "All right then, I shall not escape any further." "What? The black-robed man didn't manage to react in time as Huang Yueli had abruptly turned around and in her hand was an icy cold long sword. The sword blade was wrapped with a layer of maroon-colored flame and she struck out aiming for the black-robed man's chest. This move of hers was extremely swift and furthermore, she had used an exclusive profound skill which she relied on in her past life to become famous, Daimon Seal. Although the black-robed man was able to react just in time and managed to retreat immediately, but the long sword still brushed past his chest. A black-red flame in the dark night drew out a ray of firelight, and although it just barely scratched past his chest, a burning meat smell filled the air. The black-robed man only felt a sharp pain on his chest and almost groaned. It took quite a while before he felt the pain easing off a little, but he felt a slight anesthetic feeling at the injured position. Apparently, the muscles at that area had all been necrotized. Without a few months, it would probably be difficult to recover fully. The black-robed man sweated profusely, thinking that it was lucky for him to have reacted in time and retreated swiftly. This was just a slight abrasion on the surface. Otherwise, he might have been injured even more seriously, and what if the long sword had pierced right through his body? Huang Yueli could only took to her heels when she saw him evaded her attack successfully as she thought to herself what a waste it was. Although she might be able to cause serious injury to the black-robed man if she had rushed over to strike once more, but with her current cultivation, she could only use the Daimon Seal once, and it had already used up close to 80% of her profound energy. So it was not possible for her to extend the same powerful move again. On the contrary, if she were to choose to go near him now, it would highly possibly result in fatality. So her only choice was to escape. The fury in the black-robed man's heart was raised to the max after he had been stabbed. He had originally thought that with his 7th stage realm cultivation level, assassinating a 3rd stage realm junior was a slight effort and no matter how heaven-defying innate talent Huang Yueli had, after all, she was still young. In terms of cultivation or hands-on battle experience, she would definitely be way below him, so doing away with her was just a small matter which could be done anytime. But the result was that he had turned into a total mess. Not only was he plopped with a head full of bird shit, he was even injured now. Till now, the pain in his chest was still hurting faintly, and he had no place to wash off that head of shitty smell as the disgusting smell kept revolving around his sense of smell. Bairuli, you're looking for death. The black-robed man gritted his teeth as he went after her in hot pursuit. Furthermore, his fury had aggravated his potential, making his speed go up by several notches. Huang Yueli had been dodging left and right but was futile as that black-robed man managed to chase up to her, stopped her in her tracks right in front of a huge tree. How is it? Didn't you want to run away? Don't you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve? The result now? You've still fallen into my clutches. The black-robed man fleered. Huang Yueli smiled and replied innocently, then who asked you to chase after me? If you didn't chase after me, then I definitely wouldn't run. The black-robed man sneered, still acting tough? Still thinking of other means to escape? I'm telling you, the minute you've fallen into my clutches, your wings are clipped, so don't even think about escaping. Saying that, he took a piece of swarthy chain as he clasped it onto Huang Yueli's wrists. Huang Yueli lowered her head and instantly felt she was in a bad situation right now. This chain wasn't unfamiliar to her. It was a 6th-tiered profound armament called 8 Astro Intertwined Chain. This chain was specially used to restrain those practitioners whose cultivation levels were very high, and it was impossible to use brute profound energy to tear it apart. On the contrary, the stronger one's profound energy was, the tighter it would get. The minute one had been chained, it was practically impossible to rely on oneself to get out of this. Do you know what this thing is? The black-robed man asked. Huang Yueli gave a cold laugh. I say, this. Uncle, you really think too highly of me. The 8 Astro Intertwined Chain is a very expensive thing. As compared to ordinary 6th-tier profound armaments, it is much pricier and generally it's used to chain up practitioners of 7th stage realm and above. I'm merely in 3rd stage realm, so using this. Isn't it a waste? You're really South Sky region's most talented armament master. Your knowledge is indeed wide to even know about such a high-leveled profound armament. Oh, you flattered me. Huang Yueli sounded modest, but in her mind, her thoughts were flying past quickly. She had passed the armament master certification only yesterday, and this man already knew about it. Surely news hadn't gotten out so quickly. Stop playing dumb with me. Since you know this is the 8 astro-intertwined chain, then you should know very clearly that there is no chance for you to escape from my clutch today. The reason for me to throw in so much money, naturally, is to service you well. I wonder if your baby skin and little arms and legs will be able to withstand. The black-robed man made out a strange laughter and kept looking at her from top to bottom. That sinister glare made one shiver from within. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes, and not only did she not show that extremely terrified look which the black-robed man had expected, she actually laughed out. Straightforward people like us don't resort to insinuations. You've expended so much effort in catching me alive, isn't it just because there are things which you want to know from me? We all know it clearly, so why employ these scare tactics for? The black-robed man sneered. How do you know that I have things to ask you? He, I'm catching you alive just to torture you properly, so don't think too much. Huang Yueli replied indifferently, really? Then. The matter that happened 11 years ago, you don't want to know about it? You. The black-robed man's expression suddenly changed. What do you know? What do you know? He suddenly got agitated and pounced towards Huang Yueli, using his hand to grip her neck as his fingers closed in tightly. Huang Yueli felt her breathing became more and more difficult and the color on her face slowly turned green. But she still replied while coughing, cough cough, earlier I opened the secret compartment. You chased after me soon after. Apparently. You wish to know about the secret compartment matter. The black-robed man heard what she said and abruptly let her go. By Ruoli, you're very smart, you're indeed Bai Liufeng's daughter. But smart people may not necessarily have long lives. If you wish to live for a few more years, then you'd better answer all my questions honestly today. Otherwise. His tone was filled with threat. Huang Yueli had finally regained freedom as she gasped heavily for fresh air and simultaneously started thinking of ways to deal with him. This black-robed man was heartless and cruel, and his ability wasn't ordinary at all. He had even brought out the 8 astro-intertwined chain, so today's matter would probably be very difficult to deal with. Could it be that today would be her final ending? By now, Huang Yueli started to regret her actions. It was all because of her negligence that today's matter happened, all because she only wanted to understand the puzzle which Bia Lufeng had left behind. But she never expected that while the mantis was stalking the cicada, it was unaware of the oriole behind. If she had knew this earlier, she should be able to prepare herself beforehand for this. The black-robed man saw her not saying a word and abruptly pinched her delicate chin as he raised it upwards, with force. My words, have you heard it clearly? Speak. Heard it clearly. Huang Yueli coughed as she spoke, but, the things you want to ask, really. Too long ago. I was only 3 years old then, and at such a small age, I can't remember it at all. There's also so many things which I cannot remember. The black-robed man sneered when he heard that. Don't even think of stalling for time. Since you can't remember, then I'll bring you back and think about it slowly. Saying that, he struck out a hand gesture, and the 8 astro-intertwined chain automatically tightened itself, bundling Huang Yueli into a dumpling shape. Huang Yueli subconsciously struggled and immediately felt that the chain became even tighter, restraining her chest area, rendering her unable to breathe. She secretly bled in her mind, the reason for her to say that was indeed to stall for time, but this black-robed man was very cunning and didn't fall for her trick. Looks like getting off the hook wasn't going to be an easy task. The black-robed man bundled her securely and tugged at the chain, attempting to drag her away. Huang Yueli staggered and didn't manage to hold her footing as she fell towards the front. She was just about to fall face down onto the ground, with a mouthful of mud. She instinctively shut her eyes, not wanting to face the reality of having a swollen face from the fall. However, just as she was about to hit the ground, her waist was suddenly caught hold of, which prevented her from her falling position. Following that, her back leaned against a warm and strong-built body. What was going on? Huang Yueli had yet to react when she heard the black-robed man crying out in shock, "You! It's you! You have a lot of guts to dare touch my people." The familiar deep voice rang beside her ear. Huang Yueli unbelievably turned her head around and saw Li Moying's distinct protruded, perfectly sculpted handsome face, as though it was plastered next to her cheek, but locked on her waist was his firm and strong arm. "You! Li Moying?" Hearing the young lady in his embrace making a sound, Li Moying's palm, which was holding on to her slender waist, grew even tighter, but didn't turn around to look at her. At this point of time, his face was filled with frost and his handsome features looked extremely cool and stern as his profound energy around him uncontrollably penetrated out of his body, unveiling the berserk fury that this man was feeling in his inner herd. The instant the black-robed man saw Li Moying, he resolutely made a decision. He immediately turned around and used his fastest speed to escape. A cold bitter glare shone from Li Moying's right hand as the amethyst light sword was unsheathed. Thunder attributed profound energy in the forest charged insanely towards his sword vanguard, and when his long sword shook out, a blinding thunder streak shot towards the direction of the black-robed man. The black-robed man displayed his footwork in an attempt to evade, but he was too late as the thunder streak struck his back, giving off a terrifying explosive sound. Pain filled his entire body and his organs seemed to be completely shattered, so he couldn't bear it any further and shrieked out in pain. Li Moying's foot shifted, and taking the opportunity, while the black-robed man's speed had dropped, he chased after him. Under the intense excruciating pain, he forcefully controlled himself and conjured up his strongest move as he turned around and struck. This target of this move was not Li Moying, but rather it was aimed at Huang Yueli, who was in his embrace. Li Moying's expression suddenly changed. A 7th stage realm practitioner's strongest strike was not a joking matter. The surrounding air turned extremely scorching hot, and the few tall trees nearest to them had been affected by the energy waves as those trees were uprooted instantly. As the black-robed man's target, the pressure that Huang Yueli had to take on was much stronger than that by 10 times. Her soul trace was much stronger than most ordinary practitioners, and at the first instance, she had already seen clearly the black-robed man's attack direction and method. But her cultivation level was just too low, and even if she knew how to ward off his attack, but she didn't have the ability to make it happen as her body's reaction could not match up to her thoughts. What was worst of all was that she was now bounded entirely by the 8 astro-intertwined chain and was totally immobile, so she could only watch on as the killer move got closer and closer to her. Li Moying's reaction was much faster. He used one hand to hold on to Huang Yueli's slender waist and turning to one side, he held her behind his body while the robes of his sleeve threw outwards as his profound energy was unleashed. The two profound energies clashed in midair and gave out an earth-shattering explosive sound, making the entire ground trembling vigorously. Sand and stone, branches, and leaves swirled around in midair swiftly as the profound energies clashed against each other, giving off a violent airflow. The violent wind worked upwards, making one unable to stand properly, not even to open their eyes. Huang Yueli subconsciously lowered her head onto Li Moying's chest, and he conveniently tightened his grip, protecting her in his embrace. After a while, the violent wind subsided. Huang Yueli regained her senses, to discover that she had actually acted like a weak young lady, throwing herself into a man's embrace, seeking for protection. Moreover, this man's chest was actually so warm, so strong, making her feel extremely safe and unwilling to leave it. This thinking was way too dangerous. Huang Yueli realized what she was thinking about as her face flushed red. The alarms in her heart rang and she hurriedly struggled for a moment, attempting to leave the man's embrace. Li Moying noticed her movements and his strong and powerful arms remained at her waist, not allowing her to retreat. At the same time, he lowered his head to look at her, asking her with concern, "Lier, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" The two of them seemed to have completely stuck to each other as the perfectly silhouetted face got closer and the scorching man's breath blew onto her delicate little face, as his deep magnetic voice rang beside her ear. Huang Yueli's face grew even hotter and she bit her lips as she said in a low voice, "No. Nothing, I'm all right, and I'm not injured. How about you?" Li Moying shook his head, "Just based on that clown, he doesn't have the capability to hurt me. Only. This fellow is just too crafty, he actually attacked you to confuse my vision, then took the opportunity to escape. Damn it, unable to capture him alive." His expression looked slightly off. He actually allowed the scum who had bullied his Lier to escape from beneath his eyes. This was simply his largest stain of his entire life. Huang Yueli replied, "No matter, I'm already very fortunate that you came and saved me. If it wasn't for your timely entrance, I would have probably gotten into huge trouble today. Although you're not able to capture him on the spot, but this black-robed man was able to enter the scripture depository freely, then it meant that he must be hiding somewhere in Celestial Light Academy, so there would definitely be a chance to meet him again." Li Moying's expression grew even darker. Of course he knew this reasoning, so all the more he was vexed at not being able to capture that person on the spot. If there was this kind of fellow with murderous intent towards Huang Yueli hiding in the academy, then didn't that mean that his Lier would constantly be in danger? Moreover, Huang Yueli usually didn't like anyone following her around and often diverted his shadow guards away to act independently. Facing this kind of dangerous situation, there wasn't much chances for her to defend herself. Suddenly, Li Moying thought of a critical question. The scripture depository was a place in the entire Celestial Light Academy which had the highest security. His little thing had just made a trip to the scripture depository and actually had someone pursuing her life. This was just too abnormal, and apparently, this little thing must have done some special stuff, which made others kept a close watch on her. As for this matter, as her fiancé, he knew absolutely nothing about it. How many more things was this lass going to hide from him? Did she even treated him as her man? Thinking of this, Li Moying turned around and stared at Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli saw his fierce look and blinked her eyes innocently, asking curiously, "Why? You're still upset? Don't worry, anyway the next time the black-robed man appears, we will be able to capture him, so don't be too." Ouch. She felt a sharp pain on her lower jaw as Li Moying pinched her chin and lifted her face up forcefully. After that, he used all his strength to press down on her lips. Li Moying's kiss was very sudden and furthermore, it wasn't gentle. It was skinned to a violent crush onto that cherry blossom-like delicate lips, and even biting her hard. Huang Yueli cried out in pain, but that allowed Li Moying to take advantage of the situation as he let his tongue into her mouth, exploring everywhere hurriedly. Huang Yueli turned her head around in an attempt to struggle free. The man's fingers were strong as though a metal pincer holding on to her lower jaw, even causing her to be in pain. She couldn't struggle free, so she could only helplessly allow the man's overbearing force to intrude. As time went past, Huang Yueli didn't even have the breath to pant when this kiss finally came to an end. Li Moying stepped back a little and lowered his head to see her flushed face and moistened eyes. His heart pounded and couldn't help but bit her lips once again. Are you born in the year of the dog? WH. Why did you bite me? I'm warning you. Wang Yueli questioned him, feeling that her lips were both painful and numb. It probably had been kissed swollen by him. This man was just too savage, isn't it? He actually bit her when their thoughts collided and later on kissed her till she grew groggy, totally unable to gauge where she was. Li Moying put his forehead onto hers and laughed deeply. Warn me? What do you want to warn me about? Following his closing in, the strong man's breath filled her nose and the pressure was just too intense, making her heart pound, biting onto her lips not making a single sound. Tell me, what do you want to warn me about? Li Moying looked at her blushing look, as his heart pounded and got close to her intentionally, greedily looking at her shy look. Huang Yueli started crying foul in her heart. What's the big deal about being handsome? Why? Why did he show this look? What else should she say? After some time, she finally forced out a sentence. You let me go. Quickly, let go. Li Moying shrugged his shoulders. All right, since you strongly requested for it, then I'll let you go. Quick. Huang Yueli urged. Li Moying's eye flashed a mischievous intent and his arms really loosened, letting her go. Huang Yueli felt the pressure on her waist disappeared and was heaving a sigh of relief, but she discovered that her body actually uncontrollably fell towards the back. She tried to maintain her balance, but she wasn't able to move her hands and feet. Damn it, she forgot that she was still tied up by the 8 astro intertwined chain. She's finished this time. Li Moying, that stinky man, was just too evil. He obviously knew that, but didn't bother to remind her at all. Her body tilted and inclined to one side, and just as she was about to get into close contact with the ground. But Li Moying unexpectedly gave a detached point of view look, without any intention to help her, as the corners of his lips carried a smile bearing a look which seemed to be waiting to watch to a great show. Their eyes met each other, and Li Moying lightly spat out a few words. Beg me, Lear. Huang Yueli was so angry that her eyes turned red. What kind of man was he, really? He was so evil that his dregs were shedding. How could she possibly beg him? She resolutely refused to beg. She firmly would ignore this kind of scum who took advantage of others in their time of need. Wasn't it just a fall? What's the big deal? Something's not right. Huang Yueli peeked from the corners of her eyes and realized that not only was the black muddy ground behind her was extremely dirty, it also gave out a disgusting smell. If she were to fall on that, it would absolutely disgust her to death. The good and evil were fighting in her mind when she finally could not bear it any further and cried out, Li Moying, you dare to let me fall. By her ear rang the man's complacent laughter, and following that, her waist felt a strength holding on to her, and at that instant, her face plastered against a sturdy chest. Huang Yueli had escaped the danger zone, but recalling that this man's intentional horrendous ways, anger arose from deep within, and when she lifted her head, she saw Li Moying's shirt opened up a little, revealing his neck. She took the opportunity and bit him. In her mind there was only one thought, which was this man bit her earlier, so she must bite him back. Oof. Her bites had always been well, and she had always bitten rather hard. It was only after she had bitten Li Moying's neck so much that she tasted blood before she regained her senses. What was she doing? Why was it that every time she had been agitated by this man, she would lose her senses? She seemed to keep doing some absurd stuff. Li Moying moaned but didn't avoid her, allowing her to finish biting him before he called out in a low voice, all right, it's all my fault. I wouldn't dare to let you fall. After all, if you're injured from the fall, the one who would have a heartache would be me, isn't that so? Be good and don't be angry anymore. I'll let you bite me back. Do you want to bite a few more mouthfuls? He spoke gently to coax the young lady in his embrace, as he was feeling rather complacent. He wouldn't admit that he especially enjoyed the feeling of making his wife fire up, then having to coax her later. This little thing's infuriated look was especially cute, all right? Luckily, Huang Yueli didn't know what kind of abnormal thinking he had in his mind, otherwise she would definitely never forgive him forever. As for now, Huang Yueli had already been electrified by his mushy sweet nothings, and her goosebumps had all dropped onto the ground, unable to continue being angry with him. Especially after she saw the bite on his neck was still bleeding, she felt a sense of guilt. Are you all right? I've bitten so hard that it's painful, right? But you can't blame me for that. It's you who absurdly kissed me forcefully, and you even bit me, so I'm just taking my revenge. As Huang Yueli said that, she even raised her chin haughtily. Li Moying thought of the conversation which they had before they kissed, and his expression sunk as his good mood disappeared into thin air. Humph, you'd better not say anything which would make me upset. I still have a debt which I haven't settled with you yet. Huh? Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment. What did I do? Li Moying ignored her as his arm reached for her and using a bit of force, he slung her over his shoulder with her head facing down. This position was just so ugly. Huang Yueli's face flushed red immediately, and she cried out loudly, "Hey, Li Moying, what are you trying to do? Let me down, let me down. I can walk by myself." Li Moying stretched out his hand and slapped her butt. A crisp piak was heard which made Huang Yueli's face burnt even redder. Heavens! This stinky man actually hit her butt? Aha! Know your own place, aren't you being tied up until you can't even move? Still want to walk? This 8-astro intertwined chain is not so easily untied, so all you need to do is to let me down and follow my instructions. Huang Yueli hurriedly said. No way. Li Moying directly rejected her reasonable request and spoke out simultaneously, don't blame me for not reminding you. We are both famous in Celestial Light Academy, and if you continue to scream out loudly, if we meet anyone along the way, they would definitely recognize you, and that would only be more embarrassing. When Huang Yueli heard this, she suddenly recalled that when she was discovered by the black-robed man, there was a team of students who had passed by the scripture depository. At that time, they had even intended to help her fight against the black-robed man, and they probably hadn't left yet. They might really see her embarrassing look? Thinking of this, Huang Yueli grew even gloomier as she buried her face into Li Moying's trapezius, not daring to say anything further. Li Moying found that she had finally quieted down and carried her directly back to their courtyard. The both of them had no spare time to take notice of anything else, but that bunch of students had actually not left the forest surroundings. Earlier, they had seen the black-robed man pursuing Huang Yueli, and although they knew that even if they managed to chase up to them, they were not his opponent. But as they were not resigned to just leave like that, they thought that they might be of some help at the crucial timing. So other than the one who had been sent to ask for help, the other students remained nearby. Just as everyone had no ideas up their sleeves and didn't know what they could do to help, Li Moying's tall and straight silhouette appeared in the forest and even inquired about Huang Yueli's whereabouts. The few of them hurriedly explained the situation and pointed out the direction to him. Li Moying was so worried that he didn't even have time to thank you and had directly rushed into the forest. Even after Li Moying had arrived, but they didn't leave immediately because from what those core students thought, although Li Moying's ability was really strong and had remained as Celestial Light Academy's #1 top expert, but that black-robed man was a 7th stage realm top-rated exponent. No matter how genius Li Moying was among the younger generation practitioners, how would he possibly fight against such a top exponent? But the result was beyond their expectations, as the person who had been defeated and fled was the black-robed man. Heavens, am I seeing things? Earlier was the man who had slipped away the black-robed man? Senior Brother Li had actually defeated the 7th stage realm top expert? Could it be that his ability is now comparable to the 7th stage realm? You are not seeing things, that really is. Is Senior Brother Li even human? Could he possibly be the legendary 9th grade talent? What kind of joke is that? A ninth-grade talent will only appear once every few decades. Furthermore, would this sort of talent even stay in our academy? He would probably be snatched by various large sects to be taken in as their disciple, right? But if senior brother Li is not a ninth-grade talent, then how could he possibly defeat a seventh-stage realm expert? This is really something that is not easy to explain. Just as the crowd were discussing on this, they saw Li Moying carrying Huang Yueli leaving the forest. It wasn't good to discuss about others behind their backs, so the few of them immediately shut their mouths. They didn't know if Li Moying saw them as he tangled with Huang Yueli for a while, as though there was no one around. When he finally carried his calmed fiancée and left, those students instantly broke out. Wait, what did I see? Senior brother Li carried junior sister Bai out from the forest and they actually played bondage? I saw that too. Junior sister Bai had been tied up securely from head to toe. Her hands and feet are tied on her back and she totally couldn't move an inch. Senior brother Li's taste is a little too heavy, isn't it? What do you mean? Could it be that Senior brother Li had that kind of special hobby? Isn't that so? Otherwise, why was junior sister Bai tied up in that way? He even hit her, but heavens, his taste is so heavy. I'd never expected senior brother Li to actually have this kind of hobby. Junior sister Bai has such great talent, but she actually was willing to be abused by him in this way? This is something that you don't understand. Some people likes to torture others so naturally, there would be some who love to be abused. This is called inclination. The few of them looked at one another in dismay and thought that they had seen through Li Moying and Huang Yueli's real selves. Huang Yueli totally had not expected that Li Moying and her actions had been misinterpreted into such a manner. Furthermore, they had even been treated like a piece of gossip news which spread throughout Celestial Light Academy. Otherwise, she absolutely would fight adamantly against the evil forces till the bitter end. Li Moying, on the other hand, had faintly heard the discussions behind their backs, but he didn't treat it as something important. As a man who had a beautiful, intelligent and capable wife, he had to allow those single dogs to admire, envied, be jealous, and hated them, so these were all unavoidable. Moreover, he had something even more pressing to handle now, so he had no mood to deal with these. He carried Huang Yueli back to her room and threw her onto the bed. Huang Yueli was like a caterpillar as she twisted and turned on the bed, speaking out at the same time, "All right, now listen to my instructions and help me untie this 8 astro intertwined chain. First of all." She was still talking when her eyes suddenly widened and she looked with her mouth opened and eyes bulging at Li Moying, who had stretched out his slender fingers and gently pinched the chain, casually shaking it. A ding-dong-dong sound was heard as the entire chain fell apart onto the ground. This. Even Huang Yueli was also stunned by this. She knew Li Moying's ability was very strong, but that was after all a 6th-tier profound armament. To use brute force to break it apart was very difficult. Not only did the profound energy needed to be extremely pure, it also had to be paired with an exclusive method, otherwise even a 9th stage realm top exponent might not be able to break it apart. After Li Moying broke the chain, he hurriedly climbed up the bed and as his body hovered above Huang Yueli, he looked downwards at her. "Li Moying, why are you getting so close to me for?" Huang Yueli suddenly got flustered. This man's expression was unfathomable and the way he gazed at her was filled with invasiveness, as though he was going to eat her up cleanly. Furthermore, the both of them were not in the quiet, dirty forest, but on a clean and soft bed. This stance was just too ambiguous. Huang Yueli stretched out her hand against his chest and gave him a push. "Get away further, I'm tired and I want to take a shower." Li Moying grasped her little hand and said in a chilly voice, "After you've showered, I have something to ask you." Huang Yueli was shocked. "What? You want to ask me something?" Li Moying said, "What did you do when you went to the scripture depository today?" Huang Yueli blinked, Regarding this, I went to the scripture depository is because I went to exchange for manuscript. You also know that after I passed the armament master certification, I obtained 3 honorary points, so I cannot waste it. The corners of Li Moying's lips curled, coldly cutting into her words. Do you treat me like an idiot? You went to borrow a manuscript and someone specially went to assassinate you? Moreover, a 7th stage realm top expert? To risk making a move in Celestial Light Academy, there must be some important reason. I want to know why. Huang Yueli had rarely told him a lie, or even to say, that wasn't really a lie but just skipping the important parts only, but she was exposed by Li Moying directly. She instantly became embarrassed. This matter is rather complicated and it can't be told in just 2 or 3 sentences. Li Moying sneered, if you can't finish the story in 2 or 3 sentences, then add on more sentences. Anyway, I have a lot of time, so no matter how long the story is, I have the patience to hear it out. Huang Yueli shifted her eyes slowly from bottom to top and secretly took a glance at his expression. Even though that handsome face was filled with unhappiness, it was still so good-looking that it could suffocate one. His forehead creased slightly, and his tightly pursed lips made him look invasive, whereas his well-built body gave out an intense pressurizing feeling. Li Moying usually treated her gently and was full of consideration, and was rarely so fierce towards her. Huang Yueli unhappily stared at him. Why are you acting so fierce for? I didn't say I won't tell you. She thought about it and felt that there wasn't any need to hide this from Li Moying. If she couldn't even trust Li Moying, then she really didn't know who else she could believe in. Therefore, she told him the story regarding Bai Lu Feng from the start to the end. So the story goes like this. My motive in coming to Celestial Light Academy is mainly to look for the remnants which my father had left behind for me, but he actually told me the secret compartment is empty. I think the reason for the black-robed man to pursue after me should be related to the item which my father left behind, but I don't know what actual motive he has. So in this way, the item which your father left behind is highly possibly in his hands? I also feel so. At the very least, it is connected to him. Huang Yueli finished her story, but she realized that Li Moying still bore an icy cold expression on his face, frowning slightly. She reached out between his eyebrows and gently massaged him, saying, All right, you asked me to tell you, and I've already done so. I only know about these, and haven't hidden anything else from you. Why are you still unhappy? Today's pursuit is something that I had not expected, and I also didn't want it to happen, alright? I almost died from his strike, and instead of comforting me, you actually showed me this expression. Li Moying still bore that icy cold expression. Huang Yueli pouted her lips and pushed him aside. Alright, then continue to be angry, I'm going to bath. Saying that she wanted to get up. But not waiting for her to sit upright, she had once again been pushed onto the bed. Li Moying pressed against her and speaking in an unfriendly tone, I ask you, why didn't you tell me beforehand that you're going to the 4th level of the scripture depository to look for clues? Don't you know that as the young sect master of Celestial Light Sect, entering the 4th level of the scripture depository is a breeze? If I had accompanied you, would this still have happened today? Huang Yueli was dumbfounded. This. I really hadn't thought of this. Right, it could be done in this way? Li Moying sneered, forget about it, it's not that you hadn't thought about it. You're not willing to rely on me, so you intentionally didn't think in that way. You really don't treat me as your fiancé, right? No. Huang Yueli subconsciously wanted to rebuke him, but when the words came to her mouth, she suddenly stopped. How should she answer this question? Say she admits she and Li Moying were a couple? But things shouldn't be this way. Li Moying was initially a little upset, but on seeing her acting hesitantly, fire immediately flared up. What? Have I guessed correctly? You've never recognized me from the bottom of your heart? Have you never treated me as an insider? So you had never intended to seek help from me? Even though these matters to me is as easy as lifting a finger, but you never intended to open your mouth to me? The more Li Moying thought, the angrier he got. His expression grew gloomier each time he raised a question. His voice wasn't loud, but from his stern tone and tightened expression, one could tell that this man was extremely angry. Huang Yueli immediately shook her head. Don't be like this, I really didn't do it intentionally. I really forgot about it. Why must you talk to me so fiercely? Saying that, she blinked her watery large eyes, and even pursed her lips, bearing an innocent look in an attempt to act adorable to get past this. But was Li Moying an easy person to hoodwink? His eyelids drooped and his deep black pupils swept past her exquisite and delicate face, continuing with his interrogation. Don't divert the topic, answer me. What on earth do you treat me as? Huang Yueli's eyes met his, and was shocked by his deep eyes as she anxiously swallowed her saliva. Amen, that, of course I treat you as an insider, how could I possibly treat you like an outsider? Absolutely not possible. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Moying pinched her sharp jaw and held her in front of her face, repeating word by word, you clearly know. I'm not asking about this. Answer me. Answer. What? Huang Yueli was totally engulfed in his anger, totally immovable. What person do you treat me as? Do you like me or not? How much recognition do I have in your heart that I'm your fiancé? Li Moying repeated his question once again as his tone was extremely stern. Huang Yueli subconsciously avoided his gaze as her eyelashes kept fluttering and she bit her lips slightly, not speaking a single word. Li Moying's questions, she couldn't answer any of it at all. Or perhaps it was said that if she had to answer it, her answer might not necessarily make Li Moying satisfied. Furthermore, she could not open her mouth to answer him. Li Moying stared at her, waiting all the while. Actually, he understood that silence itself was a type of answer. But he couldn't believe it, nor could he accept it, so he kept waiting. He rather hypnotized himself that Huang Yueli was testing me, or she was shy and not willing to trust easily, so she used silence to represent her rejection. Only, he waited for a long time and Huang Yueli still refused to say a single word. It was so long that his heart had bit by but became colder and colder. Li Moying's expression displayed disappointment as he felt defeated, incapable of continuing further. He didn't know why he had failed, or why was it that no matter what he did, he was incapable of moving this young lass's heart. This is probably the first time his heart was touched, and furthermore, the feeling was so strong that the minute he laid his eyes on Huang Yueli, his heart had been captured completely. He had been serious and devoted, and at the same time, very confident. Because of his innate talent, looks and status, he had always been the target of those talented ladies, and had never once thought that under the situation where he was the proactive one, there would be any possibility of failure. But the young lass in front of him had given him a beating on his head. The first time he was rejected, Li Moying didn't felt defeated. Although that was his first time wooing a lady, but although he had never eaten pork, he had also seen a pug run. So he completely understood that the both of them were not close enough, so for this young lass to doubt his character and sincerity, to reject him, was something normal. But following that was the second rejection. And after that was the third and fourth. Li Moying admitted that he had already displayed all his sincerity, and even used his utmost effort on her, but unfortunately he had been rejected again and again. There were many times when he clearly felt that Lear's eyes seemed to show some feelings for him and didn't reject his kisses or touches, so that would at least meant that she had already been touched, right? However, whenever he wanted to take another step further to ascertain their relationship, he had met with a cold bucket of water each and every time. Towards a peerless talent like Li Moying, this was his biggest hurdle, which he had met within his entire lifetime. He simply could not understand where did he go wrong. Why was it that Huang Yueli refused to be together with him? Li Moying looked at Huang Yueli with a complicated expression, and his right hand clenched tightly into a fist and later relaxed, before he spat out a few words lightly. Why? Huang Yueli had kept her head lowered apprehensively as she didn't know why herself on why she was feeling so guilty. She and Li Moying. She had long ago said that it was impossible between them, wasn't it? She didn't made any promises with Li Moying, wasn't that so? But why was it that when this man interrogated her, she felt as though she had committed some serious matter against him and even betrayed him? Hearing Li Moying's questions, she blankly raised her head. What? She had once thought of it, before that Li Moying might possibly be angry. That strong and overbearing peerless genius had been rejected by her every single time, so getting infuriated was absolutely normal. But she wasn't afraid because she had a magical self-confidence, as though she subconsciously knew that no matter how angry this man was, he would not hurt even a single strand of her hair. But she had not expected that, instead of flying into a rage, he asked this question instead. Li Moying took a deep breath, and suppressing the answer in his heart, he tried to make himself seem slightly more peaceful. I asked, where on earth do you feel that I'm lacking in? Where am I not performing well enough? Why can't you? Why are you unable to accept me? Do you know? As Li Moying was saying that, he clenched hard on his teeth and felt a bloody taste from his gums flowing out, not saying a single word more. Even though he didn't finish his sentence, Huang Yueli knew what he wanted to say. This man's sincerity towards her, she had indeed felt it. Huang Yueli wasn't really an ignorant young lady. On the contrary, she had been wooed by countless people in her previous life, so she could tell clearly which man treated her with sincerity and which were more suitable for her. Actually, deep within her heart, she had long admitted that she had some feelings for Li Moying. If it wasn't for Mu Qingqing, perhaps, she might had agreed long ago. But under the heavens, there wasn't any ifs. She raised her eyes, and saw the pained expression on Li Moying's face as her heart started twitching in pain, faintly too. If it was possible, she didn't want this to happen. To make him so upset. Huang Yueli hesitated for a moment and decided that she must make matters clear to him today. Li Moying, listen to me. Huang Yueli clenched her teeth as she said. Some things, she felt that even if she said it out no one would believe her, so she didn't want to say it out easily, but now, she felt that it was necessary to tell part of the truth, in order to cut off Li Moying's feelings. The more the two of them tangled together, the deeper they fell, and if that carried on, it would end up in a severe consequence. She hardened her heart. Actually, it really isn't because you're no good, but because I already have something who I like. Moreover, we've already discussed on our marriage. So I'm extremely sorry, I cannot accept you. Just treat it as, you're too late. Li Moying's heart trembled as he suddenly recalled a memory of the past. There was once when Huang Yueli was seriously injured and had gone into a concussion. Her senses were unclear, and she hugged him saying a lot of senseless words, and even started crying. At that time she had indeed mistaken him as someone else, even saying things such as asking him not to leave, and even proactively nearing him to kiss him. At that time, Li Moying felt that Huang Yueli should have someone whom she liked, and was extremely jealous then, even thinking of giving up on her. But after that he thought again and felt that things weren't that simple. Huang Yueli had grew up in South Yu Kingdom since young, and her growing up days weren't complicated at all. Li Moying had sent someone back to South Yu Kingdom to do a background search on her, and the conclusion was that Huang Yueli had never left South Yu Kingdom previously, and this trip to Sky Cloud City was her first time traveling. As for the news that she had a love history with someone else, there were no clues to it at all. Furthermore, she was so young and didn't seem as though there was any possibility for her to settle down privately with anyone at all. Li Moying didn't understand why, but one thing he was certain of was that there were no traces of any man appearing next to Huang Yueli at all. Therefore he had been hypnotizing himself. Perhaps it was all his own imagination that Huang Yueli liked someone else, and the truth wasn't that at all. Even if there was, that would probably be in the past. But now, Huang Yueli's words was like a resounding slap, smacking him right on his face. So, Leah really had someone whom she liked. Furthermore, she had really settled down a marriage agreement with that person. How could such a thing happen? How could such a thing possibly happen? Li Moying looked at Huang Yueli in disbelief, as he started shaking all over. You. How is that possible? You're just 14. What's wrong with being 14? I matured earlier, can't I? When Li Moying heard that, he regained some energy, as he seemed to see a glimmer of hope. You're still so young, how could you possibly know who you like? You're obviously not matured yet. How can you be so sure that the person you like is not me? Huang Yueli responded, Because I just know it, I like him, and in my heart, he is the most powerful, most perfect man who treats me the best. To wait by her side for so many decades, not anyone could do that. She and Mu Qingqing were together for so many years. Although they had not gotten married, but recalling the past memories still had numerous sweet memories, which could not be forgotten. Li Moying's heart grew cold. Most powerful, most perfect, treated her the best. He tried his utmost best, but was still unable to make Huang Yueli feel that he was that kind of man. Alas, he really was too late. In Lear's heart, there was already a man of her choice. Li Moying was unreconciled as he pursued for an answer. Who is he? Who on earth is he? Since you describe him in such a manner, how could he leave you for so long, leaving you alone in Southview Kingdom to face so many dangers? Huang Yueli blinked, not knowing how to answer, so she could only reply, You don't know. Li Moying suddenly got agitated. I don't know? I think the person who doesn't know if you. If the person you described also liked you, then would he leave you alone to let those people in the Bai family to bully you? Wouldn't he want to see you every day, but for such a long period of time, he had never once showed up? It's just wishful thinking on your own part. No, it's not like that. Huang Yueli immediately denied loudly, You don't understand, we have our own difficulties. Difficulties? Li Moying sneered, as he felt extremely unresigned in his heart. I only know that no matter what difficulties I have, I will never leave you alone to face all those troubles, not willing to let you suffer even a little pain, and it's definitely not possible for me to not show any interest in you. Such a man is not worth your love, why can't you give me a chance? Li Moying was both angry and anxious as he punched the wall, giving off a loud bam sound. Huang Yueli tugged at his hand with her heart pained. You. Don't act like this. You will get hurt. You still care if I get hurt or not? Li Moying took the opportunity to hold her wrist, pressing it down on the pillow. Since you don't feel anything for me, why do you bother if I'm injured or not? You have no feelings for me, isn't it? No matter who that man is, give up on him. I guarantee that I will treat you better than him by 1,000 times, 10,000 times. He said anxiously as his eyes turned slightly red. Huang Yueli grew gloomy again and after some time, she spoke, Don't be like this. What I'm saying is not fake, the person I like, he's a true peerless 9th stage realm top exponent, there is no stronger existence in this entire soaring heavens continent. Li Moying was dumbstruck. What? Huang Yueli avoided his gaze as she lowered her voice and continued, Although he's not by my side now, but I know he had his own reasons. Furthermore, Huang Yueli bit her lip and her expression was struggled as she clenched her teeth and spoke again. Furthermore, I like him because he's powerful enough, he's able to protect me and I can make others envy me. Do you understand? You cannot be compared to a peerless 9th stage realm top exponent like him, so my heart will not change, so just give up on me. You, what do you mean? Li Moying's eyes grew wide with a completely defeated look, his face became deathly pale. Huang Yueli's heart ached faintly when she saw him. She knew clearly that a super genius like Li Moying probably had not been despised by anything in his entire lifetime before. With such innate talent and ability, but he was rejected with the reason that his ability could not match up. Probably his pride took a serious hit and maybe he might feel that she was a materialistic and shameless woman. But she could not put it in that way. Li Moying's expression was both green and white, apparently his heart was feeling terrible to the max. The hand, which was grabbing onto Huang Yueli's wrist, subconsciously increased in its strength, almost to the point of breaking her wrist. Why must you act in this way? Don't you understand? With my innate talent, reaching 9th stage realm is just a matter of time. Within 5 years, I will be able to become a first-rated top exponent in Soaring Heaven's continent, and I will let you become the woman whom everyone in the entire continent envies. You just need to give me some time, I can give you anything. His words were put in such a sincere way, which made Huang Yueli's heart ache even further. An arrogant man like Li Moying probably found it beneath his dignity to use power and status to win a woman's heart, and he would most likely despise women who were materialistic. But in order to make her happy, he simply couldn't care for anything else and threw his principles aside, putting all his pride down in front of her. Unfortunately, it was impossible for her to reply him favorably. Li Moying, don't you understand? What I want is, not 5 years later, but now. There are so many exceptional talents in Soaring Heaven's continent, but those who are able to become a 9th stage realm top exponent, there's not even 10 of them. There are plenty of accidents in one's life, and who can guarantee that they would be able to reach the supreme throne? Even if you can, I cannot wait for 5 years, it's too long. Huang Yueli bore with her heartache as she forced herself to say such words. She kept her eyes shut tightly, not daring to look at the expression on Li Moying's face. To be slapped on the face by a lady whom he liked, no matter how much he liked her, surely there was no way to take such a blow, right? Li Moying had been hovering on top of Huang Yueli, and at such a close distance, Huang Yueli could distinctly felt Li Moying trembling. He must be very angry, right? Perhaps he was so infuriated that he wanted to strangle her to death. If he really made a move against her, then she got her just desserts. Li Moying really wanted to kill someone. He really had not imagined that the little thing which he had placed carefully in his heart actually looked down on him like that. In actual fact, he really didn't care how materialistic Huang Yueli was. To want a husband who had a strong ability and to want everyone's envious looks to stay on her, he felt that this was something that she deserved to have. Such an intelligent and beautiful lady like her naturally deserved the best man in Soaring Heaven's continent. But why was she in such a hurry? Why couldn't she give him a little more time? He would try his utmost best to fulfill all her wishes, but she refused to give him a chance. He trusted his own eyesight. Huang Yueli was so intelligent, so naturally she shouldn't be so short-sighted. So there were only 2 possibilities for her to choose another man. The first was this man was really too powerful, so powerful of an existence that even if he took 5 or even 10 years, it was very difficult to catch up to him. The second was Huang Yueli truly liked this man and don't like him, so in order to make him give up, she chose to speak such harsh words. Li Moying screened all the top exponents in the entire Soaring Heaven's continent in his heart, but did not find any which suited the first scenario. He knew clearly that his innate talent was in fact 9th grade and above, and it was unimaginable for ordinary people. Even the number 1 expert Mu Qingqing, he might not even have such innate talent. Moreover, Mu Qingqing had already gone into closed-door seclusion for many years, so naturally it wasn't possible for him to have any contact with Huang Yueli. As for the rest of the others, he had the confidence to surpass them within 5 years' time. In this way, the only possibility that remained, the only one which also made his heart shattered. Lear didn't like him. Actually, Li Moying heard others said this, before that matters of the heart could not be forced. Fate had been predestined by heavens, and sometimes even if there was a very good person, but unfortunately, there was no way of falling in love with that someone. Li Moying originally didn't believe that such a thing would ever happen to him. But now, he could only admit that in terms of cultivation, he wouldn't lose to anyone, but in terms of relation, he was a complete loser from head to toe. He silently hovered on top of Huang Yueli and lowered his head, looking at her delicate and exquisite face with a complicated gaze. Even though he knew that her heart belonged to someone else, but just looking at her still made him heart-tingled. This kind of feeling was an instinct, as though it had been engraved into the depths of his soul, unable to dispel or forgotten. This really was his inexorable doom in his life. Li Moying didn't know what else to say, and didn't know what else he could do. He couldn't bear to hurt her, but he wasn't able to see her throwing herself into another man's embrace. His brows knitted tightly together as he used his strength and pushed himself up. The pressure was suddenly lessened and Huang Yueli hurriedly opened her eyes, but could only see the departing figure of Li Moying walked away in big strides. Such an overbearing and arrogant man, when he walked out, his footsteps were even slightly unstable. Huang Yueli's melancholic feelings dropped to a new low as she bit her lips and mumbled to herself, "Have I done something wrong? Should I have not given him such a blow like that? But it's all for his own good. I cannot allow him to fall in the middle of his path, because of me." The words she had said were all harsh and the only motive was to make Li Moying completely disappointed with her, to keep a distance from her. Because no one knew clearer than her that Mu Qingying's character was so alike to Li Moying, with such overbearing and arrogance. Furthermore, as Mu Qingying's ability helmed the entire soaring heavens continent, he was already in the top seat for such a long time, as compared to Li Moying who was still growing, they were simply incomparable. How could Mu Qingying possibly accepted that the woman he liked being tangled with another man? Someday, Huang Yueli would have to return to Mu Qingying, and if Li Moying had not given up yet, and was still staying by her side, then the consequence would only result in Mu Qingying making a move against him. Moreover, Mu Qingying had always been merciless against his love rivals. As long as those unrestrained bees and butterflies around Huang Yueli that year had hindered his eyes, they would end up either dead or seriously injured. Li Moying was still very young and had a bright future in front of him. With his unsurpassed talent, if he were to fall in the middle, Huang Yueli really couldn't bear for it to happen. Even though they could not be lovers, the both of them should still be considered as friends, and she cannot harm him in that way. Now that things had come to pass, this should be the best ending. At least, she didn't need to be put in a difficult position and Li Moying wouldn't be burdened by her. Huang Yueli thought that she could remain indifferent about this matter. She was the one who had been through great winds and high waves, and there were so many times when her life was at stake in her previous life, and none of it raised any waves in her heart. Moreover, wasn't it just rejecting a man who was wooing her? She had done that several hundred times before. But, that night, she lost sleep. The bed was short of another person and it instantly seemed as though it had turned chilly as the room was exceptional quiet, so quiet that it made one feel restless. In actual fact, when Li Moying laid on the same bed next to her, both of them seldom talked and most of the time, Li Moying abided by the rules. The two of them laid on their own sides and only a stable and faint breathing sound could be heard in the middle of the night. But no matter how small this teeny sound was, Huang Yueli still felt that it was too quiet. All the way till dawn, she finally felt some sleepiness. In a half-conscious state, she seemed to have returned to her past life. Mu Qingying's handsome and aloof face seemed to appear before her eyes. He put on a dark gold-colored robe, standing under a cherry blossom tree. His perfectly streaked side view was as though it had been sculpted, his thin lips slightly pursed as his gaze was stern and deep. Even though he didn't intentionally unleash his might, but as long as he stood there, the area would naturally be filled with an overbearing presence. That scene was just too familiar and too realistic, like in the past. In the past, mythical Flame Palace, which Huang Yueli was at, the cherry blossom trees on the most northern area bloomed during every spring and was filled with fragrance, beautiful beyond words. In countless of her memories, Mu Qingqing arranged to meet her there. When she reached there, she would always see Mu Qingqing's aloof and prestigious figure, waiting patiently for her there. When Mu Qingqing heard her footsteps, he slowly turned around, and that pair of charming and alluring cherry-blossomed eyes turned shiny as his gaze congealed on her. Huang Yueli felt dazed. That pair of eyes was still so enchanting and bewitching, which made her think of someone else. When Mu Qingqing saw her, his gaze instantly softened and the sternness beneath his eyes immediately disappeared. Lear. A familiar voice rang by the side of her ear, and Huang Yueli simply wanted to cry. She wanted to shout out loudly, but her throat seemed to be choked. No matter how hard she tried, she wasn't able to make a single sound. Mu Qingqing, why have you come? She heard her own voice, in an indifferent tone. Mu Qingqing seemed slightly disappointed as he said, I'm here to see you. Can you show me a more surprised look? Huang Yueli looked rather impatient as she continued, how do you want me to appear surprised? Don't you know that the reason why I'm here is because of the restoration of the Sky Phoenix ring, and I have been in closed-door seclusion to refine the armaments? It's because you're here, which is why I came to meet you. If it's anyone else, I won't even bother to come out of my closed-door seclusion. When Mu Qingqing heard what she said, he smiled and said, all right, I said the wrong things. It's my top honor for Lear to be willing to meet me. Come, take a seat over here. You haven't been resting and eating properly because of armament refining, right? Look, your dark eye rings have appeared. So what about that? Armament refining is the most important matter. What matter do you have? Quickly spill it out. The fire in my armament furnace has not been extinguished yet. Although Huang Yueli seemed impatient in her words, but when Mu Qingqing stretched out his hand and held her wrists, not only did she not reject him, she even allowed him to lead her to sit by his side. Mu Qingqing said, all right, be obedient, I have an important matter to tell you. What? Huang Yueli's eyes suddenly grew wide. Mu Qingqing suddenly paused before continuing, you should know that my cultivation had been stuck at the peak of 9th stage realm for several years now, and although my profound energy had always been rising these past few years, but I'm unable to break through. Huang Yueli said, there's a legend that above the 9th stage realm peak is the 10th stage god realm, but due to the change that happened 70,000 years ago, there is no way to ascend to the god realm. You're the only top practitioner in the entire soaring heavens continent in the past 70,000 years with the highest innate talent, so the possibility for you to become a 10th stage realm practitioner is the highest. Mu Qingqing nodded and continued, in fact recently, I could feel that my own profound energy seemed to be breaking through the last bottleneck and perhaps, I might be able to take this last step very soon. What? Really? Huang Yueli's face revealed a surprised expression, that's great. If you really are able to do it, then it would mean that 10th stage realm is not just a legend and it's possible to reach it. Really? You feel very happy over this? Mu Qingqing inquired. Naturally, we've been best friends for the longest time. For this advancement, you've been diving into your cultivation for so many years and you finally arrived at this step. So how could I possibly not feel happy for you? Huang Yueli replied in a matter-of-fact manner. Looking at Huang Yueli's peerlessly beautiful face, the sweet smile that hung on her face, Mu Qingqing almost went into a daze from being enchanted, but immediately recalling his senses, his expression became complicated. But do you know that once I break through to the 10th stage realm, there is a possibility that... Possibility that what? Huang Yueli blinked her large innocent eyes as she gazed into his eyes. Mu Qingqing wanted to say something but stopped. Several times when the words came to his lips, but he wasn't able to say anything out. Nothing, right, my purpose in this trip is to tell you that I plan to go into closed-door cultivation 3 days later and I'm afraid that it would be a long time before I can see you again. He chose to switch topics. N? Really? Huang Yueli went into a momentarily blank as she didn't realize the obvious disappointment on her face. From her expression, Mu Qingqing was secretly feeling happy inside, and he spoke again, "When I'm not around, you must take good care of yourself. Don't forget to eat or sleep just for the sake of refining armaments, and don't get into a tussle with anyone accidentally. The most important thing is, you're not allowed to get close to any other man, do you understand?" As Huang Yueli listened on, her rage immediately flared up. "Hey, what do you mean? Aren't you spreading your concern a little too wide? You're not even my father. And not my master. But I'm your man," Mu Qingqing chortled as he came closer to her. With each step he advanced, Huang Yueli took a step backward. Suddenly Huang Yueli felt her feet stopping. There was no more route to back off as her back closed in against a cherry blossom tree. What are you doing? And who is my man? Stop plastering gold on your own face, all right? Mu Qingqing gave a light laugh as he lowered his head and leaned towards her. That cold as ice, good-looking face revealed a charming and bewitching smile. The killing power was tremendous. Huang Yueli's heart pounded wildly, as she subconsciously shut her eyes, silently waiting. For a moment, she thought Mu Qingqing would kill her. However, she felt a tingling sensation on her forehead and subsequently that man retreated. Huang Yueli vacantly opened her eyes and saw Mu Qingqing holding on to a flower petal in his fingers. She instantly was struck dumb. He was only trying to get rid of the petal that had fallen onto her forehead. And she had thought that. TSK, little fox, why do you look so dejected? Could it be that you wished for me to kiss you? Say so earlier, I am extremely willing. Since when? You saw wrongly. Why are you inching in? Get lost. Huang Yueli pamperedly denied, but Mu Qingqing overbearingly held on to her lower jaw as he lowered his head and kissed her. By the time the both of them separated, Huang Yueli's face had turned into a shade of red, panting heavily. Mu Qingqing saw her expression and almost couldn't keep it in. Their foreheads touched each other's, and he said in a low voice, "Little fox, after I complete my closed-door seclusion, let's get married." Who wants to marry you? You're thinking too much. Huang Yueli bit her lips as she retorted with a blushing red face. It's been so many years, you should account for me, right? Account for what? You're a man. So what if I'm a man? Does that mean you can take advantage of me and not be responsible for it? Huang Yueli was so angry that she wanted to bite him. What was called taking advantage of him and eating his tofu? Who on earth was taking advantage of who? He simply turned white into black, shameless. Mu Qingqing pinched her fuming face. All right, stop being so pampered. Who's acting pampered? I really don't want to marry, MMFF. Her lips were sealed once again. After some time, Mu Qingqing finally let her go, and while she was gasping for air, he declared in a low voice, I know you like me too, and I won't give you a chance to reject me. So just wait obediently and be my bride. Wait for me, Being gazed at in deep concentration by that pair of alluring and bewitching peach blossom eyes, Huang Yueli felt that her brain had turned into glue, as she absurdly nodded her head. Mu Qingqing got so excited that he hugged her and carried her up, throwing her high up into the air. Hey, Rouge, let me down. Not letting go. Huang Yueli was speechless. Did he needed to act like this? Wasn't he the callous and dignified #1 top expert? Why had he become so childish to this degree? She started to regret she shouldn't had nodded earlier. However, it was all too late. Would Mu Qingqing give her the chance to regret? The two tangled together for a while more before Mu Qingqing left the mythical flame palace. Huang Yueli's face flushed a deep shade of red, touching her lips, which were kissed swollen by him, as she wasn't able to express the feeling in her heart. She had originally thought that she devoted her lifetime to pursuing the way of cultivation and the peak of armament refining and would never be tied down by maternal affairs. So naturally marrying this kind of thing never came across her mind at all. But now, from how excited Mu Qingqing behaved, she also felt that she was brimming with longing. Being together with him should be much better than being alone by herself, right? Huang Yueli abruptly awoke from her dreams in shock, and it was until she saw the color of the sky before she discovered that it was already bright and sunny outside. The position beside her was still empty. Huang Yueli sat up, feeling that something was amiss. Touching her face, she felt some wet patches and realized that she had been tearing up in her dream. That was something that had happened so long ago, but in the dream, it seemed like it only happened yesterday. Thinking of the countless times when Mu Qingqing proposed to her in the past, but was rejected every single time by her. It was until the very last time that she reluctantly agreed, with a tinge of unwillingness in her heart. In the end, after that last meeting, the two of them were separated by heaven and earth forever. Then, it was until Mu Qingqing had departed when she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to tell him that she was planning to go to the northern fields to search for the material to restore the Sky Phoenix ring. But Huang Yueli didn't really put too much thought into this. Because she wasn't there to create trouble and her whereabouts were well hidden, so she wasn't too worried that she'd meet with any trouble. A high-leveled armament master like her, if she didn't go looking for trouble, most people would not go and provoke her. Moreover, she had the backing of Mu Qingqing, the ultimate demon king, behind her. Whoever knew that she still overestimated human character. Her whereabouts were sold out by Ling Qingyu, and several soaring heavens continents hidden sacred grounds actually jointly set a trap for her, just for a god relic, ending her life in the northern ice fields. That also popped she and Mu Qingqing's illusory bubble of their marriage arrangement. Bam bam bam. Bam bam bam. While Huang Yueli was still in the midst of reminiscing in her past, she suddenly heard loud banging from her door. Furthermore, the person knocking sounded extremely urgent, knocking with a huge force, totally without any sense of propriety as expected from a guest. Huang Yueli's brows creased slightly as she speedily wiped the tears from her face and walked to the door as she opened it. She thought that the person would be Shui Qingqing or maybe the people around Limoying, but in the end, the one standing at the door was a young lady whom she had never seen before. That person looked around 18 to 19, her beauty was exceptional, with a tall figure. On first impression, she was a beauty that was hard to come by. Moreover, she was wearing an embroidered white dress with gold outline which was woven out of spiritual snow silk, and just one piece was priceless. But seeing that her status was extraordinary, even those rich missy from those large families in Sky Cloud did not have such a luxury. The beauty bore a face of arrogance as she raised her chin and impolitely sized up Huang Yueli from head to toe as the corners of her lips hung an obvious sneer. Huang Yueli could tell instantly that this person came with ill intentions and couldn't help but frowned. "Who are you? Don't you know that this place is the private quarters of course students, and not anyone can just enter?" The beauty sneered contemptuously. "You are Bairuoli?" Huang Yueli responded, "That's right. And what advice do you have for me? If there are none, then please leave." The beauty couldn't tolerate as she gave a cold humph. "Yo, this is just so rare. A countryside lass having such an unfriendly tone. Did you think that after hugging onto celestial light sex young sect master's leg, you'd turn into a phoenix? Have you even looked at yourself in the mirror to see what kind of quality you are?" Huang Yueli's expression sunk. Looked like she didn't think wrongly, this beauty in front of her was here to create trouble. Only, she was now a famous celebrity in Celestial Light Academy, and the other party actually dared to create trouble for her. This was rather rare. Furthermore, the other party knew that Limoying was Celestial Light Sect's young sect master, and even dared to drop by to create trouble for her. "This lady, please be respectful. What quality I am, I naturally know it clearly. As for you, running to other people's residence and shout abuses, this kind of behavior, I'd think that you're some auntie from the market haggling over pricing. Your appearance looks so appalling, how could you even have the face to say that of others? Huang Yueli would never be at the losing end, so her words, she said, were even more impolite. This made the other party completely enraged as the beauty's exquisite facial expression contorted. What did you say? You dare to call me an auntie from the market? Do you know who I am? Of course I do. The beauty's face revealed a sliver of delighted smile when she heard Huang Yueli continued speaking. Aren't you some shrewd making an unreasonable scene? Anyone knows this, so is there a need to specially highlight it? You dare. You dare to say that of me? The green veins on the beauty's forehead were popping up as she used her finger to point at Huang Yueli. Her fingers were shaking non-stop. I'm telling you, I'm Morong Fei, and I'm Li Moying's official fiancé. You little slut, a slut who seduced other people's fiancé, and still dare to talk in that way to me? Whoever gave you the guts to do so? You're simply shameless to the max. Hearing that, Huang Yueli really got stumped. Who did you say you are? Morong Fei saw her surprised look and thought that she had suffered a serious blow as she started to feel slightly comfortable in her heart and found back some traces of superiority. No matter how powerful this little slut's mouth was, and no matter how hard a performance she put up, she was merely a countryside lass and had never seen the real world. She had definitely been scared stiff by a few words. Thinking of this, Morong Fei continued again. Why? Didn't hear me properly? I'm Celestial Light Sect Master's eldest Miss Morong Fei. Li Moying and I have been engaged since young. Huang Yueli finally regained her senses as she uncontrollably found it funny. So you're Celestial Light Sect Master's daughter. Your status is indeed a pampered young miss, so should I say I've heard of your good name? You say you're Li Moying's fiancé? Then who am I? Morong Fei thought that she was scared as she smiled more complacently. You. Actually, we all understand, don't we? Men, occasionally their minds would flutter somewhere to find some excitement. Moreover, my Moying is an excellent man with ability, status, and looks, so even if he didn't have any intentions of derailing, there would surely be some shameless slut who automatically stick themselves over in order to attention his attention. But, some people don't look at their own status. They really thought that a man like Moying would really marry her as his wife? Hee, simply daydreaming. He's merely just fooling around, and naturally, he knows what's important and what's not in his heart. When he's tired of it, then he will cast those wild flowers aside. Huang Yueli couldn't help giggling. Sounds reasonable. Miss Morong, you seem to understand men very well, eh? Morong Fei said disapprovingly. That's of course. To tell the truth, lasses like you, I've seen plenty. The number of ladies who tries to get close to Moying is countless. Among them are numerous large sex missy or talented young ladies with exceptional innate talent, but none of them could seduce him. You have some tricks up your sleeves, since you can shamelessly stick to him. Heavens knows what kind of shameless foxy tricks have you resorted to? Hearing her words getting nastier and nastier, Huang Yueli started to lose her patience. She swept Morong Fei a glance and said icily, Miss Morong, I think the shameless one is you. When has Li Moying ever admitted that you're his fiancé? I've heard Moe and the rest talked about it, that there's a sect master's daughter whose skin is thicker than the city walls who keeps revolving around their master. Don't tell me that person is you? I'd like to advise you that when you start weaving your lies, please weave a better one. And one more thing. The look of you sticking to men is just too ugly. No matter what, you're still a sect master's daughter, so please don't embarrass Celestial Light Sect. You, what did you say about me? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Morong Fei was criticized impolitely by her, that she was so angry that she almost got burdened by the anger. As Morong Sect Master's daughter, she had always been pampered, and adding on to her shockingly 8th grade innate talent and exceptional looks, everyone were always fighting to get into her good books. Only Li Moying treated her like air, but after all, he was someone whom she liked, so she could tolerate with that. But what kind of thing was this Betrayal? A country bumpkin from the countryside, a shameless little slut who seduces man, dares to go against her and berate her so directly. Huang Yueli replied indifferently, "Why don't I dare to?" "You dare to do such a thing, would you be scared of other people talking about it?" Morong Fei replied sternly, "You dare to be so outrageous. I'm warning you, eldest senior brother is mine. Get the hell out of Celestial Light Academy right now, and keep away from eldest senior brother. If your performance is good, I can give you some spirit stones, and let you continue your cultivation at some other academies. But if you obstinately persist in going about things the wrong way, and insist on hanging on to eldest senior brother and not letting go, then don't blame me for not standing on ceremony." Morong Fei's voice was stern and even unleashed her sixth stage realm's pressure. From what she saw, Huang Yueli was merely a young lass who had not seen the world, and in front of herself, someone with her status and ability, to be coerced in such a way, she'd probably be scared stiff immediately and kneel down to beg for mercy. However, Huang Yueli totally wasn't affected by her pressure and continued to show an indifferent expression. "My apologies, Miss Morong. I'd also like to leave Li Moying further away, but unfortunately, he's the one who's sticking to me. I wanted to maintain a distance with him, but he refused. Furthermore, he had to go around saying he's my fiancé, and until now the entire academy's students think in that way, so no matter how much I explained, I am unable to clear this up." "Impossible. You're lying." Morong Fei's eyes widened in disbelief, and shaking her head, "This is impossible, stop talking blindly." Eldest senior brother had always treated women with indifference, so how could he possibly stick around you? "Who do you think you are? There are so many young missy and peerless talents, and eldest senior brother didn't even take a look at them. If it wasn't for the fact that you're so shameless, using those lowly alluring methods, how could eldest senior brother possibly be together with you? Unfortunately, the truth is indeed like this. In fact, I didn't want to be together with Li Moying, but he insisted on coming over. What can I do? Since you like him, then go look for him and don't let him come stick to me. If he really takes a liking to you and want to be together with you, I promise that I won't come in between the both of you." Although her words were put in that way, but when Huang Yueli imagined the scene where Li Moying and Morong Fei together, she suddenly felt a little mind-blocked. But she didn't think this was out of jealousy, but because, no matter what, Li Moying was still her friend, right? If he were to find a wife with such a vile character, then that would be the worst luck that he had ran into for his past 8 lifetimes, so she couldn't bear to see that happening. "Stop talking rubbish, how could that be possible? Eldest senior brother's character is cold and aloof, and he spends his time on cultivation, not wanting to dabble in love affairs. He didn't like anyone at all, and it's impossible that he will like you." Morong Fei used all her might to shake her head. Actually, before she came to look for Huang Yueli, she had already heard from many others, and knew that what Huang Yueli said wasn't false at all. All the students said Li Moying and Huang Yueli were so loving, and Li Moying treated Huang Yueli so well, so this matter was the truth. But she's unable to accept that Li Moying treated Huang Yueli differently. Originally, Li Moying didn't bother himself with any woman, so her heart was able to balance itself. At least everyone were in the same scenario, and for them to be childhood sweethearts, that was her greatest chance. But with the appearance of someone who Li Moying truly liked, she was nothing at all. Morong Fei clenched her teeth as she said, "You foxy slut, what shameless tricks did you use to seduce eldest senior brother? Is it because those skills of yours are exceptionally good and eldest senior brother had no prior experience, so he was bewitched by you?" Enough. Huang Yueli couldn't force herself to continue listening. "As a sect master's young miss, your words are simply appalling. If you have the ability, go look for Li Moying himself and see if you can say such words in front of him." I'm very busy and have no time to continue this with you. I don't welcome you here, so please get lost from my place. You dare to ask me to get lost? I'm asking you for the last time, are you going to leave Celestial Light Academy, or not? Huang Yueli replied, impossible. Whether I'm in Celestial Light Academy for Li Moying or not, it is of no concern to you. She hadn't investigated Bai Lu Feng's matter properly, so how could she possibly leave so easily? You dare to disobey me? Did you think that eldest senior brother would always follow you and protect you? Simply looking for death. I'm telling you, for me to crush you is the same as crushing an ant, that easy. Morong Fei's fury in her heart had raised to the max, and she couldn't tolerate it any further as she pushed out a strike and struck out towards Huang Yueli's chest. Huang Yueli had long took guard against her, and when she saw her making a move, she instantly retreated backwards, with a flash. At the same time, the bright fire ray lit up the entire room and charged towards Morong Fei's direction in an earth-shattering momentum. Two profound energy fiercely clashed against each other in the air. Both opponents gave a surprised look. Huang Yueli knew that this eldest young Miss Morong had a high innate talent and had expected that her potential wasn't ordinary, but she had not expected Morong Fei to be a sixth-stage realm practitioner. Moreover, her profound energy was pure. As compared to normal sixth-stage realm practitioners, her potential was much, much higher. Thinking that Luo Jiyun was also a celestial light sect disciple, and he was also an 8th grade talent, but his cultivation versus hers differed by a whole large realm. From this one could tell Morong Fei could be so arrogant and proud because that was her capital. As compared to Huang Yueli, Morong Fei was even more shocked and surprised. According to her investigation, Huang Yueli was merely a 3rd-stage realm peak practitioner. No matter how much innate talent she had, surely in front of a 6th-stage realm practitioner, she was as weak as an ant and she should not be able to accept the full blow of it at all. But the truth had exceeded her imagination. The instant that Huang Yueli struck, Morong Fei felt that something was amiss, and following that, a strong surge of fire attributed profound energy came shooting towards her, even making her feel an intense coercion. After the two profound energies interacted, a loud explosion was heard and blinding ray shot outwards. Morong Fei felt a turmoil on her chest and she took some time to suppress that disgusting feeling. She raised her head and took a look at Huang Yueli. Her face was pale, but she was still standing there properly. This was totally out of Morong Fei's imagination, as she had expected her to throw up blood and be seriously injured. How could this be possible? What stage cultivation are you at? Morong Fei blurted. Huang Yueli's lips curled into a faint smile. What stage cultivation am I? Everyone in the entire Celestial Light Academy knows about this. Haven't Miss Morong found out about this before you came over? It's Miss Morong you. Aren't you rumored to be an 8th grade talent and a peerless genius? This potential really is out of my expectations. Actually, she wasn't feeling very good right now. An outstanding 6th-stage realm practitioner's attack, like Miss Morong, simply was not something which she could take now. It was all thanks to the entire set of 5th-tier defensive profound armor, adding on to her exclusive profound skills that she could barely take it on. But in actual face, she had already suffered a severe internal injury, but because her tolerance was slightly better, so no one could tell the problems that she had from the exterior. But Morong Fei didn't know the truth, and when she saw this, she was horrified. Not possible. Celestial Light Academy students all said you are at the 3rd stage realm, 9th level. No matter how much innate talent you have, or how strong your battle power is, 3rd stage realm is still 3rd stage realm. How could you possibly take on my strike like that? Huang Yueli lazily replied, that naturally is because Miss Morong, your skills are not perfected well enough. Don't keep thinking of twisting and turning around a man's backside, and better spend the time on cultivating. Goodbye. Morong Fei's face turned green to purple, not to mention how ugly her expression had turned into. She had always been reigning the name of a peerless genius and felt that in the entire South Sky region, other than Li Moying, there was no other heaven-defying existence around, so everyone else could not match up to her. Whoever knew that today, her strike was blocked by a 14-year-old lass. Could it be that this wretched slut's innate talent was much more outstanding than hers? Something was wrong, not possible. Morong Fei suddenly thought of something as her eyes lit up. That's right, when she checked on this wretched lass, she heard others mention that she had just passed the Armament Master certification and was a genius armament master. Armaments masters could possibly had some ace behind their backs, so this probably wasn't her real potential. Morong Fei gave a sneer, just accepting one strike from me, and you really think you're so great? Don't think I don't know. I heard that your master is a great armament master in Soaring Heaven's continent. Did he give you some ace to preserve your life, so that you can block a 6th stage realm practitioner's strike? But this can only be used once. Did you think that your own potential can go against a 6th stage realm practitioner? Huang Yueli gave an indifferent smile. You also know that I'm an armament master? Then have you heard of this saying, never cross hands with an armament master on their turf? Otherwise, you will have to pay a heavy price for it. Ha ha ha. Morong Fei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Who do you think you are? You're just a first-tier armament master, and even if we're on your turf, what tricks could you possibly come up with? She stopped smiling and looked coldly at Huang Yueli. Earlier, I just didn't expect that you have an ace up your sleeve and left you some leeway. Now I will use all my force and let you see the true potential of a 6th stage realm practitioner. The man who I have taken a liking to is not someone who you can hope for. Saying that, Morong Fei's entire profound energy fluctuated and all the profound chi gathered on her body, emitting a layer of faint glow on her body's surroundings. The oppression in the air grew stronger and stronger. Morong Fei's grandeur continued to rise until it gathered 100% of her profound energy, and she struck abruptly. Go to hell, by Ruoli. To be able to die under my full strength, this is also your honor. A strong surge of profound energy struck out in waves towards Huang Yueli's direction. Morong Fei's expression was filled with delight. Wretched lass, I'll let you die with an unintact corpse today. But when her gaze shifted onto Huang Yueli, she discovered that Huang Yueli's face had a faint and calm smile on her face, and it even seemed to have some sense of ridicule in it. What was this situation? Had she seen wrongly? This must be some kind of illusion? This wretched lass was about to meet her doom, so how could she possibly still smile? However, the next moment, the smile on Morong Fei was frozen. She felt her own profound energy seemed to be blocked by something, and wasn't able to get any closer to Huang Yueli. Immediately following that, a wave of profound energy, which was much stronger than hers, came rebounding back, and it struck her directly. Morong Fei was overwhelmed with shock as her face's colors changed. Her profound energy was actually rebounded back to her twofold. How could this be possible? However, she just had this thought flashed past her mind, and she had already been struck. Morong Fei was sent flying outwards, and she kept throwing up blood in midair. Subsequently, her head knocked against a tree with crooked branches outside the courtyard. You. Morong Fei had not fainted yet, but she was totally immovable and could only clutch onto her chest, as she kept coughing out blood. 100% of her profound energy returned twofold. With this kind of intensity, even she herself was not able to take it. Her internal organs seemed to have shifted, and the pain she suffered was like a fire burning within her body. Apparently she had suffered a serious internal injury. Huang Yueli slowly walked to the side of her door, but she didn't take a step out, only looking at her from afar. You, cough, what on earth did you do? Morong Fei heard footsteps, and when she raised her head, her eyes were filled with horror. Even in her dreams, she had not imagined that her full strength had not only not done anything to this 3rd stage realm lass, but instead brought self-immolation to herself, causing her to be in the current half-dead state. Huang Yueli calmly smiled. Miss Morong certainly has a bad memory. Earlier, I'd already reminded you to never make a move against an armament master on their turf. Have you forgotten about this already? Morong Fei suddenly recalled what she said earlier, but the astonishment beneath her eyes did not decrease. It increased, revealing an expression which seemed like she had seen a ghost. Impossible. This is just impossible. For a mechanism to be able to deflect a 6th-stage realm practitioner's attack, you will need to be at least a 6th-tier armament master before you can do it, but you're merely a newcomer who had obtained the 1st-tier armament master certification. You absolutely cannot do that. Morong Fei's eyes grew wide as she mumbled to herself. Huang Yueli shrugged. Up to your own imagination. Anyway, the truth is right in front of you, and if you insist on not believing, there's nothing I can do. Morong Fei seemed to be bewitched as she continued with her own crazy talk. No. Impossible. Impossible. Cough cough. If you really are able to deflect my attack, why didn't you do it right from the start? You didn't activate the mechanism, but took the risk to be injured by me, taking my strike? Huang Yueli's brows rose as she looked downwards on the pale-faced Morong Fei who had fallen onto the ground. The reason is very simple, because your first strike's profound energy was just too little, probably not even 30% of your real ability. Even if I deflected your attack, it would probably not be able to injure you. The mechanism that I activated is not able to do anything to you, yet it will alarm you. Then I might as well wait for you to become angrier and become more vicious in your strikes, before giving you a death blow. How about that? The feeling of being injured by your own profound energy, isn't that very special? The raging blood that was finally suppressed by Morong Fei had instantly gone to waste after she heard what Huang Yueli said and instantly spat out a big mouthful of blood. You. Cough cough. She kept coughing and felt the pain in her chest seem to be exploding, as her brain was buzzing. She obviously had fallen into Huang Yueli's trap and tricked by her. So when she was immensely pleased with herself, the opponent had intentionally made her angry, just to lure her to unleash her full power. She thought Huang Yueli would be scared stiff from her full power, but in the end, she was being despised that her move earlier was too gentle and tried ways and means to make her increase her strike. And just as she thought that she was able to remove her love rival with her killer move, she had actually inflicted such a heavy injury upon herself. There was nothing which could make anyone grieve more than this. Morong Fei was too well protected in this sect, and she had never been schemed against like this before, so she wasn't able to take it too well as her eyes rolled backwards and fainted. Huang Yueli gave a cold humph and ignoring her, she closed her door as she returned to her room. The minute she sat down on her bed, and posed a cultivation posture, and amidst the movement of her profound energy, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Actually, when she went against Morong Fei earlier, she had sustained an injury which wasn't light, but she merely had just not expressed it out. Now that Morong Fei had been settled, she finally had the chance to cure her own internal injury. However, just as she was coughing out blood, an anxious man's voice was heard from the door. "You're injured?" This voice sounded extremely familiar, and when Huang Yueli turned her head back, she gave an astonished expression. "Divine Dr. Liu. How come you're here?" A good-looking man standing by the door with a sunken expression was Liu Bian, who had been missing for several months. Liu Bian pushed open the door as he strode in. He was dressed in white, and against the sunlight, he struck a graceful and elegant poise, with an unusual presence. He walked in front of Huang Yueli, and without a single word, he pulled her left hand and his slender long fingers was placed on her wrist as he shut his eyes and felt her pulse. After a while, he released her hand. "Your internal injury is caused by a high-level practitioner's profound energy, but luckily it's not too serious and your arteries are not damaged. Take this pill and rest for the next couple of days. Do not make a move against anyone casually. As Lu Bian was saying, he took a porcelain bottle out and removed a pill, passing it to Huang Yueli. However, Huang Yueli didn't take it. Lu Bian frowned as he urged, "Quickly eat. Why are you in a daze? Don't you know that, if your internal injury is not cured in time, it will become more serious? Don't tell me you're afraid of bitterness." Huang Yueli was in fact stunned because she had never expected that at this kind of place and time, she was able to see Lu Bian appear. The young lady's dainty face was filled with astonishment as her beautiful big eyes opened wide, her long lashes kept fluttering, looking extremely innocent and extremely attractive. Lu Bian couldn't help but laughed. "What's the matter? Are you so surprised from seeing me?" Huang Yueli then recalled her senses as she asked puzzledly, "Divine Dr. Lu, it's really you. Why did you appear here?" Lu Bian replied, "Take the medication first and I'll let you know later." Huang Yueli received the pill, but didn't swallow it immediately. Instead she turned her head to look at him and asked, "This medication? Surely it's not poisonous, right?" Lu Bian's mouth twitched as he was speechless. "If you suspect it contains poison, then don't eat it. What's the matter with you? The pills that I refine personally can easily be sold for 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones per pill. Now that I'm giving it to you, you're worried that it's poisonous?" Huang Yueli chuckled, "I'm just asking only," saying that she raised her head and swallowed the pill. After eating the medication, she looked at Lu Bian once again. "Divine Dr. Lu, when I left your courtyard the other time, I went back to look for you the next day, but you've already gone out on a trip. I'd not expected that you actually came over to Celestial Light Academy." "Right, why are you here for? And how did you know I'm staying here?" Lu Bian looked at her, her gaze became deep and gradually said, "I happened to pass by Skycloud City, and previously I heard you mention that you want to enroll for Celestial Light Academy in Skycloud City, so I just passed by to take a look at you." Saying that, he felt rather uneasy and added, "That time you've been poisoned by the 7-character soul extinguishment skill and was in a hurry to leave. I'm worried that the poison in your body had not been purged properly, so since it's along the way, I dropped by to check on your situation." "Ah. Really? I'd not expected that you have medical ethics. I really can't tell at all." Huang Yueli laughed dryly. This reason was too far-fetched, and it wasn't the first day Huang Yueli got acquainted with him. Would she not know what medical ethics this #1 divine doctor in the continent had? He normally depended on his feelings to see patients, and most had to pay him following by begging before he agreed to do a consultation. Would he specially come round to do a follow-up for her? How could such a good thing possibly happen? But Huang Yueli didn't expose him. After all, from what she thought, a peerless expert like Lu Bian must have his personal reasons for appearing here, and it wasn't something which she could question. It'd be better for her not to find out too much such secrets. Lu Bian smiled as he said, "You're ridiculing that I don't have any medical ethics? Alright, those rumors in Soaring Heaven's continent aren't wrong. But whether I have medical ethics or not, it mainly depends on the person. For a beauty like you, I naturally would put in more effort." These words of his was already rather ambiguous. But as Huang Yueli had always ascertained that there was someone who he liked, so his words didn't touch her heart. She only felt that Lu Bian was joking with her, teasing her only. So she gave an oblivious smile. "Alright, stop these sweet nothings to me already. Who doesn't know that, young Master Lu, you know how to please a young lady most? But I'm not free to play these with you." Lu Bian was totally speechless as he looked at her, an unspeakable, gloomy feeling stayed within his heart. This lass, although he indeed had the intention to play with her, but did she needed to be so calm? Ever since Xiu Qingqing had gone into closed-door seclusion for the past decade, he became the hottest handsome male in the entire Soaring Heavens continent, and many young ladies were always by his side. He seldom met with such a situation where a lady treated her like air. Actually, even when Mu Qingqing was around, Lu Bian was still more popular because who didn't know that Mu Qingqing liked Huang Yueli, the 9th-tier armament master, and she wasn't a good person to trifle with. Anyone with a bit of brains would not dare to provoke her. Moreover, Mu Qingqing had never looked at any other woman other than her. Although the handsome male was good, but their lives were more important. Not long after Huang Yueli took the pill, the pain on her entire body suddenly disappeared completely. Not only that, a warm stream started to flow from her dantian, making her feel as though she was soaked in a sauna, feeling extremely comfortable. You really deserve to be the continent's #1 divine doctor. Your pill is indeed effective. Huang Yueli's eyes lit up as she beamed brightly. Thank you, divine Dr. Lu. Just a mere thanks on your mouth, what's the use of that? I've saved your life several times, right? Shouldn't you show me your gratitude? Lu Bian's lips arched upwards, revealing a frivolous smile. After feeling despondent for a while, it incited new ideas into him. There were not many women who dared to treat him as nothing, except for Huang Yueli. In her previous lifetime, there was only this young lass. He had to see if this young lass really didn't feel anything for him or was she just pretending. Oh please, why are you like this? Huang Yueli mumbled in displeasure. Last time you indeed saved my life, but hadn't we agreed upon it? I'll accompany you for 7 days, and you help me to treat my injuries. That time the goods was already delivered and the bill had been settled, and now you're trying to renege on it? Lu Bian smiled. Earlier that matter has been settled, but... Today's? Today you've taken one of my unfettering spirit pill. Do you know that is a 7th grade medicinal pill, and just one pill alone will not only instantly cure all the internal injuries, it also has the effect of increasing one's cultivation. Just one pill alone, in Emperor Sky City's auction, without at least hundreds of thousands of upper-grade spirit stones, it's virtually impossible to get it. Huang Yueli stared at him. What do you mean? That pill is something that you stuffed into my hands and forced me to eat. It's not something that I asked you for. Lu Bian shamelessly laughed. I'm indeed the one who gave it to you, but I didn't say I'm gifting it to you, eh? Huang Yueli apparently didn't expect this fellow to be so shameless as her expression turned green at this instance. You forced it upon others and still have the cheek to ask others for remuneration? Do you need to be this shameless? I only know that paying back your debt is entirely justified. Lu Bian replied lazily. Huang Yueli couldn't do anything to him and could only say, then what do you want? I told you this before, I'm impoverished and there's nothing that you've taken an interest in, unless you want me to play the zither for you again? That would be unnecessary. Lu Bian paused for a short period of time and he took a glance around the room as her vision fell onto the coffee table. There were 3 small exquisite porcelain plates on the coffee table, and contained on those plates were osmanthus cakes, red bean cakes, and coconut cakes. Although the colors were different, but each of them were exceptionally elaborate and the colors were sparkling and translucent, like a crystal. Suddenly his heart thumped. Lu Bian asked, these are all made by you? Huang Yueli nodded, that's right. His lips curled up. I can't tell that a little lass like you actually has some culinary skills. These cakes are done so beautifully, so you should know how to cook as well, right? Then cook a meal for me personally. If you satisfy my palate, then I'll treat it as payment for that unfettering spirit pill. Huang Yueli unwillingly replied, on what basis? Fat hope. Not any ordinary person can taste this miscooking. Lu Bian's expression turned stiff as he obviously didn't expect himself to be rejected. Hey little lass, what do you mean? Am I Lu Bian any ordinary person? Ah? Moreover, one meal of yours can repay for 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Where on earth would you find such a good deal? You've already gained a huge advantage, all right? Still not willing to? Huang Yueli tee-heed in her heart when she heard what he said. Although divine Dr. Lu's pills were indeed worth a lot, but for her Huang Yueli to personally cook up a meal, not many people had the honor to taste her cooking. In her previous life, except for Mu Qingqing, the other person would be her master. Lu Bian wanted to freeload on a meal before, but in the end, he was blocked at the entrance by that overly possessive Mu Qingqing, which made him extremely infuriated that he pointed out against Mu Qingqing and claimed that he valued his lover over his friend. Huang Yueli immersed herself into her memories and went into a trance. Lu Bian couldn't believe that a living handsome male standing in front of her not only didn't make her infatuated, she actually went into a trance. This totally showed that she treated him as nothing. He was utterly discomfited as he drew out a porcelain pill bottle from his realm ring and slammed it onto the table. Really haven't seen a petty woman like you. Not even willing to treat me to a meal. How about this, you treat me to a meal and this entire bottle of unfettering spirit pill is yours to keep. What's wrong with you? Am I someone who can be bribed using money? Midway, Huang Yueli suddenly thought of something and stopped. How about it? After careful consideration, have you suddenly realized that this bottle of pills is really worth a lot of money and it's a pretty good deal? Isn't it a waste to reject it? Then why aren't you going to cook right now? And serve this young master some food? Huang Yueli's lips twitched as she held back her temptation to slap this fellow to death. Me treating you to a meal isn't impossible, but I don't want pills. I have another condition. What condition? I have a friend who contracted a strange kind of disease. From young he had seen countless divine doctors, but had not been able to cure it. Recently, there have been signs that his illness is worsening, so I would like to ask you to take a look for him. Even if you can't cure him, that's all right. Huang Yueli originally didn't wanted to treat Lu Bian to a meal, because she knew that he and Mu Qingqing had fallen out with each other. So naturally she needed to stand on the same side with Mu Qingqing. At least her relationship with Lu Bian cannot be too good, right? So she had thought of ways to drive him away earlier. But seeing Lu Bian slammed out an entire bottle of pills generously, she changed her mind. Because she suddenly thought of Li Moying. Li Moying's soul detachment illness had been incurable for so many years. Furthermore, the last time, because of the fact that she was almost killed by someone, Li Moying's state of mind had been in a mess, and actually suddenly acted up even though it wasn't a full moon's night. According to Mo Yi's thinking, this situation meant that Li Moying's condition was worsening by the minute. At that time, Huang Yueli had already wanted to find Lu Bian to help Li Moying take a look, but unfortunately, when she visited Lu Bian's courtyard, it was in vain as he had already left on a trip. Now since this fellow automatically appeared at her doorstep, then if she didn't made full use of him, wouldn't she lose out big time? Lu Bian's brows rose upwards. TSK, you little lass, you're really so smart. You intend to use me so thoroughly. Aren't you weaving a beautiful dream? Lu Bian's consultation charges are so high, did you think that a few dishes could bribe me? Huang Yueli's expression sunk. All right then, since you're not willing to accede to my condition, then there's no need for me to treat you to a meal, so you can leave now. Hey. Do you need to be so realistic and so practical? Not going to treat me to a meal just because I refuse to give a consultation? That's right. Huang Yueli's chin rose upwards. I'm that practical. Lu Bian flicked his sleeves as his good-looking face displayed an unhappy expression, taking a mile after giving you an inch. Don't feel like treating, then forget it. Think I really need this meal of yours? Saying that he stood up and strode towards the entrance. He originally thought that once he stood up, Huang Yueli would regret what she said and pounced over to beg him not to leave, expressing that she would obediently make a meal for him, until he's satisfied. Because those large sex-talented young ladies were all like that. He was used to these kind of loosening the reins to grasp him better trick, and every single time he really wanted to leave, these ladies would become anxious and immediately become docile, not daring to be pretentious any further. He thought Huang Yueli would be the same, after all her background wasn't comparable to those sex young misses. The result was, he had already taken several steps and Huang Yueli didn't even make a single sound to stop him. Lu Bian's lips twitched as his footsteps became slower and slower, slower and slower. But until the moment he reached the door, still no one called out to him. "Hey, I say, by Ruoli, I'm really going to leave." Lu Bian couldn't take it anymore as he turned back and said. Huang Yueli waved her hand and replied in a lazy tone, "Amen, bon voyage, goodbye." "You." Lu Bian almost missed his breath. "I said. I'm leaving, and really not going to help your friend do the consultation." Huang Yueli's eyes shone. "Oh? From your words, you've thought it through and you're willing to stay here and do the consultation for him?" Lu Bian's words were stuffed back into his mouth and almost didn't know how to reply to her. If his reply was yes, then it was equivalent to agreeing to Huang Yueli's condition. If his answer was no, then why did he especially stop to say this? Didn't it make him seem like an idiot? Huang Yueli found it hilarious to look at Lu Bian's distorted expression. After quite a while, Lu Bian finally found a way to get out of this embarrassing situation. "My meaning is, if your food is really good then it's not something that I cannot consider about." Huang Yueli's lips twitched as she replied, "What's there to consider? I think you just want to swindle a meal." "So is your answer a yes or a no?" "I will not accept such an ambiguous answer." Lu Bian was so anxious that he almost stomped his feet. Damn it, did this wretched lass needed to be so moronic, or was it done intentionally? He already said he'd consider, so wasn't it equivalent to agreeing to it? Earlier, he had just rejected her, so how could he possibly changed his mind immediately? Won't it be a huge loss of face? He was soaring heaven continent's #1 divine doctor, and face, this kind of thing was extremely important. Unfortunately, this young lass kept persisting on her question, and had to come out with a definite answer, so this made him very embarrassed. Huang Yueli hump-fed and said, "All right, I understand your meaning. I don't welcome fellows who try to swindle a meal here. Didn't you also say you don't need this meal of mine? Then why are you still staying around here for?" Lu Bian choked with his resentment for some time, telling himself that he must cool down. As a man, a 9th stage realm top exponent, how could be possible get infuriated over a young lass? It hadn't been easy for him as he finally cooled down a little. "I'm happy to laze around here, so I'll just laze around wherever I like." "Why are you still sitting there for? Still not hurry and go cook?" "I've not eaten my fill, so where would I find the energy to do consultation?" Huang Yueli finally gave a smile. "Divine Dr. Lu, you're really a good person. Don't worry, my culinary skills are very good and will definitely satisfy you." "Your words had better be true." Lu Bian hump-fed coldly, as his expression turned into a shade of pink. It seemed that this was the first time someone said he was a good person. Did this little lass really thought so? Huang Yueli had attained her motive and her mood was good as she turned around and prepared to cook. Lu Bian hurriedly cried out, "The cake's on the table, remember to make a few more." Huang Yueli blinked and felt slightly surprised. In the past, she had never heard that Lu Bian liked to eat sweet stuff. Could it be that peerless top exponents with outstanding innate talents all liked to eat sweet stuff? In the past, Mu Qingqing loved the sweet cake she made, and later on Li Moying also liked it very much. Those cakes on the coffee table were left over from what she made for Li Moying several days ago. Now, Lu Bian actually liked it as well? Could it be that there's some secret that she didn't know about? Eating sweet stuff would increase their way of cultivation? Huang Yueli was thinking as she raised the fire in the kitchen to cook. She was already a fire-attributed practitioner and her control towards flames were naturally well-versed. The flames in her control changed continuously as the cuisine in her wok started to spread an enticing smell. How did you do that?" Lu Bian's voice suddenly arose from behind her and almost scared her to death. can you stop springing out from behind other people's back? Huang Yueli asked in exasperation. Lu Bian didn't think much of it as he responded, your guts is so small, and you're still a practitioner. Quick, I'm asking you a question. Huang Yueli looked at the direction which his finger was pointing to and said, this is the cake which you saw earlier. The method of making it is actually very simple. You only need to mix flour and kudzu root and heat it up to a transparent state, then add in whatever ingredients you like and when it will form its shape when it cools down. For example, you can add red bean to become a red bean cake, add coconut milk to become coconut cake. Lu Bian gave a skeptical expression. Just that simple? When I saw the finished product earlier, the colors were very pretty as though various precious gems, totally crystal-like. Huang Yueli replied, of course. The method is very simple, but in order to make it beautifully, you will also need to control the temperature. The best chefs are all fire-attributed practitioners. Do you understand? Lu Bian was suddenly enlightened, I see. Saying that, he stared at that large hot of boiling sticky liquid and his gaze suddenly became blurred, as though he saw a far, far away place from all the smoke which was rising from that huge boiling pot. Huang Yueli gave him a curious stare and felt that this fellow's actions was just too strange. What did that mean? What could he possibly comprehend from a meal? Was there anything more outrageous than this? She couldn't be bothered to find out what Lu Bian was thinking about as she swiftly moved about, and very soon, a table full of food was produced. Lu Bian had specifically requested for more sweet cakes, so she made a huge bunch of them, in various colors, and there were a total of 7 flavors. Lu Bian looked at the rainbow-colored cake on the table and asked in shock, this is the rainbow crystal cake? Ah? How did you know? Her words hadn't come out totally when Huang Yueli suddenly recalled that in her past life, Lu Bian had once seen this sweet cake from her side, and that time, she even jokingly replied that this sweet cake had a total of 7 flavors and was called as rainbow crystal cake. In the end, they just finished talking when Lu Bian was chased away by Mu Qingqing for freeloading on the meal. It was all her fault that she had actually made something from her past life. If Lu Bian were to guess her identity from this would be terrible. She hadn't forgot that Lu Bian and Mu Qingqing were enemies. She hurriedly changed her words, why did you say that? Giving a name to a dish, aren't you a little too bored? Where did you learn how to make this dish? Who taught you? Lu Bian turned his head and looked at her. Huang Yueli gave a convenient reason, what's the difficulty in this? Sweet cakes are something which every family knows. You're the one who asked me to make a little more, and just nice, I have 7 different kinds of fruits at home, so I casually made a few. Isn't the variety abundant? Lu Bian heard her reasoning and appeared slightly disappointed. So this is the reason. Huang Yueli nodded her head furiously. Lu Bian didn't continue asking, but received his rice bowl from Huang Yueli as he raised up his chopsticks and started eating. Huang Yueli didn't have much of an appetite. Yesterday she quarreled with Li Moying, and today she met Morong Fei, an annoying problem, so her mood was rather down and she didn't feel like eating anything at all. So she just took a few bites and put down her chopsticks. Lu Bian, on the other hand, had a great appetite. He ate quickly, and soon the spread on the big round table was left with just a little bit. Furthermore, he had exceptional interest in that plate of rainbow crystal cakes, and not only did he finish the entire plate, when he was eating, the expression on his face was very strange. Huang Yueli blinked and said, if you can't finish it, then don't. This is meant for 4 people. No matter how much you like it, surely you don't need to binge like that, right? Lu Bian didn't even look at her, you don't understand. The corners of Huang Yueli's lips twitched, as she was left speechless. Just a meal only, what was he thinking of? How could she not understand? However, what she didn't know was when Lu Bian looked at that plate of sweet cakes, his heart was thinking of something that had happened a long, long time ago. In fact, he already knew previously that his best buddy Mu Qingqing loved that lady's culinary very much. Especially when the both of them met, Huang Yueli would always prepare a plate of rainbow crystal fruit cakes for him. Huang Yueli was the female goddess which all men loved and pursued, and she was willing to put down her status to cook for Mu Qingqing, and even to suit his taste. Lu Bian knew he shouldn't be jealous of him, and he had no right to be jealous. But every single time he saw them, his heart would faintly feel uncomfortable. Adding on to the fact that Mu Qingqing's possessiveness was extremely strong, and overprotective of his food, there were several times when he jokingly said he wanted to taste sister-in-law's culinary skills. Mu Qingqing refused to give up the sweet cakes to him. This resulted in Lu Bian having an indescribable obsessiveness towards this kind of beautiful cakes. Later on, although had eaten numerous sweet cakes in other kitchens, but none of them could mold it that beautifully like Huang Yueli. So he always felt that the taste should be different. Today, when he saw that plate of sweet cakes on the coffee table, he discovered that it was the same as those in his memories. The external view was simply too alike, and so he was attracted by it and stayed around. He wanted to know badly how did that sweet cake tasted like, and for this reason, giving a one-time consultation really didn't matter much. Now that Lu Bian finally tasted the sweet cakes, he felt that it wasn't really that nice. Because he basically wasn't like Mu Qingqing, who especially loved sweet foods, so this, to him, was a tad too sweet for his liking. Lu Bian remained silent, and after eating for a long time, he finally put down his chopsticks. Huang Yueli's eyes sparkled, as she used her twinkling bright eyes, filled with hopes, and stared at him. Lu Bian was shocked by her agitated attitude, and at the same time, he felt that her look where her eyes were opened wide looked extremely cute. His heartbeat started to jump much faster. Cough cough, this culinary skills of yours is just mediocre and can barely enter the mouth. So you still need to put in more effort. But since I'm more magnanimous, although your food isn't satisfactory, but I'll still abide the agreement and give your friend a consultation. Lu Bian said that on purpose. Huang Yueli gave him a cold stare. Was this considered as humans' words? Mediocre, and he still ate so much. Could he actually be a pig? Why wasn't he picky at all? But on account that Lu Bian promised to give Li Moying a consultation, she decided not to ridicule him. Then thank you, Divine Dr. Lu. Mn. Lu Bian nodded. Where is your friend? When do you need me to make the consultation? That of course would be. Huang Yueli originally wanted to say as soon as possible, but on second thoughts, she recalled that the last time she mentioned to let Lu Bian do the consultation, Li Moying seemed extremely upset, and not only was he not willing to meet Lu Bian, he even made her guarantee that she would not go and look for Lu Bian. Not knowing what happened between these two people, why did Lu Bian seem to have a feud with everyone? But in order to prevent Li Moying from flying into a rage again and even to reject treatment, she felt that it would be better to inform him beforehand. It's like this, my friend is not in Skycloud City now, and I've asked him to hurry over these few days. So how long will you stay in Skycloud City for? I'll get someone to inform you by then? Lu Bian complained, I'm willing to do a consultation, and you actually made so many demands. Forget it, on account of your sincerity. I am staying in Skycloud City's largest inn, so send someone over to look for me by then. But I'll only stay over here for 10 days, so I'll not wait beyond that. Huang Yueli gave a joyous look before she exclaimed, all right, I've noted that. I'll definitely come looking for you in 10 days' time. After getting his word of guarantee, Huang Yueli became more affable. Lu Bian had suffered an entire day of grievance here, and it was only until now that he noticed that she seemed to make some effort in pleasing him, which made him felt slightly balanced. With that, he put on airs and demanded a whole load of requests, and even requested Huang Yueli to pack a large box of sweet cakes for him to take away before he happily started away. Huang Yueli was just short of saying, this subject respectfully wishes your majesty goodbye, in her heart she had already chopped Li Bian into 8 to 10 pieces. Only when Lu Bian's silhouette had disappeared from her sight, then did she wipe the sweat off her forehead as she prepared to return to her room and rest. But just at the instant when she was turning around, she felt an extremely dangerous presence emitting from her back. Huang Yueli shivered with fear, and she didn't have enough time to react when a huge force pushed her onto the wall. "Who were you with earlier?" The familiar man's voice, containing an obvious flustered and exasperated frustration, was heard from the top of her head. Huang Yueli went into a blank and immediately raised her head. Her eyes met directly with Li Moying's good-looking face. But at this moment, Li Moying's face no longer had the usual gentleness on it. Even that usual aloof, chilly look which he had on while facing other people had disappeared. In replacement was a complicated expression which was mixed with frustration, anxiety, and pain. His lower jaw tightened as the corners of his lips pursed into one straight line, his thick brows knitted together into a knot as the gaze that he set upon Huang Yueli looked so ferocious as though he wanted to eat someone up. "Huh? You said, what?" Huang Yueli was still slightly dazed. Li Moying's hands were propped against the wall, his large stature inclined forward against her petite body, masked entirely under his body as his cool countenance leaned in closer. His breathing seemed tinted with a raging hot fury. "I'll ask you again. Earlier, who were you with?" "That man. If I didn't see wrongly, it's Lu Bian." You've already seen him, I was just about to tell you." Huang Yueli was still worrying about how to persuade him to make him go for a consultation with Lu Bian, and since he had already seen it for himself, she would take this chance to persuade him. Whoever knew, she had just started an opening before she was cut off. So, that man earlier really was Lu Bian? Li Moying stared fixedly at her eyes, insisting an answer from her. Huang Yueli thought that his reaction was a bit strange, but couldn't make out what was strange. She was focused on making him go for the consultation, so without dwelling too much upon that, she hurriedly tried to persuade him. "Oh right, you're correct. Lu Bian happened to pass by Skycloud City and dropped by to visit me. I was just discussing with him, too. MMPH. Huang Yueli was talking midway when her words were cut in again, and this time, Li Moying directly used his palm to cover her mouth, not allowing her to continue talking. Huang Yueli's little hand grabbed hold of Li Moying's wrist, thinking to pry open his hands, but Li Moying's strength was very powerful and he refused to let go. Huang Yueli couldn't speak, so she could only use her eyes to stare daggers at him. What madness was this man showing? What time was this already, and he actually didn't allow her to speak. Huang Yueli was just about to fly into a rage when she suddenly felt her shoulders sunk. Li Moying's head leaned onto her as he buried his face into her neck. His sexy deep masculine voice sounded slightly blurry. "Don't say. I don't want to hear you tell me personally." MMPH. Don't want to hear me say what? However, Li Moying stopped talking from then on, but maintained the tight embrace, showing his vulnerable stance. After a short while, Li Moying finally loosened his grip on her mouth, and he slowly raised his head, and at the same time, both his hand cupped Huang Yueli's face to make her look at him in his eyes. "You and Lu Bian. When did it begin?" "Begin?" Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment. "You mean when did we get to know each other?" "You can consider it as that." Li Moying sighed softly. Huang Yueli thought for a moment. The things which happened in her past life, she naturally couldn't talk about it, then. "It's when I was leaving Southview Kingdom, I think I mentioned to you previously, do you still remember? I was pursued by a mysterious man during my journey and almost lost my life. In the end, Lu Bian was living in seclusion nearby and happened to pass by and saved me. He even helped me to treat my internal injuries, so later on, we got acquainted." "Really? I'm afraid it isn't like this, right? Don't you guys already know one another from before? Or should I say, just that one meeting and you've developed feelings for him?" Li Moying's voice was icy cold as it hovered over the top of her head. Huang Yueli went into a short blank and finally realized what was wrong. You say, I have feelings for Lu Bian? What made you think in that way? Li Moying's perfectly shaped thin lips arched upwards, giving out a slight smile, but the smile looked even uglier than crying. What made me think in that way? You're the one who told me about this. The person you like is an unsurpassed 9th stage realm top expert, and his existence in the entire Soaring Heavens continent is stronger than everyone else. He's much stronger than me and powerful enough and can give you countless glory, isn't it? So, this person is Lu Bian. After having a big fight with Huang Yueli yesterday, the blow he suffered was too huge, and originally he was intending to disappear from her sight after today. In the end, he heard that Morong Fei went over to find trouble with her today, and he got anxious and couldn't stop himself from getting close to her courtyard to find out on her condition. After all, Morong Fei's ability was much higher than Huang Yueli by several times, and no matter how much confidence he had in her, he was still worried that she would be injured. Even if Huang Yueli didn't like him, he didn't hope that anyone would hurt her. The result was when Li Moying arrived, he didn't see Morong Fei but an unexpected person, Lu Bian. Subconsciously, his mind flashed past the words which Huang Yueli said yesterday. She already had someone whom she liked, and that person was an incomparable, unsurpassed top exponent. If it were to say that before this, Li Moying still held a sliver of hope, hoping that what Huang Yueli said yesterday was purely to cheat him, then the instant he met Lu Bian today, he instantly understood the truth. What Huang Yueli said wasn't a lie. Li Moying gritted his teeth as he continued, I finally understand why you said I cannot be compared with him. Soaring Heavens Continent's #1 divine doctor, #1 pill master. This kind of identity is something that I cannot hope to achieve. What am I? I'm merely a 7th stage realm practitioner, whereas Lu Bian is already in 9th stage realm. Furthermore, he has pill refining skills to obtain his esteem status. You following him is indeed much better than following me. Huang Yueli finally understood what he was thinking about and that he had misunderstood something as her expression changed instantly. She hurriedly tried to explain, Li Moying, things are not like what you imagined. Me and Lu Bian. We're not in that kind of relationship with you're talking about. Li Moying threw a glance at her, his eyes clear and cold. Really? Do you mean that? What you said yesterday was just to cheat me? This? Huang Yueli didn't know how to answer him momentarily as she went into a short blank before responding, what I said yesterday is not to cheat you but. Li Moying clenched his teeth and cut into her words, but? You've made things so clearly yesterday, what is there to but about? Huang Yueli was so anxious that she stamped her feet and couldn't help but raised her volume, Why can't you let me finish what I want to say? Can you stop interrupting me? Li Moying looked at her, he really wished he could pinch this last to smithereens. He used all his energy to control his rising fury. All right, go ahead. Huang Yueli took a deep breath and swiftly explained, things are really not like what you think. Lu Bian and I are not that kind of relationship. He saved me previously, and that was really the first time we met. This time he happened to pass by Skycloud City and conveniently dropped by to take a look at me. I didn't talk much to him as well. We only exchanged a few conventional greetings with each other, and I was hoping that he could do a consultation with you only. Li Moying looked at her exquisite delicate face, and his heart was so stirred that he was feeling complicated with love and hatred. Really? It really seems like what you say. Let me ask you, if you and Lu Bian were just acquainted with each other, then why did he purposely pass by Skycloud City just to check in on you? As the continent's #1 divine doctor, he intentionally checked on where you're staying at and made a visit on purpose. Why is that so? If he doesn't have that kind of thinking on you, it's impossible that he would do such a thing. I how would I know why he did this? Besides this, I remember I told you this before, the person I hated the most is Lu Bian. I rather die than let him do a consultation for me, and you still went ahead to ask him to help me do a consultation. Isn't this reason a little too far-fetched? In what way? Why must you think that way about Lu Bian and me? Although his temper is a little weird, but which divine doctor isn't like that? Can't you be a little more tolerant towards him? Why? Your heart is aching? Li Moying's tone was chilly, his expression looked extremely doleful. Huang Yueli was dumbstruck, and the next moment her eyes widened with shock. You? What are you saying? How could I possibly feel anguish for him? I'm doing all these in consideration for you. Really? Then let me ask you one last question. Li Moying stared closely at her in her eyes. Since you say you indeed have someone whom you like, and you say that person is not Lu Bian, then who is that person? This, Huang Yueli hesitated for a moment as her face was perplexed. Li Moying observed the expression on her face, and after some time, he gave an icy smile. Why? Can't answer me? Could it be that other than Lu Bian, you know another powerful top exponent? If you really do, then why can't you tell me? Who is he? Stop asking, even if I said so, you wouldn't believe me. Huang Yueli threw him an appealing look at him. Li Moying wasn't moved by it as he replied chillingly, if you don't tell, how would I know whether it's the truth or not? Otherwise, you had intended to cheat me right from the start. No. It's not like this. Then just say. Li Moying couldn't bear it any further as he stretched out his hand and grabbed her thin and weak shoulders. Huang Yueli's pearly white teeth bit her lips so hard that blood started to seep out, but she was totally unaware. She didn't know how to explain, because no one would believe the affairs between her and Mu Qingqing even if she said it out. Furthermore, she thought she was senseless. Why must she insisted on explaining to Li Moying? If she admitted that Lu Bian was her sweetheart, then wouldn't it made Li Moying give up on her? But unknowingly why, Huang Yueli didn't want Li Moying to misunderstand her. Speak. The strength that Li Moying had on her shoulders increased and his tone became stern. Huang Yueli shut her eyes, and by the time she reopened it, she seemed to have a new sense of determination as she replied resolutely, all right, since you must know, then I'll tell you. The person I like is the #1 top exponent in the whole of Soaring Heaven's continent, Mu Qingqing. Her words had just fallen as Li Moying was stunned. After several moments of silence, he furiously shook off Huang Yueli's shoulders as his face was filled with disappointment. Enough, stop playing tricks on me. If you really don't want to admit, I can't possibly do anything to you, isn't it? Why must you come out with such a ridiculous thing to cheat me? I didn't cheat you. Li Moying said, I'd believe it if you said anyone else, but… Mu Qingqing? Ever since the #1 armament master Huang Yueli had passed away, he had always been in closed-door cultivation in Blue Profound Sect. Until now, he had not come out for the past 14 years. How old are you? When did you have a chance to meet him? And even to settle down your marriage arrangements? Huang Yueli was speechless when she heard that, and furthermore, there was a sour feeling about it. Already, some people had told her that Mu Qingqing had always been in closed-door cultivation, and it was only until now that she clearly understood that ever since her death, Mu Qingqing had not stepped out of his closed-door cultivation. Why on earth did he do such a thing? Was it because the injury he suffered at the northern ice fields too serious? Or was it because he was too discouraged by her death and didn't want to dabble in the affairs of the world, just focusing on breaking through the 10th stage realm? Li Moying shook his head dejectedly. Furthermore, Mu Qingqing's heart already belonged to someone, and it's something which everyone in the entire Soaring Heavens continent knows about. Don't tell me he has a change of heart? He looked at the dazed Huang Yueli from the corner of his eye and didn't wanted to find out what she was thinking at all. He thought that her lie had been exposed and didn't know how to continue from then on. Li Moying's heart was congested with various emotions: disappointment, jealousy, anger, and irreconciled. But most of all, it was the yearning reluctance towards this young lady. Even though he knew that she was destined to not belong to him, but the palpitation of his heart could not be quelled. He clenched his teeth, feeling that he wasn't able to face all these, and turned around, preparing to leave. Huang Yueli regained her senses at this moment and hurriedly walked forward, tugging his sleeve. "Wait, Li Moying, don't leave." My matter, I don't know how to explain, and there's no way to explain, but can you find some time? Let me get Lu Bian to do a consultation for you? He already promised me that he will be able to do a consultation for you within these 10 days. Even if you're angry at me, don't make things difficult for your own body. Li Moying didn't even turn back as he said indifferently, "No need. My own body, I know it clearly." "Miss Bai, thank you for your good intentions." This Miss Bai was like a sharp prick, piercing into Huang Yueli's heart. It was so painful that she shuddered, loosening her grip as her hands trembled. Ever since the day they got to know one another, Li Moying had always been calling her affectionately by Lier, or various intimate names on her, and had never used such a polite manner to call her. Feeling the grip by the young lady behind him loosening, Li Moying's fist clenched tightly before he loosened it once again. At this present moment, Lier was still worried about his body, and that made him very touched, but this gentleness hurt him even more. He finally understood why Lier flatly denied her relationship with Lu Bian. It was probably worried that it would be because of jealousy and not willing to let Lu Bian do a consultation for him. His Lier was always so considerate, and even considered the fact about his feelings and pride, only, until today, he had neither qualification nor courage to deserve her goodness. For an arrogant man like him, if he couldn't gain her entirely, then he might as well give up totally. The minute this thinking flashed past his head, Li Moying felt his chest hurt extremely, making a determined man like him unable to accept it. He didn't want to make a fool out of himself in front of her, and he ran off in a discomposed state, without turning back to take a look at her. "Li." Huang Yueli wanted to open her mouth and call out to him, but discovered that her throat was incomparably hoarse. She called out the first word but was unable to continue. Looked like Li Moying had already ascertained that she and Lu Bian were a pair. Seeing how disappointed Li Moying was, she wanted badly to stop him. But what right did she have to stop him? Even if she did, what could she say? Even if she did clear up and explained clearly on the matter between Lu Bian and her, so what about it? In the end, she still couldn't be together with Li Moying, and since that was the case, she might as well not explain and let him continue misunderstanding her. Anyway, the end result was the same, so it was better to just get the pain over rather than prolonging the agony. Only thing was her heart was still uncomfortable, feeling that she had missed something very important to her. After Li Moying left, Huang Yueli stayed in her room alone, and nothing she did could perk herself up. She had originally intended to go refine armaments in the room next door, but after she lit up the furnace flame, she discovered that she wasn't able to quieten down her heart, and not only could she not complete refining, because her mind wandered about, she always made the furnace exploded. Even if she managed to react in time, she still ended up with a head full of smog, cutting a sorry state. She left the armament refining room in anger, feeling that everything was not going smoothly today. Usually, no matter how frustrated she was, the minute she stood beside the armament furnace, she would naturally calm down and focused on armament refining. But today, she had no way to calm down and her eyelid kept twitching, feeling uneasy. Why on earth was this? Was Li Moying's influence on her that big? She left the armament refining room, thinking to take a shower. When she walked to the courtyard, she suddenly heard disorderly clamoring from outside, and in between there were several young men and young ladies screaming continuously. What kind of situation was that? Celestial Light Academy's nights were usually very quiet and had never been so disorderly before. She was preparing to head out for a look when suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Furthermore, the person knocking sounded very urgent as he pounded hard. While he was knocking, he shouted at the same time, "Third Miss. Third Miss. Are you in? If you are, please open the door for this subordinate." Huang Yueli recognized Emoyi's voice and her heart pounded hard, as an ominous feeling overcame her. She shot like an arrow to the door and opened it. When Emoyi saw her, he shouted anxiously, "Third Miss, something bad has happened." When Master returned to his courtyard this evening, his illness suddenly acted up. Huang Yueli answered in shock, "What did you say?" Li Moying His illness acted up? Why did this happen? Moe sighed and looked as though he wanted to say something, but he still stopped himself, only saying, "Third Miss, after Master came back from your place today, he shut himself in the room alone. As his mood wasn't good, the few of us didn't dare to go near. Because of that, no one knew when his illness acted up. By the time we discovered it, Master had already lost all rationale and dashed out from his room." Although he didn't dare to say it out directly, but he tactfully expressed the discontentment in his heart, hinting secretly that Li Moying had turned out like this because of Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli couldn't be bothered to haggle with him as she questioned anxiously, "Then how is he now?" Master dashed out into the academy directly, and now the academy is in a state of chaos. Principal Jiang and the rest have came out to stop him, but they were not able to do so. Shadow guards have been sent back to our sect to request for aid. The noise is so loud outside, Third Miss didn't hear it at all? Huang Yueli frowned, and she replied in annoyance, "Earlier as in the armament refining room and the soundproofing array, there is too effective, so I couldn't hear a single sound at all." When Moe heard that, his tensed expression relaxed a little. Huang Yueli cried out, "Why are you still in a daze here for? Do you know where your master is now? Quickly bring me to him." Moe quivered and immediately responded, "Yes, Third Miss, please follow me to save Master." He turned around to lead the way, and Huang Yueli hurriedly followed. By now, Celestial Light Academy was completely in chaos. The two of them passed by a few streets, and there were obvious signs that it had been struck by lightning, and some houses had even collapsed by a large half as various terrified students were escaping around everywhere. The academy's teachers had all been called to maintain order, but the academy was still extremely chaotic. When Moe brought Huang Yue to the academy's central square, his footsteps halted as he showed a serious look. "Third Miss, Master is just in front." Huang Yueli raised her head and saw Li Moying's figure hovering in mid-air. Dark purple lightning encompassed his body as it gave a sizzling sound. Just this sound alone made one's hair stand up. Right behind Li Moying was a pair of dark-colored wings made out of lightning as it spread outwards, extending to 10 meters. Not only did it enable him to maintain hovering in mid-air, it also enveloped him entirely in a zone of 10 meters in the thunder and lightning domain. That good-looking contoured face, under the lighting, had originally reflected a pure jade-like skin tone, but now it faintly revealed a bluish and chilly light. His eyes flashed, bringing about a penetrating glare, looking extremely terrifying. No one dared to go near him, and the boundary of 10 meters of the center square had been cleared empty. Only the Academy's practitioners who were 7th stage realm and above were standing nearby. But even so, they didn't dare to get too close to him. All of them were hiding on the boundary of the square, and they were anxiously paying close attention to Li Moying, who seemed like a death god, descending on them. The only one who dared to get a little closer was Jiang Tuxin. Even so, from his anxious and terrified expression, one could tell that it wasn't that he was not afraid, or even to say that he was so terrified to the point that he almost fainted. But as he held the highest authority and had the highest power in the entire academy, so at this urgent moment, he was duty-bound and could only brace himself to face the music. Young sect master, please quell your anger. just instruct us on whatever commands you have, this subordinate. Jiang Tuxin was trembling with fear as he opened his mouth, bearing a sliver of hope that he would be able to convince Li Moying. However, Li Moying only casted one glance at him before spitting out one word, scram. Purplish lightning and thunder broke through the sky and came attacking towards Jiang Tuxin. Principal Jiang, be careful. Quickly hide. In the burst of shrill screams, Jiang Tuxin used all his skills and barely just managed to avoid most of the lightning attack, but the clothes on him were all burnt and the skin on his chest had been burnt to a charred black color. Jiang Tuxin drew in a mouthful of cold air, feeling that the clothes on his back had been completely soaked in cold sweat. He was both alarmed yet glad that Li Moying only struck casually with no intention to kill him, otherwise, even if there were 100 of him, it would be difficult for him to escape from death today. Just at this moment, a voice rang from behind, Principal Jiang, are you all right? Jiang Tuxin turned around and gave a bitter smile, Protector Mo, you're here. Moe nodded as he turned around towards Li Moying's direction and immediately frowned, Master's illness this time, seems even more serious. Jiang Tuxin wiped the sweat off his forehead and felt that his legs had gone wobbly. I've finally grown some knowledge this time round. In the past I've heard the others talk about this previously, that ever since young sect master have caught the soul detachment illness, every time his illness acts up, it's extremely dangerous. His cultivation would rise sharply to 9th stage realm peak and his potential is so strong that it reached the standard of heaven defying. No one is able to withstand one strike from him. I had always thought it was exaggeration and never expect that the real scenario even more shocking than what the rumors are. Moe's expression sunk. Every time Master acts up, he will indeed lost control and his cultivation will rise sharply, but this time, the situation isn't quite the same. Jiang Tuxin replied, yes, I've heard that young sect master's soul detachment illness will only act up every full moon's night, but today isn't the night of the full moon, so why did he, suddenly? Moe replied, Master had suffered serious agitation, which led his illness to suddenly act up. Agitation? Who dared to make young sect master agitated? Jiang Tuxin was extremely puzzled. Moe pursed his lips, but did not explain further while trying to change the topic. The most important thing now is to make Master quieten down now. If this goes on, not only will he use lightning and thunder to strike the academy until ruins, furthermore his own profound energy will be depleted and not only will he sustain a serious internal injury, it might even affect his primordial spirit. These. How could I not know about these? But. Protector Mo, easier said than done. Young sect master is now like a death god who had descended on earth, so who can make him quieten down? Even if all of us go up against him, I think there's not even enough of us to be struck down by him. Moe responded, of course we cannot rely on you, but I've invited our savior. Savior? Jiang Tuxin gave a puzzled look. Moe nudged a little to the right, revealing Huang Yueli, behind him. When Jiang Tuxin saw the slim and graceful beautiful young lady standing behind him, he first went into a daze, before rubbing his eyes in disbelief, and later shutting his eyes. When he reopened his eyes again, he saw the same image right in front of him. Jiang Tuxin couldn't help but shrieked, Protector Mo, the savior you're referring to, isn't Bai Ruoli, right? Moe nodded and replied, that's right, it is Miss Bai. Jiang Tuxin's expression turned green immediately as he replied in a bad mood, I say. Protector Mo, stop pulling my leg. What kind of timing is this? Can't you tell that young sect master have already turned into this state? If you're not going to think of ways to solve this, I'm afraid even before the aid from the sect arrived, my Celestial Light Academy would be completely ruined. Moe saw this old man got so infuriated that he started to shiver and his herd was quivering as he hurriedly comforted him, Principal Jiang, don't belittle third miss. If there's anyone who can control my master, I'm afraid she would be the only one. He, Protector Mo, you're not any younger yourself, how could you be so muddled when it comes to a critical timing like this? Jiang Tuxin took advantage of his age and replied immodestly, if young sect mater is clear-minded, I naturally won't suspect that he will give way to Miss Bai. But can't you see the current situation that young sect master is in right now? He probably doesn't even know who he himself is right now, so how could he possibly remember who Miss Bai is? Miss Bai is merely a third-stage realm practitioner and doesn't have as thick skin and flesh like me. How could she withstand young sect master's thunderstrike? Moe shook his head as he continued, Principal Jiang, you're saying that because you don't understand Master and 3rd Mississippi. Anyway, if even 3rd Miss doesn't have a way to save Master, then no one else will. Even if the elders from the sect appears, they might not have a better way than 3rd Miss. Jiang Tuxin apparently doesn't believe his words as he blew his mustache and widened his eyes, retorting angrily, Nonsense, too nonsensical. I will not allow Miss Bai to do such a dangerous thing. However, Huang Yueli seemed as though she didn't hear anything and continued to head forward. Jiang Tuxin grew even more anxious, You, come back right now. Even an 8th stage realm practitioner like me don't dare to walk over like that. How many lives do you think you have? You dare to look for death like that? He was really anxious. This was the #1 genius in Celestial Light Academy, and her life was thrown away by a moment of rashness to save someone. What a waste it would be. Jiang Tuxin flashed past and attempted to pull her back. However, Moe blocked him. Principal Jiang, don't be too hasty. 3rd Miss never does things which she's not confident about, just wait and see. What kind of joke is this? This is a matter of life and death. Jiang Tuxin didn't believe these words, but just that short obstruction from Moe, Huang Yueli had already gotten close to Li Moying and he was not able to stop her in time, and could only watch her with his eyes open, getting nearer and nearer, nearer and nearer. As Jiang Tuxin and the other teachers and students held their breaths and they watched closely, Huang Yueli slowly inched closer to Li Moying, 1,000 meters, 900 meters, 800 meters. Just when the distance between the both of them were around 100 meters or so, Li Moying's surrounded lightning had already enveloped Huang Yueli entirely. Seeing the sparking electricity on Huang Yueli's body, each of them present were so nervous that they almost forgot to breath. Heavens, Bairuoli's hair are all standing from the static. Just how strong are the thunder-attributed energy waves? It's too scary. The pressure that Bairuoli is suffering right now must be extremely shocking. What should we do? There's still 100 meters? I think it's difficult for her to make even one more step. If she goes forward any further, she will definitely be burnt to a crisp. However, what gave everyone a big surprise was not only did Huang Yueli's advancement not slow down, but she continued walking step by step, unhesitatingly towards Li Moying's direction. What was different from everyone's imagination was the thunder zone hadn't affected her much. Because she had 9th grade thunder attributed innate talent, so her acceptance towards thunder and lightning were totally different from what an ordinary student could imagine. Li Moying had his pair of eyes half closed, his brows furrowed, maintaining a hovering position, not moving and as though he had not noticed anyone intruding into his zone. It wasn't until the two of them were left with 10 meters in between when he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes had a purplish lighting hue, suddenly bright and suddenly dim, as his gaze gave an obvious cryptic and deep meaning. Woman, did I allow you to get close to me? Get lost. His voice bore a kind of melancholic magnetism. Huang Yueli raised her eyes to look at him in the eye, and not only did she not retreat, she shot straight forward right to him, and subsequently caught him by the helm of his long robes, pulling him downwards. She mumbled, pretending to be a birdman for what? Come down right now. Go away. Don't make me repeat the 3rd time. Li Moying's expression became even more gloomy as the surround thunder attributed profound energy turned even more wild, as strong pressure suppressed everything in all directions. Even those teachers standing several miles away felt the immense pressure and they kept retreating. But Huang Yueli's feet didn't move an inch as her small hands grabbed him lower hem. Quickly get down here. I don't want to repeat myself for the third time. Heavens, has Byrewoli gone crazy? Hadn't she seen what a terrifying condition Senior Brotherly is in right now? Still dare to talk to him in this way? Does she think that he's still that fiancé who is docile and obedient to her whims? She's simply too innocent. Senior Brotherly doesn't even recognize her now. It's over, it's over. Byrewoli's going to be finished this time. Senior Brotherly only need to use one finger to crush her. Why does she need to invite her own death by being so reckless? Everyone broke out into a cold sweat on her behalf. Li Moying looked down at her from the top, and his vision swept past this delicate but obstinate face. Although his mind was in a state of confusion, so painful to the extent of exploding, but the instant he saw her, he subconsciously felt his heart jolt. His mind had not yet reacted in time when his body already made its own decision, and following Huang Yueli's strength, he slowly descended, falling right in front of her. Li Moying's lips broke out into an icy smile. Woman, you have a lot of guts. Dare to talk in this manner to me, are you trying to look for death? His voice became chillier, making those who heard him shivered. That's it, Byrewoli is definitely dead this time round. Everyone were surprisingly united towards this outcome, and some of them couldn't bear to continue watching as they covered their eyes. But the next moment, Li Moying made a move which surprised everyone. He grabbed hold of Huang Yueli's sleeve and pulled her to his side. Following that, with lightning-fast speed, he lowered his head and locked her lips. MMPH. Huang Yueli's eyes turned super wide. Although in the past she had always relied on kissing to make Li Moying calm down, but considering that she had just drawn the line with him yesterday, she originally planned to use other methods, for example to coax Li Moying in taking the pills or something like that, and if it didn't work, then using her mouth. In the end, Li Moying didn't even bother to waste time on talking, and the minute they didn't agree on something, he locked her lips immediately. She pushed his chest, but unfortunately, she usually wasn't even able to push this man away. What more about now, when his ability had rose so sharply? Huang Yueli could only allow this man to lock her right in front of him, using a kind of overbearing stance which was going to swallow her up, as he kissed her passionately. Not knowing how long had passed, Huang Yueli's lips swelled. When Li Moying kissed her he was unusually rough and even kept biting her. Flesh blood started to drip from the corners of her mouth. Huang Yueli was in so much pain that she couldn't wait to hack at him, but all she did was to struggle slightly, and the strength which Li Moying used to lock her waist increased. The more she struggled, the tighter she was restrained, and in the end, it became so tight that she found it hard to breathe. At this moment, the only thought she had left in her mind was who would come and knock this hungry wolf like pervert unconscious. Did he really treated her like food, trying to eat her down in one mouth? Huang Yueli couldn't not be concerned about anything else now, but those people who were standing afar were all stupefied as they watched the duo. The thunder and lightning in the sky had gradually subsided. First was that pair of wings behind Li Moying, which became lighter and lighter, smaller and smaller until it completely vanished. Immediately following that, his raging profound energy around him was also under control. Thunder-attributed energy became the center of his position as it slowly withdrew, and after 1 hour later, it was completely taken in by his body. The square slowly regained its peacefulness as the shining moonlight shone and restored the tranquility. If it wasn't for the fact that the surrounding trees and buildings were in ruins because of the lightning strikes, no one would believe that 1 hour ago, such a shocking scenario had just happened. Jiang Tuxin bore an expression as though he saw a living ghost as his fingers trembled while pointing at these two people. This. How did it turn out to be like this? Moe shook his head and said, I also don't know how this can happen, but every time Master's illness acts up, only Third Miss has the ability to calm him down. But, wasn't it said that even Divine Dr. Liu had no way to cure young sect Master's soul detachment illness, so why is it that Miss Bai used this kind of method and she's able to cure him? This is simply too ridiculous. Jiang Tuxin was still in disbelief. Moe replied, no matter how ridiculous, the truth is displayed in front of us. Jiang Tuxin bore with his desire to continue pursuing and said, then now, what should we do? Since Master has already calmed down, it shouldn't act up again and this area should be safe now. Principal Jiang, go ahead and maintain the school's order. We still have men here, so when Master's energy is depleted and blacks out, we will naturally handle the matters later on. Since that's the case, then I shall make a move. Jiang Tuxin turned back to take a look and left. Not long after he left, Li Moying finally felt the raging pain in his brain subsiding and his consciousness resumed back to normal instantly. But following that, the soft touch in his embrace made him think that he had started hallucinating. He let go of her lips and loosened the grip on her shoulder, as his throat made a rustling hoarse sound, Leer, you are mine. Just after he finished his words, he saw black and completely collapsed. After Huang Yueli regained freedom, she immediately touched her lips and upon a light touch, she couldn't help but make a SSSSSS sound. It's too painful. Not only was the skin broken, it seemed to be swollen badly. This man was simply like a beast reincarnated. Just as Huang Yueli was about to start scolding him, she noticed the man's tall statue falling towards her and she instinctively grabbed hold of him. Li Moying fell onto her shoulder, totally not moving as he lost consciousness. Huang Yueli patted his face with strength, Li Moying. What's wrong with you? Quickly wake up. She raised her hand and placed it on Li Moying's forehead, and upon the touch, it was scorching hot and that made her grow anxious. Although Li Moying had always depleted his strength and fell unconscious every single time his illness acted up, but this was the first time his body temperature raised to such a high degree, and recalling that his condition today had been so serious, this wouldn't cause any problems, right? At this moment, Moe and the rest had already rushed over. When Moe saw this, he hurriedly said, Third Miss, we've prepared a stretcher, let's bring Master back to the courtyard now. Alright, you all must be extra careful, his condition looks really bad. Third Miss, please be assured, we will do our best. The few shadow guards went forward and tried to place Li Moying onto the stretcher. But no matter how they pulled, Li Moying refused to budge and sprawled himself onto Huang Yueli's shoulder, totally unable to pull him down at all. The shadow guards didn't dare to be rough with their own master and could only look at Huang Yueli with a perplexed expression. Third Miss, this. We can only trouble you. Huang Yueli had no choice and could only carry Li Moying horizontally as she placed him onto the stretcher. Alright, send your master back now, the night is late, I should. As she was saying, she stood up and halfway through, she felt a tight grip on her arm. Lowering her head, Li Moying's body happened to lay onto her right sleeve. Huang Yueli tugged a few times, but was not able to pull it out. Huang Yueli's lips twitched as she couldn't help but suspect if Li Moying's unconsciousness was faked. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that he would lay on her sleeve? Moe hurriedly added, Third Miss, looks like we will have to trouble you to go back to the courtyard with us. Master trusts you the most and we aren't as attentive as you, so we might not be able to take care of Master properly. Huang Yueli knew that these were excuses, but she really couldn't rest assured about Li Moying's condition, so she finally nodded and agreed. The shadow guards carried Li Moying while Huang Yueli walked by the side of the stretcher. The group of them walked back to Li Moying's little courtyard. When they reached Li Moying's room, the shadow guards laid down the stretcher and speedily flew out of the door. That speed was like they applied oil onto their feet. By the time Huang Yueli reacted and wanted to stop them, they had all disappeared without a trace. Moe was the last to leave and he specially and sincerely said, Third Miss, the trouble must still be solved by the one who started it. Master's illness acted up because of you this time, so please stop quarreling and make up with him. As the saying goes, you start the fight at the head of the bed and you make up at the end of it, we'll leave this space for the both of you. What nonsense are you talking about? Huang Yueli's face flushed a deep shade of red as she wanted to rush upwards, to hit him. But her sleeve was still stuck below Li Moying, and as she ran halfway, she was thrown back. Moe took the chance to wrung his neck back and closed the door before he slipped away quickly. Huang Yueli helplessly shook her head as she stretched out to tug her sleeve. This time, she managed to pull it out successfully, but she didn't want to leave now. Seeing Li Moying in such a pitiful state, she simply could not rest her heart. Huang Yueli carried Li Moying onto the bed and removed his shoes, before undoing his buttons. Seeing Li Moying's flushed expression and his body kept giving off that unusual heat, as he kept wriggling around uneasily, Huang Yueli expended quite an amount of strength before she managed to remove his outer clothing. In the end, his inner shirt had completely been drenched in sweat. Li Moying was already running a fever, and if he continued to wear his damp clothes, there was no way his body temperature would drop. Huang Yueli had no choice but to remove his inner shirt. But taking of a man's inner shirt was a rather ambiguous matter. Especially after Huang Yueli removed Li Moying's collar buttons, that perfect figure was instantly exposed. That robust and sculpted contours on his body made Huang Yueli unable to resist taking a few more glances. It was until Li Moying gave a low moaning sound before she reacted and realized that her hand was actually touching his body. She tried to withdraw her hand but was held by Li Moying's scorching hand. Little fox. The man's low groaning, as his tone was mixed with a hoarse voice, brought about by the high fever, kept reverberating. Huang Yueli couldn't hear him clearly as she inched in slightly closer and asked, "What's the matter? Where are you feeling unwell? Are you thirsty? Let me go, I'll get you some water and fever-reducing pills, you have to take some." As she was saying that, she pulled her hand out and tried to stand up. However, Li Moying tugged on to her, refusing to let go as he kept mumbling, "Little fox, don't leave me." Huang Yueli was stunned, and it was until now that she heard him clearly that Li Moying actually called her little fox. This greeting really made her reminisce. In her past life, Mu Qingqing had called her in the same way, and now Li Moying called her that several times. Was it just a coincidence? Something seemed to flash past Huang Yueli's mind, feeling that something was wrong, but she wasn't able to grasp that thought. She wanted to push Li Moying aside, but upon touching him, feeling his scorching hot chest, it made her go into a dilemma. Huang Yueli's face flushed as she cried out softly, Li Moying, let me go. I'm not going to leave, just going to get some water for you to take medication, be obedient." "No, I'm not letting go." Li Moying abruptly rejected. Huang Yueli stared hard at him. This man was too childish, wasn't he? He's already so sick to this extent that he's already unconscious, but he still doesn't know what he's doing. Still so willful? Simply no different from a 3-year-old kid. Just as she was preparing to fire up, Li Moying suddenly moved, and immediately after that, he sat upwards. "Hey, why did you suddenly get up?" Huang Yueli wanted to push him down, but facing Li Moying's eyes, her heart raced wildly. Because Li Moying's expression looked too terrifying, totally not like his usual self. That pair of alluring peach blossom eyes shone a cool, stern ray, and his expression was deep but reserved, yet bringing about an undebatable imposing manner. At that moment, she thought she was looking at Mu Qingqing. Just as Huang Yueli was in a daze, Li Moying had already brought her into his embrace as he hugged her tightly. That kind of energy was so powerful and tight that she found it hard to breathe. "Li Moying, what are you doing? Let me go. I can't breathe." But Li Moying seemed as though he didn't hear her. Huang Yueli even began to feel that his body shaking continuously. What are you doing?" Following that, she heard Li Moying's voice, by the side of her ear. "Little fox, you're not allowed to leave. I will not allow you to go search for materials on your own. Do you know how dangerous the places you are heading are? Because of armament refining, don't you even want your life? No way, without me accompanying you in future, you're not allowed to go to such dangerous places. Hey, what concern does it have to do with you? I have my own personal freedom to go wherever I want to. Huang Yueli subconsciously rebuked. But very quickly, she realized that something was wrong. Wait a minute, when have I gone to any dangerous places to search for materials? Ever since her rebirth, due to her lack of ability, hadn't she been extra careful in everything she did? She no longer dared to go around risking her life like in her past life. Not waiting for her to thinking clearly, Li Moying opened his mouth once again. Little fox, I know you're anxious about fixing the Sky Phoenix ring, but this matter cannot be hurried. Do you know that every time a god relic appears, how many people's greed and coveting does it attract? You must maintain a low profile while handling things, and do it slowly. Don't always trust the people next to you, especially that eldest miss from Celestial Heaven's Gate. Hearing that, Huang Yueli seemed to be struck by lightning as she was so shocked that she could not say a single word. After some time, she blankly said, "WH. What did you just say? Sky Phoenix ring? How do you know about the Sky Phoenix ring?" But Li Moying suddenly stopped talking at this moment. Huang Yueli struggled in his embrace as she kept wriggling her body. Tell me clearly. How did you find out about such things? And Celestial Heaven's Gate's eldest young miss, who on earth are you exactly? Li Moying kept silent, not saying a word. Quickly say something, Huang Yu urged, feeling that she was on the verge of going crazy. The things that Li Moying said was too abnormal, and something was absolutely not right. How could he possibly know about the Sky Phoenix ring's matters? And how could he possibly knew about her relationship with Ling Qingyu? Even calling her little fox. He was merely a South Sky Region sect disciple, and no matter how good his innate talent was, it was not possible for him to know about the secret about Sky Emperor City's hidden sacred ground, nor to know about the Sky Phoenix ring. In her past life, right before she was surrounded and attacked in the northern ice fields, she only told 3 people about this, Li Moying, Ling Qingyu, and her master. Furthermore, Li Moying's tone when talking to her was too intimate, and these words seemed as though he had known her long ago, as though she had heard it from Li Moying a very long time ago. That year, she was anxious about fixing the Sky Phoenix ring, and many months later, she had continuously went around several extreme locations to search for materials, and Mu Qingqing was extremely worried and very angry, so he seemed to have said the same thing before, and warned her that Ling Qingyu could not be trusted, but she didn't believe him at this time that her closest female friend whom she made since young could possibly betray her. Scenes by scenes of old memories floated past her mind, and an answer suddenly arose in Huang Yueli's heart. An unbelievable answer. Huang Yueli used all her strength to push Li Moying aside and continued interrogating him. Why aren't you speaking? Quickly tell me, who on earth are you? What do you mean by the things you said earlier? Tell me. She was extremely anxious, but no only did Li Moying not talk, the hand that was holding on to her gradually loosened. After her forceful push, his entire body gradually fell backwards, and he laid limp on the bed. Huang Yueli's eyes widened in disbelief. At such a critical timing, this man actually fainted just like that? She couldn't care less about the differences between a man and a woman, and totally ignored that Li Moying was currently naked as she pounced on top of him and got close to his ear shouting, "Wake up, quickly wake up. Damn it, what on earth do you mean? Are you? Or are you not? Him?" However, no matter how hard Huang Yueli shook, Li Moying had no reaction at all. Numerous ants seemed to climb all over her body as her heart was empty and her mind was all confused, totally unable to believe that such a thing could happen. Earlier those words were obviously something that only Mu Qingqing would say. Could it be that Li Moying was actually Mu Qingqing? But if he was, then how come he didn't express his real identity to her? Furthermore, wasn't Mu Qingqing safely in Blue Profound sect under closed-door cultivation? If he wasn't Mu Qingqing, then how would he knew about such things, and who exactly was he? Huang Yueli wanted badly to know the truth, but Li Moying was burning up entirely as his fever seemed even more serious than before. There were several times when she couldn't hold it in and tried various ways to make him awake so that she could ask him clearly, but in the end, she couldn't bear to do so. No, Li Moying was already very pitiful, so how could she not care about his body just for an answer? It's better that she tolerated with it and wait till dawn before asking him clearly. Although that was what she thought, but the process of waiting was just too hard to bear with. Huang Yueli was restless as she kept prancing around Li Moying's bedside as she stared at that pale handsome face, with complicated feelings. There were many things which she had not suspected in the past, and so she would not consider in that direction. But the minute a seed of suspicion was planted, when one looked back, it was easy to find out that actually many things seemed to have tiny hints. For example, Li Moying and Mu Qingqing were both thunder-attributed practitioners and their innate talents were outstanding. Their characters were exactly the same. For example, Li Moying would usually make some small movements without realizing it. The tone he spoke with bore Mu Qingqing's shadow, and especially after his soul detachment illness acted up, he would say some absurd things, and upon recalling that it seemed a little too ambiguous. And another example was both of them would call her Lear, little fox. Other than that, no one else ever called her in that way. Most important was when she was in Southview Kingdom, the first time she saw Li Moying's looks under that mask. For instance, she had an illusion that the person she saw was Mu Qingqing himself. That pair of penetrating and seductive peach-blossomed eyes was simply alike. Actually, it wasn't that there weren't any men with beautiful eyes, but what really linked that together was the expression in that pair of eyes. That unfathomable gaze was something that she had not seen in other people's eyes previously. Every time she saw Li Moying, she would feel a sense of familiarity, and to be moved by him was something that she couldn't control. It was as though the both of them had already knew one another from a long, long time ago, and were so familiar that they were able to connect at such a deep level with each other, and could interact with each other so naturally. So was that to say that they were actually the same person? Huang Yueli was at a loss repeatedly in her heart. She very much wished that the truth was so, as she seemed to have found a bit of evidence. But this matter was just too outrageous, and it made her apprehensive, not daring to put too much heart into it. Just as her heart was in a flurry, Li Moying, who was lying on the bed, started moaning once again. He couldn't sleep peacefully, and his brows were tightly knitted, his face extremely pale as his forehead kept sprouting cold sweat. Little fox. Huang Yueli was just sitting by his bed as she held his hand and replied worryingly, "I'm here, you. Where are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want me to get Moe to bring Lu Bian here and take a look at you?" The force in Li Moying's hand suddenly increased as he grabbed her delicate hand tightly, making her feel pain. "No, don't leave. Don't look for him." Li Moying's thick and black brows trembled several times as he tried to pry open his eyes, looking at her in a daze, trying to see her revealing a weakened expression. Such an overbearing and arrogant man, the minute he expressed his weakness, the killing power increased by folds. Huang Yueli's heart jumped immediately and went according to his wishes. All right, I won't look for him. Can you let me go for a while and I'll pour you some water?" Li Moying's expression was still dazed and didn't know how awake he was. He looked at Huang Yueli for a while, before he relaxed the strength on his hand slightly. Huang Yueli slipped into the Sky Phoenix ring and made a pot of Spirit Saint spring water. She then filled a glassful of water and delivered it to his mouth. But unfortunately, Li Moying was very uncooperative, and no matter how Huang Yueli tried to feed him, the water kept spilling out until his pillow was all wet, and he still wasn't able to drink a single bit of it. Huang Yueli helplessly shook her head when she saw this. Looks like there's no other way. Are you doing this on purpose? Huang Yueli stretched out her hand and pinched Li Moying's face. Looking at his wrinkled-up look, her heart seemed to be filled with a little gentleness. She raised her head up and drank a mouthful of water before leaning over to seal Li Moying's mouth. Li Moying really obediently opened his mouth and swallowed the spirit saint spring water down. Huang Yueli took one mouthful after another to feed him, and right after she fed him the last mouthful of water, Li Moying suddenly turned from passive to active behavior as he started drawing away the breath from her mouth. MMPH. Huang Yueli groaned and tried to push him aside when she felt the profound energy within her body seem to be drawn away and swam towards Li Moying's direction. At the same time, her primordial spirit also suffered a serious blow, as she felt dizziness congesting her entire mind. For that moment, she seemed to have felt the suffering that Li Moying's was going through, as there was a miraculous link between both their primordial spirits. She felt her profound energy slowly disengaging itself, but there was no way to escape. In actual fact, even if she could move now, she would not, because the situation of the interconnection of profound energies was extremely frail, and she didn't even needed to try before, knowing that should she attempted to act rashly and blindly, which would cause this connection to break, then both of their primordial spirits would be severely damaged. Just as the profound energy in Huang Yueli's body almost seemed to be wrung dry, a dull moan was heard from the back of Li Moying's throat. Immediately following that was the profound energy being poured back into her body. Not only did it replace the original portion which was drawn away, furthermore, there was an additional increase by a lot more. Not knowing for how long later, Li Moying finally released her as his head turned sideways, and he fainted once again. Huang Yueli tried her hardest to raise her spirit, touching his forehead only to discover in shock that Li Moying's high fever had decreased. Furthermore, his facial tone seemed much normal as his heartbeat started to stabilize. Huang Yueli heaved a sigh of relief and started to check her own meridians, only to discover that her own cultivation seemed to have increased and had already reached the third stage realm's peak condition. She only needed an opportunity to break through to fourth stage realm. Huang Yueli couldn't help but went into a daze. What exactly was going on? Before today, there were no warning signs of her ability suddenly breaking through. Could it be that it was because of that kiss that she shared with Li Moying earlier? She wanted to continue thinking, but unfortunately her mind became dizzier and her eyelids kept fighting with one another, as she couldn't take it any further and laid down beside Li Moying before faint sleeping as well. This long night finally went by. On the next morning, all the way till the sun had raised to the middle of the sky, the room remained tranquil. Sunlight seeped past the chinks of the curtains and shone onto the bed, but it could not make the couple who were in tight embrace awake. After some time, the handsome male moved and slowly opened his eyes. In that moment, his face revealed a puzzled expression as his sight slowly shifted downwards, falling onto his own chest. His inner robes had been stripped by Huang Yueli yesterday night, and right now, he was lying in the nude, whereas on his shoulder, a small head bobbing up and down could be seen as he breathed. Lear? Why was she here? Li Moying cried out in shock, not daring to believe his own eyes, but immediately following that, he realized that Huang Yueli was in deep sleep and he didn't dare to startle her, so he shut his mouth immediately. He subconsciously raised his hand and massaged his temple. His head was still faintly twitching and he wasn't totally clear-minded. Not only that, his body was still deprived of strength, as he felt extremely lethargic. The reaction was as though he had just been through vigorous exercise. Generally speaking, after his soul detachment illness, then would such a condition appear. Could it be yesterday? Li Moying felt that his head hurt even more, as he couldn't help but hugged his head, but after thinking for half a day, he simply could not recall clearly what had exactly happened last night. He could only manage to recall that after he saw Lear and Lu Bian together, both of them had a huge quarrel, and he left Huang Yueli's courtyard in anger to return to his own room, thinking to use cultivation to quieten his mood, but the more he cultivated, the more frustrated he became. Then subsequently, he left that he was losing control of the profound energy within his body, and his subconsciousness also started to become blurry. Consolidating with his body's condition now, that time. His soul detachment illness should have acted up? But what happened after his illness acted up? Why did Lear appear in his room, on his bed? Both of them were embraced in such an intimate manner together, sleeping for an entire night? After Li Moying's careful deliberation, he could only deduce that Huang Yueli was called by Moe and the rest to save him, and probably she managed to control his illness once again. After that, she should be too kind, not bearing to see this jilted man lying alone on the sick bed, and hence she undertook to do what was apparently beyond her abilities and took care of him. But yesterday she had already displayed the fact that she hated him so much. Why was she still willing to sleep next to him? Could it be that he wasn't conscious yesterday and used force on her? Li Moying immediately got nervous as he pulled the blanket aside to check. Under the blanket, their bodies were tightly wound together, and not only did Huang Yueli rest her head on his chest, her arm was still hugging onto his waist. Besides that, her thigh and his long legs were entwined together, like a little bird relying on him. If it wasn't for the fact that he clearly knew she already liked someone else, based on her compromising posture, he would probably mistook that the both of them were very much in love with each other. But when he saw Huang Yueli's clothes neatly on her, Li Moying heaved a long sigh. Looked like the both of them were only sleeping soundly under one blanket and no other accident had happened at all. Otherwise, if he had really forced himself on Huang Yueli, this lass would probably treat him as her enemy for life. No, it wasn't right to say that nothing had happened. Li Moying's vision fell onto Huang Yueli's lips and was deeply attracted by that luscious red color, as his heart thumped. Especially after seeing the teeth marks on her lips, he started becoming apprehensive. This wasn't bitten by him, right? Just at this moment, footsteps was heard from outside the door. Following that, someone's whispering floated to Li Moying's ears. It's already noontime and the room is still so quiet. What on earth is happening? Surely nothing has happened, right? What could happen? Third Miss is watching over him inside. Third Miss is such an intelligent person. If Master really has any problems, she would have come out and called us. How could she possibly keep silent? That's right too, but, if nothing happened, by this time, at least Third Miss should be awake, but there's no movement at all, so this really makes me feel uneasy. Otherwise, shall we knock and enter to check? That's possible as well. What kind of joke is that? Don't fool around. Perhaps Master and Third Miss are being intimate in the room and not willing to come out. If you were to interrupt them and Master were to flare up, who's going to take responsibility for this? Outside the room were Moe, Mo and Mo San. They whispered very softly, but Li Moying's competence was extremely powerful, so no matter how tiny the sound was, he was able to hear it loud and clear. His eyebrows rose as he called out, "What rubbish are you guys talking about?" Still not shutting up. Moe and the rest didn't expect Li Moying to hear them, and all of them quivered, cold sweat sprouting immediately as they hurriedly shut their mouths. Li Moying turned back and looked at Huang Yueli, who was sleeping soundly. As she was in deep sleep, her fair and sleek face was tinted with a shade of red, looking extremely rosy. Li Moying subconsciously stretched out his finger and caressed her face. Although Huang Yueli was in deep sleep, she instinctively rubbed against his finger, like a little cat rubbing against her most trusted master. Li Moying then realized his movements seemed to resemble a thief as he withdrew his hand. He had finally regained a bit of strength and tried his best to get up, putting on his outer robe before walking out of the door. Moe and the rest hurriedly bowed in respect, "Our respects to Master." Moe stared at them, "Don't you know how to lower your volume? Lear is still sleeping inside. Let's change a place and talk." "Yes." Moe and the rest followed Li Moying as he left, but couldn't help but turned back to look at the tightly shut room. They wondered what Third Miss had been doing with Master last night. She actually slept till now? You really couldn't blame them for thinking crooked. It was all because of their master who put it in such an ambiguous manner. Furthermore, Third Miss had always woken up early and had never been in this situation before. Li Moying brought the three of them into a room by the side and said immediately, "Yesterday night, what happened after I lost consciousness?" The three shadow guards exchanged glances, and Moe stepped upwards. "Master, you should have guessed it already. Yesterday you were too eager in your cultivation, which led to your soul detachment illness acting up. You rushed out all the way from your courtyard into the academy's premises, and at that time, the situation was extremely dangerous." Moe roughly summed up the scenario then. As Li Moying listened, his forehead started to crease. After such a major event, all the students in the entire academy should have understood that he wasn't some ordinary student, and as for the academy's teachers, they probably already knew his real identity. There wasn't any place which Wind didn't pass by, and there were too many people who knew about his identity. If this were to spread, then following that would be admirers from all places would come to seek him out. His wish to conceal his identity and stay in Celestial Light Academy probably wasn't possible anymore. Li Moying asked again, "Why did Lear turn out to be in my room? Yesterday after she saved me, why didn't she go back? After I was rescued, it's enough that the few of you are here, there was no need for her to stay behind." Moe hurriedly replied, "Third Miss was extremely concerned about you and very anxious, so she followed us all the way back and took care of you all alone for the entire night." He tried his hardest to put in some good words for Huang Yueli. Yesterday, Huang Yueli actually wasn't willing to follow them back, but Moe decided to say that she insisted on following them over. After all, it was precisely because Li Moying had a quarrel with Third Miss, which led to the illness acting up. So if they were to patch up sooner, then the whole world would be at peace. Moe didn't know the exact reason why they quarreled. From what they saw, Li Moying and Huang Yueli were an extremely compatible model couple. From how they usually interacted, they knew that both of them were each other's sunshine, and even if they quarreled, it was probably because they were both too arrogant and stubborn. None of them was willing to take a step back, or purely because they were jealous of a rival in a love affair, since both of them were just so popular. Anyway, it would always be because of these childish reasons, which led to their argument. Which couple on earth did not quarrel? As long as they could act as a middleman, giving them a stage to step down, they probably would patch things up soon. Unfortunately, Moe's guess was totally wrong. Li Moying and Huang Yueli were not just any normal couple quarreling, but had completely failed in negotiations. If it hadn't been for the fact that Li Moying's illness suddenly acted up, perhaps they might not even meet in future. When Li Moying heard what Moe said, he was expressionless and merely asked, "Other than saving me, what else did Lear tell you guys?" Moe shook his head absently. "Nothing. After Third Miss followed us back, she had been staying in the room to take care of you. The few of us dare not disturb, so we retreated far, far away." Li Moying shut his eyes and didn't say a single word. Forget it, what was he anticipating? That Lear would say she regretted it? She discovered that the person she loved the most was him? How could such a thing even happen? The lass that he liked had always been resolute, and her target had always been obvious. Once she decided on something, she would never change her mind. Since things had come to such a state, then there was no meaning in continuing to entangle with her. Moreover, pestering her would only make Lear hated him further. Then he might as well break it off like this. At least in her heart, she would always remember him in his best manner. Moe, Mo-er and Mo-san secretly exchanged glances, as they all felt that something was wrong with Li Moying. Third Miss was still lying in the room, and according to his usual habits, wouldn't he stick right by Third Miss's bedside, unable to be chased away? Why was today different? Furthermore, His expression looked rather ugly. Suddenly, Li Moying opened his mouth. Mo-san, go over to Jiang Tuxin and get him to invite the best doctor in Celestial Light Academy to help Lear do a consultation. She's been sleeping for so long without waking, so I'm not sure if there's any issues. If he has any profound energy replenishing pills, get more over. Right, get him to get some maids over. Hearing that, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief. Looked like towards Third Miss's affairs, young sect master had considered every single detail carefully and was concerned about her condition, so probably. Both of them were fine? Earlier. It was indeed their imagination. Mo-san hurriedly replied, yes, I'll work on it right now. Saying that, he didn't dare to dilly-dally as he immediately turned around to leave the room to run the errand. Li Moying looked at the remaining two people. Mo-er, Morongfei is not staying in Celestial Light Academy's southern end courtyard, so go and bring her over. Saying that, he looked at Moe and said, Moe, you mentioned earlier that our sect had sent elders to hurry over on the flying ship, so have they reached the academy yet? Go and contact Elder Chen now. Tell him to prepare the flying ship right now. I intend to return to Celestial Light Sect before mid-afternoon today. Moe and Mo-er were stunned. Master, you're returning to Celestial Light Sect today? Li Moying nodded. That's right. Moe asked, but... Master, your soul detachment illness just acted up yesterday, and although you regained consciousness quickly this time round, your body is still very weak, so shouldn't you rest a few days before leaving? Otherwise, the damage to your body is just too huge. Mo-er also spoke out. That's right, Master, what urgent matter do you have? You can just command us. Please don't ever take your own body as a joke. However, Li Moying replied insistently, I must leave Celestial Light Academy by today. I've already decided on this, so don't bother trying to persuade me any further, just follow according to my plan. Moe was extremely worried. This wasn't a joke at all. Before they met Huan Yueli, every time Li Moying had a relapse, he would be unconscious for several days, and for the next 2 weeks, his body would be in a state where it's extremely weak. Although the situation was a lot better now, but there wasn't any reason for him to leave immediately after his relapse. Besides that, they had not heard of anything major happening in the sect, such urgency. What's the point of it? He quickly thought up a reason. Master, even if you don't think for yourself, you must think for Third Miss. Third Miss had taken care of you for an entire night until now, she hasn't woken up. Apparently, the depletion of her energy is extremely serious, so you must at least let Third Miss rest for 2 days before deciding. A lady's body is much more fragile, so she cannot be too tired. Moe thought that he was very quick-witted. In the past, no one had been able to change Li Moying's mind after he had decided, but now, as long as they brought out Third Miss, Li Moying would more or less give in. How would he even thought that Li Moying casted him a glance, but said, who said? I'm bringing Lear back to the sect. I'm going back by myself. Ah? What? Moe and Mo-er put on an ignorant expression. Their master was the legendary wife-pampering demon cum sticker. Usually he would stick himself around Third Miss and not bear to leave, but now he was actually going to slip back secretly to the sect while Third Miss was in lethargic sleep. Moe wiped the sweat off his forehead and probed carefully, Master, that. How many days are we going to stay in the sect for? When will we return to Celestial Light Academy? Do you want Mochi to stay here and tidy up the courtyard? Who says we're coming back here? This time after we return to the sect, Li Moying stopped, as a hint of struggle flashed past his eyes, but very quickly he clenched his teeth. This time after we return to the sect, we are not going to come here again. So you don't need to leave anyone here. Huh? But what? Why do you have so many questions? Are you the master, or am I the master here? Still not going to execute my orders. Li Moying was originally frustrated, and hearing their bombarding questions, his heart seemed to be burning as he grew fretful. Yes, 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 your subordinate obeys. On seeing that Li Moying really flying into a rage, Moe and Moe flee ignominiously as they ran wildly out of the door. It was until they were 3 miles away from the courtyard when they both slowed down their pace and looked at each other in dismay. Eldest brother, what's going on? Master actually said he's not going to bring third miss away, furthermore. He's not going to come back here after returning to the sect. Have the both of them completely fell out with each other? Moe's face sunk, recalling Li Moying's furious look. His heart felt uneasy, but on his mouth he said, how could that be possible? Master and third miss are like a heavenly couple, they get along so well. Beware that master will pluck out your tongue for talking blindly. Moe was aggrieved. You can't blame me for thinking too much, right? Master just leave like that and forget the fact that he's not bringing third miss, he actually made me go look for Miss Morong. Who doesn't know that she fancies Master? Surely Master hasn't had a change of heart, right? What rubbish are you sprouting? Master will surely have his own reason for deciding in this way. This is not something that we, as subordinates, can discuss? Still not going to hurry and execute his order? Moe warned sternly. Moe didn't dare to say anything further as he withdrew his neck and hurried off. Moe looked at his departing back and his forehead creased immediately. Although in front of others, he had to uphold Master's pride and character, but in actual fact, he himself wasn't sure at all. Was Master and third miss really going to end like this? Actually, as a subordinate, between Morong Fei and Huang Yueli, he liked the latter more. Recalling Morong Fei's two-faced demeanor, Moe couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. In comparison, third miss's looks and innate talent didn't lose to Morong Fei at all. Moreover, she was generous and distinct in love and grudges, bearing an outstanding leader's demeanor. So even if she stood beside Li Moying, not only was she not defeated, but there was a kind of harmonious feel to it, as the two of them complemented each other's brightness. This was what was really known as the ideal couple, a perfect pair. Hopefully Master's eyes wouldn't be so blind to miss such a wonderful lady like third miss. After the shadow guards left, Li Moying sat for a while more in the room before returning back to the bedroom. Huang Yueli was still sound asleep on the bed, but from her breathing, he could tell that her body was extremely weak right now. Li Moying caressed her face in worry as his gaze was filled with yearning as he brushed past her flushed cheek. If he knew that this young lass had a little bit of feelings for him, he absolutely would not bear to leave. But retreating back 10,000 steps to take a look at the big image, even if she didn't like him, but as long as she didn't like anyone, he would not give up so easily. But now, he had to watch with his bare eyes that she revealed her smiles in another man's embrace, but his arrogant pride refused to allow him to do so. Bam! 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 Outside the door came a knocking sound. Mo-san spoke respectfully. Master, your subordinate had informed your intention to Principal Jiang and Principal Jiang has sent the doctor here. Do you allow Dr. Yang to enter? Come in please. Li Moying hurriedly replied. A chubby elderly figure, bearing a kindly look walked in hurriedly. Dr. Yang was not only Celestial Light Academy's #1 doctor, but also a famous divine doctor in South Sky region. Now he was getting on age, he felt that his physical strength wasn't as great as before, so he accepted Celestial Light Academy's invitation. Usually, he would not go on a consultation personally, but only tasked a few disciples with great innate talent, which practically meant that he was in retirement. However, today, Principal Jiang personally brought him over and asked him to come over, to do a consultation personally. Dr. Yang wasn't willing initially. A divine doctor, like him, had a high status, so how could he possibly be at anyone's beck and call? However, upon hearing that the person who invited him was Celestial Light Sect's young sect Master Li, he immediately stood up and without a single moment of delay, he hurriedly rushed over. Dr. Yang sat by the bedside as he held Huang Yueli's pulse to do the consultation for her. The instant his fingers felt Huang Yueli's skin, Li Moying's brow subconsciously creased. Even though he knew that this was purely for consultation and was absolutely necessary, but he still felt uncomfortable within his heart. Luckily, Dr. Yang's consultation was speedy, and just within a couple of breaths, he already withdrew his hand. "How is it?" "Lear had been in lethargic sleep from yesterday night till now. Is there any problem?" Li Moying asked anxiously. Dr. Yang responded, "Young sect master Li, don't be overly worried. This young lady's pulse is stable and has not suffered any injuries. Only she had expended too much profound energy, so she is now in deep sleep. As long as you let her continue sleeping, she will wake up naturally and there wouldn't be any problem at all." Seeing Li Moying still frowning with a face of worry, Dr. Yang added, "If young sect master is still worried, then I have some fourth-tier pills which could aid in supplementing her qi, so young sect master can feed her with it." Li Moying received the pills and nodded, "Thank you for your trouble." When Mo-san sent Dr. Yang out of the door, Dr. Yang kept turning back to take a look. Li Moying leaned over, and when he faced the young lady on the bed, his stern expression melted instantly and became extremely gentle. He held Huang Yueli into his embrace, and while trying to coax her, he used his mouth to feed her the pill. This scenario was too mushy, and that made Dr. Yang's goosebumps stood up. Such an aloof and overbearing man had such a gentle side? This simply made one astonished. "Dr. Yang, this way please?" Mo-san urged. Dr. Yang then recollected his senses, not daring to look further. In the bedroom, Li Moying lowered his head and gently pinched Huang Yueli's lower jaw as his sexy thin lips plastered onto her, feeding her water mouthful by mouthful. The Huang Yueli, who was in lethargic sleep, seemed extremely obedient, totally without her usual stubbornness and alienation, lying quietly in his embrace, and when he leaned in closer, she obediently parted her lips, allowing him to kiss her willfully. Usually that little fox who bared her fangs and brandished her claws had suddenly become so obedient, and this made Li Moying's heart stirred, simply unable to control his own actions. In actual fact, Huang Yueli had been so cooperative, so there was no need to use his mouth to feed her at all. But Li Moying instinctively ignored this pointer, and not only using his mouth to feed her, the minute he got into contact with that soft and pliable lips, he couldn't stop himself as he fed her the entire cup of water mouth by mouth. Actually, he was very clear that after today, he would never be able to kiss his beloved little thing anymore. So he selfishly grabbed this chance, and even though he was taking advantage of her in a perilous situation, he could only make this despicable choice of stealing her kiss. Li Moying had just finished feeding her the medication when the bedroom door came another round of knocking. "Master, your subordinate had already brought Elder Chen over. The sect's flying ship is overly large and cannot stop anywhere nearby, so Elder Chen had stopped the flying ship at the nearby hill slope." After Moe finished reporting, he looked apprehensively at his own master. Li Moying had obviously heard what he said, but he didn't turn his head as his gaze stopped on Huang Yueli's face. For that one moment, Moe thought that Li Moying was starting to regret and not planning to return to Celestial Light Sect. Seeing his unwillingness to separate with Third Miss, since he was so unwilling, then why must he still sulk with the girl? Probably young sect master had also regretted being so rash. However, Li Moying looked at Huang Yueli for a while and placed her back on the bed, not forgetting to cover her with the blanket and adjusting the position of her pillow. Lastly, he wrote a note and placed it by the Huang Yueli's bedside as he slowly stood up. "Let's go." "Ah?" Moe was stunned for a moment before lowering his head and responding, "Yes." Li Moying took a last look at Huang Yueli, and subsequently, as though he was afraid that he would regret his decision, he took big strides and left the courtyard, not turning his head back even once. It wasn't easy for him to finally decide that he shouldn't drag on anymore. Moe didn't expect Li Moying to really do this. But he did not guts to persuade him, so he could only follow behind Li Moying apprehensively. On a nearby hill slope not too far away from the courtyard, a huge flying ship stopped there, and Elder Chen stood beside the flying ship. On seeing Li Moying getting closer, Elder Chen quickly stepped up to welcome him, as he was filled with worries. "Young sect master, I heard that yesterday night your illness suddenly relapsed. I had been worried for the entire night, but from how you look currently, you seem to have recovered quite a lot from previous relapses." Li Moying nodded, but before he could speak, suddenly a cry of surprise was heard from behind. "Eldest senior brother?" Morong Fei was dressed to the nines as she followed Mo Er to the hill slope. She originally walked very slowly, with an unwilling face, but the minute she saw Li Moying, she got excited and couldn't wait to rush over to his side. But after she ran 2 quick steps, but quickly recalled that she was wearing a long and fairy-like flowy dress. In order to display her outstanding temperament, her graceful elegance, if she were to run amok like a countryside lass, then wouldn't that not be able to show her outstanding uniqueness? How unsightly was that? Morong Fei hurriedly changed into small steps as her waist swayed and twisted, walking over in a flirtatious manner. "Eldest senior brother. So it's really you who called me over? That's too great. What matters are you looking for me for?" Morong Fei propped her head halfway, and from bottom up, she looked addictively at his handsome face as she spoke in a soft voice. Mo Er suddenly came over and looked for her, saying Li Moying was looking for her. She simply was overwhelmed by favor, not daring to believe a single bit of it. But Li Moying had always been avoiding her and even warning her not to get close to him. In the end, Li Moying was actually here. Could it be that eldest senior brother had suddenly realized her good points and wanted to get closer to her? As Morong Fei was thinking about these, her body started to incline nearer towards Li Moying. Just as their bodies were about to touch, Li Moying suddenly took a step backwards. Morong Fei was caught unawares and her body slipped, almost falling onto the ground. She hurriedly nudged sideways and stabilized herself, but a painful sensation was emitted from her ankle. Apparently she had twisted it. "Ah, so painful. Eldest senior brother, I twisted my ankle." Morong Fei was in so much pain that her face turned pale, and she took the opportunity to act pitiful, attempting to attract Li Moying's sympathy. However, all Li Moying was thinking about was Huang Yueli, who was lying in bed and couldn't be bothered to take a proper look at her at all. "Since you're here, let's prepare to move out." "Move out? Where to?" Morong Fei was stunned. Li Moying casted her a glance as he replied coldly, "Back to the sect. You've been out for quite long already, you should have played enough. Return to the sect earlier and cultivate properly, stop causing trouble for Principal Jiang here." Luckily Elder Chen happened to take the flying ship over this time, so he can bring you back together. Morong Fei had put on a bashful expression originally, but on hearing these words, she instantly turned pale. "This? Eldest senior brother, you called me over, just so, to make me return to the sect?" She shook her head furiously. No way, I'm not going back. I want to stay here." "Eldest senior brother, why must you chase me away?" I'm staying here in Sky Cloud City, so that I can take good care of you." Li Moying replied coldly, "You have to leave if you wish to, and even if you don't wish to, you'd still have to leave. Mo Er. Invite eldest miss on board the flying ship." The last time Morong Fei provoked Huang Yueli, he had heard about it in the end and severely lectured her about it, so after that she hadn't dared to create trouble for her. But now if he were to leave Celestial Light Academy now, he cannot allow Morong Fei, this troublemaker, to remain here. Her cultivation was much higher than his little fox, and she might take the opportunity to create trouble for Huang Yueli if he wasn't around. So he could only bring her back together. When Moe and Mo Er heard his order, they walked up together. "Eldest young miss, please." "No way, don't come over." You two lowly servants, how dare you treat me like this? Morong Fei yelled out with a stern look, but Moe and Mo Air didn't play along with her tactics as they dragged her up the ship. Let me down. You're too impudent, not even considering your own status. Morong Fei was still screeching and Moe almost couldn't help himself from covering her mouth up. This eldest Miss Morong's voice was very loud and usually she loved to display a rich Missy's demeanor, totally looking down on these shadow guards. But she probably didn't know that the strong who didn't reveal their real anger weren't shown by malicious words nor disdain towards their subordinates. For example, just a look from Li Moying was enough to make one drenched in icy cold water, not daring to even think of having any thoughts of resistance. As for third Miss Bai, usually she looked so amiable, and were courteous towards them shadow guards, but in crucial times, her ability would overflow wildly, using her own ability and knowledge, not to mention how she made them submit to her willingly and uncontrollably. This was the realm. Just 1 point alone would give third Miss Bai the chance to put Morong Fei down into dregs, and this materialistic woman actually thought their master would be interested in her? After Morong Fei was dragged away, Li Moying's expression evened out a little. He turned around and looked at Elder Chen, who was in a daze as he spoke. Elder Chen, thank you for your help this time round. I've decided to return to the sect today, so I'll be troubling you to give me a ride back. Ah. Young sect master, you're finally willing to return? Elder Chen revealed a look of joy. Great, that's just great. Since you've already prepared, then let's set off now. Li Moying followed Elder Chen on board the flying ship, but did not enter the cabin. Instead, he stood on the deck and looked down upon his own courtyard. His lair was probably still quietly resting. Forgive him for not bidding farewell, because in his inner heart was a weak spot, not daring to face the farewell scenario. By the time that little fox wakes up, she would feel extremely happy. Because she had always wanted to get rid of him, the sticky gum, this time. She could finally realize her wish. As long as she was happy, he would be able to accept all the pain, including giving her true freedom. The night scene gradually descended. When midnight fell, the entire Celestial Light Academy had fallen into a state of tranquility. Huang Yueli finally replenished enough profound energy and gradually awoke. She rubbed her eyes as she instinctively felt the bedsheet beside her, but only felt a cool sensation. She abruptly awoke as yesterday's memories gushed all into her brain. Yesterday when Li Moying's soul detachment illness acted up. He actually said something which only Mu Qingqing knew about. And he even repeated whatever Mu Qingqing had said to her. This was simply the most ridiculous matter that she had ever come across. She must find out the truth from Li Moying. Huang Yueli struck out one finger in midair and a fireball lit up the pitch-black room. On the comfortable big bed, there was only her alone and no sight of Li Moying. What situation was this? Could it be that last night she had been dreaming? Wrong, there seemed to be an indentation on the bed, which represented that someone had slept on it. This was definitely left behind by Li Moying. He probably awoke and left first. Anyone? Is there anyone there? Huang Yueli raised her voice as she called out. A maid whom she had never met before pushed the door open and walked in. Miss Bai, you're awake? You've slept for such a long time, do you feel dizzy? I prepared some porridge and side dishes, do you want to eat a little? Huang Yueli shook her head and asked, how long have I been sleeping for? You've slept for an entire day and night and it's now midnight. Huang Yueli asked again, then. Have you seen Li Moying? Where did he go to? Why isn't he resting in the room since it's already midnight? Ah? You are referring to that tall handsome Mr. Li? The maid's eyes widened. Mr. Li had already left Celestial Light Academy this afternoon, saying, he's returning to Celestial Light Sect and will not be coming to our academy again. What? What did you say? Huang Yueli cried out in shock. How could that be possible? The maid was shocked by her agitated reaction and subconsciously took 2 steps backwards. Huang Yueli tried hard to control her own emotion as she lowered her volume. You say Li Moying has returned to the Celestial Light sect? Are you sure? Did you get the information wrong? The maid looked at her apprehensively and continued, I won't get it wrong. Principal Jiang asked me to come over and take care of Miss Bai, so when we came over today, we ran into Mr. Li. He personally told us to take good care of you and that he was leaving the academy. This afternoon, a huge flying ship came and picked him up. That flying ship is really so beautiful and mighty. So many students saw it and were all very envious. While she was speaking, Huang Yueli kept looking at her in the eye, not hesitating to use that little bit of profound energy which she had regained, forcefully executing her piercing sky-eye technique. The result proved that the maid indeed wasn't lying and Li Moying had really left. Huang Yueli lifted the blanket aside and got off the bed, but her head was still dizzy, and she almost fainted. The maid hurried up to stop her. Miss Bai, you don't anyhow move around. Dr. Yang says you need to rest in bed for at least 3 days. Huang Yueli waved her hand and said, I know already, please leave the room. After the maid left, she immediately stood up by supporting herself with the side of the bed. Her heart was flustered with only one thought in mind. Li Moying actually left. He actually returned to the sect. Furthermore, he left without bidding farewell. How was that possible? Usually wasn't he difficult to be chased away? Why did he ran away while she was in lethargic sleep? Could it be that something had happened in Celestial Light sect? Her hands moved and seemed to touch something. She lowered her head to take a look and discovered a folded letter. Huang Yueli hastily picked it up as she read it against the light. Lear. By the time you see this letter, I should have left Celestial Light Academy. Knowing that you already have someone in your heart, my feelings are extremely complicated. I don't wish to leave your side, but I'm really afraid that one day I will be rash and lock you up, hiding you in a place where only I know about, confining you, possessing you, and not allowing you to see anyone else except for me. Am I very scary? In order to stop myself from making this mistake, I must leave. Forgive me for not having the courage to bid farewell to you. I believe that with a powerful and respectable man like Lu Bian beside you, you don't feel lonely. Wishing you both a long-lived harmonious union, living to a ripe old age in conjugal bliss. The letter was very simple, and in the end there wasn't any signatory sign-off, but from that arrogant and overbearing grass script, Huang Yueli would not be mistaken. Li Moying's writing was calm and in the end, he was exceptional enduring while wishing her bliss, but from what Huang Yueli saw, she seemed to be able to clearly feel the deep pain which the man was feeling in his heart. Writing such things, he really wanted to separate from her? Huang Yueli was stuffed for a moment, before angrily patting the letter onto the table. Li Moying, what do you mean? I already said there's nothing between me and Lu Bian. You actually made up images in your own mind. And wishing us conjugal bliss? If I really get married to him, you can go cry, humph. And what's more, you don't even dare to face me and talk, not even daring to bid farewell. What a scaredy cat, coward. Not like a real man at all. I'm so angry that I can die. Yesterday you exposed your own identity and made me full of queries, and now without giving me a chance to ask properly, you actually ran away? If you have what it takes, don't let me find you, otherwise I will definitely let you see some colors. Huang Yueli decided on the spot that this absolutely cannot just end like that. She must find Li Moying and ask him clearly. Actually, after last night, she was around 90% sure that Li Moying probably was Mu Qingqing, but didn't know what had happened to him. Now that she saw him escaping hastily once dawn broke out, he probably couldn't remember what happened after his illness relapsed and wouldn't be able to recall if his memories had anything to do with Mu Qingqing. Moreover, that soul detachment illness was extremely strange. In this, there was definitely a huge secret which she didn't knew about. But Huang Yueli actually secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Just some time ago, she was almost forced into lunacy by Li Moying. She obviously wasn't some flowery-hearted person, and in her past life, she had so many pursuers, and yet she clearly knew who she liked. Why was it that after she reincarnated, the first man she saw, she had a change of heart? She secretly blamed herself for betraying Mu Qingqing. Now there was a huge possibility that the both of them were the same person, then it would show that she wasn't flower-hearted. On the contrary, she had great foresight. Even though both of them bore different identities, but subconsciously, she was still able to tell that the person she liked was there. But even after 1,000 words were repeated, the most urgent matter now was to find Li Moying and find out from him what exactly happened to him. Huang Yueli was determined as she secretly returned to her own room and started packing her luggage. The next day, while dawn had just broke out, Huang Yueli woke up very early and prepared to set off on her journey. Although Li Moying sat on a huge flying ship, she probably wouldn't be able to chase up to him, but the earlier she got to Celestial Light Sect, the better. She first went to Shui Qingqing and informed her that she was going on a journey to learn through experience and left her some secret manuals and pills, allowing her and Yu Xinyan to cultivate properly. After this was done, Huang Yueli headed directly to the entrance of the academy. Whoever knew that the minute she walked to the public square, from afar, she saw Li Shuer walking right up to her. Huang Yueli had not met Li Shuer for quite a number of days already. As compared to her usual glamorous look, the current Li Shuer cut a sorry figure and her face was pale. Furthermore, she seemed to have lost weight as her cheekbone was already popping out. Usually when Li Shuer saw her, she would go on a detour simply because she was scared of being beaten up and afraid that she could find some handle over her and get a beating again. But today, not only did Li Shuer not avoid her, she even walked up to her in big strides as a smile of ridicule hung on her face. "By Ruoli, I heard that you've been ditched by my second brother. That's just so satisfying." Huang Yueli's footsteps took a halt as she swept a cold glance at her. "Xiaoming's grandpa isn't a practitioner, but he managed to live till 120 years old, do you know why?" Li Shuer didn't expected her to say that and went into a blank. "Why?" "Because he never meddled in other people's business." Huang Yueli threw this sentence at her and turned around to leave. She had no time to tangle herself with this dumb thing. However, after Li Shuer realized what she said, her face turned into livid and she pursued her relentless, blocking her way as she cried out utterly discomfited, What do you mean? By Ruoli, you still dare to be so arrogant?" Huang Yueli sneered, "What do I mean? I mean exactly what the words mean. Care about your own affairs first. After you've been chased out by Master Tang, your days in the academy isn't that easygoing, right? To tell you the truth, Principal Jiang didn't expel you because of your second brother, so if you don't tuck your tail behind properly, then better return back to Southview Kingdom earlier." "You." Li Shuer's almost gagged on her own anger but didn't dare to make a move against Huang Yueli, so she could only stare daggers at her, and she said meanly, "Enough, stop pretending. Yesterday a lot of people in the academy had already seen it. That second brother of mine sat on a luxurious flying ship and left Celestial Light Academy. Beside him was an outstanding beauty." Hearing that, Huang Yueli was stunned. An outstanding beauty? Li Shuer saw her surprised look and thought that she had poked through her thoughts. Her heart began to gain some balance as she became pleased with herself. Actually a lot of people know about it, that my second brother is Celestial Light Sect's young sect master, right? TSK, he really had that hidden very well. As for you, you are also able to tell that my second brother's identity is extraordinary, but still pretended not to know and plastered yourself onto him. This tactic is really high. But your calculations have gone haywire. Do you think my second brother will really marry you? I'll tell you about it. Yesterday that outstanding beauty who left with second brother, is rumored to be Celestial Light Sect Master's daughter, a real sect's daughter. Her status is invaluable and moreover, she's an 8th grade, peerless genius. As compared to her, you're not even an ant. Who let you be so complacent several days ago? How about now? Second brother left you in the academy and went back along with the sect master's daughter? Now, the entire school knows second brother is sick of you and have ditched you. The more Li Shuer said, the more complacent she became and she almost couldn't help but laughed out loudly. Ever since the day she was openly humiliated by Huang Yueli and Li Moying at the profound weapon chambers, and thrown out to run around naked, her reputation in the academy had fallen to the bottom of the deep abyss. In the past, there were large families' talented sons surrounding her. But now? Even if an ordinary trash student dared to hit on her, it was obvious that it was done with the intent of fooling around with her. This kind of humiliation was all due to Huang Yueli. Luckily, karmic retribution within one's lifetime came very quickly. It was finally this wretched lass's turn to become an abandoned woman. Huang Yueli seemed to not have heard her ridicule, but only lowered her tone while lost in her thoughts. So, he brought Morongfei away? Sigh, Li Moying was just too nice to her. He already left dejectedly but was so considerate of her, taking away all those who could possibly hurt her. Such a good man like this. Amen, she must grab hold of him properly and not make the same mistake as in her previous life. Li Shuer saw that she was neither shocked nor upset, but instead she began to smile and she couldn't help but frown. Hey! By Ruoli, have you gone crazy? Or has water gone into your head? What are you laughing at? Li Shuer looked at her for a while and suddenly she started laughing out. Oh, right, you'd always been daydreaming that you will be able to marry second brother, flying up to the branch to become a phoenix? Now that your beautiful dream is shattered, no wonder you're going crazy. Why don't you take a mirror and check yourself out? Did you think that you have settled Emperor Father and made him confer the marriage arrangement to become second brother's official fiancé? Let me tell you. For second brother, a genius in the sect, only the sect master can preside over his marriage. Emperor Father's words are not accurate at all. Which means to say. She paused for a moment and intentionally said out word by word, you are not second brother's fiancé. Only his plaything. Huang Yueli knew that Li Moying had done so much for her, so all the more she wanted to find him quickly and had lost her patience to talk further with Li Shuer. Unfortunately, Li Shuer didn't know she was courting her own death as she kept chattering non-stop by the side of her ear. Huang Yueli couldn't be bothered to say anything else to her, and couldn't care less about teaching her a lesson, so she shoved her aside and wanted to continue on her way forward. Li Shuer didn't know that she had escaped a calamity but still continued to tug at her sleeve. Hey, by Ruoli, you're leaving just like that? Come on, let's have a good chat. After all, you'd almost became my second sister-in-law. Ah. Huang Yueli frowned and with a flick of her sleeve, she sent Li Shuer flying. Li Shuer had not expected her to make a move and fell heavily onto the ground. Immediately following that, a burst of flame arose within Huang Yueli's hands and flew circling towards her. Ah! Help! I'm going to be burned to death. By Ruoli is murdering someone. Li Shuer saw a crimson-red flame heading towards her and a scorching feeling pouncing over. She was panic-stricken and kept rolling around on the ground screaming and screeching. The both of them were originally in the public square and there were originally a lot of people, but as the both of them were hiding behind the wall, so not many people noticed them. With Li Shuer screaming out loud, a lot of people heard them and headed over. Soon, a circle of people surrounding the area. Ah! Isn't that by Ruoli? And that person rolling on the ground, isn't that Li Shuer? It seems so. What's the situation now? Why did the both of them started arguing again? No idea? I heard that Byruoli was ditched by senior brotherly. Could it be that her mentality took a perverted change after she was jilted and took it out on the fiancé's sister? All the people crowded around curiously to look at Huang Yueli and Li Shuer. Apparently, Li Moying's departure yesterday had spread throughout the entire academy. Huang Yueli then raised her hand and gave a gentle wave. The flame on Li Shuer's body flashed for a moment and was immediately extinguished. Li Shuer had not noticed that the flame had disappeared and continued to roll around on the ground, screaming aguishly. It was the surrounding students who realized that something was amiss. Why isn't Li Shuer wearing any clothes? Wrong, it's not that she didn't wear anything, but her clothes had all been burnt by Byruoli. Right. That means to say, Byruoli's control of fire is just too powerful? Li Shuer's clothes were burnt cleanly, but there isn't a single bit of injury on her. What's more, it's under the circumstance that she kept rolling around while burning. Her skills are simply miraculous. TSK, quickly take a look. Li Shuer's figure isn't bad at all. Her waist is slender and her breasts are huge. I'm getting turned on by her. Li Shuer rolled around on the ground, and when she heard the crowd's discussion, she finally realized that something was wrong and stopped her actions. She blankly lowered her head, and the next moment, she used her hands to cover her chest as she started screaming while jumping up. You. Byruoli, what did you do to me? You burnt all my clothes? Huang Yueli smiled calmly. Why? Don't tell me you like me to burn your skin along with it? Such heavy taste? I can oblige to your wishes? Seeing Huang Yueli raised her hand, Li Shuer was scared stiff. You. Don't come over, don't come closer. She looked left and right and only saw a group of people crowding around to enjoy the show, especially those male students. Their sights were simply vulgar and wretched, looking extremely disgusting. Li Shuer hugged her chest with both her hands as she screamed and ran through the crowd. There were some male students with bad intentions and purposely didn't allow her to leave easily, as some of them tried to grope her as she was trying to leave. It took some effort on her part before Li Shuer finally got rid of these fellows and disappeared like a wisp of smoke into the campus. Huang Yueli sneered slightly. Looks like the last naked run didn't make you learn a lesson, so this time, I hope you can grow some brains. She turned around and wanted to leave. But she didn't expect the crowd to not only give way, but many of them started discussing she and Li Moying's matter openly. As though her separation with Li Moying seemed like a joke. Huang Yueli's expression sunk and profound energy was instantly unleashed from her body. A powerful pressure shot out to its surroundings. She was now a third-stage realm peak practitioner, and among the students in Celestial Light Academy, the existence of her outstanding potential stood firm. Most of the students were only second-stage realm or even at first-stage 8th or 9th level cultivation. The disparity of the potential was too huge, so Huang Yueli's pressure to them was like a stick banging onto their heads. Everyone's expression turned green instantly, and they clutched their chests as they retreated continuously. There were even some students whose abilities were too weak and immediately threw up blood or fainted directly onto the ground. Huang Yueli didn't even bother to look at them and didn't want to spend any energy explaining to these short-sighted people as she walked directly out of the academy's main entrance. It was until her figure disappeared, those students who were under pressure climbed up challengingly. They exchanged glances with one another and could see the terror in the other party's eyes. It's really Byruoli, a third-stage realm peak's ability is fully justified. Right, let's all be careful and not talk carelessly. Beware that trouble starts from the mouth. That's right, although senior brotherly has left, but Byruoli is no soft stone as well. Crushing us is no different from crushing an ant. They finally recalled that the delicate and gentle beauty wasn't some soft persimmon at all. Not only was she Li Moying's fiancée, even without that name, she was still a shocking powerful third-stage realm peak practitioner. Within a mere number of strikes, she was able to defeat the martial arts stage number 2 super talent. Furthermore, she was a skillful and certified armament master. Some women, they are nothing after they leave their men. But Huang Yueli was different. Even without Li Moying beside her, her presence was still invulnerable. Relationship to her was merely a brocade which made her even more perfect. On Celestial Light Sec's flying ship. Eldest young miss, you cannot enter. Master Soul Detachment illness acted up a few days ago, and until now he hasn't fully recovered, so he needs to rest properly. Please don't disturb him, kindly leave. Moe and Mo Air blocked the entrance of the cabin as they spoke expressionlessly. Morong Fei's expression was extremely ugly as she gritted her teeth and said, I know eldest senior brother's body is unwell, so I'm especially here to take care of him. I personally made some soup to aid in his recovery. Give way, and I'll get some for eldest senior brother to drink. Moye's tall stature didn't budge. Eldest young miss, master had just instructed that no matter who comes, he does not want to meet, so thank you for your understanding. Morong Fei said unhappily, why? Even if eldest senior brother refused to meet any other people, but he will definitely see me. I am his junior sister who grew up together with him. I care for him and want to visit him. Isn't that a normal thing? You all give way. This rain ginseng chicken soup that I made for him was prepared for an entire night with 1,000-year rain ginseng. If eldest senior brother didn't manage to drink it, can you be responsible for it? Moe practically ignored what she was saying and stood by the door dutifully. Eldest young miss, I am merely obeying master's instructions, so please don't make things difficult for me. You simply don't know what's good for you. I want to meet eldest senior brother. Is that something that you two lowly servants can obstruct? Moe was of age and his character was steady, so although he heard these words, he remained expressionless. On the contrary, Mo Air wasn't that patient. Although the Shadow Guards had recognized Li Moying as their master, but in Celestial Light Sect, they were not ordinary outer disciples, nor were they servants. They were all outstanding inner disciples, and there were some who were even direct disciples. Speaking of that, they were considered as Morong Fei's senior brother as well, but to be called as a servant at her beck and call, who could tolerate this? Mo Air laughed out immediately, eldest young miss, even if the few of us are servants, we are young sect master's servants. As the saying goes, you see who is the master of the dog that you are beating. Even master's fiancée Miss Bai treats us politely, you really don't treat yourself as an outsider. When Morong Fei heard these words, she grew angrier. You actually dare to use a little slut to oppress me? What scheme did that little slut use, to bribe you? Hee, it's no use even if you act loyally to her, eldest senior brother has already ditched her. In future, I will be your future mistress, and you dare to offend me. Morong Fei was still giving unbridled orders. Suddenly a cold voice rang above her head. You say, who is the little slut? That deep magnetic voice was extremely familiar. Morong Fei hurriedly raised her head and her expression was filled with joy. Eldest senior brother, you're finally out. I knew it, you'd definitely see me. Li Moying didn't even bother casting her a look as he shifted his gaze back towards Moe and Mo Air, chiding them sternly, you can't even do such a small matter properly, what use do I have you for? The sweat on the two shadow guards' foreheads dripped down along their necklines as they lowered their heads, not daring to say a single word. Morong Fei looked complacent as she stared at Moe and Mo Air, thinking who dared to let them obstruct her, serves them right that they've gotten their lesson now? She felt that these two were lectured too little, and in order to make them understand her prowess, she stood by the side of Li Moying, snitching on them. Eldest senior brother, I've come to look for you, especially knowing that you had a relapse several days ago. It's just too dangerous, so I think your internal injury is rather serious, right? Look, this is the 1,000-year rain ginseng chicken soup that I specially prepared for you to aid in your recovery. These two blind fellows actually dared to block my way, they simply don't have any respect for you. She intentionally suppressed her tone, making herself sound sweet as she talked, pretending to wipe a tear off the corner of her eye, putting on an act which looked like she was bullied by someone. When Mo heard the misrepresentation, he was so angry that he almost jumped at her. It was Mo who was stopping him from behind. When Li Moying heard that, he cast his glance onto her, but his words turned out to be, Mo, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourselves. Send eldest Miss Morong back to her own cabin and make her stay inside to cultivate properly, and stop heading outside. If I see her again, then the two of you need not follow me anymore. When Mo and Mo heard that, they shivered and hastily replied, Yes, your subordinate obeys. We will definitely get this matter settled. Saying that, the both of them went up and pulled Morong Fei. Morong Fei stared at them in disbelief and tried to shake them off as she cried out loudly, Eldest senior brother, you. What do you mean by that? I am here specially to deliver the soup to you. Li Moying threw a chilly glance at her as he gave a cold growl from the back of his throat. What do I mean? Let me ask you, who did you say earlier was a little slut? Morong Fei was tongue-tied. I. She had not expected Li Moying to hear what she said outside and immediately felt extremely embarrassed. But she felt that she didn't scolded her wrongly. Only that she usually appeared as a refined young lady in front of Li Moying, and now he heard her scolding vulgarities so that damaged her image. Li Moying coldly replied, Bairuoli is the best girl who I've met, so what right do you have to use such a term on her? Morong Fei was filled with grievance as she cried out in dissatisfaction, Eldest senior brother, you, how could you say that? I've heard the others talk about it, that Bairuoli and the other men have something going on and even caught red-handed by you, which was why you ditched her, right? This kind of wanton and unconservative slew. Morong Fei was talking halfway when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, and upon a wah sound, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Moying couldn't take it when he heard how she insulted Huang Yueli, and the might from his surroundings was unleashed as it struck out towards Morong Fei. Even though Morong Fei was a 6th-stage realm practitioner, but in front of Li Moying, she had no sliver of a chance to resist against him. Just one gaze from him was enough to quake her chest into an unbearable pain as all the bones in her entire body seemed to be crushed immediately. Morong Fei kept trembling and she was almost going to fall limp onto the ground. At this moment, a chilly feeling ran down from the back of her spine. She had always knew that Li Moying was very strong, but it was only until now that she discovered that she had underestimated him. The pressure which Li Moying had unleashed was not like an ordinary 7th-stage realm practitioner. Even with her father Morong's imposing manner, he could not be compared to Li Moying at all. In the daze, an icy cold voice echoed into her ears. Morong Fei, remember this clearly. No matter how Bairuoli is, it's not up to you to criticize her. Even if she's not my fiancé, I will still protect her for life. Don't even dream about having any chance to hurt her. If I hear you say one more bad thing about her, don't blame me for not giving your father any face. Once the sentence was laid, Morong Fei suddenly felt the powerful aura pressure disappeared instantly. She fell limp onto the ground, her inner heart filled with immense terror, not daring to say a single word. When Moe and Mo came up to drag her away, she totally lost all energy to resist and was dragged back to her room directly. It was until a quarter of an hour later when she finally regained her senses. Recalling Li Moying's stern and ruthless look, she was filled with love and admiration even though she was stricken with terror. Eldest senior brother, he really was very powerful, too powerful. In soaring heaven's continent, such an exceptional abled practitioner would make others revere him, winning all the ladies' admiration. Li Moying's ability was much stronger than her imagination, and that increased Morong Fei's determination to win his heart. If a man like Li Moying could become her husband, she would become the envy of many young lady. In future for Li Moying becomes a ninth stage realm top expert, was a matter of fact. With his peerlessly handsome looks, having such a husband was a matchless glory. She absolutely cannot let go of this man. Although Li Moying only had Bairuoli in his heart now, hadn't the two of them broken up? She had lots of chances now to make Li Moying have a change of heart. But as long as that little slut lived, she was still a disaster. There was no guarantee that eldest senior brother would reignite his feelings for her. If only she could remain behind in Celestial Light Academy. Morong Fei suddenly recalled something when she thought of this, and her eyes widened. Right, so that's the case. I was still thinking why eldest senior brother would suddenly think of me and brought me up the flying ship back to the sect. So, he's worried that after he left, I will bring harm to that little slut? No wonder. After I boarded the flying ship, he paid no attention to me at all. Morong Fei had originally thought that Li Moying brought her back to the sect and did not mention Huang Yueli was because he finally realized her good points. In the end, after they boarded the ship, Li Moying refused to even meet up with her and had been cultivating in the cabin alone. So she had misunderstood Li Moying's thoughts. We're still on that woman. After Morong Fei thought it through, she was so jealous that she was going insane. Little slut, don't even think of trying to stand in between eldest senior brother and me. Eldest senior brother is mine, and you're not worthy of him. Humph, don't think that after I left Celestial Light Academy, I can't do anything to you. Morong Fei's face slowly revealed a sinister smile. Luckily, I'm not the only one who wants to claim your life. And I've already made prior preparations. Eldest senior brother, you haven't thought of this, right? Although you've made me stay by your side, but your little lover still must die. After Huang Yueli left Celestial Light Academy, she first went to Sky Cloud City's market area preparing to buy a horse for traveling. But when she was walking on the streets, she suddenly felt that something was amiss, as though someone was looking at her with ill intentions. Huang Yueli swiftly turned her head but could only see passing pedestrians behind her, and every one of them seemed very ordinary, so it wasn't possible to find any suspicious characters. She frowned as she silently turned on to high alert mode. She walked into the stable and quickly picked a dark lighting steed and told the stable's footboy, I want this horse, how much does it cost? The footsteps saw someone picking the most expensive horse in the stable and was initially overjoyed, but when he saw clearly that the young lady who was standing in front of him only looked 14 to 15 years old, his face crashed. He spoke out in a bad mood, Miss, this horse isn't suitable for you. It's better that you take a look over that side. Huang Yueli frowned, I'm asking how much does this horse cost? The footboy rolled his eyes at her and said, Miss, do you know what horse is this? The Dark Lightning steed, it's a third-tier magical beast. It can travel 5,000 miles a day, and its price is something unimaginable for you. Since you can't afford it, then why are you asking so much for? Wasting our time. It's better that you go over to that time and look at those ordinary horses. He waved his hand as though swatting houseflies, hoping to shoo Huang Yueli away. Huang Yueli's face sunk as an unpleasant feeling arose within her heart. This was simply looking down on her. Looked like her age brought about this problem. Furthermore, in order to rush on the journey, she was dressed more casually than usual, which resulted in the market's footboy giving her such expressions. Huang Yueli didn't say much and took out a palm-size badge from her realm ring as she slowly pinned it onto her chest. Footboy originally wasn't paying attention and added on some cynical remarks, Miss, what are you bringing out? Your family's treasure to buy this horse? Looks nothing especially. Saying that, he suddenly saw the badge on Huang Yueli's chest clearly as his eyes opened wide, as though he had seen a ghost, and he became tongue-tied. You. This. Armament Master's badge? Why? You can't recognize this? But. This. How is this possible? You're just 14 or 15 years old. Huang Yueli sneered, why not? I think no one dares to fabricate an Armament Master's badge, right? Do you think that a certified Armament Master is not able to afford a horse? Footboy was so scared that he almost knelt down in front of her. The Armament Guild's badge was absolutely not a fake. Because this badge itself was a high-leveled profound armament and other than the designated master, other people would not be able to pin it on their chests. An Armament Master's position in the entire Soaring Heavens continent was incomparably valuable, and this Armament Master in front of him was so young, that meant that she must be some highly valued super genius in the Armament Guild. This kind of people was not someone who a small footboy like him, who was working in a stable, could afford to offend. They just needed to say one word and he would lose his job. No. Of course not. This master, it's me who has eyes, but cannot see properly. Please will you be appeased? The stable had quite a number of other customers. The minute Huang Yueli took out her Armament Master badge, it immediately attracted a bustle. A valuable Armament Master personally visiting the stable to buy a horse, that was a rare sight. The stable's boss quickly heard the news, and when he came over, he immediately and politely lowered his head to show his apology towards Huang Yueli. Respectable master, please accept my sincere apologies. I know this has affected your mood and this is our responsibility, so we hope you will be understanding. As he was saying that, he stared fiercely at the footboy. The footboy's hair was drenched in sweat and he cowered in one corner, trembling with fear, as he cried out in agony in his heart. He usually treated people according to his observation, and a young lady like Huang Yueli was generally various academy students, and were mostly from the countryside. So they weren't able to afford any good horses. Since he didn't earn much from them, he usually treated them impolitely. Whoever knew that he would kick onto a piece of steel today? This ordinary-looking young lady, actually was an Armament Master? Skycloud City actually has such a young Armament Master? Recalling what he said earlier, the footboy couldn't wait to just kill himself by throwing himself into the wall. He actually ridiculed an Armament Master not being able to afford a horse. Who didn't know that Armament Masters were the most profitable occupation in the entire Soaring Heavens continent? Huang Yueli raised her lower jaw slightly as she spoke out in an aloof tone, "You're this stable's boss? I had originally saw your stable was the largest in the entire market, so I came over and take a look. Looks like I'm too naive, your horses here are too high class, and I cannot afford to buy one. I think I better visit elsewhere to take a look." Saying that, she raised her feet and wanted to leave. The boss broke out in sweat and hurriedly stopped her as he said anxiously, No, master, you're mistaken. Our horses are one of the best in Skycloud City, and how could a valuable guest like you not be able to afford it? It's this fellow who doesn't know how to talk. Master, please don't leave. Whichever horse you've taken a fancy to, let me know, and I'll give you a 20. No, 40% discount. I'll give you a 40% discount. What joke was that? The shop finally had such a valuable guest, and even an Armament Master came to purchase a steed at his stable. If that spread, that would be a living advertisement, so how could he miss out on such a good chance? Moreover, if this master were to leave in anger, and if she were to say a few things to Skycloud City's Merchant Association, then he probably would be blacklisted by the association. Huang Yueli halted her footsteps as she slowly nodded. Since that's the case, then I'll stay around and take a look. To tell the truth, if it was usual times, after such a scene, Huang Yueli would absolutely not want to continue shopping around in this shop. But unfortunately she was pressed for time and was urgent to get on her journey. This stable was indeed the largest in the area, so she had to make do with it for now. The boss saw her nodding and wiped the sweat off her head as he heaved a sigh of relief. Following that, he eagerly attended to Huang Yueli, personally bringing her around the stable to take her pick. Huang Yueli impatiently said, "All right, I'm rushing for time. I want that pure black colored dark lightning stead, how much?" "Ugh, this dark lightning stead is something which 3/4 stage realm practitioners work together to capture it. Look at its shiny hair and 4 limbs. Enough of the nagging, how much is it?" The boss wanted to exaggerate a little to raise the horse's value. Whoever knew Huang Yueli couldn't be bothered to hear what he had to say. He could only reply, "A total of 100,000 mid-quality spirit stones and 1,000 upper-quality spirit stones." Huang Yueli nodded, and without saying anything else, she took a few bags out from her interspatial ring and threw it onto the boss's hands, and walked over to lead the horse by herself. The boss lowered his head and counted the spirit stones in the bags, and went into a blank. This master, have you given us short?" Huang Yueli didn't even bother to give him a look and said, "That's correct, where did I give short?" The boss laughed wryly, "This master, didn't you hear clearly earlier? Or have you taken the wrong bag? I said 100,000 mid-quality spirit stones, after 40% discount it should be 60,000. You have here only a total of 30,000. Huang Yueli then swept him a glance as her lips curled into a sarcastic arc. "Boss, do you think I'm so easy to fool? Or are armament masters sillier regarding money? This dark lightning stead of yours, although it's a 3rd-tier magical beast, but it was once injured and had long lost the battle power of a 3rd-tier magical beast. It's only suitable for use as a mount. Think I really can't tell? This dark lightning stead's highest value would be 50,000 mid-quality spirit stones, and after 40%, it's 30,000, so I didn't give wrongly." This. The boss was flabbergasted as he heard her speak out frankly with assurance. He indeed had the intention, thinking that such a young armament master, although had a lot of money, but probably didn't understand the market value. So how much was it sold for was based on his words. Not to mention giving her a 40% discount, even if it was a 90% discount, he could still open a ridiculous pricing to earn loads of profit. In the end, he had not expected Huang Yueli to expose his tricks from just one conversation, and accurately stated the market value for this dark lightning stead. In this way, after giving her a 40% discount, he was going to make a loss of 20,000 mid-quality spirit stones. This to him wasn't a small amount of money. The boss wiped the sweat off his forehead and tried his best to defend himself. Really? This dark lightning stead is actually injured? I really can't tell. Furthermore, we will not just sell the horse to you, we also have specialized professionals who can aid you in taming it before mounting it. Otherwise, a wild magical beast like this are usually very unyielding. How could a delicate armament master like you?" The boss spoke halfway when he suddenly stopped. He saw Huang Yueli walked directly to the side of the dark lightning stead and stretched out her hand on its head, patting it, subsequently retrieving a piece of cubed sugar from her interspatial ring and fed it. After the dark lightning stead finished its sugar, its head rubbed against her chest and obediently lowered its body to allow her to mount it. The boss's eyes almost popped out. What he was saying earlier was half true. This horse was indeed tamed by 3/4 stage realm practitioners, and that was the truth. Furthermore, after the dark lightning stead came to their stable, it had been difficult to tame it, and whoever went near it would be kicked, not to mention allowing anyone to mount it obediently. In the end, this weak-looking armament master actually easily conquered it, and even led the horse away? How would he ever knew that Huang Yueli's concentration power was much stronger than everyone else, and her cultivation was stronger than what he imagined? The dark lightning stead was said to be a magical beast which bullied the weak and afraid of the strong, so when it saw her, it didn't dare to resist. Adding on to the fact that Huang Yueli had a natural affinity towards animals, so naturally it was easy for her. Huang Yueli mounted the horse and without saying anything, she left with the horse. She left Skycloud City and went on her way. The number of pedestrians on the road were getting lesser and lesser. The faint uneasy feeling in Huang Yueli's heart became more and more obvious. Instinct told her that someone had their eyes on her, but even though she specially detoured several times, but that didn't make the follower give the game away. This to Huang Yueli was a dangerous signal. Because she wasn't any rookie who had just stepped out into society, but was an experienced practitioner. In terms of anti-tracking and evading dangerous spots, she was already very experienced. But even though she used several tactics, but she wasn't able to dig the question out. This meant that the person who followed her had long surpassed her own ability. Moreover, he should be an experienced practitioner. To be targeted by such a person, her current situation was extremely dangerous. Huang Yueli wasn't able to dig that person out for the entire day. Till nightfall, she rested at an inn and specially asked for an ordinary room, selecting the most isolated corner, hoping to make her follower thought her defenses were low and would attack her in the middle of the night. She set up various mechanisms in the room and maintained a light sleeping condition for the entire night, preserving her senses as she guarded against him. In the end, the entire night went by, but nothing happened. This made Huang Yueli even more suspicious. Could it be that the opponent had seen through her tricks? Or the opponent didn't want her life at all, but had other motives? The next day morning, Huang Yueli didn't set off alone, but chose to move along with a group of merchants. Originally the leader of the merchants' team wasn't willing to travel along with strangers, but upon seeing Huang Yueli's armament master badge, his attitude took a 180-degree turn, and not only did he stop opposing, he even immediately started to flatter her and pleased her. Profound armament business was the most profitable business in the entire Soaring Heavens continent, and to get on good terms with a boundless future young armament master, that meant that there would be endless profound armaments to deal with and loads of spirit stones going into their accounts. So when Huang Yueli expressed that she was evading trouble and needed them to cover her for a while, he agreed immediately. Huang Yueli wasn't expecting this group of merchants' protection. After all, the highest cultivation in this group was only 3rd stage realm, so in terms of battle power, they didn't even stand 10% of hers. But the more people who covered her, that meant the higher increased chances of her escape. Although the truth had proven itself, but Huang Yueli's thinking was still wrong. After the group of merchants had left on their journey not too long later, a hooded man stopped their tracks. "Where are the few of you heading to?" When Huang Yueli heard this voice, her mind suddenly buzzed. She immediately recognized that this voice was the same one as when she was attacked at the scripture depository entrance, that masked man's voice. The one following her was actually him. This was bad. The last time she crossed hands with this black-robed man, she wasn't his opponent at all. The disparity between a 7th and 3rd stage realm was just too huge. If it wasn't for Li Moying's timely arrival, she probably would have become a dead corpse by now. She had not expected the black-robed man to continue monitoring her movements, and the minute he saw her separated from Li Moying and leaving Celestial Light Academy alone, he immediately followed her, attempting to take action on her. This time, it's probably the end for her. But the black-robed man was standing right in front, and she couldn't possibly turn around and leave. That would expose her as a target even easily. All she could do was to maintain her cool and wait for an opportunity to escape. The merchant group's leader felt this man was a little too strange, but didn't realize that he was so dangerous. The leader tried to sound him out. "We are from Jade Wind Merchant Guild and we're on our way to do business at the west side, which is why we are passing by here. May I know what's the meaning of you stopping us here?" Jade Wind Merchant Guild was one of the 3 merchant guilds in Skycloud City, and usually after he reported the name of his backing, most petty thieves would not dare to make trouble for them. But that mysterious man was not moved, and he asked, "This morning, was there a 14 to 15-year-old lass who sneaked in between your merchant group?" The minute the leader heard this, he knew this was what Huang Yueli meant by trouble. But since he had already accepted a few pieces of first-tier profound armaments as present, so naturally he would have to deny that. "What young lass? I've never seen her. Are you looking for someone? Who is this young lass? Has your daughter gone missing?" The mysterious man sneered, and that husky laughter, which came from the hood, sounded even more horrifying. "I'd persuade you to think carefully if there's such a person. I forgot to remind you that earlier the other merchant groups, which were staying in the same inn as you, I've already cross-checked with them one by one. There was a leader of one merchant group who didn't know what's good for him and refused to answer my question. Since I was in a hurry to know the answer, then I could only—" His voice halted, and his profound energy was suddenly unleashed as a powerful aura floated out towards them. "Could only kill them one by one, but in the end, I wasn't able to find her." His words were flighty, but those people who heard that all trembled with fear as sweat drenched their backs. This not only meant that the words that he said was horrifying, but also meant that he displayed the fact that he was able to kill everyone there. At this moment, the leader turned green with regret. He had not expected that this young armament master to have trifled with such a horrifying peerless expert. If he knew this earlier, he wouldn't even covert over those few pieces of profound armaments, which might even cost his life. A few others in the group started to sway. Someone spoke out while shivering, "This sir, I—" He had just made a starting when suddenly his eyes popped out. A blinding flame rose into the sky right in front of them. Immediately following that, a few hundred cicada blades shot towards the mysterious man under the cover of the fire. The entire scene turned disorderly immediately, and there were various screams and screeches as the sound of goods overturning filled the entire place. The mysterious man was caught off guard, and even though he managed to react in time at the last stage, avoiding the important places, but his arms and thighs could not avoid being pierced several times. Not only that, after the flying daggers pierced into his skin and flesh, it actually started rotating by itself, as though it was trying to mince meat, making his injury turned into a bloody mess. "Ah!" The mysterious man was in so much pain that he cried out sharply. Amidst this confusion, Huang Yueli had already secretly slipped out and dashed into the mounts of weeds along the side of the road. Ever since she entered the third stage realm peak, she was able to refine fifth-tier upper-quality, profound armaments, and earlier the concealed weapon which she threw out at the mysterious man was a set of flying dagger which was imbued with the pyrogenic process, and this was one of her top works. The value was priceless. But at this moment, she couldn't care less about her heartache, as she cast it out without any hesitation. Furthermore, she was very sure that towards a seventh-stage realm exponent, no matter how exquisite her fifth-tier profound armament was, it wasn't capable of dealing him with a fatal injury and could only obstruct him for a moment. She must immediately find a way to avoid him. But Huang Yueli really was unlucky today. The surroundings of this pathway were all infertile weeds, and there wasn't even a tall tree which could be seen, not to mention anything which allowed her to hide herself with. Huang Yueli could only ran all the way and at the same time, prayed that her concealed weapon would be able to stop that mysterious man for a little while longer. Unfortunately, heavens didn't seem to hear her prayer. After the mysterious man was hurt by her, it drew out his determination from the agitation and became more wild and impatient. He dashed out from the fire and ran towards the direction which Huang Yueli was running in. "Wretched lass, you still dare to run? You made me turned out into this, I'm going to kill you to feed the dogs." Huang Yueli worked out all her profound energy in her body and unleashed her greatest skills, as though a raging wind, she flew past the weeds on the ground. Simultaneously, she used her exclusive skill and threw out concealed weapons behind her, hoping to create some obstructions for the mysterious man. But even so, her cultivation was still too far apart from the mysterious man. The two of them ran for around 1 hour, and as their distance closed in, the mysterious man was right behind Huang Yueli, no further than 200 meters away, and he was just about to chase up to her. Mysterious man screamed as he gave a chilly laugh. "Run, why don't you run some more? A third stage lass like you, did you think you can escape from me? When I catch you, I will let you have a taste of my methods." TSK, I wonder if the woman which young sect master had before, does she have any exceptional point? I want to taste something fresh too. Huang Yueli pretended not to hear his words and continued running wildly in front. In actual fact, she was very sure that today she would not be able to escape, but as long as there was a tiny hope, she would not give up. In so many years of her experiences, there were numerous times where she was on the lifeline, but she eventually managed to escape successfully. What she relied on, other than her ability, but most important, was the ability to remain absolutely calm and composed in times of urgency. Her eyes swept past the front, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Not too far away from her appeared a tall sharp tower, which was hidden in the clouds. Although the outer wall was filled with ashes and vines covered it, but she was still able to tell that it was an exquisitely designed building. Not only that, around the surrounding of the tower, approximately 3 miles from the zone, there were huge rocks laid out into an array. From those huge rocks' arrangement, it encircled the tower in rounds. If an ordinary practitioner happened to pass, that person would probably felt that these rocks were left behind during the construction of the tower and was laid around casually by the surroundings. However, for an expert like Huang Yueli, these huge rocks represented a dangerous array. If an unknowing person entered casually, he would be able to find a way to enter but absolutely not be able to find the way to exit, and eventually be trapped inside alive. For someone who had nowhere to escape, this was a huge surprise for Huang Yueli, which fell right from the sky. Indeed, heaven would leave a door open, and as long as they entered the boundary of the array, it was probably impossible for the mysterious man to chase up to her. Having this thought, Huang Yueli once again drew out several fifth-tier profound armaments and profusely casted it towards the mysterious man, and at the same time trying to preserve the profound energy within her body while she precipitously increased her speed and sped towards the tall tower's direction. "Damn it! What is this?" Mysterious man shrieked out behind her. Apparently he was struck by her again. Huang Yueli seemed to have wind under her feet, and it took a couple of breaths before she entered the huge stone array's boundary. The minute she walked near the huge stone array, the surrounding air seemed to blow up gusts of mist, blurring the vision by quite a bit. This was very disadvantageous to judging the array's internal part. Huang Yueli only took a few steps inside and stopped as her forehead creased slowly. She had not expected this situation to appear within the huge stone array's internal part. Not only was the arrangement of the huge stone array extremely strange, furthermore the intensity of heaven and earth's profound qi was much higher than outside. The mist was formed due to the concentration of the profound qi which was gathered. This sure is strange. This huge stone array is different from any other array which I've seen before. Moreover, the skill of the person who set up this array is exceptional. This array could actually condense the heaven and earth's profound qi. Now we're merely on the outer part of the array, and the profound qi's condensation is already so high. If we walk to the center of the tower, to what degree would the concentration of the profound qi be? The more concentrated the profound qi was, to a practitioner, this was something which they couldn't wish enough, as it could quickly speed up their cultivation. But for such a deep concentration, the pressure which was produced was immense. Huang Yueli had problems even breathing and wasn't able to see the situation from out of 50 meters ahead. Under such circumstances, to stay within a high-leveled array which one had not seen before was an extremely dangerous thing to do. Huang Yueli was very clear that if she was rational enough, she should immediately turn around and leave this huge stone array. Otherwise, the minute she went deep in, there was a 90% chance that she would be stuck inside and unable to come out. But By Ruoli, wretched lass, get out this instance. You think, that hiding within these stones, I will have no way to deal with you? Outside the huge stone array, the mysterious man's sinister voice was heard. Huang Yueli had no other way but to clench hard on her teeth, and she continued to trudge forward. For her to head out now would be a route to death. But if she continued going forward, there would be one slim chance of survival. She was someone who didn't like to hesitate, and once she decided, she decisively walked in further and hid herself behind a huge stone. This was to ensure that if the mysterious man entered the huge stone array, he had no way to locate her immediately, so she stopped right here. Huang Yueli first turned around to check out her surroundings, and stretched out her hand, feeling the surroundings, and felt a huge stone which felt at least 3 feet tall. From the wind erosion traces, these stones have been left here for at least several thousand years, and possibly even 100,000 years history. In this case, the tall tower inside could possibly be left by ancestors 100,000 years ago. 100,000 years ago, in Soaring Heaven's continent, was considered as ancient times. It was rumored that during those times in Soaring Heaven's continents, the intensity of heaven and earth's profound chi was much higher by 10 over times than now, and because of this, it was much easier for practitioners to cultivate then. In the ancient times, Soaring Heaven's continent's strong practitioners were everywhere, and 9th stage realm practitioners weren't considered as first-rated top exponent. The 10th stage realm, which Mu Qingqing hoped to achieve, at that time in any strong powerhouses, would have at least 1 or 2 such characters. If the tower was indeed the remnants left behind in the ancient times, then inside probably had some incredible inheritance or treasure. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli finally gathered some spirit. Actually, she wasn't interested in any inheritance or treasures right now. All she wanted to do was to get rid of the mysterious man and look for Li Moying in Celestial Light sect to clear things up. But now she was already trapped within this array, so the only road left for her was to continue walking. Huang Yueli stood under a huge rock and turned back towards the entrance which she entered from, thinking to use her own position to gauge where she was at now. However, when she turned back, she discovered that the entrance had already been shrouded in mist and couldn't be found. Huang Yueli frowned slightly as her mood became even gloomier. Looked like the idea of borrowing the array's deduction to calculate the operational rhythm was temporarily not possible, so she could only take one step at a time. Huang Yueli raised her hand and a flame shot outwards, burning against a huge rock, then subsequently extinguishing slowly. The area which was burnt left a scorched mark behind. This mark was instilled with a special mark filled with profound energy and concentration, and was different from using an ordinary knife to make a marking. Even though the array was ever-changing in the process of her advancement, it could not be erased. Huang Yueli chose a route and walked towards the inner part of the array. She maintained advancing towards the direction of the east, and every time she passed by a huge rock, she would use the same method to leave a marking. Just like that, she walked for around 4 hours when her feet suddenly halted and her vision turned towards the right side of a huge rock. On the huge rock, a clear distinct fire pattern was seen. It was the first marking which she left behind. Huang Yueli wasn't surprised at all, but went seemingly into deep thought as she stared at the marking for a moment. This huge stone array wasn't very large, and the diameter was just around 3 miles or so. If she were to talk in a straight line from the outer zone to the bottom of the tower, she only needed a quarter of an hour, but it's already been 4 hours and she had yet to find the exit. Apparently she had been heading round in circles on the spot. Huang Yueli's brows creased, and after thinking deeply, she retrieved an array board from the Sky Phoenix ring. To an array master, the array board was the most important tool in calculation. Basically, when setting up arrays, it was required. Previously, when Morong and I was setting up an array, the array board was always in her hands. But Huang Yueli's concentration was extremely strong, so she didn't need the array board for many low-leveled arrays before she could directly proceed with the deduction. However, the situation now was different. This array was possibly left behind during ancient times and was extremely complicated, whereas her cultivation level was obviously not there yet. Even she herself was not certain that she could break through the array. Huang Yueli held on to the array board and her lips pursed slightly as her eyes narrowed slightly, her long lashes hanging downwards as her fingers slid around on the array board, silently calculating. After some time, she kept the array board, turned around and headed towards another route. However, after another 3 hour plus, she had returned to the same spot once again. Huang Yueli wasn't discouraged and continued to calculate using the array board, finding the third route. Another 3 hour plus later. Looking at the familiar flame marking on the huge rock, Huang Yueli was no longer indifferent. What's going on? Why is it that my calculation is still wrong? There must be a certain element that I've forgotten to consider. The mist here is too big and I can't see the entire topography clearly, so I can't tell where the problem lies at. Suddenly, her tummy started rumbling. Huang Yueli then realized that a long time had already passed. Because the huge stone array was encapsulated in the thick heaven and earth, profound qi, the inside was doleful and there was no way to differentiate clearly what time was on the outside. Probably. The outside has already turned dark. Huang Yueli mumbled as she took some food out from Sky Phoenix Ring and retrieved a rug as she laid it on the ground. As Little Phoenix was crying that it was bored in the Sky Phoenix Ring non-stop, Huang Yueli allowed it to come out as well. After Little Phoenix appeared, its eyes revealed a shocked lock and after chirping several times, it turned into a little Shota. Whoa, what kind of ghost place is this? It's so dark. And so cold. So scary. Female devil, have you done too many guilty things, which is why you're sent to Hades at such a tender age? Huang Yueli was originally frustrated, but when she heard this little brat cursing her, the corners of her lips turned implicitly narrow and steep. I've not gone to Hades yet. But if you continue to make sister angry, perhaps I can send you to Hades immediately. She intentionally laughed evilly and backed against the sinister background of the huge stone array. She looked extremely terrifying. Little Wang Kai shuddered. Female devil. Ugh, no, pretty sister, you're not talking for real, right? I'm still so small and so weak, and so lovable, you won't do such an evil thing, right? Huang Yueli responded, that's very hard to say. You see, this is the wilderness now and there's only so much rations and vegetables, which the spiritual farm can store and grow, there's not even a drop of oil anywhere. If I were to strip your feathers, I can make a roasted chicken, tsk. She gave a drooling look which made Wang Kai shriek out in fear, turning back into a little phoenix and with a whoosh, he flew far, far away. Huang Yueli knew he wouldn't be lost and didn't bother much about it, as she sat on the rug and started eating her rations. At the same time, she pondered about this strange array. From the current situation, if she wanted to leave this place, she would need to walk at least a few hundred times repeatedly in this maze, and every time she passed by a huge rock, she would need to make a succession mark before she could start deducing, which was the only possibility of breaking this array. In this way, she needed to spend at least a month's time, and furthermore, this only meant that she might be able to break the array, but maybe she wouldn't be able to deduce the final result of the array. Although the rations she had in the Sky Phoenix Ring was enough to support her for 1 month, but what if she wasn't able to get out within 1 month? Just as Huang Yueli was in deep thoughts, suddenly a clear phoenix cry was heard from not too far away. Chew, dash. That sounded like Little Phoenix, but she couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. Huang Yueli immediately jumped and ran towards the direction of the sound. After turning into one corner, what met her eye was a bundle of bright flames. In between the gloomy, serene huge stones, the bundle of fire was extremely striking. That bright yellow ray was so striking that one couldn't open their eyes. After Huang Yueli was slightly accustomed to it, she barely opened a slit from her eyes, but upon one look, tears started flowing out, it was simply too bright. Would her eyes turn blind? However, just from this look alone, she was able to see the little bundle in the middle of the flames. Little Phoenix. It flapped its wings continuously in the flames and repeatedly twisted around, as though it was enduring a huge pain as it continued to give out a mournful whine. Huang Yueli's heart was lifted, but at the same time, she was surprisingly delighted. Seeing Little Phoenix in this manner, it seemed to be due to the fact that its body's profound energy was expended. In simpler terms, it meant it was going to advance? Ever since she had adopted Little Phoenix, this fellow didn't stop short of taking various fire-attributed spirit herbs or magical beast core, but eventually it just grew that little bit, and there was no obvious increase in its ability. Huang Yueli had fretted over this. Did this little fellow not grow up at all? As the spirit beast of the Sky Phoenix ring, little Wang Kai's actual body and spirit had already been separated. If it was any other ordinary magical beasts, it definitely could not possibly continue growing. But for a spiritual beast like the phoenix, it was completely different. Huang Yueli had once read in the ancient books that phoenix would be able to absorb fire-attributed energy in the spiritual state, and once it reached a certain realm, it would be able to bath in true phoenix fire and be reborn. But what kind of realm was this certain realm wasn't stated in the ancient records, and Huang Yueli didn't needed to look before knowing that this was a higher tier than a 9th tier magical beast. Looking at little Wang Kai's slippery look, there was a 99% possibility that he had no chance. But no matter what, Huang Yueli still bore a sliver of hope that it could at least raise its potential, so from the start till now, she had fed a numerous amount of valuable medicinal herbs. In the end, this fellow ate till its tummy was rounded, and there was a time when it couldn't even fly stably, but the ability was raised. There wasn't even a shadow which could be seen. It was until now that this fellow was finally going to advance. On seeing this, Huang Yueli suddenly had a strange feeling, like her son was about to grow up. On the other side of the huge stone array, the mysterious man was holding on to a thin piece of lambskin scroll, using the light reflection rays, gathering his concentration to look at it. His brows were tightly knitted, and he was cursing non-stop softly. Damn it! Where did that wretched lass go? I've finally waited for Li Moying to leave and managed to intercept her in the middle. Although I wasn't able to catch her, but this wretched lass fled wildly and chose to run to this tall tower, which coincided with what I wanted to do. Problem is she runs faster than a rabbit, and after entering the huge stone array, she disappeared. I've searched for an entire day, and still didn't manage to see where she is. If this wretched lass were to die accidentally in this array, then how am I going to proceed with the plans which I made later on? Surely I'm not that unlucky, right? I'm just one step away from success. No way, even if I have to dig 3 feet underground, I must find that wretched lass. The mysterious man shook his fists, as his eyes were filled with cruelty. Thinking of the secret plan which he had been planning for such a long time, he was just about to succeed, but Huang Yueli managed to escape from him several times, wrecking his plans. This made the mysterious man extremely anxious. Just at this moment, a melodious chirp was heard from not too far away, and it went on and off, sounding unreal. Mysterious man stood up with a whoosh. What sound was that? There's a bird chirping? No, what was going on in the north side? Why is it suddenly so bright? Could it be that? By Ruoli, that wretched lass didn't know how to die, and did something to the array? I have to go over and take a look. He tipped his toes and flew forward, speedily flying towards the bright area. Little Phoenix's body was surrounded by the flames, and it slowly started to develop changes. Firstly was its youthful feathers, it gradually grew longer and started to look like a phoenix's feathers. Immediately following that, its wings started to grow and its body increased slightly in size. After another 1 hour later, Little Phoenix's cries gradually weakened and the blinding flame slowly dimmed. By the time the flame entirely extinguished, little Phoenix finally couldn't hang on any further and plopped right onto the ground. Huang Yueli hastily rushed over and caught it in her arms. After advancement, little Phoenix grew slightly larger. Originally it was just the size of a small chick and now, it grew to the size of a mature hen. The feathers on little Phoenix had apparently grown longer and the golden red glister on it looked especially pretty, which made Huang Yueli almost wanting to pluck a few down to make into an accessory. Looking at it, it seemed that its ability had increased by a huge notch. However, it had just exhausted its energy during the advancement and it had already lost its consciousness as it laid in Huang Yueli's arms. Huang Yueli pinched its wings and mumbled, really fattened up by quite a bit, will it eat more chicken drumsticks in future? If I can't afford to rear it, then I should just stew it? Little Phoenix might have heard the evil intentions its mistress had in mind in its sleep and its wings actually twitched a little. Alright, I'll not eat you first. Seeing that there is a possibility that you might grow further, I'll just rear you until you fatten up a little more before making you into a roasted chicken. Huang Yueli gave a delighted smile and threw little Phoenix into the Sky Phoenix ring, soaking it in the bathtub which was filled with Spirit Saint spring water. She was extremely cautious and after she kept little Phoenix back into the Sky Phoenix ring, she purposely turned a few rounds before reaching the rear end of a huge rock relatively far away and even set up an invisible array at its surroundings before lying down. Little Phoenix managed to advance successfully, and that was a great thing. Huang Yueli felt that this was a good sign which showed that heaven always left a door open and she probably wouldn't really be trapped inside. So her mood lightened up by quite a bit as she took a peaceful nap throughout the entire night. She had not realized that the mysterious man had been exasperating searching for her whereabouts for an entire night and there were several times where he revolved around the location where she was by a distance of 10 over steps, but gained nothing at all. The next day, Huang Yueli was awoken by the screeching noises made by little Phoenix in the Sky Phoenix ring. Wah! Dash. This little master has advanced, this little master has grown up. Look at my martial and heroic body and my strong legs, my broad and firm wings, and this shiny golden feathers. I'm simply the #1 most handsome bird under this heavens. Huang Yueli's lips twitched as she felt that she was almost about to throw up. With a change of thoughts, she released little Phoenix. The moment little Phoenix saw her, it immediately puffed up its chest proudly and chirped several times. Huang Yueli's thoughts were linked to his, and naturally knew that this little fellow was badly inflated. Earlier those few words bore utter disdain towards its master. Her lips curled upwards and gave a cold harumph. You seem rather delighted? In the past, those reed flower mother hen which we reared in South Yu Kingdom were just as big as you. Did you really think your wings have hardened? Then change into a human form for me to take a look? Chi. Little Phoenix protested intensely. You, who did you say was a reed flower mother hen? And, you want me to change and I'll change? Then what face would this little master had left? Unfortunately, he was Huang Yueli's contracted spiritual pet and Huang Yueli only needed to move her thoughts, and it could not help but changed into its human form as it fell onto the ground. Huang Yueli looked at it and immediately let out a disappointed expression. Ah? So little. I thought you've grown a little bigger. In the end, you're still a stinky little kid. Little Wang Kai in front of her, although he had grown slightly taller, originally he could only hug her calf, but now he was able to hug her thigh. Huang Yueli's behavior and tone was extremely disappointed. Little Phoenix was so upset that it stomped its feet. You, what do you mean? How dare you despise this little master? Huang Yueli's brows rose as she apparently had not cared about the phoenix's bird rights. So what if I despise you? After eating so many chicken drumsticks from your sister here, you just grew that little bit. Sigh, could it be that you have a congenital deficiency? Otherwise. Are you dysphasic? I do not have a congenital deficiency. And you're the one who's dysphasic. Little master, I am very powerful, look carefully if you don't believe me. Little Phoenix stomped its feet as it swirled out an orange-colored flame and set it towards a piece of huge rock. The flame in its hands was exactly the number 1 deviant flame, true Phoenix fire, in soaring heaven's continent. Huang Yueli herself had refined one of it so apparent she was not surprised, but just stood beaming in one corner. But very soon, her eyes widened with shock. The place which the true Phoenix fire had scorched had instantly turned to ashes, and the black-gray-colored dregs continued to fall off. This piece of rock bore the mark which she burnt yesterday was inerasable. Just leaving a mark on it spent quite an amount of profound energy of hers. Little Wang Kai's fire. This was the upgraded version? Little Phoenix saw her stupefied expression, and its chubby little face was filled with complacency. Saw it? Initially, my flame was crimson red, and that's the most basic level. Now it's changed into orange, which represents that I've already entered the second stage. From now on, after experiencing 9 more changed, when my flame becomes black, I will be able to experience rebirth in nirvana. Isn't that powerful or what? Huang Yueli secretly rolled her eyes. This arrogant zeal, was it something that was exclusive to this little fellow, or something which he inherited from the family? Were phoenixes also narcissi? She didn't want to aid this unhealthy ethos in growing, so she changed the topic. Right, in the past I'd thought of so many ways, and wasn't able to help you advance. Last night, how did you suddenly? Little Phoenix said, about this. Maybe it's due to the concentrated heaven and earth, profound chi here. When I was released out here yesterday, I felt my entire body becoming very hot, and the hotter it got, the more I wanted to find a cool and spacious space to see if I can make myself cool down. In the end, not only did I not manage to cool down, I caught fire instead. I was burnt until I was in so much pain, and later on, I fainted. When I came to, I discovered that I'd advanced. So this is the feeling of advancement. Huang Yueli replied in enlightenment, I see. No wonder in the past I'd prescribed medicinal herbs to you according to the Sky Phoenix Ring's ancient manual, but it was all useless. So it's because the profound chi wasn't concentrated enough. Little Phoenix nodded its head. Right, we Phoenix clan had lived in the God realm, and the concentration of the God realm's profound chi is much more concentrated than in this array. As compared to it, the usual soaring heavens continent's profound chi's intensity is simply too weak and very difficult to advance. Huang Yueli nodded as she started considering that the next time Little Phoenix advances, she would need to set up a powerful spirit gathering array which gathered all the surrounding profound chi. But to raise the profound chi's concentration to the usual of 10 times and above, it was no laughing matter. The best spirit gathering array in soaring heavens continent now could only increase the profound chi's concentration by 5 times. Unless she was able to understand this ancient huge stone array's operational, or to obtain the array map. Right. I thought of something. Just as she was in a daze, Little Phoenix suddenly cried out, I have a thinking, and perhaps it might be able to break this array. When Huang Yueli heard what it said, her eyes shone brightly. What idea? Quickly tell me. Little Phoenix raised its head upright and gave a light cough, attempting to be arrogant. Huang Yueli saw through his plan immediately, and she evilly smiled. I say. Wang Kai, you shouldn't have forgotten that we're still in the wilderness, and your sister here hasn't taken any grease for the past few days. Little Phoenix shivered and was scared till it immediately stood upright. Why are you scaring an adorable and innocent boy like me? SP. Speak, I'll speak all right. Deep down his heart, he silently cursed this female demon for her ruthless ways, but did not dare to voice out his thinking. Actually, when I came out of the Sky Phoenix Ring yesterday, I realized that something was wrong. Haven't you noticed that the air around this array feels very familiar? Huang Yueli blinked. Really? Do you need to make it so profound? Little Phoenix angrily retorted, "It's true. Not that I'm deliberately mystifying anything. This array is apparently left behind from the ancient times, and the person who set up this array is a peerless expert, so he left behind his presence in this array, which is why even after tens of thousands of years, this array hasn't completely dispersed yet." Huang Yueli said, "Really? Then why can't I feel anything?" "Because you're a human and I'm a phoenix. We phoenixes' senses are much more sensitive than humans." "Alright, this I've gotta admit," Huang Yueli nodded and questioned again, "Then. This expert's presence which was left behind, why did it made you feel familiar?" Little Phoenix continued, "If your 5 senses are as sensitive as mine, then you'd definitely have the same feeling because this kind of presence, I have sensed it at 2 other places before." The more Huang Yueli heard, the more muddled she became. "Which 2 other places? Have I been there before too?" Little Phoenix threw a "you're an idiot" glance as it stared at her. "Of course. These 2 places, one is the Valiant Martial Manor in Southview Kingdom and the other is in Celestial Light Academy Scripture Depository. When you first took out the blood feather silk cage, which your father left behind, and when you opened that secret compartment in the Scripture Depository, I sensed a similar presence. Only the other 2 places' presence weren't as strong as this place." A light bulb lit up in Huang Yueli's mind as though she suddenly understood something, but wasn't that clear. "Then, this means the peerless expert who set up this array should have a blood relation with you, and moreover your father made you look for this, maybe. It is related to this array." Little Phoenix explained. Huang Yueli thought carefully about what Little Phoenix said. If Wang Kai's senses hadn't gone wrong, that would be enough to conclude that this array was related to the item which Bai Lu Feng left for her. But, wasn't this just a little too coincidental? Did she had such dog-shit luck? At Celestial Light Academy, her clue was cut off and even the item in the secret compartment which Bai Lu Feng left behind was gone. So in the normal course of events, the possibility of her being able to continue investigating was very minute. But now she was so lucky to reconnect with the broken clue while she was escaping for her life. A bad feeling arose faintly in Huang Yueli's heart, but she wasn't able to understand what was wrong. Little Phoenix looked at her dazed look and couldn't help but tugged at her dress hem. "Hey, female devil, why are you in a daze? Do you or do you not believe in what I said?" Its sparkly eyes were fixed on her when Huang Yueli suddenly stretched out her claw and both her hands pinched Wang Kai's chubby face, as she kept rubbing and stretching it. "Female devil. You. What are you planning to do? Let this little master go." Little Phoenix suffered a ravage and it couldn't help but started screeching loudly. Huang Yueli smiled. "I suddenly realized that a brat like you is quite smart and adorable. I'd not expected you to think of such things, and actually did me a big favor." Little Phoenix kneaded his face, which had turned red from the pinching, and its ears secretly flushed a pink shade. That is definite. I am originally smart and adorable." Huang Yueli beamed and continued, "Now all's good, looks like we will be able to leave." Little Phoenix was stunned. "Huh? It wouldn't be that fast? Although we've finally found some clues, but to leave would probably be difficult and the complexity of this array had gone beyond my imagination. From the recollection in my memories, even if it was in the God realm, this kind of array is very high-leveled." Huang Yueli, however, seemed to have a plan up her sleeve as she smiled. "Things aren't as complicated as you think. In actual fact, haven't you told me earlier the way to break the array?" "Did I?" Little Phoenix was at a loss. Huang Yueli nodded. "You did. Twice previously, when I opened the blood feather silk cage and the secret compartment, I used my blood so it showed that the clues which my father left for me, under normal circumstances, needed to use close relatives' blood before it can be activated. Since this array is part of the clue which my father left for me, then naturally it would also need blood." As Huang Yueli spat out the last word, simultaneously she flipped her right hand and retrieved a dagger from her realm ring, as she cut her left index finger without the least hesitation. Fresh blood immediately poured out. She shook her finger and let the blood drip onto the ground. Huang Yueli and Little Phoenix held their breaths as she stared at the ground without blinking. The moment her blood touched the ground, the entire huge stone array vibrated and the surrounding huge stones started to shake, as though it would collapse at any moment. Little Phoenix shrieked and moved sideways to hide. However, the rocks didn't drop down but suddenly flashed brightly at its original position on the grade floor tiles. A palm-sized stream red thread seemed to be leading the direction forward. Wah! It's true. This also can. Little Phoenix cried out in alarm. However, before one woman and one bird could get excited, the red thread extended to around 1 meter and suddenly stopped extending. What's going on? Little Phoenix asked, curiously. Huang Yueli muttered to herself irresolutely, should be, because there's not enough blood? Ah? Under Little Phoenix's confused expression, Huang Yueli picked up the dagger once again and this time round, she slit a cut on her wrist, a rather large one, around half an inch long. This time, blood continued to gush out from the wound on her wrist and flowed onto the ground. The red thread extended forward with lightning-fast speed as it led out a clear path. That's great, we finally found the way out, Wang Kai quickly catch up. Huang Yueli run forward along, but its short legs weren't able to catch up at all as it procrastinated and ran a little. On discovering that he had been shook off a rather huge distance, it cursed lowly and turned back into a little phoenix as it spread its wings and tried its best to follow up. Just at a distance under 300 meters away from Huang Yueli and Little Phoenix, the mysterious man held on to the lambskin scroll and he looked all around searching for their whereabouts. He had already searched for an entire night but was still unable to discover where Huang Yueli was hiding, and as time went by, he started to become more and more impatient and increasingly frustrated. Yesterday night, he had seen with his own eyes the glaring flame which arose in the array, but by the time he managed to rush over, the light had diminished and the array was once again restored to the serene and gloomy look, as the four surroundings were totally silent, not even a bird's chirping could be heard. By Ruoli, wretched lass, where on earth are you? I'm the one who has the array map, whereas you're just a headless fly which scatters everywhere, but why am I not able to find you? Where on earth have you hidden yourself to? He didn't know that Huang Yueli was equipped with the skill of setting up an array, and she easily set up an invisible array which successfully cheated him. After an entire gainless night, the mysterious man started to doubt his life. But just at this moment, the huge stone array started to vibrate. Mysterious man had thought something went wrong with the array and was scared stiff. But this vibration only lasted for 10 breaths before it gradually weakened. Immediately following that, from not too far away, a red thread suddenly appeared on the ground and the direction which this thread was pointing to was exactly the same as the mark on the mysterious man's map, as it abruptly pointed to the array's exit, the middle of the tall tower. After a moment, footsteps could be heard from a nearby distance, and after the mysterious man hid himself behind a huge rock, he saw Huang Yueli's fleeting figure running towards the exit. He wasn't anxious to chase after her, but let out a chilly smile. She's really Bai Luifeng's daughter, even though she doesn't have the map which Bai Lufeng left behind, but she's still able to find the way out. Looks like the inheritance, which Bai Lufeng left behind, had indeed been tampered with and only his daughter has the way. But no matter, as long as his daughter is in my hands, that inheritance will naturally become mine. Ha ha ha, Bai Ruoli, never expected this, eh? You thought you'd found the way out, but actually, it's only the shortcut to send you to your death. He saw Huang Yueli almost disappearing out of his line of sight and got up before following her carefully. Huang Yueli was still dashing straight forward. Little Phoenix flew till he was panting and felt that his wings didn't seem to belong to itself anymore. Chi chi chi? Chi. Female devil, just how big is still array? We've already ran for so long and still haven't seen the exit. Stop complaining, we should be reaching soon. Just this bit of distance and you can't fly anymore, you exercise too little. Huang Yueli's expression remained the same and even her breathing wasn't messy, so she could still afford to educate little Phoenix. They didn't realize that something was amiss, because the red-colored line revealed a segment. Other than absorbing Huang Yueli's blood, it would also cause the huge stone rock array to vibrate. With so many huge rocks moving about continuously, with its astonishing battle array, it made it very difficult for them to notice any other sounds from the surroundings. As they ran, after around 1 hour later, the path before them suddenly became brighter and brighter, and although the intensity of the profound chi didn't descend, but the mist inevitably became lighter and lighter. Huang Yueli increased her speed and ran faster and finally dashed out of the huge rock array's boundary. The image that entered their eyes was a broad and simple yet unadorned high tower. The tower body was very delicate, width was only 10 meters, yet it was very tall, like a needle pointing towards the sky horizon. When Huang Yueli saw that, she uncontrollably broke out in cold sweat. Such a slender tower body, it felt like a big gust of wind would be able to blow it down any time. However, this tall tower had experienced thousands of years of being windswept and battering of rain, and yet it remained immovable, as it stood upright majestically. Huang Yueli walked forward along with little Phoenix and suddenly felt something was not right. On turning back, she realized that the array exit which she had left from earlier had disappeared into the mist, and even that blinding road sign had also disappeared without a trace. Looks like we can only head towards the tower, Huang Yueli shrugged. Little Phoenix patted its wings, chi. Hurry, go in. There might be some clues which Uncle Bai left behind inside. I have a premonition that a huge secret was hiding inside. Huang Yueli nodded and walked towards the entrance. The high tower's main door was made out of bronze and was extremely lofty. The door was carved with complicated patterns. Look, this seems like a phoenix? Huang Yueli pointed to the center position. That position used an extensive amount of intricate carving methods, and a lively image of a phoenix was carved out. She hadn't heard any answer and curiously turned around. Little Phoenix's expression was filled with shock. What's wrong with you? Chi. This carving looks so much like my brother. So martial and heroic, compared to me. It's just lacking that little bit. Huang Yueli's lips twitched. I think you must have gone crazy thinking of your brother. This is the mark left behind tens of thousands of years ago by a peerless expert, and your brother had never been to Soaring Heaven's continent, right? Moreover, don't all the phoenixes look alike? You can tell which is which. Chi. Who said everyone looks the same? We're obviously not the same. For someone as handsome as this little mater, where can you find a second one? Little Phoenix protested violently, but Huang Yueli didn't read the deep meaning behind its words, only feeling that it was as arrogant as always, so she didn't probe further. She placed her hand on the door as she pushed gently. Chi. Following that was a slight sound as the bronze door flashed a glint of blue light, shocking Huang Yueli so much that she withdrew her hand swiftly. Her expression looked to be filled in deep thoughts. Looks like this door cannot be opened casually. There are several ancient arrays encrypted onto this. Before she could finish her words, suddenly little Phoenix gave a mournful whine as its voice resonated through the skies. Huang Yueli trembled, and before her body could make any reaction, her toes had threaded hard on the ground as she flew out in a slanted direction. At the same time, she gathered all the profound chi from her body, and a bundle of thunder flame-like fire was thrown out towards her back. As expected, just as she was jumping out, a wetting profound chi attacked towards her original position. Although this strike didn't hit her, but when it struck the ground, it caused a huge hole on the tough stone ground. Huang Yueli turned around to take a look in lingering fear. Standing not too far behind her was the mysterious man who was chasing after her in hot pursuit yesterday. Huang Yueli's eyes popped out with surprise as she didn't expect the mysterious man to follow her to this place. Although yesterday Little Phoenix made a huge commotion while it was advancing, but the huge stone array layout was just too complicated. Even though they weren't able to see anyone nearby, but it wasn't as though they wanted to reach a certain position and they could reach that position. There was a 99% possibility that in the process of finding someone, they might lose their way in the array. Because of this, although Huang Yueli knew that the mysterious man had also entered the huge stone array, but she wasn't particularly worried. The possibility of them meeting in the array was just too low. Moreover, the mysterious man did not have her special bloodline, so there was no way he could use her method to walk out from the array. But even thought it was not possible theoretically, but in actual fact. That mysterious man had indeed came out. Huang Yueli quickly calmed down and faced the mysterious man, but she was on high alert, ready to face his attack and meet it. Mysterious man wasn't in any urgency to attack her again, but instead, he began to laugh sinisterly. By Ruoli, we meet yet again. I've told you earlier that no matter how you run, you'd not be able to escape from me, so why do you even bother to be so anxious and waste so much effort? Why not coordinate with me obediently and save yourself from being horrified? Huang Yueli sneered, do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? That I'd believe your nonsense? Mysterious man laughed, what I'm saying is not fake, to tell you the truth, the reason why I'd be pursuing you non-stop is so that I can bring you to this place. Now that you've come here yourself, it's saved quite an amount of effort on my end. Now as long as you're willing to help me with a favor, once the matter is done, I can let you off. Huang Yueli's eyebrows rose, you tried to capture me just to bring me here, why? This mysterious huge stone array and high tower are obviously an early historical remain, but it's never been spread around by anyone, so how did you discover this place, and what does it have to do with me? Mysterious man replied, as a kid, why is your curiosity so strong? Anyway, now that you can't escape, do you know what's the difference? The difference now is whether you obediently help me, or I will pressure you to help. His tone was starting to become impatient as he intentionally raised his voice, sounding extremely vicious. Huang Yueli, however, remained unmoved. You think I'm not clear-minded? If you have 100% certainty to force me to do as you wish, would you even waste so much time talking nonsense to me? Since you have no certainty and want me to help, then you have to tell me clearly. Otherwise I will immediately self-explode. Anyway, it's just death, and since it can still spoil your plan, it's worth it. She intentionally said this, and as expected, the mysterious man clenched his fists tightly, obviously slightly anxious. Looks like she had stepped on the mysterious man's vulnerable spot. Huang Yueli was very sure that the mysterious wanted her alive so that she could help him with his matter, otherwise the last time in Celestial Light Academy, he could have killed her. Just that she didn't know, what motive did this fellow had? He considered for a moment before speaking out, alright, I'll cut the story short. This huge stone array and high tower had already existed here for a long time, and the reason why there were no related hearsay was because, firstly, this historical remains was only visible under a particular weather, and usually it's invisible. Secondly, most people who enters this huge stone array would be lost in it and eventually trapped and died inside. Huang Yueli nodded. At least up to this point, mysterious man was not lying. She had indeed seen many skeletal remains while she was in the huge stone array, and that should be those explorers who had starved to death after entering this place some time ago. The mysterious man continued, some years ago, I unintentionally discovered a piece of treasure map, and the mark on top shows the position of this early historical remains, the timing it appears, and the way to pass through the huge stone array. Only when I reached the high tower, I realized that I couldn't open the bronze door with the phoenix carving, no matter what. In order to open this door, I've already thought about it for a very long time, all the way until. He paused, as though he was thinking of what to say. After that, you joined Celestial Light Academy, and I realized that you have an exceptional talent in armament refining, and there is a possibility that you can help me open this door, so I set my sights onto you. Look, this to you is an enormous opportunity. If you coordinate with me to open this door, after I enter the high tower, whatever profound armaments or spiritual medicine or rare treasure, I'll split half with you. What do you think? As he was saying, he threw out a bundle of tempting baits as he started to convince Huang Yueli into cooperating with him. Huang Yueli pretended to be ignorant as she asked, "Really? Just helping you, and I will be able to get so much benefits?" In the early historical remains, just any kind of treasure are all top-rated valuables. Isn't that so? The mysterious man thought she had been convinced as he hurriedly continued persuading, "What I need you to do is especially simple. You just need to give a little and you will be able to get the treasures from the early historical remains. Such a good thing, once you passed this village, there'd be no such shop anymore." Huang Yueli frowned as she asked, "Your words have aroused my interest. But I still don't understand. I'm merely an ordinary student in Celestial Light Academy and considered to have a little bit of armament refining skills. But I know nothing about this early historical mechanism, so what can I help you with? Are you thinking too highly of me?" "No matter, no matter." Mysterious man hurriedly replied, "This matter is especially simple and only a talented armament master like you can achieve." Pa pa pa. Before the mysterious man had finished his words, Huang Yueli couldn't help but started clapping. Mysterious man was stunned. Huang Yueli responded, "Your lie have been weaved until it's so real, but have you thought that I'm too silly? Your words are full of loopholes, did you think I will believe you? Unintentionally discovered a treasure map and it showed the position of an early historical remain? Where can you find this kind of treasure map? Give me 100 pieces of it. You've tried on several times to kidnap me to this place, just to let me use my armament refining skills to open this door for you? Are you trying to cheat a child?" The mysterious man was exposed by her on the spot and his expression instantly sunk, but he refused to admit it. "Why? You feel that I'm lying to you? What I'm saying is all the truth. I wanted to cooperate with you sincerely, so I told you everything I know. Don't you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Huang Yueli calmly replied, "What you're saying is indeed the truth, but you've changed some crucial points slightly. The treasure map should be true, but it's not that you discovered it unintentionally. Earlier I opened the secret compartment which my father left behind. I immediately was pursued by you. These two matters are definitely linked, and your treasure map should be retrieved after you tried ways and means to open the secret compartment which my father left behind." "You." The mysterious man was tongue-tied. He had thought that the words he said earlier was obscured enough, but he had not expected Huang Yueli to be able to find any flaws, and just using a few words, she managed to deduce the truth. Huang Yueli continued talking. "The information regarding the treasure map having marked the early historical remains should be true as well, otherwise you couldn't possibly pinpoint my position in such a complicated huge stone array. But you've kidnapped me here is absolutely not because you fancied my status of an armament master, but there should be some mechanism which only I can open up. Am I right to say that?" After Huang Yueli finished her words, the mysterious man immediately fell into silence. He was utterly shocked. He had not expected Huang Yueli to be such an agile person. Even these were guessed correctly. On seeing that the truth could not be hidden any further, he might as well told the truth. "All right, since you've guessed it, then there's no meaning even if I refuse to admit it. Now that you're already here and have no way of leaving, why don't you help me open this door? I'll keep my word on whatever I've said earlier, as long as you can help me here, whatever there is inside, I'll split it with you." Huang Yueli laughed coldly in her heart. She wasn't some innocent young lady who had just came out to experience, so how could she possibly be so naive? Mysterious man on several attempts had wanted to take her life, and now he's using some unrealistic promises to cheat her into helping him? She gauged that after she opened the door, not to mention about splitting the treasures, she probably would lose her life on the spot. But she didn't expose him immediately. Instead she questioned, "How do you want me to help you?" Mysterious man said, "Actually, what you need to do is very simple. I initially didn't know how to open this door, but when you opened the secret compartment using your blood and the scripture depository, that gave me inspiration that perhaps the item which Bai Lu Feng left behind had something to do with your bloodline that runs in your body. Earlier you used blood in the huge stone array to reveal the correct pathway. This made me further ascertain that my thinking is right. In that case, what you want is my blood?" Huang Yueli's brows rose, but inside her heart, she wasn't too surprised. After the previous few experiences, she had vaguely guessed that the clues which Bai Lu Feng left behind, leaving her to this place, probably had something to do with the bloodline in her, so these clues and mechanisms practically all needed her to use her blood to open up. Only now, that these words came from the mysterious man's mouth, then she must set herself on high alert. Even if this door's mechanism really needed her to use her blood to open up, things wouldn't be that simple, and the mysterious man definitely has his own schemes. The minute she opened the door, he absolutely would destroy the bridge after crossing the river. She naturally wanted to enter the high tower, but she absolutely cannot let the mysterious man in. Don't think that the cooperation which they were talking about now, the both of them knew clearly that there was only one person who could live till the end. As for now, she was at an absolute disadvantage. Not only did her ability lack far, far away from the mysterious man, furthermore even the map which Bai Lu Feng left behind was in the hands of the mysterious man. The understanding that this mysterious man had regarding this early historical remains was much higher than hers. Under these two overlaying circumstances, the possibility of her win was equivalent to zero. Furthermore, she had already delayed for a long period of time, so she probably wouldn't be able to continue dragging any more time. The mysterious man had not kept coercing her, was afraid that she might self-explode on the spot. If he could ascertain that she was not going to cooperate, then he would definitely take action, without any hesitation. The situation was now so critical, but in Huang Yueli's heart, she was becoming calmer and calmer as thoughts flew past swiftly in her mind. She must find a way to turn the tide around. Not only must she not die, she must also obtain the item which Bai Lu Feng wanted her to have. Suddenly, a light bulb lit up in Huang Yueli's head, which made her eyes turn bright. This idea, although extremely risky, but there was a 90% chance that she might die under the mysterious man's hands, but at least there was a string of hope. This was her only chance. Celestial Light Sect. Early in the morning, the sect entrance at the main gate was filled with people. They heard that their young sect master Li Moying, who had left the sect for a long time, was about to come back, and quite a number of people specially came out to welcome him back. That included sect master Murongde, who personally graced this occasion. A huge flying ship gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Not long after, Li Moying's silhouette appeared before the eyes of everyone. His reputation in Celestial Light Sect was very high, even surpassing sect master by a huge notch, so when he appeared, the crowd started to outdo each other in cheering. "Young sect master, you're finally back." Young sect master must have gained quite an amount of rewards in this experience, right? Everyone started to step upwards to greet him. However, Li Moying put on a chilly handsome face and didn't bother about anyone as he directly walked past the crowd. That perfectly contoured, good-looking face was coated with a layer of frost as his lips pursed tightly, and a shocking bitter feeling was emitted from his surroundings. Those standing around him immediately felt their temperature drop, and they all started to shiver, not daring to say any more words as they automatically opened up a pathway for him to walk. Morongde walked towards him from a distance away, and upon seeing Li Moying, He started to smile passionately. Moing, you actually came back today, that's great. A few days ago, I heard that your illness acted up in the middle of the night. It almost scared me to death. Luckily, your condition was in control later on. Li Moing looked at his own master, and his footsteps halted as he indifferently nodded. Thank you, master, for your concern. Morongda continued, looking at you. It seems that your recovery this round went rather well. In the past, every time after your illness acted up, you'd need to lie down in bed for several days, but today, it seems that your condition is quite well. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Li Moing heard about him mentioning his illness, and a pain shot through his heart. He had not been bedridden this round, was entirely because Lear was by his side. Only the man in her heart was not him, so she cannot stay by his side forever. In future, if his illness acted up, he would have to face it by himself. Li Moing's eyes revealed a deep sense of hurt, and momentarily he lost all patience to exchange conventional greetings with Morongda. He hurriedly found an excuse. Master, I'm a bit tired. Although this round I had regained consciousness much earlier than before, but my primordial spirit had suffered some damage, so I must quickly return back and go into closed-door cultivation to treat my injuries. When Morongda heard that, he immediately got worried and said, how could such a thing happen? Quickly go back and take a rest. Your body is most important, and you must not leave any hidden injuries, which might cause any influence to your cultivation. Master has some high-leveled medicinal pills for treating internal injuries, and the sect's medical herb garden had just received the 5th-grade medicinal herb. I'll send all these to you later. This disciple of his was an invaluable treasure in Celestial Light Sect. In future, whether Celestial Light Sect were to fly high into the sky, everything would all depend on him. On hearing Li Moing say that he had suffered internal injuries, Morongda was more anxious than anyone else. Li Moing calmly nodded, thank you, master, very much. He turned around and walked away, and all the practitioners behind all broke out into a bustle. Young sect master is actually hurt? Who on earth could possibly injure a peerless genius like young sect master? That's hard to say. Although young sect master is an all-rounder talent, but he is after all very young, and there are so many established peerless experts in Soaring Heaven's continent. Regarding the news on Li Moing's soul detachment illness, this, to the ordinary disciples of the sect, was a secret, so they could only guess secretly. Just as the crowd was in discussions, suddenly another figure appeared in front of him. That person was Morong Fei, who appeared pale and extremely haggard. Ah, it's eldest young miss. Eldest young miss actually came back with young sect master. I'd never imagined that both of them took the same flying ship back. Could it be that young sect master and eldest young miss actually went to experience training together? I think that's about right. Hadn't sect master always wanted young sect master and eldest young miss to get married? Both of them were childhood friends, and from the looks of now, their relationship seemed to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Seems that wedding bells are ringing quite soon. The disciple's eyes revealed ambiguous and envious expressions. Morong Fei, a beauty with exceeding innate talent and with her valuable status, which disciple wasn't interested in her? But too bad, she had already been acquiescent as Li Moing's fiancée, so the others didn't even dare to compete for her. When Morongda saw his eldest daughter appearing, he too was stunned. Fair? Didn't you say you're going out to gain experience? Why did you return so quickly? Furthermore, you took the same flying ship as Li Moing? Morong Fei had been confined to her room for an entire day, and when she got off the flying ship, she was initially filled with indignance, but upon hearing the crowd's discussion, she suddenly realized that this seemed to be her chance. Anyway, Li Moing had already ditched that wretched lass, and now that he was feeling downhearted, it was her best opportunity to avail herself to get in. If everyone in the sect thought that the both of them were together, perhaps it might make her father set down their marriage agreement. Then in no time, perhaps Li Moing might really forget about that wretched lass and become a pair with her. Anyway, that wretched lass would definitely be dead meat this time round. So she wasn't afraid that she would come out and disrupt her plans. Thinking of this, Morong Fei's face revealed a tinge of embarrassed smile as she lowered her head and said softly, "Father, since you've already seen everything, then why are you asking me for?" Morong's eyes widened as he was filled with shock and joy. "Why? You and Moying, could it be? But in the past, wasn't there a young lass beside Moying? That time Moying went to save her and almost couldn't make it in time for the tournament." Morong Fei replied, "Eldest senior brother, and that young lass had already split up, so." Morongda was very surprised, because Li Moying had thought highly of that little fiancé of his. Just one look and one would know that it was a life and death true love, but why did they split up after this period of time? But towards such a result, he was actually much happier with this. Because only in this way would he be able to make Li Moying turn into his son-in-law and made him stay in Celestial Light sect forever. Unfortunately, Li Moying had not been interested in Morong Fei, so no matter how he tried to play matchmaker to the both of them, there was no effect at all. He'd never thought that after he had given up, Morong Fei had used her own charm to let Li Moying bring her alongside him. Morongda laughed, "Good, good. Since Li Moying is willing to be together with you, then you must take good care of him. He suffered an internal injury this round, so you must aid him in recovering." Morong Fei puffed herself up as she agreed without any hesitation. After she left, the crowd went into another round of discussion as all of them were extremely envious, all thinking that young sect master and eldest young Mrs. wedding should be nearing. Li Moying had left swiftly and had not seen the performance which Morong Fei put up. But those shadow guards who were carrying luggage saw the entire scene. Mo Air immediately put up a puking expression, "I'm simply going to throw up. I've never seen such a shameless woman before. Our master had not even looked her straight in the eye, just look at her act, she made everyone thought that she will be marrying master tomorrow." Moe hurriedly covered his mouth. "What nonsense are you sprouting? Be careful that other people heard what you said. Just let her go squander by herself, anyway just based on her, master would never ever be interested in her." Mo Air nodded as he recalled Li Moying's lost soul, look as he couldn't help but sigh. Third Miss Bai and master are still the most compatible. It's just a waste, why did the two of them quarrel to such an extent of splitting up? Moe wasn't as pessimistic as he patted his shoulders. "No matter, don't worry. From what I see, master and third miss just had a squabble. Don't think that master is usually so mighty and awe-inspiring, but he's only just 20 years old, so I think he probably acted in a moment of rashness. After his anger had gone past, there is still a chance to reunite." Mo Air sighed, "I hope so. In front of the high tower." "How? Haven't considered properly? I'm warning you, there is a limit to my patience, whether it's to die now or cooperate, I want to hear your answer right now." The mysterious man saw Huang Yueli lowering her head and not saying a single word as he finally lost patience and started urging. Huang Yueli set down her determination as she raised her head and said, "All right then, since I don't really have much of a choice, I shall cooperate with you, but you must keep your promise. After entering the high tower, you must share the treasure with me." "Of course. Since you've helped me, how can I mistreat you?" The mysterious man's lips curled into an icy smile as the black veil, which drooped down from the hoodie, sheltered his looks, not allowing anyone to see through clearly. Huang Yueli pretended to hesitate and spoke out again, "No way, an oral agreement is not binding. To prove your sincerity, you must take off your hoodie and show me who you really are. I know you must be someone whom I know." The mysterious man decisively rejected, "No way." Huang Yueli immediately said, "You can't do it? Since we are going to cooperate, you can't even let me see your real looks, so how can I believe that you're not lying to me? Forget it, I'd better not cooperate with you. Anyway, if you want to kill me, I'll just self-explode." Then you won't be able to gain any advantages. The mysterious man was so angry that he clenched his teeth, but after rearranging his thoughts, after he finished using her, this young lass was going to die anyway. So letting a dead person saw his real identity wasn't that big of a deal. Alright then. He changed his mind and stretched out his hand to remove the hoodie from his head. On seeing the mysterious man's real identity, Huang Yueli shrieked, So it's you. The mysterious man was actually someone whom she had met, but not very familiar, Celestial Light Academy's vice principal Ling Wenbin. But he had always used a special pill to change his voice, which made Huang Yueli unable to predict who he really was. No wonder, he could freely enter and lead the scripture depository because of his status as Celestial Light Academy's vice principal. His understanding of the scripture depository was much more than anyone else. Furthermore, in the academy, he could easily mask his own identity, possibly even using ordinary students to trace her whereabouts. Ling Wenbin laughed evilly, That's right, it's me. Now that you've seen who I am, that proved that I am sincere enough, right? Then shall we start now? Huang Yueli cried out, Wait. Ling Wenbin angrily replied, What's up now? I've already agreed to so many conditions, so stop thinking of delaying some more time. Huang Yueli hurriedly replied, I'm not trying to delay, but since you want to ask me to open the door, at least pass me that treasure map to take a look. Otherwise, how am I supposed to open the mechanism? Surely I cannot just splash my blood on the door, casually, then it'd open up, right? Ling Wenbin said, You don't need to look, I will tell you what the treasure map says. His alertness was rather strong, and even though he knows that other than self-exploding, Huang Yueli was not able to come out with any other tricks, but still he couldn't bear to take out the treasure map, feeling that hiding it in his space would be the safest. But Huang Yueli's motive was to make him bring out the treasure map, so how would she allow him to deceive her? She spoke again, Are you sure you know what the treasure map is writing? If you understand what it was about, then you won't take so long to open this door. No matter what, I'm an armament master, so regarding mechanisms, I know more about it than you. It will be much safer for me to take a look first, before opening the door. Ling Wenbin kept a straight face, Stop all these nonsense, and do according to what I tell you to. Quickly walk over there and stand on the right side in front of the door frame. Huang Yueli saw that he wasn't tricked, so could only follow his instructions, and walked towards the front of the bronze door. Good, now see the leaf-shaped notch on the door frame? Now cut open your wrist and drip your blood on top of it. Huang Yueli complied as she placed her hand on the position which he pointed to. The two of them opened their eyes wide as they stared at the bronze door. Blood flowed out from Huang Yueli's wrist and dripped onto the notch as it followed the complicated and intricate carving pattern on the bronze door and slowly flowed along, bit by bit, filling up all the chinks. On the door, that lively phoenix beast had, at this moment, enveloped with a layer of red color, resembling the colors of a scorching flame, making it look realistic, as though the next second, it would turn into a physical form, flying up into the sky. As the blood flowed, Ling Wenbin's eyes were practically stuck on the door as his breathing became hasty, apparently extremely agitated. Ever since he discovered Bai Lu Feng's secret compartment, he spent several years' time before he found an 8th-tier armament master, forking out a heavenly price, before letting him agree to activate the secret compartment, and after retrieving the secret compartment, he spent another 5 years researching on how to move past the huge stone array and how to open this bronze door. After waiting for such a long wait, now, finally it's time he could see the results. How could he possibly not be agitated and not anxious? However, as time went by, Huang Yueli's blood had filled all the chinks in the bronze door, but yet the door did not open. Ling Wenbin waited, and after he realized that the door really didn't open up, his expression turned ugly. What's the matter? Are you playing any tricks? Huang Yueli's expression on her face was super innocent as she could be. Principal Ling, this is a major injustice. Look, all my actions are done according to your requests, and none of it had been done wrongly. But the door just wouldn't open, so how could you blame it on me?